In the radiant sunlight, one awakens to the power of electromagnetism. What transformation shall occur when Hinata is paired with this newfound electromagnetic force? Hinata Go expresses his bewilderment, asking, "What is Gentle Fist? Not even a dog would learn it. Isn't the electromagnetic cannon more appealing? What? Hinata lacks ranged attacks. I shall develop an electromagnetic cannon. Within the range of my Byakugan, I shall strike precisely where I aim. Behold the magnetic storm sniper." What? Hinata cannot pilot a Gundam? With a snap of his fingers, Hinata Go commands, "Electromagnetism, activate." In the complete form of Susanoo, Uchiha gazes up at the towering metallic Gundam, 1,000 meters high, lost in contemplation. A certain unknown Hinata muses to himself, "We are all Hinatas, yet how can you be so unscientific?" Chapter 1. Awakening to Electromagnetism. The classroom is filled with laughter and joy, while Hinata Go frantically scribbles notes. He observes a man with a Mediterranean hairstyle encouraging students to introduce themselves, as laughter and applause resonate with each introduction. The browser history hasn't been cleared? How did I traverse into the world of Naruto? And it's the very first lesson of the new term? Hinata Go scans the classroom, his anxiety intensifying upon recognizing several familiar faces. The student in the front row who proudly proclaimed, "My father is the Hokage," seems to be a future unit of bounty measurement in the underground black market, his head traded for riches by some affluent miser. In the middle of the second row, a haughty white-haired boy wearing a black mask, if memory serves him correctly, is destined to represent a future unit of chakra measurement, a product of the chaos of causality, who in a few years' time during the Third Great Ninja War will be reduced to a mere eye. The boy behind him, sporting goggles, is a notorious figure. Due to an ill-fated romance, he slaughtered his sensei's family, plunging the ninja world into a bloody tempest, ultimately meeting a demise that left him as nothing but remnants. The more Hinata Go observes, the more frantic he becomes. These formidable characters from the original narrative all face grim fates, and having just arrived, is the situation not even worse? His gaze shifts back to the individual currently introducing himself. This person's teeth gleam like a flashlight, with dreams of fully embracing youth, seemingly the only commoner destined to defy fate, nearly kicking his way to a grand conclusion, his dance skills receiving high praise from Madara, earning the title of the strongest in physical arts. Yet alas, he is destined to spend the latter half of his life confined to a wheelchair. As for the other classmates, few appear familiar to Hinata Go. They are merely fodder among the fodder, the chaff among the chaff, likely to be cut down in the years to come during the Third Great Ninja War, with scant few surviving to witness the grand finale. Were he of the main branch, it might be different. After all, he would have the protection of numerous branch family fodder, and perhaps, if he refrained from courting disaster, could scrape through to the conclusion. However, according to the original's memories, he is not only from the branch family, but also orphaned, regarded as the least favored among the Hyuga clan. It is over. The die is cast. This is a nightmare of an opening. Hinata Go's eyes are filled with despair. You say you have traversed, yet you find yourself in the Naruto world, where lives are as expendable as blades of grass, and the timeline is the one with the highest mortality rate prior to the Third Great Ninja War. The Battle of Kamikawa Bridge, the Battle of Kikyo Mountain. Hinata Go dares not imagine how he will endure. Just as he succumbs to despondency, a gentle voice pulls him back to reality. "Hinata Go, it's your turn to introduce yourself." Hinata Go looks up to see the instructor, Fujino Daikichi, smiling warmly at him, while the other classmates direct their attention towards him. Realizing this, Hinata Go musters the courage to stand. "My name is Hinata Go. I hail from the Hyuga clan, and my favorite foods are ramen and grilled meat. My dream is... Hinata Go hesitates momentarily. To survive until the grand finale. The classroom falls silent, with astonished and doubtful gazes fixed upon Hinata Go. Survive until the grand finale? What on earth is that? Fujino Daikichi chuckles awkwardly, stroking his thinning hair. It seems that Hinata Go is quite fond of reading manga. Speaking of grand finales, such things only exist within the pages of manga. I hope that in your future studies, Hinata Go, you will not become too engrossed in manga. Yes, Hinata Go responds dismissively, taking his seat. That was close. In his moment of anxiety, he inadvertently revealed his true thoughts, yet it seems no one paid him any heed. After the remaining few background characters have introduced themselves, Fujino Daikichi clears his throat and announces, "Classmates, the self-introduction segment of the new term has concluded. Next, we shall commence with our first lesson. Please turn to the textbook, The Will of Fire." Hinata Go flips through the red textbook on his desk, which is filled with nothing but lofty praises regarding the will of fire, devoid of any substantive content. Fujino Daikichi passionately expounds upon the will of fire from the podium, while most of the students below listen with rapt attention. However, Hinata Go is restless. He flips through several pages, scrutinizing them for a long while, until he discerns the glaring phrase, pyramid scheme. Have I fallen into a brainwashing center of a pyramid scheme? Is this the political propaganda of Konoha? The entire book promotes the notion that we are all one family, urging the protection of children and the village, demanding that one sacrifice everything for the village. The crux of it is, I am merely 6 years old, and they expect me to go to war and sacrifice myself? Is this some kind of madness? In his previous life, while watching anime, Hinata Go had not realized the absurdity of it all. Only after traversing into this world and becoming an insider did he grasp the farce. After initially succumbing to panic, Hinata Go gradually regains his composure. The sound of Fujino Daikichi reciting the will of fire remains loud, yet Hinata Go's gaze is now fixed outside the window, his mind racing with plans for the future. Today marks the first day of his enrollment in the Ninja Academy, the inception of his journey as a ninja. He must devise a meticulous training regimen, for the sake of his dream of surviving until the grand finale, or rather, his objective. With a creak, Hinata Go pushes open the squeaky wooden door, revealing an old courtyard, his parents' legacy. Though not vast in space, it is equipped with all necessities. A day's curriculum at the Ninja Academy was entirely consumed by discussions surrounding the will of fire, devoid of any substantial nourishment. Hinata Goku found himself bereft of both practical combat lessons and ninjutsu classes he had ardently anticipated. He had no recollections of his mother, who seemingly perished during his arduous birth, while his father, a branch family elite shinobi, met his demise during a mission to protect the main family. It was through this unfortunate circumstance that he inherited his father's residence, thus qualifying for enrollment in the Ninja Academy. As a member of the branch family, a caged bird mark adorned his forehead, suggesting a future trajectory akin to that of his father, destined to become a guardian of the main family and to ultimately sacrifice himself in the name of honor. A throbbing headache plagued him. Hinata Goku rubbed his temples, contemplating that not all fathers from the branch family were heads of the clan. He had an uncle who was the head of the main family, yet his monthly living stipend amounted to a mere 1,500 ryo, which left scant resources for his training after accounting for essential needs. There existed a certain individual, vociferously proclaiming his intention to defy fate, who lived without worry, relishing the pinnacle of treatment afforded by the Hinata clan, while many branch family members, like himself, toiled on the brink of subsistence. With a sigh, Hinata Goku dispelled the clutter of thoughts from his mind. This was not the moment for such musings. After a full day of classes, his stomach had begun to audibly protest with hunger. Perusing the remaining ingredients in the kitchen, he resolved to contemplate his training regimen only after finishing his supper. Life had already been disheartening enough. He could not allow his stomach to share in this misery. As he prepared to grasp the iron pot for cleaning, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The moment his palm approached the pot, it trembled uncontrollably. Simultaneously, all metallic objects within the kitchen vibrated incessantly, as if performing a cacophonous symphony of metal. Hinata Goku stood frozen in the center, a voice resonating in his ears. Electromagnetic force, LV1. Experience points needed for next upgrade, 2000. Chapter 2 Magneto, Electromagnetism. Hinata Satoru was momentarily stunned, taking quite a while to regain his composure. Have I awakened the power of electromagnetism? The very same force that is one of the 4 fundamental interactions? At the same time, Hinata Satoru sensed certain changes within his body. An indescribable feeling of elation surged from each of his cells, invigorating his entire being. Suddenly, he recalled that the human body, through its constant redox life activities, generates faint bioelectric currents, with each cell functioning as a miniature biological battery. Simply put, every individual possesses a unique magnetic field, a biological magnetic field. Could this exhilarating sensation be attributed to the awakening of my electromagnetism, significantly amplifying my biological magnetic field and subsequently reflecting upon my physical form? Hinata Satoru remembered that in his previous life, many unscrupulous merchants falsely claimed that their insoles contained Tianshan magnets, purportedly enhancing the human biological magnetism and possessing miraculous effects such as prolonging life and curing cancer. That was undoubtedly a tax on intelligence, but now, it seemed that his own situation genuinely reflected an amplification of his biological magnetic field. Could it be that I am truly capable of manipulating electromagnetism? Hinata Satoru swallowed hard, tentatively extending his palm toward the kitchen, and the kitchen knife, awkwardly lodged on the cutting board, trembled, and wobbled its way over to him. Despite its erratic trajectory resembling that of a drunk driver, Hinata Satoru could hardly contain his elation. Electromagnetism. It is truly electromagnetism. In his previous life, he was a science student and was no stranger to the concept. Magneto, despite his formidable prowess, had merely begun to harness electromagnetism, at best qualifying him as Iron Magnet. As one of the four fundamental forces, electromagnetism is in no way comparable to ninjutsu. Do you know about the railgun? The one that can pierce a cruiser with a single coin. It utilizes the ampere force generated by the electromagnetic field to accelerate metals, granting them immense kinetic energy. That is electromagnetism. It can strike heavy atomic nuclei, causing them to split into two or more atomic nuclei, releasing neutrons that trigger a chain fission reaction, commonly referred to as a handcrafted nuclear bomb. Light possesses wave-particle duality. By manipulating photons with electromagnetism, one can create vast holographic projections, rendering conventional illusions weak in comparison. Electromagnetism can disrupt the brain's electrical signals, directly controlling an opponent's sight, sound, and touch. Now that is true puppet mastery. Celestial bodies are imbued with magnetic fields. If my control over electromagnetism is sufficiently powerful, I could even pull planets with my bare hands. The collision of Mars with Earth would be child's play, leaving others in awe of my expertise. If we stretch our imagination further, are you truly you? No. You are merely an aggregation of minuscule atoms. And everything you do is simply the result of the incessant motion of these atoms. Your past, present, and future are all bound by this principle. By manipulating atomic motion through electromagnetism, every change lies within your grasp. Gazing into the cosmos, omniscient and omnipotent, you become a god, and the god is you. In simple terms, as long as one masters electromagnetism to a sufficient extent, there is virtually nothing that cannot be accomplished. Hinata Satoru inhaled deeply, suppressing the shock and delight within him. Fortunately, he had been a science student prior to his reincarnation. Otherwise, he would have been left bewildered by this treasure trove of power. Life is indeed unpredictable, a veritable twist of fate. Just that morning, he had been concerned about reaching the story's conclusion, and now he had acquired a terrifying ability that could only be described as a game-breaking anomaly. After calming his emotions, Hinata Satoru began to test his control over electromagnetism. The kitchen was filled with various metallic items, providing ample material for his experimentation. After a series of tests, he roughly understood the extent of his abilities. At the LV1 level of electromagnetism, his control was limited to manipulating easily magnetized metals, allowing him to initially harness the power of magnetic fields, including but not limited to magnetization and discharge. Furthermore, continuous usage or development of electromagnetism would yield experience points. His recent experiments had granted him 2 experience points, leaving a considerable distance to the 2,000 points required to advance to LV2. Hinata Satoru smacked his lips, feeling no disappointment. Most ninja tools were composed of easily magnetized metals, and with his current capabilities, he might unexpectedly take a shinobi's life. Can you believe it? Eating hot pot while singing, only to suddenly lose one's head? After completing his experiments, Hinata Satoru felt fatigued. The faint chakra within him significantly diminished. After all, he hailed from the esteemed Hyuga clan of Konoha, where chakra refinement techniques were widely known. His father had also left behind notes on chakra refinement, so he had practiced it before enrolling in school, possessing a small amount of chakra. The consumption of electromagnetism primarily drained mental energy. The physical aspect was more intuitively reflected in chakra, as it represented a fusion of mental and physical strength. Oh, Hinata Satoru exclaimed softly, noticing that the chakra he had just expended was rapidly recuperating, even at a pace surpassing its previous state. He quickly surmised that his biological magnetic field, enhanced by the electromagnetism, had become much more robust, and the mental and physical energies required for chakra refinement were inherently linked to the biological magnetic field. Under this amplification, the amount of his chakra naturally surged. Following this realization, Hinata Satoru contemplated maximizing the development of his abilities. With a significant distance remaining to reach LV2 in electromagnetism, he had no hope of leveling up in the short term. Therefore, his current goal was to maximize the effectiveness of his electromagnetism in conjunction with his existing capabilities. The Byakugan, the bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan, could it be paired with electromagnetism? While advanced electromagnetism might render the Byakugan somewhat superfluous at its current level, it appeared to possess considerable utility. His vision extended approximately 1 kilometer, and with further training, it would continue to grow. This also meant that within a 1-kilometer radius, no enemy could escape the strike of his electromagnetic cannon, a veritable map cannon. Additionally, the gentle fist style seemed to complement electromagnetism. The conventional gentle fist targets the chakra pathways, obstructing the flow of an opponent's chakra, but with the acceleration and charging effects of electromagnetism, a single strike could potentially extinguish a life. Furthermore, the 8 trigrams empty palm. While others unleash air cannons, he would unleash electromagnetic cannons. This has potential. Hinata Satoru stroked his chin, a growing smile evident in his eyes. Just then, his stomach betrayed him with an audible grumble. Glancing outside, he belatedly realized that night had fully descended. The awakening of his electromagnetism, coupled with his experiments, had consumed an unknown amount of time, and his stomach had officially called it quits. Perfect. He would treat this cooking session as part of his training. With a smile, Hinata Satoru rolled up his sleeves, turned on the faucet to wash the vegetables, and the knife on the cutting board trembled briefly before rising and autonomously slicing the clean vegetables. The night outside was deep, and in the stillness, the reflection of his small figure and the levitating knife danced upon the kitchen window. Chapter 3. The Roll-Up. In the morning, after a night of turmoil, Hinata Satoru struggled to rise and made his way to the Ninja Academy. His excitement from awakening electromagnetism the previous night had deprived him of sleep, leaving him with panda-like eyes, his white pupils surrounded by dark circles resembling a layered cake. "Hey, Satoru, why do you look so drained today?" Red Bean inquired curiously, savoring a glutinous rice ball in her hand. "I'm fine." After a moment of contemplation, Red Bean leaned closer to Hinata Satoru and whispered, "Satoru, what did you mean yesterday when you said live to see the conclusion?" Hinata Satoru pondered briefly before replying, "It's quite an impressive matter." "Oh." Seeing that Hinata Satoru offered no further explanation, Red Bean pouted and ceased her inquiries. As he observed the colorful rice balls in Red Bean's hand, an image of her transforming into a sweet potato decades later flashed in his mind, prompting a wave of physiological discomfort. Although Red Bean was not particularly beautiful now, she was still quite charming. How could she possibly turn into an old aunt in the future? By the way, let me remind you to eat fewer rice balls. Why? Red Bean took a bite of her dumpling and cast a glance at Hinata Satoru, pondering whether he would live to see the conclusion. Hinata Satoru thought for a moment and replied, "It might be better not to live to the end." Red Bean. Just as she was about to inquire further, someone in the class announced that the homeroom teacher had arrived, and the once chaotic classroom fell into an immediate hush. With all students sitting upright, Fujino Daikichi, clutching his textbook, approached the podium and cheerfully declared, "Classmates, this morning's lesson will focus primarily on theory, while the afternoon will be dedicated to practical training in shuriken throwing. I hope everyone will engage earnestly in their studies." Shuriken throwing class? Hinata Satoru's brow furrowed slightly. It was the perfect opportunity to test the electromagnetic control over the shuriken. After all, he had spent a considerable amount of time honing his skills with kitchen utensils the previous night. Students, please turn to Chapter 1. Section 3 of your textbook, The Will of Fire, as we continue from yesterday's lesson. Understood. As Hinata Satoru glanced at the analysis of the Will of Fire in the textbook, drowsiness enveloped him. He decided to simply cover his head with the book and rested his head on the desk, falling asleep. Fujino Daikichi, witnessing this scene, felt his eyelids twitching with annoyance, but then seemed to recall something, shaking his head slightly. As a branch family of the Hyuga clan, failing to exert oneself would lead to dire consequences. He then glanced toward another part of the classroom, where a boy with a bandaged forehead and white pupils was diligently focused on his textbook. Fujino Daikichi smiled slightly and remarked, "Compared to him, Irika-san is certainly more studious." Time passed, and Hinata Satoru stretched languidly, feeling invigorated. He no longer bore the weakness of just waking up, but instead felt an overwhelming surge of strength. He conjectured that during his rest, the electromagnetic force had adjusted his biological magnetic field, allowing for a quicker recovery. Currently, he could not yet consciously manipulate his biological magnetic field, but once he elevated his mastery of electromagnetic force to a higher level, he might be able to regulate his biological magnetic field actively, enhancing his vitality to an extraordinary degree, akin to the rapid healing abilities of the first Hokage. In the afternoon, Fujino Daikichi led the students to the playground to commence training in shuriken throwing, covering aspects such as wrist strength and throwing techniques. Hinata Satoru observed that most of the clan children were distracted, while those of commoner descent were attentively engaged. The reason was that the offspring of clans had typically undergone rigorous training from their elders before enrollment, while commoner children found it challenging to access such knowledge. Starting from a disadvantageous position, no matter the era, commoners are always akin to chives, thought Hinata Satoru. Despite the school year just beginning, Some students already possessed remarkable chakra levels, their biological magnetic fields much more vibrant compared to their commoner peers, who seemed like mere fireflies in comparison. Among them, the most vigorous was a white-haired boy at the front, causing Hyuga Satoru to frown slightly. Kakashi Hitaki, with such a robust biological magnetic field, likely possessed chakra nearing that of a genin. No wonder he became a jonin at the tender age of 12. Alright, that concludes the explanation. Fujino Daikichi clapped his hands. Now we will proceed to the throwing practice, and I will keep track of your scores. Shinumiko, you are first. Understood. The black-haired girl responded timidly, stepping out from the crowd to stand beside Fujino Daikichi, with a wooden target set about 10 meters ahead, accompanied by a basket brimming with shuriken. Shinumiko picked up a shuriken, recalling Fujino Daikichi's earlier explanation, and hurled it at the wooden target. Thud! The shuriken struck the outer ring. 6 points, quite good. Shinumiko threw several more, scoring 5, 6, and 7 points in succession. Fujino Daikichi nodded approvingly. Good. Next. Hyuga Satoru observed the shuriken throwing with keen interest. He subtly moved his fingers, causing several shuriken at the edge of the basket to tremble slightly. The shuriken were quite light, and according to Newton's second law, acceleration is inversely proportional to mass. Thus it should be much easier for him to manipulate than a kitchen knife. At that moment, a gasp erupted from the crowd. How on earth did he do that? Hyuga Satoru turned to see Kakashi, with a shuriken in each hand, throwing them simultaneously without a hint of hesitation. His movements flowed seamlessly as all struck the target center. Impressive. Is that all you have? Fujino Daikichi chuckled, nodding. Your fundamental skills are quite solid. Your single-handed shuriken throwing technique is already on par with that of an average genin. Truly, the son of the White Fang. Kakashi Hitaki, full marks. Next. I'll go. Immediately. A black-haired girl sprang from the crowd, taking her position where Kakashi had just thrown. She too threw with both hands, her movements fluid, hitting the bullseye. No wonder she's from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Rin, full marks. Fujino Daikichi remarked with satisfaction. Must you be so competitive? Hyuga Satoru thought, his eyelids twitching. Uchiha Rin had transformed in his eyes into the embodiment of competitiveness. In his previous life, he had endured enough of such overachievers, only to find himself facing another in the world of Naruto. With a cold glance at Kakashi, Uchiha Rin walked back to her position, while Obito, brimming with excitement, shouted, Hey, Kakashi, did you see that? This is the strength of our Uchiha clan. Just wait, I will definitely defeat you. Kakashi completely ignored him. Hyuga Satoru stared at Obito, who was being treated like a fool by the others, wondering how such a character could eventually become the major antagonist. Next, Uchiha Obito. It's my turn. Obito approached eagerly, determined to showcase his prowess, having secretly trained in shuriken throwing for quite some time. Clearly, Uchiha Rin's performance had given him tremendous confidence. He seized a shuriken and threw it with great vigor, only for the astonishing to occur. The shuriken veered off course, flying past the target. Off target, 0 points. Fujino Daikichi stated wearily. I don't believe it. That was an accident. It has to be. Obito exclaimed in frustration, throwing another shuriken, yet it again missed the target. 0 points. Fujino Daikichi was at a loss for words. Kakashi shot Obito a glance before shifting his attention elsewhere. Uchiha Rin helplessly averted her gaze, nearly scraping her toes on the ground in embarrassment. Her expression seemed to say, Don't look at me. I am not related to him. That was a mistake. A mistake. That doesn't reflect my true abilities. Obito hurled another shuriken. 0 points. Throw again. 0 points. Laughter erupted around them like thunder. Obito's face flushed crimson, resembling a balloon about to burst, his teeth grinding in frustration. I refuse to accept this. He hurled his final shuriken with all his might. Thud. The shuriken landed squarely in the center of the target. The air fell abruptly into silence. Obito stood stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. I told you that was just a mistake. This is my true strength. Did you see that? He turned around, only to find everyone staring at him as if he were a fool, while Uchiha Rin facebombed in despair, contemplating whether she should eliminate him for the sake of the Uchiha clan's reputation. What are you all doing? I clearly hit the bullseye. Obito stammered. Fujino Daikichi sighed. Obito. Take a good look. Obito turned around, his eyelids flickering, mouth agape as if he could swallow an orange. How is this possible? He realized he had not struck the test target, but rather the target of another group several meters away, where a student stood, shuriken in hand, looking utterly perplexed. In the corner, Hyuga Satoru's lips curled into a subtle smile. Chapter 4. The Fishing Boy by the Nange River. Hyuga Satoru glanced at the despondent Obito, silently thinking, Obito, you cannot blame me. Only your foolish antics could elicit no surprise. You are indeed the finest subject for experimentation. Furthermore, I am merely igniting your motivation for learning, steering you away from the distractions of early romance, all for your own benefit, through the method of variable control. After conducting interference and comparative tests with the shurikens thrown by Obito, he discovered that he possessed a modicum of control even over the swiftly flying projectiles. Henceforth, the tools of the ninja would pose little threat to him. Observing the exuberant Obito, Fujino Daikichi raked a hand through his Mediterranean-like hairstyle, instantly beset by a headache. How could such a peculiar individual emerge from the Uchiha clan? Never mind, let us move on to the next, Hyuga Irika. From the crowd, a boy with a bandaged forehead and pure white eyes stepped forward, deftly throwing shurikens. Scores of 10, 9, and 10. Remarkable skills. He was only a shade behind Kakashi and his peers. After all, he hails from the esteemed Hyuga clan. But why the bandage on his forehead? Someone whispered. Shoo. Don't you know? That's a trait of the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Irika's countenance darkened, his fists instinctively clenching as he returned to his position. Fujino Daikichi nodded in satisfaction. Through several days of observation, he discerned that although Hyuga Irika might not be the most gifted, he was undoubtedly the most diligent. For the branch family of the Hyuga clan, hard work was their only avenue to success. Next, Hyuga Wataru. Hyuga Wataru stepped forward, assessing several shurikens in his hands. Scores of 7, 7, 7, and finally, a 10. After a series of 7s, he barely managed to hit a 10. The crowd began to murmur. Though he was of the same Hyuga lineage, he appeared to be significantly inferior to Irika. The gap between him and Kakashi's group was even more pronounced. After all, not everyone is a genius. And have you noticed? He nearly hit an 8 with the previous throws. It seems luck isn't on his side either. Hyuga Wataru's expression remained placid, as if he had not heard the surrounding chatter. Hyuga Irika glanced at Hyuga Wataru before averting his gaze, despite sharing the same clan. They seldom interacted, and this level of performance did not warrant his attention. After school, shortly after Hyuga Wataru returned home, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he found a guard from the branch family, adorned with a ninja headband, presenting him with a slightly bulging envelope. Hyuga Wataru, this is your living expenses for the month. Hyuga Wataru accepted the envelope, which bore his name and the specified amount. Thank you. The guard nodded and vanished. This branch family guard was designated solely to deliver living expenses. Hyuga Wataru would meet him only once a month, with little opportunity for further dialogue. Upon opening the envelope, he discovered a thin stack of 15 bills, totaling 1,500 ryo. He felt a slight headache, in a world where a bowl of ramen costs 60 ryo. Making it through the month on 1,500 ryo seemed quite daunting. As one of the most renowned families in Konoha, the Hyuga clan's reverence for family and tradition reached an extreme, exhibiting orderliness, even bordering on excessive. Each clan member functioned like a cog in a vast machine, silently traversing their designated paths. However, this had its advantages. Unlike other branch families, whose actions were largely controlled by the main family, he found himself with a modicum of freedom. Regarding the caged bird upon his forehead, Hyuga Wataru harbored little concern. Once his electromagnetic abilities strengthened, he could potentially deconstruct matter at its source. A mere curse mark would pose no challenge. What was urgent was to find ways to enhance his strength. The following day marked the weekend, relieving him from classes. Hyuga Wataru ventured to the banks of a river. The shimmering waters reflected his visage and the surrounding forest. The Nanga River. It might be the most famous river in Konoha. The love-hate saga between the Uchiha and Senju clans, and indeed the entire history of Konoha, could be traced back to this very river. Today, this river welcomed an unfamiliar boy fishing. Splash! Hyuga Wataru rolled up his pant legs and stood in the river, aiming carefully before lunging forward. He grasped at emptiness, splashing water across his face. The Nanga River's vast expanse flowed through all of Konoha, with upstream located within Uchiha territory. The spot where Hyuga Wataru attempted to fish was still a considerable distance from the Uchiha clan's domain, so he needn't worry about any Uchiha seeking trouble. The reason for his fishing endeavor was, of course, to improve his living conditions. Learning from Naruto's methods, wouldn't it be delightful to supplement his meals? He was at a crucial stage of growth and needed to ensure proper nutrition. Yet, fishing was not merely about catching fish. Surrounding his body, 2 metal rods, the size of chopsticks, floated gracefully. He had crafted these from thin iron rods. Upon spotting a target, the rods would soar upwards, striking the fish with precision. Moreover, as he moved through the river, tiny metallic oars gradually adhered to his calves. The riverbed served as a gathering place for metal ores. In nature, These metals would accumulate in the riverbed due to the relentless flow of water. Konoha, situated in the south, enjoyed a temperate, rainy climate and was characterized by its mountainous terrain. The Hokage rock was carved from a massive cliff. This unique geographical setting suggested that the Nanga River, as Konoha's largest river, would contain a significant deposit of metal ores. Some precious minerals, if taken to the ninja tool shop for recycling, could yield a fair sum of money. Hyuga Satoru capitalized on the magnetic attraction to continuously sift through the metals, simultaneously earning money while eating. Additionally, he aimed to level up. Over recent days, he had nearly completed his assessments. The experience required for upgrading his electromagnetic powers was akin to proficiency. The more complex the application, the faster he accumulated experience points. Conversely, if he relied solely on one method, the returns would diminish over time. Initially, he practiced cutting vegetables with a knife to gain experience, but as his proficiency increased, the experience gained from that method dwindled. Now, he was multitasking, controlling 2 metal rods for fishing while his calves absorbed metals from the riverbed. The rate of experience accumulation was quite impressive. Hyuga Satoru spotted his target. A few meters away, beneath a large rock, several small fish congregated, and capturing them would yield a delightful meal. If he drew closer, the fish would likely sense the disturbance in the water and flee. However, he had alternative methods. Hyuga Satoru held his breath. ZZZZT. A current, as thick as his thumb, erupted from his toes, swiftly coursing through the river. The fish were paralyzed. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 metal rods surrounding him darted forth. One struck with precision, piercing a fish's belly and simultaneously skewering 2 others by their tails. A triple hit. Hyuga Satoru, filled with satisfaction, guided the heavy iron rod back to him. At the same time, due to his adept use of electromagnetic force, a voice echoed in his mind. Electromagnetic experience too. At LV1, his electromagnetic abilities remained quite feeble. Aside from basic magnetization and discharge, other applications were elusive. The electric current he released was too weak to stun fish instantly, necessitating the use of iron rods for fishing. Nevertheless, Hyuga Satoru felt content. This was one of the 4 fundamental forces, with its potential boundless. Thanks to Faraday. Thanks to Maxwell. Thanks to Tesla. Thanks to my middle school physics teacher. Without you, I would not have enjoyed today's catch. Amen. Chapter 5. On the demonstration and research of the electromagnetic cannon. After battling in the Nanga River yesterday, Hyuga Satoru had amassed a collection of metal ores. Ideals can be grand, yet reality often proves stark. He had harbored some hope of striking gold. But as he trudged up the riverbank, his legs up to his toes were covered in a myriad of peculiar substances. Rusty shurikens and kunai, tangled steel wires, and formless pots and pans lay scattered about. To his astonishment, he even discovered a woman's undergarment. The metal underwire clung to his backside like a stubborn slug. Whose handiwork was this? His gold panning site was located downstream of the South River, while the upstream area belonged to the Uchiha clan. Undoubtedly, these bizarre items hailed from that illustrious lineage. However, aside from these oddities, Hinata Satoru had also come across some rather pure metal ores. Certain materials appeared to possess commendable quality. After accumulating a sufficient amount, he intended to inquire about the recycling prices at the village's ninja tool shop. As far as he knew, the daily metal consumption at such shops was quite substantial. Should they be willing to purchase his findings, even at a modest price, it would provide him with a financial source. His subsequent training plans would indeed require significant funding. After perusing the streets of Konoha, Hinata Satoru pinpointed a particular ninja tool shop. Unlike others, this establishment boasted a metal smelting furnace nearby, indicating a substantial likelihood of metal recycling. The shopkeeper was a burly middle-aged man, his shoulders exposed. Taking a deep breath, Hinata approached him with trepidation. "Hello. I have some metal ores. I wonder if you would be interested in purchasing them?" He presented the bag containing the ores to the man. The shopkeeper furrowed his brow, instinctively inclined to dismiss Hinata, but upon glimpsing the ores within the bag, he paused, intrigued, and began to examine them closely. The smallest of the ores was no larger than a fingernail, while the largest was the size of a fist, all gleaming with a subtle sheen. Hinata, feeling somewhat anxious, awaited the man's response. He was uncertain of the ore's value, but their ability to be easily attracted by his electromagnetic force suggested a high purity, making it plausible that the ninja tool shop would consider purchasing them. Indeed, after a meticulous inspection, the man nodded. These ores possess decent purity and are relatively easy to refine. If you have a substantial quantity, I would be willing to buy some. Hinata exhaled in relief. How did you acquire these ores? The man scrutinized him with suspicion. I collected them by the river. I often gather stones along the riverbank, and over time, I've amassed quite a few. Hinata replied nonchalantly, having prepared his explanation in advance. I see. The man nodded. Although not a ninja himself, he recognized Hinata's Byakugan. From the Hyuga clan, huh? You may appear young, but you hail from a prominent family. Perhaps your parents were formidable ninjas. Despite the small quantity of ores, their quality was commendable, and he could afford to purchase them out of respect. Of course, he would never suspect that Hinata was an orphan, bereft of both parents. I can offer you 300 ryo for these ores. If you happen to find more in the future, feel free to return. Thank you very much, sir. Hinata replied with a smile. 300 ryo was a substantial sum, considering his monthly living expenses totaled 1,500 ryo. Rounded off, that meant earning over 10,000 a month. Can you imagine? He was not even 7 years old. Back at the river, Hinata rolled up his pant legs and diligently searched for more ores. On the riverbank, there were 2 heaps. One comprised of ores he had painstakingly selected for their recycling value, while the other was a haphazard assortment of rusty pots, pans, and scrap metal, unworthy of the ninja tool shop's interest. Nearby, a fire pit held skewers of fish that rotated over the flames, releasing an enticing aroma. Time for a meal. After gathering his share from the river, Hinata stretched and made his way to the grilled fish, relishing his feast. It was time to develop some new abilities. After satisfying his hunger, Hinata pondered. He retrieved a coin from his pocket and tossed it high into the air. As it descended, the world around him seemed to slow down. Sparks of electricity flickered at his fingertips as he gently flicked his fingers. Whoosh! The coin, enveloped in an arc of electricity, struck a fish swimming in the river. Water splashed as the fish flipped over, floating belly up. The signature technique of the legendary sister cannon, the electromagnetic cannon. Awakening his electromagnetic powers without emulating the sister cannon's prowess would be a disservice to the anime he had once watched. Yet for now, his level 1 electromagnetic cannon could only be used to catch fish, which left him somewhat disheartened. He was unsure if his electromagnetic power level compared to that of the sister cannon in Academy City. However, attempting to develop an electromagnetic cannon at level 1 was feasible, albeit with rather unimpressive power. For days, Hinata had contemplated how to enhance his cannon. His Byakugan's range extended an impressive kilometer within that distance. No creature could escape his keen perception. If he could combine this with a long-range electromagnetic attack, it would revolutionize his combat capabilities. Yet, hand-to-hand combat was not an option. He could only rely on tools. Initially, he envisioned a gun-like weapon, employing high-precision iron pipes and projectiles akin to an electromagnetic sniper rifle from his past life. However, he quickly abandoned this idea. Firstly, crafting such a high-precision weapon was beyond the capabilities of ordinary ninja tool shops. Even if it were possible, the cost would be prohibitive. Secondly, considering the power required, achieving his desired impact with level 1 electromagnetic strength seemed unrealistic. Once his electromagnetic level increased, this approach might prove optimal. His second idea involved a weapon resembling a crossbow. A narrow metal track would provide electromagnetic propulsion, launching uniquely shaped metal arrows designed to maximize magnetic acceleration. Additionally, the inherent elastic potential of the bow could synergize with the electromagnetic energy to achieve maximum lethality. Hinata's eyes sparkled with excitement. For his current level of electromagnetic power, this second approach was undoubtedly the best solution. The first would be reserved for future use when his electromagnetic strength improved, while the second could be implemented right away. With a long-range attack method established, he also needed to develop a close combat technique. The gentle fist, renowned as the Hyuga clan's signature attack, was not something he wished to emulate. He approached a stout tree, lowered his center of gravity, and assumed the gentle fist stance. Taking a deep breath, his gaze sharpened, and a faint blue aura began to glow on his palm. Once he had accumulated sufficient energy, he struck. A resounding thud echoed as the blue aura burst from his palm, splintering the bark of the stout tree. Leaves cascaded from the branches in the wake of the rapidly expanding blue energy. If the Hyuga clan leader were present, his eyes would surely widen in disbelief, exclaiming, "What in the world is this, gentle fist?" Hinata gazed at his palm, the reddened skin trembling slightly. Just as he had anticipated, compressing the magnetic flux to a certain extent unleashed a potent electromagnetic pulse. An electromagnetic pulse weapon, known as EMP, this concept had appeared in many science fiction films, and its principles were not overly complex. By utilizing a rapidly diffusing strong alternating magnetic field to collide with the nitrogen and oxygen atoms in the air, ionization would occur, generating high-voltage currents in circuits instantaneously. The palm strike Hinata delivered was imbued with intense high-voltage electricity, creating a formidable repulsive force. This was also the reason leaves had fallen in a shower around him. He decided to name this technique the magnetic burst palm. Its power was commendable. If he had sufficient chakra, he could transform each of the 64 strikes of the gentle fist into magnetic burst palms. However, Hinata Satoru furrowed his brow, observing his slightly trembling palm. The principle of force is reciprocal. This technique demands a high level of physical strength. Given my current physical condition, I fear I won't even be able to complete the 18 palms, let alone the 64. It seems I need to enhance my physical capabilities. In addition to fishing and mining, I can also apply the prisoner workout regimen I learned in my past life. In my previous existence, I was a corporate drone with little time for exercise, so I invested in an entire series of books on prisoner workouts, thus accumulating a fair amount of theoretical knowledge. Having settled on a direction, Hinata Satoru stretched lazily, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort in his body. Thus, it was joyfully decided, I shall mine for funds to develop an electromagnetic cannon and practice the prisoner workout to master the magnetic storm palm. Chapter 6. Sleeping in Class. Urinating after class. Hinata Satoru is becoming increasingly outrageous. In the classroom, Fujino Daiki watched in exasperation as Satoru dozed off at his desk. After years of teaching, he had never encountered such a lethargic student from the esteemed Hinata clan. His impression of Satoru could be succinctly summarized: sleeping during class and rushing to the restroom after. Are you serious? You are a ninja from a prestigious family, after all. In contrast, Uchiha Rin, also from a noble lineage, excels in every subject, rivaling Kakashi for the top spot. Then there is Hinata Irika, who, though somewhat less gifted, compensates with his extraordinary diligence, making him a talent in his own right. But you, Satoru Fujino Daiki felt his hair thinning more severely with each passing day. At this rate, he would soon have a receding hairline. Alas, perhaps I should steep some goji berries in my thermos for our next class. If only Satoru knew the depths of Fujino's thoughts, he would surely protest, claiming, although I sleep in class every day, I diligently study after school. Leveling up my electromagnetic abilities requires experience points. Must I truly spend the night grinding levels just to act out as a stormblade in class during the day? Lately, I've been slacking off, but I've caught enough fish to last for days. I've amassed a heap of, or just waiting to be exchanged for money. My electromagnetic experience points have also seen a rise. Isn't that far more enriching than listening to you drone on? Quite pleasant indeed. Hinata Satoru stretched languidly, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, only to turn and see Akane admiringly munching on dumplings while gazing at him. Oh, is class over? Satoru, you're incredibly brave, Akane exclaimed. Just before class ended, Teacher Fujino stared at you for a long time. No wonder I felt a chill creeping down my back while I was asleep, Satoru realized. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a menacing gaze and turned to find Hinata Irika coldly observing him from a nearby seat. Though they belonged to the same clan, his relationship with Irika was far from amicable. Recently, Irika had confronted him multiple times, accusing him of tarnishing the Hinata family's reputation, even insisting on a challenge to prove that the branch family members were not mere slackers as rumored among their peers. Naturally, Satoru would never agree, fearing that a single strike might incapacitate Irika. He had noticed that Irika's chakra reserves had been rapidly increasing, nearing the level of a genin, but crucially, that was still insufficient to match him. During this time, Satoru had also not been idle. His LV-1 electromagnetic experience had significantly increased, and his physical condition had improved markedly, allowing him to unleash the magnetic storm palm instantaneously. In a confrontation between gentle fist and magnetic storm palm, he would undoubtedly dominate. He genuinely feared that a single miscalculation might leave Irika unable to rise again. Recently, Satoru had pushed his physical training to an almost punishing degree, as he discovered that enhancing his bodily prowess also amplified his biomagnetic field, which in turn improved his control over electromagnetic abilities. However, he gradually realized that this feedback had its limits, akin to an invisible barrier obstructing his deeper exploration of electromagnetic power. Satoru surmised that this must be a consequence of his level. The capacity of LV-1 electromagnetic force only granted a finite authority, preventing unrestricted augmentation. The rank corresponds to the extent of electromagnetic authority, the higher the level. The greater the authority, abilities akin to effortlessly manipulating nuclear bombs or celestial bodies reside solely within the domain of advanced ranks, and he still had a long journey ahead. After school, Hinata Satoru returned to the Great River. He had already thoroughly explored the mining areas downstream, so this time he ventured to a higher position. The trifecta remained the same: fishing, mining, and leveling up. Satoru stood in the rushing river, the water level reaching his knees. Around his body, two slender metal rods rotated slowly. Unlike before, he had secured two long iron plates with ropes behind him, submerged in the water, dragging his body along with considerable difficulty. This was Satoru's upgraded version 2.0 for efficient leveling. He had imbued the metal plates with magnetism, enabling them to attract metal ores from the riverbed, significantly enhancing his mining efficiency. Over this period, Satoru's body had become accustomed to the old trifecta. The rate of increase in his electromagnetic abilities was crawling at a snail's pace. If he didn't develop new methods soon, he might not level up for ages. Thus, he traversed the turbulent river, taking breaks whenever fatigue set in. Once his stamina was replenished, he commenced the second round. To prevent being swept away by the current, he developed a new ability, electromagnetic adhesion. His feet firmly anchored themselves in the silt of the riverbed, stabilizing his body against the relentless force of the water. With this newfound application, the rate of increase in his electromagnetic experience saw a slight improvement. Thus, after countless rounds, the distant sun gradually descended toward the horizon, painting the twilight sky in hues of orange and red. Estimating that he had gathered enough for the day, Satoru trudged back to the shore and began to sort through his oars when he vaguely heard a series of sharp sounds emanating from the forest. Startled, he thought, was that an illusion? No, the sounds, though soft, were undeniably real. Quietly, Satoru activated his Byakugan. Through its perspective, he clearly saw a petite girl diligently practicing taijutsu against a wooden post, her bandaged hands striking rhythmically against the tree trunk. Satoru frowned slightly. He recognized this person, the classmate who competed with Kakashi for the title of Scroll King. He vividly recalled their intense rivalry during the shuriken throwing test. What was her name again? Uchiha Rin. Indeed a Scroll King, practicing so late into the evening? Satoru clicked his tongue, moving cautiously to avoid detection. It seemed that his current mining location was too advanced. He had explored the lower reaches of the Nange River thoroughly, and now he found himself too close to the Uchiha clan's territory. Satoru couldn't help but grumble. You, an Uchiha, should be training diligently at the training grounds, not here in the woods. Do you think you're like me, fishing for experience? Just as he was carefully retreating, a sudden shout rang out from the forest. Who goes there? In the instant the words were uttered, a shuriken shot towards Satoru, embedding itself firmly into a tree trunk a few meters away from him. Chapter 7. My mom is calling me home for dinner. Thud. The shuriken struck the tree with a thud. What a nuisance. Satoru furrowed his brow. He had tried to minimize his movements, but it appeared he had still attracted attention. With nightfall approaching, the banks of the Nange River had become remarkably tranquil, rendering his actions conspicuous in such an environment. Mere seconds after the shout, a slender figure emerged from the forest, gripping a kunai and fixating a cold glare upon Satoru. Who are you? Why have you trespassed into Uchiha territory? Strictly speaking, this area is still several hundred meters away from Uchiha territory, Satoru thought helplessly. You are Uchiha Rin's face displayed a flicker of astonishment, and her grip on the kunai instinctively loosened. She had initially believed that a stranger ninja sought to stealthily infiltrate the clan's territory under the veil of dusk, yet to her surprise, it was merely a boy of similar age. Moreover, those eyes. I must have seen you before, right? Uchiha Rin furrowed her brow. Hinata Wado appeared familiar to her, but she could not quite place him. With a sigh, Hinata Wado spoke. Sister, if my Byakugan hasn't turned into presbyopia, we should be classmates, right? Is that so? Uchiha Rin tilted her head. In her view, only the formidable merited remembrance. She recalled only a handful of capable classmates. And among the Hinata clan, there seemed to be two. One was named Iroha, whose talent was passable, while the other appeared to be a perennial underachiever, perpetually dozing in class, earning the nickname Hinata Sabito from their peers. It seemed this fellow before her was indeed that individual. What brings you here? Hinata Wado, looking somewhat sheepish, gestured towards the clothes he had left on the bank. Would you believe me if I said I came to take a bath? His pant legs were rolled up to the upper thighs due to the mining in the river, and his body was mostly damp. With a spear in hand, he feared Uchiha Rin might exclaim that classic line, "What the hell? Yuanwa, were you cleaning the riverbed while bathing?" Uchiha Rin cast a cold glance at him. Next to Hinata Wado's clothes lay a pile of rusted debris, including corroded pots and pans, iron wires, shuriken, and even undergarments. Could this fellow be a pervert? The more Uchiha Rin contemplated, the more nauseated she felt. Hinata Wado intended to offer an explanation when he noticed Uchiha Rin darting towards him with a swift motion, her slender legs propelling her to deliver a fierce kick aimed at his chest. He barely managed to lean back and evade her strike. This classmate of mine. I believe we are entangled in some misunderstanding, Hinata Wado stammered, his scalp prickling. Yet Uchiha Rin clearly had no intention of hearing him out, her voice icy. Firstly, I do not appreciate being disturbed during my training. Secondly, I do not like others bathing in the same river as me. The moment Uchiha Rin's frigid words fell, she lunged at Hinata Wado once more. He struggled to defend himself. The first statement he could comprehend, but the latter? What on earth was that supposed to mean? Uchiha Rin was indeed a peculiar creature. The two engaged in a clash on the riverbank, the sounds of their physical strikes reverberating through the grove. Uchiha Rin's attacks were fierce, each aimed at Hinata Wado's vulnerable points. Yet he managed to deflect them with narrow escapes. Once might be coincidence, twice might be luck, but 3 or 4 times. Uchiha Rin furrowed her brow. Could it be that her recent laxity in training, dedicating only 9 hours a day, had caused her strength to wane? It appeared he was not as simple as he seemed on the surface. A note of seriousness crept into her gaze as she regarded Hinata Wado. Hinata Wado felt a sense of urgency. They were too close to the Uchiha clan's territory. Too much commotion would undoubtedly attract other ninjas. The light was gradually fading, dusk enveloping them as they stood in the hazy twilight, locked in a standoff. Sister, perhaps I should return another time to apologize. My mother is calling me home for dinner. I have already stated, firstly. Hinata Wado decisively abandoned any negotiation. Uchiha Rin suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. As their fists and legs clashed, she found herself being pushed back along the bank. This fellow. Uchiha Rin's expression grew increasingly grave. After dodging another of Hinata Wado's attacks, she leaped backward, throwing 2 shuriken with precision. Hinata Wado remained calm, expertly blocking them with his kunai. Uchiha Rin began forming hand seals at an astonishing speed. Hinata Wado's eyelids twitched. Was she using ninjutsu? This guy had even learned ninjutsu. In the fleeting moments as Uchiha Rin formed her seals, he charged forward, his palm enveloped in a soft blue lightning aura, firmly striking her chest. Boom. Accompanied by a dull thud, Uchiha Rin's body was propelled backward, crashing into the nearby Nanha River with a splash. I'm sorry. My mom really is calling me home for dinner. Hinata Wado exclaimed awkwardly, wrapping the pile of ore in his coat, hoisting it onto his shoulder, and sprinting away. Splash. Uchiha Rin emerged from the river, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief as she gazed at Hinata Wado's retreating figure. At that moment, her chest felt as if it had been jolted awake, a tingling sensation coursing through her, her clothes soaked, clinging to her body alongside her waist-length hair, outlining her form. Had she lost? So easily? What was that strike? Gentle fist? Was that truly gentle fist? Hinata Wado's silhouette gradually vanished into the night, while Uchiha Rin, submerged in the icy water, suddenly curved her lips into a faint smile. I once believed Kakashi to be unparalleled in the world. I never anticipated encountering someone even more formidable. Hinata Wado, you are intriguing. Chapter 8. The Shame of Hinata? Uncle, how much can I sell this pile over for? Hinata Wado inquired, pointing at the minerals he had gathered in a burlap sack in front of the ninja tools shop. This batch is of good quality and substantial quantity. I can offer you 5,000 ryo. The man inspected the ore before announcing a figure that made Hinata Wado's heart race. 5,000 ryo. Such a price was undeniably generous. He was now closer to customizing an electromagnetic cannon. Following the events of last night, Hinata Wado decided to sell the amassed ore and take a moment to stabilize his situation. He was uncertain how Uchiha Rin would perceive the occurrences of the previous evening. A low emotional intelligence interpretation. He had ventured near the Uchiha clan's territory and had a scuffle. A high emotional intelligence interpretation. He had engaged in an elegant yet respectful competition with Uchiha Rin by the picturesque Nanha River under the setting sun, although the final outcome had left her drenched. As for the worst-case scenario, Hinata Wado had also contemplated it. It would simply involve him returning to school the next day, only to find the classroom filled with tales of his epic duel with Uchiha Rin in the grove. Hinata Wado's gaze flickered. The ability of electromagnetic force could not remain concealed indefinitely. He must prepare for the inevitable, especially in relation to the main family. Little one, what are you pondering? The man at the ninja tool shop handed Hinata Wado a stack of bills, and, noticing the boy deep in thought, chuckled as he inquired. I was just thinking what a good person you are, uncle. I inquired elsewhere, and they offered me no more than 4,000 ryo. Hinata Wado looked up, his pure white eyes revealing an innocent smile. Is that so? The man scratched his head. Why don't you come work for me in the forge? You seem quite talented. I would pay you a salary. A line of black lines appeared on Hinata Wado's forehead. Ha ha, just kidding. Just kidding. The man laughed awkwardly. Really? How could I say something so foolish? Such eyes were clearly those of a member of a noble family, with such a prestigious background. How could he be driven to work for him due to financial constraints? Even mining should be for the sake of honing one's skills, right? Upon entering the classroom, Hinata Wado did not encounter the lively discussions he had anticipated. The classroom was surprisingly quiet, with everyone engrossed in their own activities, none paying him any heed. He cast a glance at Uchiha Rin's seat. She seemingly had no intention of seeking him out, her head bent as if preparing for something. Hinata Wado breathed a sigh of relief and took his seat. Wado, why do you look so dispirited again? Akane winked at him. Because I practice diligently every night. Really? Akane gazed at him with a mischievous glint. Hinata Wataru, disinterested, chose to disregard her. At this moment, he was preoccupied with crafting a flawless explanation for his own abilities. Oh, Wataru, have you prepared for the practical assessment later? Akane suddenly inquired. The practical assessment? Wataru stared at her in astonishment. No way, no way. The first semester is about to conclude, and you still don't know? Akane looked at him, her mouth agape, as if she could fit an orange inside. Goodness gracious. How could my slacker deskmate, who has been sleeping through the entire semester, not know about the final exam? If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have remained oblivious. Is it really time for the final assessments? Wataru exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. No wonder the classroom was unexpectedly quiet upon my arrival today. It seems everyone is cramming at the last moment. You do realize you're slacking off, right? Akane shot him a sidelong glance. This slacking off is different from your kind of slacking off. Yet Wataru could not muster the energy to explain. Akane sighed, her chatter incessant. You're probably in for a real embarrassment. Many are hoping for your downfall as a member of the Hyuga clan. Do you know that countless students in our class are mocking your laziness, sleeping through lectures, and being as much of a slacker as Obito? Wataru remained silent, his eyes flickering, lost in thought. Soon after, their homeroom teacher, Fujino Daiki, entered the classroom. After outlining the relevant matters, he organized the students to the playground to commence the practical assessment. He surveyed the students on the field with pride, akin to surveying a vibrant patch of green leeks. Under his guidance, many students had made considerable progress, each of them poised for a promising future. However, when his gaze fell upon two individuals, his expression shifted to one of peculiar resignation. One was Uchiha Obito, a true oddity among the Uchiha. Fortunately, the presence of Uchiha Rin in the class somewhat salvaged their reputation. Otherwise, the students' perceptions of the Uchiha clan might have been irrevocably tarnished. The other was Hinata Wataru. Though Obito might be a bit slow, at least he wasn't lazy. He demonstrated enthusiasm during class. But Wataru? He was far too lethargic, sleeping during lessons and darting off to relieve himself during breaks. His entire day seemed devoted to idling about. He had never witnessed Wataru attentively listening to a single lecture. Look at Hinata Irika. Despite being from the same clan, the disparity was staggering. Fujino Daiki felt a throbbing headache. Were there really so many oddities in this year's class? One Uchiha? One Hyuga? Chapter 9. The Fool is Me? Fujino Daiki inhaled deeply, clearing his mind of distractions, and called out the names of two students. Koza Minako versus Kamikawa Yudo, begin. After forming the necessary hand seals, the two engaged in an intense taijutsu battle, the sound of their bodies colliding reverberating across the playground. Fujino Daiki nodded slightly. At a stage where most students had yet to master ninjutsu, this bout relied heavily on physical techniques and shuriken throwing. And these two were fairly competent among the commoners. Before long, Kamikawa Yudo had his kunai pressed against Koza Minako's neck. Kamikawa Yudo wins. Fujino Daiki acknowledged. Announcing the outcome of the assessment, Wataru observed quietly from the sidelines, uncertain of his own capabilities, but recalling his battle with Uchiha Rin from the previous night. Fujino Daiki called for the next match. Hinata Irika versus Yamashiro Aoki. At this announcement, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd. It's Irika. Yamashiro Aoki is in for a rough time. Indeed, after all, she was a bona fide Hyuga ninja, incomparable to some mediocre contender. Hearing his name, Yamashiro Aoki hesitated briefly, steeling himself to step forward. He held no hope of defeating Hinata Irika, for she was among the top talents in the class, alongside Kakashi and Uchiha Rin. As expected, the battle commenced, and Yamashiro Aoki found himself at a distinct disadvantage from the outset. With her Byakugan activated, Hinata Irika unleashed precise and ferocious strikes, landing a blow squarely on his chest that sent him flying backwards. Is that the gentle fist? Impressive. Indeed, it was so swift that I could scarcely see it. She defeated him in an instant. Struggling to rise from the ground, Yamashiro Aoki felt a sharp pain in his chest, his chakra flow becoming rigid and obstructed. Is this the power of the gentle fist? He clutched his chest, gasping for breath, astonished by Irika's prowess. Although he anticipated losing, the speed of his defeat was astonishing. Irika, evidently pleased with her performance, held her head high. The strength of the gentle fist was undeniable, a skill not easily mastered even within the Hyuga clan. Observing the subtext in Iruka's words, Wataru raised an eyebrow in disdain. At this stage, possessing both Byakugan and Gentle Fist indeed granted Iruka a significant advantage over ordinary ninjas. Yet, in the later stages, the limitations of the Gentle Fist and Byakugan would become glaringly apparent. Their potential ceiling was far too low. While the Sharingan and other bloodline limits possessed numerous abilities capable of countering the shadow, the Gentle Fist, however, was neither high nor low. Was it strong? Yes, but only to a certain extent. The crux of the matter was that the Hyuga clan remained stagnant, rigidly adhering to tradition, never innovating or developing new abilities. In such a vast clan, one could hardly find a shinobi of shadow-level strength. This was also the reason Wataru preferred to distance himself from the clan's ninjas. The path he intended to tread was destined to diverge from the Hyugas. Fujino Daiki continued to call out names, and Wataru watched Kakashi's battle, which was fluid and seamless. As he decisively defeated his opponent using only taijutsu, surpassing even Iruka in skill. Truly, he was the top talent of this year. Wataru silently praised him. Under the tutelage of Hatake Tsukumo, Kakashi had outstripped his peers by several tiers. Based on Kakashi's current chakra level, Wataru estimated his own chakra to be around 12 units. With his vibrant biological magnetic field providing him a considerable advantage in chakra quantity. Just as Wataru was lost in contemplation, a voice shattered his thoughts. Hinata Wataru versus Hinata Iruka. Wataru lifted his gaze to find Iruka regarding him coldly. Wow, a battle between two Hyuga. This will be quite a spectacle. Who do you think will win? Of course, it's Iruka. That guy Wataru spends all day slacking off. I've never seen him take anything seriously. So how could he possibly defeat Iruka? Beside him, Akane tugged anxiously at Wataru's sleeve. Hey, Wataru, don't let your pride get the better of you. If you can't win, just concede. There's no shame in that. It's far more embarrassing to get hurt. Wataru shot her an exasperated glance. Do you really have so little faith in me? Among the crowd, Uchiha Rin's eyes sparkled with intensity, fixed firmly on Wataru. Unlike the others' jeers. She knew that Wataru had been concealing his true abilities. The two stepped onto the playground, forming the opposing hand seals. Iruka's expression was serious as she remarked, Hinata Wataru. I recall you have never practiced the Gentle Fist at the family training grounds. Allow me to enlighten you, Hinata. You will understand once we engage. Wataru cut her off directly. I see. Iruka's expression darkened as she formed the seals and declared, Byakugan, activate. Veins bulged ominously around her eyes. Her pure white gaze locking onto Wataru. Aren't you going to activate your Byakugan? Not necessary. Wataru shrugged. Arrogant. With a fierce wind accompanying her strike, Iruka unleashed her palm. Wataru merely sidestepped lightly, evading her attack. Was that luck? Iruka frowned. Once more, she launched an attack with formidable intensity, but to her astonishment, she found herself striking at nothing but air. How are you so fast? Iruka exclaimed in shock. Even a dullard would recognize that Wataru had evaded her assault solely through his physical reflexes. Not bad, Wataru replied nonchalantly. In the quotidian practice of leisurely exploration and cultivation, his physical prowess had significantly surpassed that of his peers. Furthermore, while evading attacks, he stimulated his muscles with electrical currents for rapid contraction. To him, Iroha's strikes appeared as if they were unfolding in slow motion. The disdain in his eyes dissipated, replaced by a solemn intensity. Hyuga Goto spoke gravely. Hyuga Iroha, I must concede that you have surprised me greatly, but can you evade my next move? Oh. Hyuga Goto raised an eyebrow. Soft fist 8 trigrams, 32 palms. Assuming a peculiar stance, Iroha surged with confidence, launching a frenzied assault with his hands flowing like water. Swiftly sidestepping Iroha's onslaught, Goto's expression bore a hint of astonishment. The 8 trigrams 32 palms was typically a technique mastered only by lower-ranked ninjas. From this perspective, Iroha, who played a minor role in the original story, could indeed be considered a prodigy. After all, when he encountered the prince in the original narrative, he was already a jonin. And none among Konoha's jonin could be deemed mediocre. Realizing this, Goto couldn't help but offer an admiring comment. Quite impressive. This faint praise exploded in Iroha's ears, flushing his face with indignation as he clenched his teeth. How dare you humiliate me? Though filled with fury, he felt powerless. Maintaining the 8 trigrams 32 palms was already pushing him to his limits. By the time he completed this set of soft punches, he feared his stamina would be utterly depleted. Yet, if he were to cease his assault now, he would undoubtedly expose a vulnerability for Goto to exploit. What he had believed would be a decisive blow against Goto had instead ensnared him in a predicament from which he could not escape. After narrowly dodging another strike, Goto slightly shifted his stance, his right palm crackling with lightning as he swiftly struck Iroha squarely in the chest. A blue arc erupted at the point of contact, accompanied by a resounding thud, sending Iroha's body hurtling backward like a kite with its strings severed. Silence enveloped the arena. Akane stood in stunned disbelief. Uchiha Rin's eyes sparkled with recognition. Could it be that technique? She was transported back to that fateful night when Goto had struck her chest, plunging her into the frigid waters of the Nanha River. Fujino Daiki gaped, his mouth agape as if he could swallow an orange whole. Iroha struggled to rise, his chest aflame with pain akin to a lightning strike, his muscles trembling uncontrollably. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he glared at Goto, grinding his teeth. Damn it, you were merely toying with me all along. He had never anticipated that the clan member he had so scorned would possess strength that far exceeded his own. Just moments ago, he had boasted in their previous battle, and now it felt like a resounding slap across his face. Was I the fool all along? Chapter 10, Dual Bloodline. Iroha's face flushed crimson, feeling as though Goto's strike had not landed on his chest, but rather on his cheek. Is this your concept of soft fist? This is what soft fist is. Goto shot him a sidelong glance. Iroha was momentarily taken aback. He asserted that this was not soft fist, while Goto insisted otherwise. Is this really soft fist? Iroha clenched his fists, eager to retort. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. How could this possibly be soft fist? My chest feels electrified, and I was sent flying so far with just one strike. But as the reality of his swift defeat dawned on him, Iroha's expression dimmed. I lost. Did he actually win? Akane stared blankly, her mouth agape. If someone were to thrust something peculiar into her mouth at that moment, she likely wouldn't notice. Hyuga Goto is the victor. After a prolonged silence, Fujino Daiki finally announced the outcome of the match. Uchiha Rin's pupils constricted. Although she had already known of Goto's formidable strength, witnessing him so effortlessly defeat Iroha still surprised her. This guy, it seems that night was not even his limit? A faint smile crept across her lips. Not bad. Such prowess is worthy of being my opponent. Obito stared blankly at Goto as he walked back amidst a sea of astonished and admiring gazes. They had agreed to bear the shame of their clans together. He tarnished the Hyuga name, while Obito sullied the Uchiha name. Yet in the blink of an eye, Goto had transformed into a genius, leaving Obito to wallow in disgrace. It was simply unfair. When Goto returned, Akane, still in shock, asked, Goto, how did you accomplish that? Goto raised an eyebrow and sighed. Where's the genius? I merely utilized the time others spent sleeping to study. Akane rolled her eyes. I doubt that. I've never seen you stay awake in class. Fujino Daiki quickly regained his composure, announcing the next matchups. After years of teaching, he had experienced far more than the average ninja. I must admit, I misjudged that boy. He is no slacker, but a genius. Yet how did he defeat Iroha? That technique's speed was extraordinary, and it hardly resembled soft fist. Fujino Daiki pondered, his expression shifting between uncertainty and contemplation. No, I must further test this boy's limits. Following several student battles, he declared the next matchup, Uchiha Rin versus Hyuga Goto. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Goodness, it's Uchiha against Hyuga. Uchiha Rin had always been a rival to Kakashi, while Hyuga Goto, could he stand a chance? It was hard to say, even though he had defeated Iroha. Uchiha Rin was far more formidable. Goto felt a wave of anxiety. Among all present, he most dreaded facing Uchiha Rin. The reason was evident, rooted in the events of that night. As the two stood facing each other on the training ground, Rin's first words were, Hyuga Goto. Do you remember that night by the Nanha River? The arena fell silent. Even Iroha, who had just been sent flying by Goto, was momentarily frozen. All eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Goto and Rin. Could it be? One from the Hyuga, the other from the Uchiha. So provocative. Some female students had already begun to concoct wild scenarios. Akane glanced between Goto and Rin, suppressing a giggle reminiscent of an amused ant. What about my slacker deskmate and the Uchiha genius? The atmosphere grew tense. Goto awkwardly fidgeted, scraping his toe against the ground. He never anticipated Rin would so brazenly bring it up. What did she mean by that night by the Nanha River? Yet Rin seemed oblivious to Goto's thoughts. With a steely gaze, she suddenly hurled several shuriken. In midair, the trajectories of the shuriken collided, weaving an impenetrable black net that sealed off all of Goto's escape routes. What exceptional throwing technique! Fujino Daiki couldn't help but admire. This method of altering the shuriken's trajectory through collision was a skill rarely mastered even by Uchiha Genin. As the onslaught of shuriken surged toward him, Goto gripped a kunai to defend himself. An astonishing scene unfolded, regardless of the angle of attack. Goto effortlessly blocked or dodged the shuriken, as though the shuriken itself was fearful of him. Among the spectators, someone remarked in disbelief, "What are you babbling about? Shuriken aren't alive. How could they fear him? Have you not noticed?" Another replied, "It's not him dodging the shuriken. Rather, the shuriken are avoiding him." The skeptic scrutinized closely and gasped. He witnessed the moment the shuriken was about to strike Goto. It inexplicably altered its trajectory, gliding past him. This phenomenon allowed Goto to navigate the relentless barrage of shuriken with astonishing ease. Uchiha Rin narrowed her eyes, a terrifying conjecture emerging in her mind, soon followed by a look of confusion. "It's impossible. He belongs to the Hyuga clan. Such a thing should not be possible." Realizing that her shuriken attacks were futile, Uchiha Rin ceased her throws, gripping a kunai, her entire being akin to a sharp arrow aimed at Hyuga Wataru. Simultaneously, Hyuga Wataru held his kunai to block. As the two became entangled in a fierce taijutsu battle, the more they fought, the deeper the surprise etched on Uchiha Rin's face. Indeed, that night, you were not at your limit. On the banks of the Nanha River, she had been able to trade blows with Hyuga Wataru in taijutsu. But now she found herself entirely suppressed. Hyuga Wataru sighed. "Isn't this obvious?" In terms of combat experience, he had a slight edge over Uchiha Rin. But the advantages of the Byakugan and sheer physical speed allowed him to maintain a steady upper hand. "Humph. If I were to activate my Sharingan, you would certainly not have it so easy." With a defiant utterance, Uchiha Rin gritted her teeth, her form retreating abruptly, abandoning the notion of continuing the taijutsu struggle with Hyuga Wataru. The difficulty of activating the Sharingan far surpassed that of the Byakugan at this stage. Engaging in taijutsu with Hyuga Wataru would yield her no benefits. As she leapt back to create distance, Uchiha Rin swiftly formed hand seals, a searing aura erupting from her mouth. Fire style, Grand Fireball technique, ninjutsu. Fujino Daiki's pupils dilated. At this stage, any student capable of utilizing ninjutsu was undoubtedly a genius, let alone the Grand Fireball, a C-rank technique. This is bad. The power of the Grand Fireball is immense. Fujino Daiki instinctively wanted to rush in to save Hyuga Wataru, but in that fleeting moment of distraction, the Grand Fireball was already upon them. The Tangerine Fireball engulfed Hyuga Wataru's position, the explosive flames scattering in all directions, raising the temperature across the entire playground, the air turning dry and parched. "Did I hit?" A flicker of hope appeared in Uchiha Rin's eyes. Soon, as the flames dissipated, no trace of anyone could be found amidst the rising smoke. A haunting voice emanating from behind her. "Did I not tell you? The Grand Fireball cannot kill?" "Behind you. When did that happen?" Her pupils constricted suddenly, and Uchiha Rin quickly adjusted her body to evade, but it was already too late. A jolt akin to a lightning strike hit her back as blue arcs of electricity exploded against her vest, sending her hurtling forward from the violent impact. Hyuga Wataru shook his hand, gazing down at the fallen Uchiha Rin. This battle was undeniably perilous, with Uchiha Rin's formidable presence placing considerable pressure on him. Fortunately, the lengthy preparation for the Grand Fireball allowed him to leverage the flames as cover to maneuver behind her, delivering a decisive blow. "Are you all right?" Noticing that Uchiha Rin remained motionless on the ground, Hyuga Wataru approached her. An unexpected turn of events. Whoosh! Uchiha Rin suddenly raised her hand, a kunai soaring toward Hyuga Wataru in an instant. Yet, just before it could strike, the kunai's trajectory abruptly altered, arcing past his face. Magnet release. Indeed, you have awakened a dual bloodline. On the ground, a flicker of brilliance flashed in Uchiha Rin's eyes. In an instant, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. Dual bloodline. Magnet release? What does that entail? Chapter 11. Genetic mutation. A dual bloodline? Fujino Daiki gaped in astonishment. After over 20 years of teaching, he had only heard of dual bloodlines, never witnessed one firsthand. To possess one bloodline limit is to stand tall above the rest, but to possess two is truly terrifying. However, the moment when the kunai changed course before striking Hyuga Wataru was vividly clear. This could only imply one possibility. Magnet release. As a member of the Hyuga clan already endowed with the Byakugan, awakening magnet release undeniably indicated a dual bloodline. Fujino Daiki's gaze flickered. The significance of a dual bloodline was paramount, and he needed to report this to the Hokage immediately. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Good heavens, what is a dual bloodline? It must refer to possessing two bloodline limits. Who would have thought such a ninja could exist? Even the typically composed Kakashi displayed a hint of shock in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Hyuga Wataru on the playground. Having been taught by the White Fang, he understood better than most what a dual bloodline entailed. Iruha, previously injured by Hyuga Wataru, clutched his chest. staring at the figure standing before Uchiha Rin, his astonishment unparalleled. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In the nearly 1,000-year history of the Hyuga clan, no ninja with a dual bloodline had ever appeared. The Byakugan is already one of the strongest ocular techniques. How could anyone awaken another bloodline? He suddenly recalled the earlier blow from Hyuga Wataru that had defeated him. Could it have been a technique developed using magnet release? Yet, he had never heard of magnet release possessing such capabilities. Wataru is that formidable. Akado glanced around, observing the astonished expressions of those around him, curiosity igniting within him. Hokage's office. A mountain of documents lay haphazardly on the desk. Sarutobi Hiruzen's serious expression reflected as he bit his cigarette, engrossed in his work. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside the Hokage's desk, wearing an animal mask and shrouded in dark clothing. Speak. Without lifting his gaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen uttered a single word. Hokage-sama. The Umbu member slightly bowed. Instructor Fujino Daiki from Class A of the Ninja Academy reports that a student from the Hyuga branch has awakened magnet release, possessing a dual bloodline. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands stilled abruptly, surprise flickering in his eyes as he looked up at the Umbu member. Is this news credible? Indeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. He was aware of Fujino Daiki's credentials. Having taught at the Ninja Academy for nearly 20 years, he was among the oldest teachers. And with his discernment, he should not be mistaken regarding such intelligence. Thus, only one possibility remained. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly. That student from the Hyuga clan truly awakened a dual bloodline, but he furrowed his brow. This seemed somewhat implausible. Although ninjas with dual bloodlines in the ninja world are exceedingly rare, they do exist. Historically, there have been dual bloodline ninjas from the Mist Village. Yet, he had never heard of a Hyuga clan member awakening another bloodline ability. Magnet release is a bloodline from the Sand Village. Isn't it? Could it be that child's parents? Cough, cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen realized he had lost composure. The Hyuga clan has never intermarried with outsiders, leaving only one possibility. A genetic mutation? Gather all information regarding that Hyuga student for me, and also notify the clan leader, since he is of their bloodline. It is only right that they investigate. Yes. The figure beside the Hokage vanished without a trace, exhaling a long plume of white smoke. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, a hint of fatigue gracing his features. A dual bloodline. If all goes well, the future achievements are boundless. What a pity, however, that he is from the branch family. Hyuga clan grounds. The day's assessment had just concluded when Hyuga Wataru returned home, only to be immediately approached by branch family guardians, urging him to proceed to the family assembly hall. Hyuga Wataru's expression remained unchanged. They came rather promptly. Having exposed a portion of his abilities, he would undoubtedly face scrutiny from the clan. The ability of electromagnetic force could not remain unused. Should he employ it in the future, explaining it would be exceedingly troublesome. It is better to rationalize the electromagnetic capabilities during this assessment. As for the consequences, Hyuga Wataru had already contemplated them. Due to his branch family status, it was unlikely that Sarutobi Hiruzen would interfere, leaving the matter for the main family to address. Regarding Danzo, that old coot would surely have no interest in a branch family member. The priority of a caged bird pales in comparison to the suppression of scandal. Does that not equate to bearing oneself before the main family? Thus, the anticipated segment of Sarutobi, "You shall rue this day, Danzo, I am the Hokage," would likely not come to pass. Accompanied by the branch family guards, Hyuga Kaido arrived at the main family shrine, the esteemed venue where the Hyuga clan convenes for meetings. Entry was strictly reserved for the higher-ranking ninjas of both the main and branch families. This marked Kaido's inaugural visit to this hallowed ground, and he could not help but gaze around with a sense of curiosity. In stark contrast to other areas of the Hyuga estate, the decor here exuded an air of solemnity and authority. Several round cushions were arranged at the base of the shrine, upon which a few middle-aged men sat cross-legged, while a young man stood beside them. One of the branch family guards stepped forward and knelt, addressing the man in the center with utmost respect. "Patriarch, he has arrived." "Patriarch?" Kaido scrutinized the individual before him, clad in a flowing white robe. Though strands of silver adorned his temples, his white eyes sparkled with vitality, fixated intently upon Kaido. This man must be the current leader of the Hyuga clan, he mused. I believe he is called Hyuga Suigetsu. The young man beside him must be Hyuga Hizashi, although he has yet to ascend to the position of patriarch in this timeline. Noticing Kaido's lack of trepidation, as he examined him from head to toe, Hyuga Suigetsu furrowed his brow and took the initiative to speak. "You are Hyuga Kaido, correct? I have heard that you have awakened a second bloodline limit." "Indeed," Kaido nodded. "Magnet release?" "Yes. A brief silence enveloped the shrine. After a moment, Hyuga Satoru inquired gravely, in the nearly 1,000-year history of our clan, there has never been a dual bloodline ninja. How did you awaken it? The others present turned their gazes toward Kaido, eagerly awaiting his response. Kaido shook his head. I do not know. When did you awaken it? Hyuga Satoru pressed further. When I received the news of my father's passing. It felt as though the heavens themselves were collapsing. My mind was overwhelmed, as if something within me were about to explode. I lay in bed for several days. And upon awakening, I found myself to be somewhat different. At that time, I was unaware that I had awakened magnet release. It was only later that I gradually discovered additional abilities. Kaido recounted, while Hyuga Satoru and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting subtly. Before Kaido's arrival, they had already perused all information pertaining to him, including the tragic circumstances surrounding the deaths of his parents, his mother succumbing during childbirth and his father, a branch family guard, perishing on a mission. The documentation hinted at Kaido falling ill after his father's death, though it lacked specific details. So, it was under the emotional turmoil of losing his parents that he awakened? Why was he the only one to do so? A genetic mutation? Kaido maintained an impassive facade. Yet inwardly, he scoffed. He had inherited the memories of his previous life and was well aware of the illness that followed his father's death, an ideal excuse to present. The Hyuga clan forbids intermarriage with outsiders, ensuring his identity and lineage remained unassailable. With his parents long deceased, there were no witnesses to contest his claims. The only plausible explanation was indeed a genetic mutation. Coupled with the caged bird seal upon his forehead, he posed no threat to the main family, thus sealing the outcome of this matter. Indeed, after a prolonged silence, Hyuga Satoru nodded, clearly acquiescing to Kaido's narrative. Just as Kaido exhaled in relief, Hyuga Satoru suddenly lifted his gaze, locking it onto Kaido. Since you have already awakened a new bloodline, why have you never trained at the family practice grounds? Nor notified the clan? Chapter 12. The limitations of Gentle Fist. The atmosphere in the shrine grew oppressively tense, as if the very air had solidified. Hyuga Satoru and the elders maintained their unwavering focus on Kaido. After a moment of silence, Kaido responded, I would like to train at the family practice grounds. But most of those who train are Chunin and Genin. I am not even a ninja. How could I possibly compete with them? I can only practice at home each day. The magnet release bloodline ability is something I have only recently developed. Prior to this, my understanding of bloodline limits was minimal. My parents died when I was young, leaving me to fend for myself without the capacity to ponder such matters. With this, Kaido fell silent, realizing that adopting a pitiful demeanor and feigning ignorance was his best strategy in this situation. After all, he was merely a nameless figure within the clan. Even if the main family possessed information about him, they would hardly know much. Hyuga Satoru exchanged glances with the surrounding elders. Indeed, they had long conducted their inquiries into Kaido's circumstances. If not for the matter of the dual bloodline, he would be among the most inconspicuous members of the family, often overlooked by others. Nodding, Hyuga Satoru's tone softened slightly. Since you have awakened a second bloodline, you will no longer live as you did before. From today onward, your living expenses will be tripled. Thank you, Patriarch. Kaido expressed his gratitude with a formal bow. This was an unexpected boon. However, Hyuga Satoru's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he shifted the topic. I have heard that you have developed a dismissive attitude toward the Gentle Fist and have audaciously altered the foundational techniques. Is this true? Once more, a hush fell over the shrine. Kaido remained silent. It was evident that this report had come from Irika. It is, he admitted. Hyuga Satoru's displeasure flickered in his eyes as he frowned. The reason our clan has endured for a millennium in the ninja world is due to the foundations of the Gentle Fist and the Byakugan. The fundamentals of Gentle Fist are not to be tampered with. Do you understand? Kaido pondered briefly before tentatively posing a question. Patriarch, may I inquire if the Gentle Fist, which has allowed the Hyuga clan to stand tall for 1,000 years, has undergone any changes over the years? Hyuga Satoru reflected for a moment. While the Gentle Fist has evolved since its inception, it ultimately solidified into the technique most suited to our clan. Capable of adapting to all changes, it has remained so for centuries. Patriarch, from my father's notes, I learned of the tailed beasts. I wonder if the Gentle Fist can counter them. What are you implying? Hyuga Satoru's brow furrowed slightly. Kaido paused before softly stating, the Gentle Fist has its limits. Enough. Hyuga Satoru interjected, clearly displeased. The Hyuga clan's survival hinges upon the foundations of the Gentle Fist and the Byakugan. Do not presume that you can diverge from this path simply because you have awakened magnet release. I assure you, in comparison to the Gentle Fist, magnet release is of little significance. The branch family guard beside Kaido trembled slightly, his body bowing in submission. A look of helplessness and bitterness etched on his face as beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He could not fathom why Kaido had broached this topic. For the elders of the main family were exceedingly sensitive regarding the gentle fist. Kaido sighed inwardly, setting aside the fact that the gentle fist possesses almost no long-range capabilities. The only technique with any range is the empty palm, and even that is severely limited, capping the potential of the gentle fist. Most critically, the rigid training regimen of the gentle fist has effectively stifled the Hyuga ninja's ability to develop other Byakugan capabilities. A bloodline limit with several kilometers of visual prowess has been reduced to mere reconnaissance by the Hyuga clan. While the gentle fist may have once been the bedrock of the Hyuga clan's prominence in the ninja world, it has now become a shackle, akin to a caged bird. Only by shattering these chains can the Hyuga rise anew. Hyuga Suigetsu waved his hand impatiently. Enough of this matter. You may leave. Understood. Once Kaido and the branch family guard departed, Hyuga Suigetsu turned to the young man behind him, his voice low and serious. Hizashi, what is your perspective on this Hyuga Kaido? Hyuga Hizashi, a favored descendant of Hyuga Suigetsu, had been closely mentored as a potential heir. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, as he is the first dual bloodline ninja in our clan's history, his future development is bound to be remarkable. However, his apparent disregard for the gentle fist may become an obstacle on his path. Hyuga Suigetsu snorted derisively. To abandon the study of the gentle fist in favor of misguided pursuits will surely limit his achievements. After all, he is merely from the branch family. Upon hearing the last remark, Hizashi opened his mouth as if to respond, but ultimately fell silent. Outside the clan hall, a branch family guard wiped the sweat from his brow, casting an anxious glance at Hyuga Satoru. Satoru, your audacity is astounding. How dare you speak ill of the gentle fist in front of the clan head? Satoru's eyes flickered momentarily. This was his first encounter with the upper echelons of the main family, and the entrenched corruption within was glaringly apparent. Despite knowing that the gentle fist could be improved, they stubbornly clung to the unchanging ways of their ancestors. However, this situation was not without its advantages for him. After today, it was likely that the clan head would continue to underestimate him, which would indeed facilitate his exploration of electromagnetic abilities. Dispelling his thoughts, Satoru scratched his head and smiled at the branch family guard. Thank you for your concern, uncle. By the way, I still don't know your name. Hyuga Hiragi. Just call me Uncle Hiragi. All right, Uncle Hiragi. As if recalling something, Hyuga Hiragi gazed into the distance, a hint of nostalgia gracing his features. Before your father passed away, he undertook missions alongside me. Although our conversations were few, it was evident that he was a man of great integrity. My daily responsibilities are numerous, and apart from distributing your compensation, it has been difficult to engage with you extensively. However, if you encounter any issues with your training in the future, feel free to seek me out. Thank you, Uncle Hiragi, Satoru replied with a smile. As a jonin, even if he did not follow the gentle fist system, there should be much wisdom he could impart. Chapter 13, A Singular Condition. The following day, upon arriving at school, Satoru noticed a marked change in the way his classmates regarded him. Their gazes were a tapestry of shock, envy, admiration, and jealousy, all directed at him. He caught sight of Irika, who looked at him with a complicated expression. Upon noticing Satoru's gaze, she quickly turned away, unwilling to meet his eyes. As he settled into his seat, he noticed the curious face of Akamichi leaning closer. Hey, Satoru, are you really the double bloodline user they've been talking about? Of course. Satoru retorted with a roll of his eyes. I never imagined someone could possess two bloodlines simultaneously. It's truly astonishing. I thought one was already the limit. Have you eaten too many sweets? The Hidden Mist village has had double bloodline ninja in the past. Though rare, they're certainly not extinct. Perhaps you should read more. Had Akamichi been subjected to such ridicule from Satoru previously, she would have immediately retorted in dissatisfaction. However, upon discovering his status as a double bloodline prodigy, she merely nodded quietly and responded with a soft "oh." At that moment, Satoru noticed someone approaching and looked up to see Uchiha Rin. Is there something you need? Satoru's voice was low, as he recalled their encounter by the South He River and worried that Rin might still harbor resentment and seek trouble. Uchiha Rin spoke flatly. Let's have a match after school. Satoru thought, what? Seriously? Is this really necessary? Are we elementary students scheduling fights after school? Seemingly realizing her choice of words was inappropriate, Rin reconsidered. I wasn't satisfied with my loss last time, and I've learned some new jutsu. Let's have a spar after school. Satoru sighed in relief, but couldn't help but think. Come on, just say you're challenging me to a match, not let's fight after school. Compared to Kakashi, you're a much more suitable opponent. Rin stared directly at him. Do you want to use me as a training partner? Satoru internally chuckled. She's quite the competitive spirit. First it was Kakashi, and now she thinks I'm better than him. So she wants to challenge me? After a moment of contemplation, Satoru looked at her and mused. So, you wish to treat me as a training partner? An intriguing notion. I could entertain that. Rin's face brightened. So, does that mean you agree? Don't get too excited so quickly, Satoru replied with a sideways glance. I can agree to a rematch, but if you lose, you must comply with one condition of mine. One condition? Rin's brow furrowed. May I know what that condition entails? No. Satoru shook his head. That wouldn't constitute a wager. Rin frowned. So, if you asked me to do something strange, I would have to agree? Hearing this, Satoru's expression froze. If he had been drinking at that moment, he might have ended up spraying Rin with water. He then adopted a contemplative demeanor. Rin clenched her fists, a slight grimace on her face. As a vein appeared on her forehead. Don't seriously consider it. I was just joking. Satoru laughed awkwardly, sensing the icy aura emanating from Rin, as if she might pounce on him at any moment. Akamichi glanced between Satoru and the silent Rin, a smile of anticipation and amusement creeping onto her face. Rest assured, I can guarantee that this condition won't involve anything bizarre. If you find it excessive, you can simply refuse. Satoru stated earnestly. After a moment of contemplation, Rin lifted her head. All right, it's a deal. After school, Uchiha Rin followed Satoru to a small grove on the back mountain. The gentle stream of the South River flowed serenely through the trees, while the evening sun's rays filtered through the branches, casting a warm glow on the fallen leaves below. Truly delightful. Since Satoru had previously defeated Rin by the South River, she insisted on battling again at the same location. Of course, this time they were far from the Uchiha compound, ensuring they would not be disturbed. Do you usually train here? Why not use the family training grounds? Rin surveyed the surroundings, her eyes filled with curiosity as she regarded Satoru. Satoru sighed. You know, in a venerable clan like the Hyuga, there are countless rules and restrictions. Here, I find I can be much freer. Rin nodded in agreement, recalling some of the stubborn elders in her clan. Indeed, that is precisely why I chose to train by the South River. She looked at Satoru before realizing they shared some similarities. The golden rays of the sunset glimmered on the nearby river, sparkling like fragments of gold flowing with the current. In the stillness, Rin spoke first. Let us begin. Chapter 14. I anticipated your anticipation of my anticipation. As soon as Rin finished speaking, she swiftly swung her hand, accompanied by the sound of air slicing. Several kunai hurtled towards Satoru, each aimed at vital points. Wood? Upon discerning the material of the kunai, Satoru's pupils constricted. Did you realize my ability allows me to control metal, and thus preemptively switched all your tools to wooden ones? Comprehending this, a serious expression crossed Satoru's face as he executed a backward roll, narrowly evading all the kunai's attacks. Rin reached for her tool pouch, tossing another batch of wooden kunai. These kunai collided mid-air, altering their trajectories and forming a dense net that surged toward him. Satoru's heart raced. Rin had effectively applied her throwing technique to wooden kunai. It is crucial to note that the rebound coefficients for metal and wood differ significantly. The same throwing technique was indeed far more challenging with wood. After failing to succeed with this tactic last time, was she now attempting to replicate it with wooden kunai? Satoru chuckled bitterly. What a competitive spirit. It was evident that Rin had trained diligently to execute this maneuver using wooden kunai. Grasping a metal kunai, Satoru retreated while deflecting the incoming wooden projectiles. Fortunately, his reaction speed had significantly increased due to the activation of his electrical abilities, allowing him to handle such an onslaught with ease. With a sweeping glance, Uchiha Rin found that the spot where she had previously stood was now devoid of any presence. Suddenly, a slicing sound pierced the air. As her slender leg swept toward Hinata Satoru, its toes aimed directly at his chest. Satoru sidestepped just in time, feeling the rush of air as her foot missed its mark, the wind howling in its wake. Are you taking this seriously? Sensing the mounting pressure, Satoru did not dare to underestimate the situation. He activated his Byakugan, entering a state of combat readiness. The sound of their bodies colliding echoed through the forest, causing leaves to cascade from the towering trees above, landing softly on the ground below. Why aren't you using Gentle Fist? Rin inquired, her curiosity piqued. I have little fondness for that technique, Satoru replied. Gentle Fist is too rigid, with too many limitations. He raised his palm to block Rin's sweeping kick, channeling force into his right fist as it struck her thigh, forcing her to retreat momentarily. However, if I were to dissect the techniques and target the weaknesses, it better aligns with my rhythm. Rin nodded in understanding. If it were a conventional Gentle Fist technique, its predictable patterns might not have posed a significant threat to her. Yet, Satoru's attacks were erratic, each strike aimed at her vulnerabilities, leaving her somewhat flustered. Realizing that close combat was not yielding favorable results, Rin leaped back, creating distance between them while forming hand seals. Upon observing the sequence of her seals, Satoru raised an eyebrow, a hint of disdain in his voice. You dare to use fireball jutsu again? Haven't you learned your lesson from last time? Yet, Rin seemed oblivious to his taunts. Inhaling deeply as a fiery orange sphere erupted forth. To Satoru's shock, the fireball was not aimed at him, but rather at the ground between them. Due to the drastically reduced distance, the fireball struck the earth with a tremendous force, orange flames engulfing the fallen leaves and sending black smoke and sparks into the air, swiftly consuming Satoru. He had no choice but to leap back to evade the flames. However, just as he exited the fiery explosion's radius, a chilling wind surged from behind him. Before he could react, delicate arms ensnared his upper body, immobilizing his hands and torso. While a wooden kunai was poised threateningly at his throat, Rin held the kunai against Satoru's throat, a triumphant smirk gracing her features as she spoke softly. I win. Huh. Utilizing his underestimation of her fireball, she had detonated the ground, forcing him to evade hastily, and then predicted his landing spot to launch a surprise attack from behind. Though it was primarily due to his own carelessness, Satoru couldn't help but admire Rin's combat acumen. She was undoubtedly on par with a typical chunin. However, to think such tactics could secure victory over me is rather simplistic, he retorted, a slight smirk curling his lips. Have you forgotten my other Kekiai Genkai? Rin's pupils constricted, a sudden realization dawning upon her, as a chill traveled up her spine. Before her, a metallic shuriken floated ominously at her throat, rotating slowly. When did this happen? Her voice trembled, losing all remnants of her previous arrogance. The moment your fireball detonated, I used magnet release to control 4 shuriken to float around you. The instant you made a move, they would claim your life. In simpler terms, I anticipated your anticipation of my anticipation. Upon hearing this, Rin scanned her surroundings, only to confirm the presence of 3 other shuriken swirling menacingly in her vicinity. The power of magnet release was indeed formidable. I concede. The kunai fell weakly from Satoru's throat as Rin's eyes dimmed, now filled with disappointment and defeat. Hey, don't give up on yourself. After all, your Sharingan hasn't awakened yet. If you had it, the outcome might have been quite different, Satoru said, concerned that she might succumb to despair. You needn't comfort me. I am not so weak as to fall into despair. Rin shot him a cold glance, her eyes regaining their previous spark. So what are your conditions? Rin returned the kunai to her waist pouch, her gaze fixed coldly on Satoru. She had agreed to his terms before their match, and now that she had lost, she was bound to honor their pact. She considered herself to possess a sense of integrity in that regard. But let it be known, should you dare to request anything excessive, Rin bit her lip, I will kill you, even if it costs me my life. Not at all, not at all. Sensing the chill in Rin's tone, Satoru chuckled lightly. He then produced a blueprint from his pocket and handed it to Rin. Your clan, the Uchiha, has a close relationship with the Ninkitty clan, correct? The elder of the Ninkitty clan is one of the biggest weapons merchants in the ninja world. I wish to request your assistance in customizing this item. I will compensate you for it. Rin was taken aback. She examined the blueprint, revealing a weapon akin to a crossbow, yet unlike any she had seen before. Just this? Rin looked up at Satoru in astonishment. Did you expect something else? Satoru rolled his eyes at her. He had inquired at various weapon shops in Konoha, and customizing such a precise electromagnetic weapon was extremely challenging. The Uchiha clan, being well connected with the Ninkitty clan, was the most resourceful in terms of weaponry in Konoha. In essence, he was merely leveraging Rin's connections. This matter is on me. You needn't worry about the cost. It's a trivial issue, Rin declared with remarkable nonchalance. Really? Then I appreciate it, Rin. Satoru was momentarily taken aback. Her words left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had initially anticipated a considerable sum for this set of custom weapons, which would likely cost tens of thousands of ryu, and had hoped to get a discount through their camaraderie. To his surprise, Rin offered to cover the cost entirely. This girl, could she possibly be a wealthy heiress? Satoru's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Why are you looking at me like that? Rin inquired, puzzled by his gaze. Nothing. Satoru swallowed hard. Rin was the embodiment of a somewhat aloof, long-haired girl, and this exchange sent his heart racing. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Do not become a certified pervert. However, I do have a question. Rin hesitated. How is your magnet release so powerful? I recall that ordinary magnet release cannot control shuriken and kunai with such ease. Otherwise, Sunagakure wouldn't be considered the weakest of the 5 great shinobi villages. Chapter 15, Electromagnetism LV2, Life Magnetic Field. Satoru pondered for a moment. I'm not certain. Each magnet release seems to have unique capabilities. Perhaps my magnet release is more attuned to metallic objects like shuriken. Is that so? Rin frowned. She had perused her clan's archives and had some understanding of magnet release. The strongest magnet release user of the current era was the third Kazekage of Sunigakure, whose iron sand techniques could even suppress the One Tail, earning him the title of the strongest Kazekage in history. However, that title was evidently inflated. His magnet release was primarily focused on controlling iron sand, only lightly interfering with metal tools. It was impossible for him to control them as fluidly as Satoru could. The ability to control metallic tools was a terrifying prospect if fully developed. Rin could hardly fathom it. After all, which ninja does not carry metal shuriken or kunai? Had she not replaced all her tools with wooden ones today, she might have lost the battle in a single exchange. Observing Rin lost in thought, Satoru could easily guess her contemplation. Yet, if she were to discover that the abilities he had displayed were merely the tip of the iceberg, he could only imagine her astonishment. If magnet release were a single leaf, then electromagnetism would be a colossal tree that overshadowed the sun. Regardless of the magnetic release inherent to the ninja world or the abilities he has recently cultivated, they are merely a handful of inconsequential leaves from that ancient tree. To fully master one of the four fundamental forces of the universe is a concept beyond imagination. Following his battle with Uchiha Rin, his experience points have soared to over 1900, leaving him just a few points shy of the 2000 required for his upgrade. Once he reaches LV2, he should acquire a new capability within the electromagnetic force system. What could it possibly be? Hinata Waku pondered with curiosity. With a break approaching that would exempt him from ninja school, he resolved to attempt a breakthrough. Upon returning home, Hinata Waku stockpiled a plethora of resources, sequestering himself in his room to embark on an intensive training regimen aimed at elevating his electromagnetic abilities. Simultaneously, within the Hyuga clan, which boasts a lineage of nearly 1,000 years, an unexpected upheaval occurred. A clan member astonishingly awakened a second bloodline, magnetic release. This was unprecedented in such an ancient and orderly clan as the Hyuga, and initially, few members took the claim seriously. However, as the rumors proliferated, it became impossible to ignore. Have you heard? A clan member has awakened a second bloodline and defeated a genius from the Uchiha clan. Did you just hear? Wasn't it said that he took down the Uchiha in a single move? Didn't the Uchiha kneel and plead for mercy upon hearing about the dual bloodline? Consequently, inquiries were made to Irika, yet no matter how persistently they probed, he remained silent, though his demeanor suggested tacit acknowledgement. Thus, the Hyuga clan erupted with excitement. Can we awaken a second bloodline too? Beyond the Byakugan, does the Hyuga lineage harbor other bloodline abilities? Such discussions proliferated throughout the clan. Ultimately, an elder from the main house intervened, asserting that Hinata Waku's circumstances were unique and not indicative of a broader trend, which quelled the unrest. Many clan members, intrigued to learn about the dual bloodline member, were astonished to discover that this individual seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, having never been mentioned before. In training grounds and the corners of houses, whispers could be heard among the branch families discussing the previously unrecognized genius who had awakened a second bloodline, until a discontented cough from a member of the main family would silence them. Little did they realize that the subject of their chatter was currently locked away in his room, enduring an exceptionally rigorous training regimen. The cramped space was suffused with the scent of sweat, as various metallic tools lay haphazardly scattered. Hinata Waku, drenched in perspiration, gasped for breath, his eyes sparkling with joy. I did it. Just moments ago, he had heard a faint crackling sound emanating from within him, followed by a voice near his ear. Electromagnetic Force LV2. Distance to next upgrade experience points, 06000. As his level ascended, Hinata Waku was astonished to discover that his body seemed to be undergoing a metamorphosis, a sensation he had previously experienced during his initial awakening of the electromagnetic force. Yet now, it was far more intense. The impurities within his physique were broken down by the electromagnetic force, releasing an exceptionally pure energy that nourished his body. Despite enduring several days of arduous training, leaving his body in a state of filth, Hinata Waku felt invigorated, as though he had been infused with vitality. Closing his eyes to attentively sense the changes within, he soon made a remarkable discovery. His biological magnetic field was significantly more robust than before. Hinata Waku's eyes widened with delight. This revelation was nothing short of monumental. He had previously recognized the importance of the biological magnetic field, understanding that the complex life activities of the human body create unique biological magnetic fields. If this field were to be amplified, it would enhance the vitality of the body itself. Hinata Waku had speculated that if the biological magnetic field were to reach a certain strength, it could catalyze the evolution of the body, advancing to a higher tier of life. It seemed that he had just taken a small step along that very path. Is this the ultimate direction of the electromagnetic force? A higher level of life. After a moment of contemplation, Hinata Waku inhaled deeply, suppressing his excitement, and began to meticulously sense his biological magnetic field. While he could effortlessly control the magnetic field of metals, he found himself unable to manipulate the biological magnetic field of living beings, which evidently corresponded to a higher authority of electromagnetic force, one that was beyond his current reach. Hinata Waku furrowed his brow slightly. The biological magnetic field within him resembled a small flame that continuously burned, radiating warmth that nourished his body. This flame adjusted according to his physical condition, ensuring that his body remained in peak form, akin to, Hinata Waku mused, it's like being under a permanent recovery buff from a caretaker. This was far beyond what could be merely defined as a biological magnetic field. Let us call it the life magnetic field, he decided, bestowing a name upon this newfound ability. The life magnetic field was evidently the new capability awakened at LV2 of his electromagnetic force. Furthermore, upon testing, he found that both the strength and precision of his control over the electromagnetic force had significantly improved, enhancing the abilities he had previously developed. If LV1 of the electromagnetic force corresponded to basic electromagnetic control and LV2 related to the life magnetic field, what abilities might LV3, LV4, or even higher levels entail? Hinata Waku felt a surge of curiosity, brimming with anticipation for the future. The path of the electromagnetic force resembled a pyramid composed of steps, continuously beckoning him to explore and ascend to the ultimate pinnacle. Chapter 16. In Hyuga, the electromagnetic cannon teaches a lesson. Within less than a week, Uchiha Rin delivered the custom-made metal crossbow to him. Hinata Waku was overwhelmed with excitement, realizing that Uchiha Rin was indeed a person of her word. In such a brief span, the ninja tools he required had been crafted. After school, Hinata Waku eagerly ventured into the forest on the rear mountain, eager to test the might of the electromagnetic cannon. When he conceived the idea of the electromagnetic cannon, his electromagnetic force was still at LV1. Now that it had ascended to LV2, he wondered if its power would exceed his expectations. Hinata Waku opened the wooden box, revealing the coveted ninja tool resting quietly within. It resembled a metal crossbow but bore significant differences. The bow's body featured a metallic acceleration track, and the arrows were elongated and designed for magnetic acceleration. Taking a deep breath to quell his excitement, he grasped a metal arrow, ready for a test. The principle behind the electromagnetic cannon was fundamentally simple. Metallic projectiles were accelerated through a magnetic field, attaining exceptionally high initial velocities. The crux of this process lay in the acceleration, known as electromagnetic propulsion. Hinata Waku recalled the arms race between the eagle and the rabbit in his past life, which included electromagnetic cannons. The primary technological challenge resided in the propulsion process. To accelerate a projectile to the desired power required an immense electric current, which had constrained the eagle from deploying electromagnetic cannons on aircraft carriers. In contrast, the rabbit had overcome this technological hurdle, far surpassing the eagle in the application of electromagnetic cannons. Drawing back the bowstring, blue currents of electricity coursed through his arm as he constructed the propulsion magnetic field, altering the metal arrow's magnetic field for greater acceleration. Had he attempted this during his LV1 days, it would have been an arduous task. However, with the support of LV2 electromagnetic force, it flowed seamlessly. With the Byakugan activated, he could perceive 1,000 meters around him. As the electromagnetic propulsion reached its zenith, Hinata Waku released his finger, and a sharp crack resonated, the arrow transforming into a blue arc that vanished in an instant. Whoosh! A flash of lightning streaked across the sky. Hinata Waku's jaw dropped in astonishment. The metallic arrow nearly exceeded the limits of his peripheral vision, resembling a thunderbolt as it embedded itself deeply into the trunk of a tree large enough for 3 people to embrace. Within a kilometer, this shot posed a significant threat to any ninja. He estimated that the electromagnetic cannon he had developed achieved an initial velocity nearly approaching 3 times the speed of sound. In contrast, the initial velocity of conventional anti-material sniper rifle bullets hovers around 850 meters per second, falling short of the 3-fold supersonic speed, with its initial kinetic energy being vastly inferior to that of this arrow. In terms of attack range, it stood at approximately 1,600 meters, comparable to the effective range of standard anti-material sniper rifles. Beyond that, accuracy and power would diminish. Given his current limitations, he could achieve this feat. And once the electromagnetic force became even more potent, he might very well ascend to new heights. Perhaps he could even control the arrow's trajectory mid-flight. Have you ever encountered a sniper rifle that tracks its target? Ninjas are often fragile, with high offensive capabilities but low defenses. Caught off guard by a long-range strike, even shadow-level warriors, save for the likes of the Third Raikage, would likely retreat from the onslaught. Hinata Wudo exhaled a breath of resignation, cautiously retrieving the arrow. This ability would serve as a trump card for him in the future. On his way home, Hinata Wudo felt significantly lighter in spirit. The shadow of the Third Shinobi War had loomed over him, instilling a relentless pressure that left no room for complacency. Now, with the development of a formidable yet low-tier electromagnetic cannon, his survival capabilities had greatly increased, allowing his tense mind to relax somewhat. Just as he neared his home, he suddenly halted, brow furrowed. In the distance, a figure stood at his previously empty doorway, seemingly waiting for him. Gazing at the visage strikingly similar to that of Zoto, a sense of foreboding stirred within Hinata Wudo. The figure smiled warmly at him, introducing himself. I am Hinata Hayashi. May we have a conversation? The name Hinata Hayashi sent a shiver down Hinata Wudo's spine. He walked past Hinata Hayashi, opened the door, and turned to face him. Lord Hayashi, please come in and speak. Hinata Hayashi followed Hinata Wudo into the room, curiously surveying his surroundings. He noticed a corner filled with worn metal scraps. Aside from a few basic living utensils, there was little else in terms of furniture. Please forgive the disarray. I have not had the time to tidy up due to my training, Hinata Wudo remarked, dragging out a chair and gesturing for Hinata Hayashi to sit. Observing the maturity that belied his age in Hinata Wudo, Hinata Hayashi felt a pang of sorrow and sighed. It has been many years since Yunto departed. You must have endured considerable hardship. Hinata Wudo raised an eyebrow. Yunto was the original's father, thus indicating that Hinata Hayashi was acquainted with him. However, as the reincarnated Hinata Wudo, his memories were rather nebulous. Noticing Hinata Wudo's silence, Hinata Hayashi assumed he was lost in the grief of his father's passing, and continued. I have heard from our clan that you awakened your second bloodline due to the anguish of your father's death. The corners of Hinata Wudo's mouth twitched slightly. This was a fabrication he had spun in the Zoto to avoid scrutiny, and he was surprised that it had spread so far that even Hinata Hayashi was aware of it. Why have I never seen you training alongside the clan? Hinata Hayashi inquired. I awakened my second bloodline, rendering me an anomaly within the clan. It is best for me to train alone, Hinata Wudo replied. Expressing a sentiment that resonated deep within him, his path diverged from that of his clansmen, thus minimizing contact was preferable. To his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard Hinata Hayashi let out a sigh, tinged with a hint of reluctance. Do you truly consider the awakening of your second bloodline an aberration? No. I once believed our clan to be stagnant, forever unchanged, until I heard of you. Your awakening of the second bloodline is not an anomaly, but rather a variable, demonstrating that the Hinata clan, this decaying ancient tree, still possesses new vitality. Upon hearing Hinata Hayashi's seemingly profound remarks, Hinata Wudo's expression grew solemn. Lord Hayashi, did you come today with a particular purpose? Hinata Hayashi's demeanor gradually softened as he shook his head. No, I merely wish to see you. To observe the new green shoots sprouting from this decaying ancient tree. Perhaps I have overstayed my welcome. With a sigh, he rose from his chair. I shall take my leave now. Should you require assistance in your training in the future, feel free to seek me out. Watching Hinata Hayashi's retreating figure, Hinata Wudo's gaze shifted with a complex mixture of emotions. In the original narrative, Hinata Hayashi harbored a deep resentment towards his branch family status, even having expressed murderous intent towards Hinata Hanabi, which led to punishment from his elder brother. Ultimately, his fate culminated in a tragic end, sacrificing his life in place of Hinata Hizashi. Each of these facets revealed his profound disdain for the Hinata clan's moribund system. Hinata Wudo sensed that this would not be the last encounter with him, perhaps driven by the variable he spoke of, the new green shoots emerging from the decaying tree. Chapter 17, Graduation. Time flows inexorably, days and months intertwining, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed. Hinata Wudo has ascended to the status of a senior student at the Ninja Academy, and through his daily training sessions with Uchiha Rin, he has made considerable strides in strength. Yet, 6 months prior, he abruptly discovered that he could no longer gain experience points. More precisely, the progress of his electromagnetic abilities had stagnated, crawling at a snail's pace, with little to no discernible increase. Hinata Wudo sighed. The monotony of daily training rendered it challenging for his electromagnetic power to receive sufficient stimulation, and to level up, a change of environment was imperative. The pressures stemming from the Third Shinobi War relentlessly pursued him. Despite possessing formidable advantages, failing to grow swiftly would be of no use. Ichiraku Ramen. Uchiha Rin gazed at Hinata Wudo, surprise etched on her face as the white steam wafted from his bowl of noodles. You wish to graduate early? Hinata Wudo nodded, contemplating his response. Yes, while the comfortable environment provided by the Ninja Academy allows us to train, true growth is difficult without the crucible of battle. It is hard to imagine those words coming from your mouth, Uchiha Rin remarked, her expression rife with skepticism as she scrutinized Hinata Wudo from head to toe. What? Why do you stare at me like that? Hinata Wudo nervously shrank back. He intended to invite Uchiha Rin to graduate early together, for without a teammate. Even if he graduated, he could not undertake missions and would be better off idling in the academy. No. Haha. Uchiha Rin burst into laughter. I have been itching to get out of this wretched school. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have brought it up. That's a relief, Hinata Wudo exhaled. Uchiha Rin pondered for a moment before stating, however, we are still short one member. It won't suffice to form a three-man team with just the two of us. You need not worry about that. I have also enlisted Akamichi. Although her combat prowess is not particularly strong, she should pass the assessments without issue. Akamichi, you say? If she is someone you trust, I have no objections. The prospect of teaming up with someone familiar was certainly more appealing than pairing with strangers. Uchiha Rin nodded, suddenly recalling Kakashi, her expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. About a year ago, a shocking revelation swept through the village. Kakashi's father, the revered White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo, had forsaken a mission, resulting in colossal losses for the village. Shortly thereafter, another astonishing piece of news emerged. White Fang had taken his own life. All previous rumors abruptly ceased. Following that incident, Kakashi chose to graduate early, becoming the youngest genin in Konoha's history. Yet, accompanying his prodigious title were frequent whispers of discord between him and his teammates. Having graduated early, he was left without peers to form a team, forcing him into unfamiliar squads, which hindered his cooperation with teammates and bred resentment among many lower-ranking ninjas. As her memories faded, Uchiha Rin broke into a smile. It is said that he is on the verge of becoming a chunin. Truly, after so long of being surpassed. I, Uchiha Rin, am finally ready to make my move. The news of the three individuals graduating early stirred quite a commotion, but it soon settled down. Without a doubt, Uchiha Rin had been competing with Kakashi before his graduation, while Hinata Wataru, despite his perpetually laid-back demeanor, bore the prestigious title of a dual bloodline. Interestingly, Akane also opted for early graduation, much to the amusement of many classmates who mocked her for overestimating herself. In the examination arena, as Hinata Wataru stepped out, he spotted Uchiha Rin standing outside, arms crossed, casually stating, in terms of passing the assessment, I was 3 minutes faster than you. Is that really something to compare? Hinata Wataru's lips twitched slightly. He turned back to look at the exam room, where only Akane remained. If she could pass, their trio would be formed without any concerns. The basics of body technique and theoretical assessments posed no threat. However, early graduation added a combat segment against a genin, requiring them to endure for a certain duration. This was naturally not an issue for him and Uchiha Rin, yet it placed considerable pressure on Akane. As time ticked away in this atmosphere, Hinata Wataru began to feel anxious. His desire to team up with Akane stemmed from his own considerations. A caged bird seeks to break free. And aside from his own strength, the most advantageous ally would be Orochimaru's scientific prowess. In the original storyline, Akane was a disciple of Orochimaru, and forming a partnership with her might allow him to connect with the Sannin. Fortunately, not long after, Akane emerged from the examination room, beads of sweat adorning her brow as she offered a faint smile to Hinata Wataru. I did not disgrace my mission. Well done, he praised, giving her a thumbs up. Since they were the only three from their cohort graduating simultaneously, it was inevitable they would be assigned to the same team. The only question that remained was, who would be the Jonin instructor assigned by the Hokage? As they arrived at the designated training ground, the three awaited the arrival of their enigmatic Jonin mentor. What kind of Jonin do you think the Hokage will assign to us? Akane asked anxiously. I'm not sure, Hinata Wataru replied, shaking his head. But they certainly won TB week. Their team boasted impressive abilities. His own prowess was undeniable. Uchiha Rin was a genius, and Akane, being chosen as Orochimaru's disciple in the original tale, clearly possessed significant talent. It would be illogical to assign them an instructor lacking in skill. At that moment, a man shrouded in a voluminous cloak approached, wearing sunglasses that exuded an aura of aloofness. Hello, I am your Jonin instructor, Aburam Shibi. His voice was succinct and powerful, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Uchiha Rin's expression morphed into one of surprise. You know him? Akane inquired, glancing at her. Of course. I have familiarized myself with the formidable ninjas in the village, Uchiha Rin replied, her eyes brightening. He was a renowned ninja from the Aburame clan. Having mastered the secret techniques of insects to perfection, his versatility in reconnaissance and support earned him the title of a jack-of-all-trades ninja. Insects? Akane shuddered. It seems you all have done your homework on me, Aburame Shibi mused. Now, let us commence with self-introductions. I am Aburame Shibi, my interests include insects. And I harbor a disdain for creatures that consume them. His entire being seemed to resonate with his love for insects, suggesting a rather reclusive personality. It appeared that this jonin would not be easy to get along with, Hinata Wataru thought to himself. After a moment's contemplation, he began his introduction. I am Hinata Wataru. I do not possess any particular specialties. If I had to state something, it would be that I have a little knowledge of body techniques and ninjutsu. I enjoy ramen and grilled meat, and as for my dream, well, it's world peace. World peace? How very like you, Wataru, Akane remarked, her lips twitching slightly. I recall you previously mentioned something about a grand finale. A fascinating idea, Aburame Shibi nodded, though his tone retained a somber air. This is the Hinata Wataru that Lord Hokage wished for me to observe? A dual bloodline, the first wielder of magnet release. Each of these titles is formidable. As a member of the Hyuga cadet branch, he harbors such lofty aspirations. An intriguing child indeed. I am Uchiha Rin. I have no particular dislikes. Nor do I possess any strong preferences. If I must say, it is training and combat that I favor. Only through the enhancement of my strength do I find satisfaction. Uchiha Rin's indifferent voice caused Hinata Wataru and Akane to exchange awkward glances. Uchiha really are a proud bunch. Aburame Shibi's mouth twitched beneath his cloak. Ah well, he is merely a child. I am Mitakahashi Akane. She timidly raised her hand, her voice soft and hesitant. Standing alongside two prodigies from prestigious clans caused her considerable anxiety. I enjoy sweet treats, particularly rice dumplings. I detest those who harm their comrades. I know healing techniques and can perform bandaging beautifully. I will help you all when you are injured and won't hold anyone back. A caring ninja, so distinctly different from the previous two eccentrics. Aburame Shibi nodded in acknowledgement. Thus concludes our self-introduction segment. Next, we shall proceed to the combat assessment. With a sweeping gesture, Aburame Shibi summoned a swarm of dark, ominous insects that swarmed toward Hinata Wataru and his companions. Are we starting already? No warning at all. Hinata Wataru felt a prickle of dread as he attempted to escape the enveloping swarm. Suddenly, a cacophony of insect sounds erupted behind him, and in an instant, a multitude of parasitic insects began to gnaw at his back. Being bitten by these parasites would drain his chakra. Behind the swarm, Aburame Shibi adjusted his dark sunglasses. Let me see what your dual bloodline is capable of. Yet, barely had he finished speaking when arcs of electricity erupted from Hinata Wataru's back, causing the biting insects to freeze and plummet to the ground, emitting a burnt odor. Lightning release? Has he even learned lightning release? Aburame Shibi's expression reflected surprise. In stark contrast to Hinata Wataru's composure, the other two were not faring as well. Uchiha Rin gripped kunai in both hands, attacking the encroaching swarm of insects. The cold gleam of her weapons sliced through the parasites, leaving a scattering of severed insect limbs on the ground. However, this trend proved short-lived, as soon her arms bore the marks of the parasitic insects' bites. Insects, how disgusting! Uchiha Rin's eyes glimmered with repulsion. Abandoning her assault on the insects, she leapt back, escaping the swarm's encirclement, and swiftly formed hand seals. Meanwhile, the dense swarm surged toward her like a mass of black mist. Fiery chakra surged from her throat as Uchiha Rin inhaled deeply, and from midair, she unleashed a torrent. Fire style. Great fireball technique. A massive orange fireball engulfed the pursuing insects, sending charred ashes raining down, reminiscent of grilled meat. Touching down lightly, Uchiha Rin gazed at the carpet of insect corpses scattered around her. Although Wataru often mocked the great fireball for being ineffective against foes, it was undeniable that flames held significant lethality against such diminutive insects. Behind the swarm, Aburame Shibi nodded subtly. Taijutsu A, ninjutsu A, and commendable combat reflexes and qualities. Yet, his gaze shifted toward Akane, who was struggling amidst the cloud of insects, relying solely on kunai to fend off the surrounding swarm. The red marks of numerous bites were evident on her exposed arms, and after losing a considerable amount of chakra to the parasites, her movements began to falter. A ninja team is a unit. Regardless of individual excellence, neglecting teammates will ultimately lead to failure, Aburame Shibi thought, shaking his head inwardly. Even the most adept jonin would find it exceedingly challenging to escape when besieged by an army of insects, and their endurance thus far has been commendable. However, there remains considerable room for improvement in their teamwork. Oil Woman Sherway silently assessed the conditions of his comrades and devised a training regimen. Just as he was deep in thought, the surrounding insects suddenly emitted a warning. Upon lifting his gaze, he had yet to discern the source when darkness enveloped him. A shuriken swiftly and decisively severed his throat. His pupils dilated in shock. How could this be? I had prepared defenses. When did this happen? As the questions arose, they swiftly dissipated, and his body abruptly expanded, exploding into countless black insects that scattered into the air. Saved at last, the surrounding insects ceased their assault. And Akado collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Are you all right? Hinata Wataru helped her up. I'm fine. It's just some marks on my arm. Besides, I can use healing jutsu, so it's no issue. But where did the teacher go? Akado curiously scanned her surroundings, noticing the dense mass of black insects frozen in place, while Oil Woman Sherway was nowhere to be found. That guy was never really here, Hinata Wataru shrugged. A few hundred meters away, perched awkwardly in the branches of a large tree, Oil Woman Sherway scratched his head in embarrassment. What a disgrace. He had intended to instill some fear, only to have his insect clone dispatched so easily. All of them were prodigies, especially Uchiha Rin. It would be difficult to intimidate them without revealing his own prowess. The plan had been to suppress them with a mere insect clone, to temper their spirits. And at the opportune moment, to make a grand entrance, reclaiming his clone amid their shock and admiration. A perfect performance, or so he had thought. Yet, the insect clone had been eliminated. He recalled the words of Sarutobi Hiruzen not long ago, and his expression darkened. Lord Hokage, I have disappointed you. Sherway, I have a task for you. Please, go ahead, Lord Hokage. 3 students from the Ninja Academy graduated early. They are promising candidates. And I would like you to be their instructor. Lord Hokage, I'm fine with killing, but guiding students is another matter entirely. Sigh. Sherway, I understand that your clan, the Oil Women, prefers solitude, and you especially tend to work alone during missions. However, being a ninja is fundamentally a team endeavor, and mentoring students will serve as valuable experience for you. Sherway, don't let me down. Very well. Oil Woman Sherway raked his fingers through his hair in frustration. Teaching students was not his forte, and his grand entrance had utterly failed. But how could his insect clone have perished so suddenly? Sherway was perplexed. While it was merely a clone, its strength was comparable to that of an average jonin. The last image transmitted from the insects was of a shuriken. Magnet release? No matter how potent, it was still just a clone, and its fragility was unchangeable. Even a shadow clone would burst from a mere poke. And the insect clone was not much better off. Oil Woman Sherway pondered. Yet, at such a distance, to wield a shuriken through a dense swarm of insects and possess the strength to obliterate the insect clone suggested that Hinata Wataru's magnet release was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Such a stealthy ability was indeed difficult to defend against. The pressing question now was how to confront the 3 of them. Oil Woman Sherway felt a headache coming on. Where is Teacher Sherway? In the training ground, Akado searched through the paralyzed swarm of insects, unable to locate Oil Woman Sherway. Don't you see? Uchiha Rin scoffed. He has been toying with us. He used an insect clone to trick us while his real self is hiding somewhere. So, are we going to continue fighting? Did we just end halfway through? Did we pass the test? Akado began her relentless inquiries. Just then, a figure enveloped in a voluminous robe leapt down from a nearby tree, striding toward the trio. He waved his hand, recalling the swarm, and spoke. You all did remarkably well. Defeating one of my insect clones displays commendable strength. You have all passed the assessment. His voice retained its usual somber tone, though it lacked the previous calmness. Wait, that was just an insect clone? I thought the teacher was weak, Akado remarked, wide-eyed. Oil Woman Sherway felt a surge of indignation. It was merely a test, and you all passed perfectly. Desperate to salvage the situation, he thought, damn it, if I embarrass myself this badly on our first meeting, how can I ever be a proper teacher? Next time, can we increase the difficulty of the test? My body was just starting to warm up. This is too dull. Uchiha Rin casually shrugged, his expression placid. Oil Woman Sherway felt another wave of frustration. Don't get too carried away, you little brats. He bit down on his teeth, grumbling to himself, this is why I despise kids. Guiding students is far too troublesome. One insect is more than enough. Uchiha Rin and Akado exchanged glances, turning to Hinata Wataru, who pondered for a moment. It was indeed rather weak. Oil Woman Sherway felt a third surge of indignation. His fists clenched involuntarily, and his hair seemed to tremble with anger as a torrent of rage surged within him. Just as he was about to erupt, It felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, dampening his fury. Fine. His tone grew weary, resembling a wilted cucumber. This assessment counts as my blunder. To make amends, I'll treat everyone to barbecue to celebrate the establishment of Team 3. Yay, barbecue. The gluttonous Akato cheered, tears of joy escaping from the corners of her mouth. Chapter 19. My mentor, the Jonin, is incredibly strong but exceedingly socially awkward. In Konoha, at the barbecue restaurant of the Akimichi clan, oil woman Shuwei gazed at the towering piles of plates before him, beginning to question his existence. Just 3 hours prior, in celebration of Team 3's formation, he had invited the members to enjoy barbecue, believing it would be a straightforward gathering. However, he soon realized something was amiss. Quick. Too quick. Is this the appetite of a human? The moment the barbecue was served, Hinata Wataru devoured it with the ferocity of a demon unleashed from his bloodline, consuming more than half of the mountain of grilled meat. Meanwhile, Akato also dug in, her appetite equally voracious, and the quantity of meat visibly dwindled. Now, both lay on the couch, clutching their distended bellies in contentment. That totals 20,000 ryo. May I ask who will settle the bill? The plump barbecue restaurant owner stood before the table, flustered, holding a ledger. 20,000 ryo. Upon hearing the price, oil woman Shuwei felt as if a thunderbolt had struck him, leaving him petrified in his seat. You too. He glared at Hinata Wataru and Akato, who sprawled on the couch, their faces adorned with satisfaction and bliss. How about I handle it? Uchiha Rin tentatively offered, sipping her tea. She felt somewhat embarrassed, given that she wasn't short on funds. No. Oil woman Shuwei firmly rejected, trembling as he retrieved a stack of crisp banknotes from his wallet. He could not allow his students to pay, as it was his last shred of dignity. My heart is bleeding. We welcome you to visit again. The owner waved cheerfully at the door. The moment he stepped out of the barbecue restaurant, oil woman Shuwei promptly excused himself from the team under the pretense of a mission. He feared lingering any longer would lead to an even worse disaster. That teacher Shuwei is rather amusing, isn't he? He seems quite different from the rumors, Uchiha Rin remarked with a shrug. He is quite entertaining. When I first saw him, I thought he would be the type who is difficult to get along with, but I never expected. Akato chuckled, completely disregarding her earlier struggles amid the swarm of insects. Hinata Gokai contentedly stroked his swollen belly. It was not merely his avarice that prompted him to consume so much. Rather, it was the necessity to sustain both the Byakugan bloodline and his life force, which naturally resulted in a far greater appetite than that of an ordinary person. Moreover, indulging in copious amounts of food also aided in enhancing his physical prowess. With a soft click of his tongue, Hinata Gokai quietly remarked, I sense that our instructor harbors a slight social anxiety. Social anxiety? This was the first time Akane had encountered this term, and she looked at Hinata Gokai with curiosity. Well, it essentially means he is not adept at social interactions. However, it appears that most members of the Oil Woman clan share this trait. As Akane recalled the tightly wrapped figure of Oil Woman Shimi, with her body shrouded in layers except for a small portion of her face exposed. Seemingly fearful of drawing attention to herself, she found the term social anxiety to be particularly fitting. Truly impressive, Gokai. You've introduced me to a new term. Hinata Gokai pondered for a moment, envisioning that his future missions would undoubtedly be quite intriguing, considering the paradox of having a remarkably powerful instructor who is excessively socially anxious. A knock echoed through the Hokage's office. Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen was deeply engrossed in his paperwork when a despondent figure, wrapped in a voluminous cloak, entered. Shimi, how do you find your new team members? They are all remarkably talented geniuses, but I am uncertain of my ability to guide them effectively. Shimi, do not underestimate yourself. You are a renowned jack of all trades among the Leaf. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with a smile. Oil woman Shimi offered a wry smile and shook her head. Lord Hokage, you know that I am labeled a jack of all trades precisely because I prefer solitary battles over teamwork. Guiding students feels somewhat daunting. Setting aside his work, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat up straight, fixing a serious gaze upon her. Shimi, being a ninja is an inherently collaborative profession. Individual strength is ultimately limited. The growth trajectory of your 3 students remains uncertain. Only you, as a jack of all trades, are best suited for this task. This presents a significant opportunity for growth for both you and the entire team. Is that so? Lord Hokage, you truly have my best interests at heart. Shimi nodded thoughtfully. Now, please report on their current conditions. As Shimi recalled the Byakugan boy who had swiftly dispatched his shadow clone, a smile crept across her face. That Byakugan brat, with his dual bloodlines, is quite an interesting character. His appetite is astonishing. Hey, Gokai, Is this truly what you envisage for your post-graduation training life? In a refuse-laden area, Akane wrinkled her nose, covering her mouth and nose with a towel as she vigorously prodded a clogged drain with a stick. Well, if one looks at it positively, this can be seen as a test of our willpower, can it? Remarked Hinata Gokai, who was sweeping up garbage nearby. So helping an elderly lady clear a blocked drain counts as training, does it? Akane sighed. In recent days, every task assigned to them seemed to involve searching for lost pets or clearing drains, making her nostalgic for the days spent in ninja school, where the tasks were lighter and devoid of such menial labor. Why did I heed Gokai's tempting words and graduate? She lamented internally. Wouldn't it be better to simply rest? The term rest was one she had learned from Hinata Gokai, perfectly aligning with her philosophy. However, glancing at Hinata Gokai and Uchiha Rin beside her, two prodigious science, made the idea of resting seem exceedingly difficult. She silently seethed in frustration. Hinata Gokai, on the other hand, had no objections. Completing D-rank missions was a prerequisite for undertaking higher-level tasks. Though he harbored grave doubts regarding whether the task of clearing drains had been assigned by Shimi out of spite. What a petty ninja. As for his daily training, it had not been significantly hindered. In the mountains behind their village, a shadow clone was diligently compensating for the efforts he had lost. The training method of shadow clones, obtained from Uchiha Rin, was not particularly rare for her, as she found B-rank training techniques to be commonplace. After spending some time mastering the shadow clone technique, he could now balance both training and missions. Hinata Gokai felt an incessant sense of urgency. The impending third great ninja war loomed, along with the mental shackles upon his forehead, spurring him on relentlessly. Without strength, he would merely be prey, and while the life of a ninja school student was comfortable, it did not align with his ideals. Only through relentless progress could he attain a sense of security. The clan's attitude toward him was ambiguous. After all, being the first dual bloodline ninja in Hyuga history would inevitably attract attention. From what he understood, it seemed to be the pressure from the Hokage that allowed him to live relatively comfortably within the Hyuga clan. As a caged bird, if external forces could not be resolved in the short term, then his only recourse would be research. A significant part of his motivation for including Akane in the team was to establish a connection to Orochimaru, considering that in the original narrative, Akane had become his disciple. I truly hope we can embark on missions and engage in battles soon. Uchiha Rin's voice jolted Hinata Gokai back to reality. He looked up to see her stretching, her expression brimming with eagerness. Why the rush? Uchiha Rin turned to him, her dark eyes sparkling with anticipation. The clan elders say the Sharingan can only awaken in life-and-death situations. I can hardly wait to obtain that power. How intense. Hinata Gokai's lips twitched slightly. Chapter 20. Is my kidney spicy? Thus, after diligently completing several D-rank missions, one day, Hinata Gokai and his companions were summoned by oil woman Shimi to a training ground. After succinctly outlining the mission requirements, Shimi spoke in a solemn tone. Do you all understand the demands of this mission? We understand. Akane hesitantly raised her hand. But, Shimi-sensei, is it not too challenging for us to undertake a B-rank mission on our first outing? The reconnaissance team from Konoha had detected traces of IWA ninjas operating along the borders of the grass country, seemingly in search of supplies. And their task was to prevent the enemy from transporting those supplies back. Such missions involving potential combat between two countries' ninjas invariably began at B rank. The enemy's strongest member is merely a chunin. If it were just me, I could complete this in an instant. This is for your training. How straightforward. Akane's lips twitched slightly. Hinata Gokai's gaze flickered. The discovery of IWA ninja activity at the border signaled the approach of war. It appeared that the grim memory of the Third Great Ninja War was not far off. Given the configuration of their team, his Byakugan's strategic significance, and Shimi's versatility, the mission was bound to be anything but simple. Uchiha Rin, however, did not ponder deeply. She was merely eager to engage. Then it is settled. You have half an hour to prepare supplies. We shall regroup here in 30 minutes. After several days of travel, Hinata Gokai and his companions finally reached the location indicated in the intelligence report. Perched on a branch, they gazed out over a lush expanse. According to the latest intel, a convoy of IWA ninjas would pass through here, and their mission was to thwart the transportation of supplies. Hiding amidst the foliage, Hinata Gokai silently observed the changes around him. The search for supplies during this period was undoubtedly a preparation for war. Intercepting Iwa's logistical support might buy them time before the Third Great Ninja War commenced. What he needed most was time. His Byakugan had been honed to its limits. After over a year of rigorous training, the range of his Byakugan had expanded to 3 kilometers. Before long, a disguised convoy came into view. With his Byakugan, He could clearly discern the impressive chakra flow within them. "They're here," Hinata Gokai whispered urgently. 3 o'clock, 3 kilometers away. "There are 5 of them, 4 Chunin and 1 Jinin. 5 ninjas." Akane instinctively swallowed hard. "With Shimi-sensei here, we should not have to worry too much, right?" She turned to look back, only to be struck by a wave of goosebumps. Huh, where's Shimi-sensei? Where could he have gone, when he was just here? The thicket in which they were concealed stood desolate, devoid of any presence save for the 3 of them. Never mind about Sensei Ishimi. He must have retreated to a different location to observe the battle. For now, it is up to us to rely on our own strength. Hinata Waku took a deep breath, steadying his emotions as he turned his gaze towards his companions. They should pass this spot in approximately 10 minutes. Let us devise a battle strategy in advance. The 2, Akadu and his comrade, listened intently. Awato led the way, and their 5-member convoy resembled an ordinary merchant caravan. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern the telltale signs of ninja equipment, such as shuriken and kunai, concealed beneath their travel-worn garments. This supply transfer had been remarkably successful. If they could return the goods, they would undoubtedly earn Lord Tsuchikige's favor. Awato felt a surge of joy as their team journeyed from the land of the craftsmen, traversing the land of grass, and now drawing closer to the land of earth. As they passed a cluster of trees, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A kunai suddenly shot forth from the thicket, aimed directly at him. An ambush? Such a feeble attempt at harm could not possibly threaten him. Awato's eyes glinted with cold determination. He positioned a kunai to intercept the attack. However, just as the kunai was about to be deflected, its trajectory abruptly shifted, slicing through the air in a bizarre arc and piercing his throat with deadly precision. His pupils dilated in horror, and he opened his mouth to speak, only to be met with a flood of crimson bubbles spilling forth from his lips. The Awato captain. Damn it, an enemy attack. Witnessing their captain's fall plunged the IWNine squad into a momentary panic, which quickly subsided as they tore off their disguises, revealing their standard ninja gear. Having fallen into an ambush meant their identities were already compromised. Further pretense would only hinder their combat effectiveness. The moment they discarded their disguises, 3 figures erupted from the underbrush, armed with kunai, rushing towards the IWNine. Byakugan? How could these mere children have brought down Captain Awato? The towering IWNine gritted his teeth, casting a glance towards the wagon. "Guy, guard the supplies. Leave these 3 brats to us." "Yes," replied the lanky chunin. Seeing that one of the remaining IWNine had opted to protect the supplies rather than join the fray, Hinata Waku felt a surge of relief. Their forces now matched perfectly at 3 against 3, significantly reducing their pressure. "Rin and I will handle those 2 chunin. Akadu, you take on that jinin." "Understood." The imposing IWNine faced Hinata Waku, his muscular frame towering over him, with Waku barely reaching his waist. Waku hurled several shuriken, altering their trajectories mid-flight. The IWNine countered with his kunai, sustaining only superficial wounds. "Is this how you avenged Captain Awato?" He sneered, observing the bloodied gashes on his skin. Controlling shuriken, what a peculiar ability. No wonder Captain Awato fell victim. But now it was too late. Hinata Waku remained unperturbed, employing electromagnetic force to manipulate the shuriken's path. Though his ability was indeed strange, its greatest efficacy lay in surprise. Once the opponent became wary, its effectiveness diminished. Revealing this ability to claim the life of their strongest adversary could only be deemed a victory. Meanwhile, Uchiha Rin wore a grave expression, wielding her kunai to fend off the rapid slashes of a ninja wielding a blade. A kenjutsu specialist? How troublesome. She executed a backflip to evade a slash aimed at her midsection, disdain evident in her demeanor. It must be said that sword-wielding ninjas were particularly adept at countering her style. Her kunai were too short for close combat, and utilizing ninjutsu would only invite swift engagement. At that moment, the battle had reached a stalemate. On Akadu's front, the situation was equally perilous, as the jinin she faced, with far greater combat experience, kept her firmly under control. With her focus regained, Hinata Waku thought, "I cannot delay any longer. I must end this battle swiftly to support them." The towering IWNine seemed to sense his intent, chuckling darkly. "As long as I stand here, you shall never reach them. This has dragged on long enough. Time to finish this." Secret technique, rock armor technique. Suddenly, the IWNine formed several hand seals, and a dense layer of rock enveloped his body like armor, enhancing his already considerable stature to resemble a stone giant. The giant opened his mouth, producing a rumbling sound akin to wind sweeping through a valley. "You are a ninja of the Hyuga clan, are you not? I refrained from engaging you in close combat due to your gentle fist, but in this state, Your techniques will be utterly futile against my defenses. He charged at Hinata Waku, his rock-fisted hand raised menacingly toward his head. Who told you I was using gentle fist? Hinata Waku raised an eyebrow, crouching slightly as he swiftly struck his palm against the giant's side. With a dull thud, a surge of intense pain caused the Iwanin's pupils to constrict. Looking down, he was horrified to see the area where Hinata Waku had struck had vanished entirely, revealing a gaping, bloodied cavity in his side, a sight both shocking and grotesque. My kidney. Chapter 21. The debut of the electromagnetic sniper. The fleeting thought of his injury was swiftly consumed by excruciating pain and terror as the rock armor shattered and fell away, exposing his flesh beneath. Is this gentle fist? The Iwanin asked, his expression pale. Not quite, Hinata Waku mused. This technique is technically version 20 of magnetic palm. The original magnetic palm utilized electromagnetic pulses to inflict electrical burns and shock damage to the human body. However, version 20 amalgamates the principles of gentle fist with my developed magnetic palm, delivering the damage from within using the gentle fist techniques. This was precisely why the Iwa armor was so fragile. The damage originated from within. Hinata Waku, eschewing rigid forms, sought to combine various techniques to unleash greater power. As the visceral blow struck, coupled with the surreal loss of his kidney, the colossal Iwanin let out a final, reluctant wail before collapsing to the ground. Hinata Waku turned his attention towards Uchiha Rin, where the battle had also intensified. The Iwanin pressed her back with relentless strikes from his ninja blade. Upon witnessing his comrade's demise at the hands of Hinata Waku, the Iwanin unleashed a guttural roar, his eyes bloodshot with rage, as his assault on Uchiha Rin escalated dangerously. Watch out! Hinata Waku felt a chill in his heart. However, amidst the barrage of attacks, Uchiha Rin revealed a minuscule gap in her defense, which the Iwanin seized upon. His blade swinging ferociously toward her head, his expression twisted with malice. Die! The scene appeared to freeze, leaving only the sound of flesh being pierced and the continuous flow of crimson blood. The Iwanin's body seemed to freeze in place, his pupils trembling as the blade grazed Uchiha Rin's side, severing a lock of her dark hair. He opened his mouth, attempting to utter something. Yet only crimson bubbles escaped, as a kunai lodged itself deep into his throat, blood streaming down his delicate fingers that clutched the weapon tightly. Uchiha Rin's eyes, cold and devoid of emotion, glimmered with a deep crimson hue, a single obsidian tomo slowly revolving within. Hinata Waku rushed to her side, swallowing hard. Are you all right? Waku. You were right. It is only in the face of death that the Sharingan can truly awaken. With a swift motion, she extracted the kunai, flicking off the blood. Congratulations. Hinata Waku breathed a sigh of relief, only for his expression to shift to one of bewilderment. Awakening the Sharingan at such a tender age of 9, there was no doubt that Uchiha Rin was a true prodigy. Would it be too close for comfort, walking alongside her? That one day I might be sacrificed? Surely not. What about Akadama? Uchiha Rin inquired. Hinata Satoru glanced over, only to witness a lower-ranking ninja in combat with Akadama, suddenly besieged by a swarm of black insects erupting from the ground, overwhelming him and feasting upon his flesh, eliciting anguished cries. The battle has concluded. Akadama wiped the sweat from her brow and collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. Oil Woman Sherway emerged on the battlefield, regarding the group with admiration. You all performed remarkably well, completing the mission flawlessly despite facing ninjas whose numbers greatly surpassed your own. No, it was entirely due to Satoru and Rin's efforts. I couldn't even defeat a single lower-ranking ninja, Akadama said despondently. This battle had illuminated the disparity between her and her teammates. No, Akadama, you are already exceptional. The lower-ranking ninja you faced was at a disadvantage, and even without my intervention, the ultimate victory belongs to you. Akadama remained silent, her head bowed slightly. Sherway-sensei, let us inspect the supplies collected by the rock ninjas, Hinata Satoru suggested. Indeed, upon reaching the location where the carriage had halted, Hinata Satoru discovered that the rock ninja who had been guarding the supplies was nowhere to be seen, an ominous feeling washing over him. He hastily pulled back the tarp covering the carriage, only to be taken aback. Within the carriage lay only a few empty wooden boxes that had been arranged to thwart spying techniques, with no supplies in sight. A ruse. This carriage was merely a decoy. The actual supplies must have been hastily transferred away using sealing scrolls. A wave of dismay washed over Oil Woman Sherway. Realizing that during the battle, he had focused his attention on ensuring the safety of his students, inadvertently allowing this mishap to occur. Hinata Satoru immediately activated his Byakugan, and through its perspective, he spotted a Chunin nearly a kilometer away, frantically fleeing with a massive scroll on his back. It was the very rock ninja who had been left to guard the supplies. At that distance, approximately 800 meters away, Hinata Satoru quickly pointed out the fleeing rock ninja's location as seen through his Byakugan. Oil Woman Shirwei gazed towards the vast grassland, faintly spotting a small black dot growing ever smaller on the distant green horizon. Analyzing the situation swiftly in his mind, Oil Woman Shirwei sighed in resignation. Even if this mission fails, I will explain to the Hokage that it was my oversight. You all have performed admirably. Wait, Shirwei-sensei. Can you lift me up with the swarm of insects? Just 5 meters will suffice. Oil Woman Shirwei hesitated momentarily, saying, given your weight, it is indeed possible to construct a platform with insects to lift you to that height. But there is no time to hesitate. Hurry. Hinata Satoru urged him earnestly. Very well. Although unsure of what his student intended to do, he could only place his trust in him now. Oil Woman Shirwei raised his palm, and countless dark insects surged forth from his body, coalescing beneath Hinata Satoru's feet to form a wobbly black platform, lifting him up. A bit higher. Oil Woman Shirwei increased the output of the insects, elevating Hinata Satoru to a height of 5 meters. What exactly do you intend to do? He looked up at Hinata Satoru on the black platform with a serious expression, standing atop the soft insect mat. Hinata Satoru took a deep breath and retrieved a scroll from his bosom, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. This is the first practical use of the electromagnetic sniper. Do not let me down. Boom. As the white mist dissipated, a peculiar metallic crossbow appeared in Hinata Satoru's hands, reflecting a faint glimmer. That's Satoru. You finally intend to use it? Below, Uchiha Rin's eyes sparkled with excitement. What is that? Oil Woman Shirwei gazed in astonishment at the tool in Hinata Satoru's hands. Is it a bow? A crossbow? No. It is an electromagnetic cannon. Hinata Satoru inhaled deeply, knocking a metal arrow to the bowstring, commencing the electromagnetic propulsion while aiming at the distant black dot, now nearly invisible. Electromagnetic propulsion has been established. Wind speed measurement in progress. Air humidity calculation underway. Gravitational acceleration being computed. Byakugan's perspective corrected. Target locked on. Hinata Satoru held his breath, slightly relaxing his fingers on the bowstring, and in an instant, accompanied by a sharp explosive sound, the metal arrow vanished in a flash of blue lightning. Go forth. Only my railgun. He roared within his mind. That was close. It seems they have not pursued us. The fleeing gray earth glanced back, panting heavily. To think that the rock ninjas were all eliminated. Such terrifying Konoha brats. Upon returning to Awakens, I must urge Lord Tsuchikage to heighten our vigilance, especially regarding that Byakugan brat. Gray Earth recalled the gruesome demise of his 2 teammates, a chill creeping into his heart. This terrifying Byakugan brat must not be allowed to live. Just as this thought surfaced, an overwhelming sense of life and death crisis erupted from his back, and he quickly turned his head, his pupils narrowing in shock. A metal arrow enveloped in lightning was hurtling towards him like thunder. Gray Earth's eyes widened in horror. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Before he could even scream, the arrow reached him, its terrifying penetrating power instantly tearing through his body and the scroll behind him, crashing down onto the ground. On the insect mat, Hinata Satoru lowered the bow and arrow, a slight smile gracing his lips as he murmured in a voice only he could hear. The target has been eliminated. Chapter 22, Bloodline Combination Ninjutsu. What just transpired? At the moment the sharp explosive sound echoed, Akadama instinctively covered her ears, her mind buzzing in confusion and disarray. She turned to see Uchiha Rin and Oil Woman Shirwei staring in shock at the direction of the arrow's flight, their pupils trembling slightly. Satoru, is this the ninjutsu you wish to cultivate? Oil Woman Shirwei inhaled deeply, a mix of astonishment and depth in his gaze, perceiving more through the insect's perspective. The arrow exhibited no chakra fluctuations, its speed exceeding the reaction limits of an ordinary ninja, delivering an ultra-long-range strike, complemented by the Byakugan's vision. This is the ultimate ninjutsu born for assassination, capable of altering the tide of war. Is it a ninjutsu developed through the combination of 2 bloodlines? The combination of 2 chakras results in a bloodline limit, while the combination of 3 chakras leads to bloodline elimination. But what is the combination of 2 bloodline limits? Shirwei-sensei, you can set me down now. Oh, the voice from above, belonging to Hinata Satoru, brought him back to reality. After responding, he maneuvered the insects to lower Hinata Satoru to the ground. Satoru, are you alright? Noticing Hinata Satoru's pale complexion and his weakened state, Oil Woman Shirwei inquired with concern. I'm fine. Hinata Satoru shook his head, merely suffering from chakra exhaustion. A bit of rest will suffice. That is a relief. Oil Woman Shirway exhaled. We should check on that rock ninja. Hinata Satoru's gaze flickered. In truth, given the power of that last arrow, he could only manage 3 shots in his current state. However, such a display was too astonishing. It was better not to reveal his limits. Eliminating that rock ninja is essential, otherwise. Allowing him to return to a Wagakure would subject him to relentless assassination attempts, and what he now lacked most is time to develop. As a branch family member, he could not betray Konoha. Thus, his value to the Hokage must increase. Even if he cannot join the Hokage's inner circle, he can at least leverage the Hokage's power to balance the main family. With these thoughts in mind, the group arrived at the spot where the rock ninja had met his demise. There, they saw his body, along with the scroll behind him, violently torn apart at the waist, blooming a vivid crimson flower upon the grass. Perhaps the abruptness of death had left his face frozen in a moment of terror, strikingly lifelike. Regrettably, if only I could have aimed with greater precision, perhaps I could have eliminated him without damaging the scroll. Hinata Satoru felt a twinge of pain at the loss of the resources contained within the scroll. It essentially served as the key to an expansive storage space. Once the scroll is destroyed, unless one can locate the storage area, there is no means to retrieve the supplies. Do not speak like that. Yamanaka Shimi's lips twitched slightly as she promptly advised Hinata Satoru to cease his self-deprecating remarks. The bow technique you developed, combined with the power of the Byakugan, is quite formidable and unprecedented. Even I would feel constrained if I encountered it from a distance. You flatter me, Shimi-sensei. It is merely an unrefined technique. Hinata Satoru shook his head. Yamanaka Shimi shot back with a double dose of criticism. Very well, he replied weakly. Please ensure the battlefield is cleaned up. This mission can be considered a complete success. After a moment's contemplation, Yamanaka Shimi added, regarding the bow technique that Satoru developed, please refrain from discussing it upon our return to the village. Do not disclose it to anyone. Whether for the sake of maintaining the confidentiality of Hinata Satoru's information or out of caution due to his branch family status. It is best that knowledge of this unprecedented bow technique remains as limited as possible. Understood. Uchiha Rin and Akane nodded earnestly. Upon returning to Konoha, Yamanaka Shimi swiftly proceeded to the Hokage's office after granting the members of Team 3 a much-needed respite. Ah, Shimi, how did the task I entrusted to you fare? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired with a smile, setting aside his work upon her arrival. It has been successfully completed. Is that so? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, praising. It appears that under your leadership, this team has developed rapidly. Yamanaka Shimi took a deep breath and said, Hokage-sama, aside from that matter, there are some occurrences I need to report. She proceeded to relay the events that transpired during the mission. Uchiha Rin awakened her Sharingan. Hinata Satoru developed a unique bow technique that killed an IWA ninja from nearly a kilometer away. Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled sharply, a serious expression crossing his face. The former was acceptable. A 9-year-old awakening the Sharingan is indeed a rare genius, but it is not without precedent. However, the latter's bow technique is simply unheard of. A combination of bloodlines? Is it truly possible to develop such an extraordinary technique? Is the main family aware of this? Yamanaka Shimi shook her head. I had a brief conversation with Satoru on the way back. He mentioned that he only recently mastered this technique, so the main family is likely unaware. I see. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Then there is no need to inform them. Let things unfold naturally. The members of the Hinata clan tend to be overly rigid and traditional. If they were to learn that Hinata Satoru is cultivating a bow technique, it would surely incite discontent. Hinata Satoru is undoubtedly a ninja of Konoha, and it is possible that this technique will prove invaluable in the impending war. Upon hearing this, Yamanaka Shimi took a deep breath and tentatively asked, Hokage-sama, are we on the brink of war? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, stating with resignation, the Second World War has long passed, and the strength of each village has reached its peak. Recently, scouts have reported that several villages seem to be making significant moves. It is merely a matter of who will falter first. Is that so? Yamanaka Shimi nodded gravely. Shimi, your sole responsibility is to guide these students. They are the future of our village. Yes, Hokage-sama. In the Uchiha compound, amidst a grove of trees, Uchiha Rin struck fiercely at a wooden post, her crimson pupils swirling with a spinning tomo, the sound of her blows echoing through the empty woods. Do you still prefer to train alone? Who goes there? Uchiha Rin whirled around to find an elder clad in Uchiha clan attire standing behind her. His eyes sharp like those of a hawk. Elder Shana, is there something you need? Uchiha Rin's hostility diminished slightly upon recognizing him. Upon seeing the Sharingan in Uchiha Rin's eyes, a spark of fervor ignited in Uchiha Shana's gaze. So, This is the eye that awakened at the age of 9? Rin, you are a true genius. Although Yamanaka Shimi is not without strength, she cannot unlock the true potential of this eye. Abandon that team under the pretense of injury. I will teach you the true power of the Uchiha. A flicker of disdain crossed Uchiha Rin's eyes as she furrowed her brow slightly. I appreciate your good intentions, Elder Shauna, but it is there that I can grow the fastest. Uchiha Shauna's eyes sharpened. Is it because of that Hinata boy named Satoru? Elder, my affairs are not for you to meddle in. Uchiha Rin's disdain deepened, gazing at him with hostility. Even if you awakened a second bloodline, which is exceedingly rare, you are still merely a branch family member. I did not expect you to be so invested. Uchiha Shauna shook his head slightly. Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall not press you further. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Uchiha Rin with a perplexed expression. A hint of cold laughter flickered in his hawk-like eyes. He had not anticipated the depth of their bond. Such profound emotions would only bring pain upon destruction, thus fostering the true power of the Uchiha. Chapter 23. The 3 developments of the Return to Heaven technique. In the early morning, after tossing and turning throughout the night, Hinata Satoru finally rose from his bed. After all, it was his first experience with taking a life. With a sigh, he reflected on the events of the previous night. The grisly aftermath of the IWA ninjas he had slain remained vivid in his mind. Ultimately, having endured modern education, he required time to acclimate to the harsh realities of the ninja world. Shaking his head, he dispelled the distracting thoughts. Now was not the time for such contemplations. The third great ninja war, the confined bird. These were like beasts with ravenous jaws pursuing him, and he needed to elevate his strength post-haste. After finishing breakfast, as Hinata Satoru prepared to train, he heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found Hinata Hayashi waiting. Uncle Hayashi, what brings you here? The clan leader is looking for you. Oh, let me tidy up. I will be there shortly. On the way, Hinata Hayashi observed Hinata Satoru's slender frame, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. Over time, Hinata Satoru's reputation as a genius had spread throughout the Hinata clan. Yet he understood all too well that for a branch family member, such talent could be a curse. While an ordinary branch member might lead a relatively painless life, a genius would be tormented by the realization of their own limitations. Hinata Satoru remained unaware of Hayashi's thoughts, pondering instead the purpose behind the clan leader's summons. As the doors to the clan hall swung open, Hinata Satoru beheld the elder seated on a tatami mat. Alongside him stood Hinata Hizashi. Hayashi, you may leave, the elder commanded. Yes. Hinata Hayashi bowed to the elder before quietly exiting the hall. Clan leader, Hinata Satoru, offered a slight bow. The elder's half-closed eyes opened just a sliver, his gaze pressing heavily upon Hinata Satoru in the center of the hall. I have heard that you have been associating closely with members of the Uchiha clan, even receiving assistance in your training? It is merely a matter of camaraderie. We are in the same team, so it is natural to grow close, Hinata Satoru replied with composure. Enough, the elder shook his head. I care not whether you chose to be in the same team due to your closeness or grew close because you are in the same team. I only wish for you to understand that the training of a Hinata clan ninja does not require the support of other clan members. This concerns the dignity of the Hinata clan. Do you comprehend? The elder's gaze bore down upon Hinata Satoru like an invisible blade. Hinata Satoru remained silent. The elder shifted his tone, softening it slightly. I comprehend that your savings are insufficient to sustain the costs of cultivation. Therefore, henceforth, you may receive an additional 10,000 ryo each month from the Hyuga clan, as a form of familial support for your training. What a clever tactic. First instilling fear through oppression, then sweetening the deal with a touch of sugar to win hearts. This clan leader has truly mastered the art of manipulation. In truth, my financial situation is not as dire as it once was. Even the bounty from my recently completed B-rank mission is sufficient for quite some time. Thank you, esteemed clan leader, Hyuga expressed with a respectful tone, knowing that it was essential to maintain appearances. Very well, Hyuga Shuewa nodded. I am aware that you have not been diligent in your training of the gentle fist technique. Nevertheless, I hope you will come to appreciate its significance. It is a secret method of cultivation for the returning heaven technique. Meditate upon it for 3 days and return here with your insights. Remember, this knowledge must not be shared with anyone else. Hyuga accepted the scroll the elder tossed him, a wave of astonishment washing over him. The returning heaven technique is one of the clan's closely guarded secrets. Typically, only the main family possesses the qualification to cultivate it, while the branch families must rely solely on their own insight. In a sense, Hyuga Shueiwa's actions are a breach of tradition. Thank you, esteemed clan leader. Hyuga feigned delight as he expressed his gratitude. Now, you may leave, the elder replied. Once Hyuga Watt's figure vanished from the clan hall, Hyuga Hizashi, standing nearby, inquired with confusion, "Father, why bestow the returning heaven cultivation method upon him?" The elder slightly raised his gaze, a profound glimmer appearing in his murky eyes. "Hizashi, do you know that the Hokage sought me out yesterday?" "The Hokage came to see you?" Hyuga Hizashi exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed," the elder confirmed with a nod. "You are aware of our clan's peculiar situation. Even the Hokage must obtain the main family's consent to mobilize branch family shinobi. I initially presumed he sought a jonin from the branch family, but unexpectedly, it was this genin. What could the Hokage want with him? As a mere genin, even with his dual bloodline, his impact must be limited," Hizashi remarked, bewildered. The elder shook his head. "I am unsure. It likely pertains to an Umbu mission. It seems the Hokage holds him in high regard. After all, he is the first dual bloodline shinobi in Konoha's history. Whether the Hokage wishes to nurture or employ him, the branch family's loyalty lies first with the main family. We shall simply go with the flow." Hizashi nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Upon returning home, Hyuga Watt began perusing the cultivation notes for returning heaven. Within the Hyuga clan, typically only the main family has the right to cultivate returning heaven, while the branch families must rely on their own comprehension. In the original narrative, Hyuga Niji grasped returning heaven during his time as a genin, earning the title of genius. Since Hyuga Watt had not placed significant importance on the gentle fist cultivation, he had not delved into the methods of returning heaven, but now he was rectifying this deficiency. The break period granted by Yamanaka Shimi was 7 days, and today marked the second day. Hyuga Watt reflected that he had ample time to develop new capabilities through returning heaven. The principle of cultivating returning heaven is not complex. It involves an instantaneous eruption of chakra from all the body's chakra points, followed by a rapid spinning motion that forms a hemispherical chakra shield. The challenge lies in mastering the technique for chakra eruption and controlling the rapid rotation. The completed returning heaven possesses the ability to repel attacks, known within the Hyuga clan as absolute defense. Yet, this ability evidently does not meet Hyuga Watt's standards. He endeavored to combine returning heaven with electromagnetic force. After several days of research, he gradually developed several novel applications for returning heaven. By utilizing electromagnetic force to create a repulsive effect while employing returning heaven, his defensive capabilities significantly increased. Metallic objects would be repelled without contact, akin to an all-encompassing Shinra Tensei. Similarly, by constructing an attractive force, he could transform into a human-shaped meat grinder. Alternatively, he could pair it with metallic ninja tools, such as a ninja sword, manipulating the sword while employing returning heaven, version 20 of the meat grinder. Should an enemy attempt to flee, they would be consumed by the rapidly spinning blades due to the influence of gravitational pull. Hyuga Watt designated these three unique forms of returning heaven as returning heaven yin, returning heaven yang, and returning heaven sword dance. Regarding the construction of electromagnetic repulsion and attraction, his current influence over non-metallic objects remains limited. However, if the enemy possesses metallic items, the effects would be greatly amplified. With the electromagnetic force at LV2, the upper limit of his capabilities is evidently apparent. Yet Hyuga Watt has already accrued 32,896,000 experience points, drawing near to LV3. Chapter 24, Special Mission and Beautiful Eyes. The 7 days elapsed swiftly, ushering in the arduous life of missions once more. Hyuga Watt rose early from his bed and made his way to the agreed-upon training ground. The mission for the team was assigned by Yamanaka Shimi, and he had no knowledge of its nature before meeting him. As he approached, he observed Uchiha Rin standing in the center of the training ground, arms crossed, gazing at him with indifference. "You are late." Hyuga Watt shrugged with a look of resignation. "We agreed upon 7 o'clock. It is barely past 6. As a ninja, arriving 2 hours early is the best way to hone one's will." "What? You lack ambition. Do you not realize that?" Hyuga Watt promptly covered his ears, unwilling to endure the incessant lecturing of this team leader. With only 2 minutes remaining until 7 o'clock, Akamichi Daifuku rushed over, panting while wiping the sweat from his forehead. "I'm so sorry, everyone. I almost overslept." "It's fine. I arrived late as well." Hyuga Watt reassured him. "Daifuku, your lack of ambition is concerning. Arriving early is." Uchiha Rin frowned disapprovingly, and just as she began to speak, Hyuga Watt swiftly covered her mouth. Yamanaka Shimi, unusually late by a few minutes, surveyed the three before him and pondered briefly before speaking. "This mission is rather special. Only I and Hyuga Watt will participate. The others may train independently for now and resume team missions after this one is completed." "What? Only Watt and the teacher are participating? Then what was the point of my early arrival?" Daifuku rolled his eyes, reminiscing about the warmth of his bed. Uchiha Rin furrowed her brow. Why was only what chosen? How long is the mission expected to last? This is the Hokage's decision. As for the duration of the mission, it depends on the circumstances. The Hokage? Uchiha Rin's eyes sparkled with curiosity. If it was a direct appointment from the Hokage, could it possibly pertain to an Umbu mission? Yamanaka Shimi inhaled deeply and said solemnly, "What? You have 1 hour to prepare. The rest of you disperse." In the forests of the Land of Fire, two figures cloaked in black robes leaped through the treetops, akin to specters, swiftly traversing the surrounding woods. Yamanaka Shimi landed on a sturdy branch, propelling himself upward. What? This mission is of great significance. It is dynamic and subject to change. The mission is preliminarily rated as A rank, but it could escalate to S rank if unforeseen circumstances arise. S rank? Hyuga gasped, astonished as he looked at him. Indeed, Yamanaka Shimi affirmed gravely. You are aware of the underground black market, correct? The black market? Hyuga frowned. He had heard some rumors. It seemed to be a place dedicated to issuing bounty missions, exchanging the lives of shinobi for rewards. He was certainly familiar with it, as the bounty on his classmate Sarutobi Asuma's head was reportedly worth 35 million ryo in the black market. Yes, Yamanaka Shimi continued thoughtfully. The black market represents the shadowy underbelly of the shinobi world. The 5 great nations, as well as many smaller nations, possess black markets, existing independently from the surface world to facilitate transactions that cannot be conducted openly. Due to the importance of the black market, Konoha has stationed Umbu scouts in the underground black markets of the Land of Fire and nearby nations. Approximately a week ago, an Umbu agent embedded in the black market of the Land of Iron suddenly relayed intelligence regarding a substantial and unusual transaction occurring in the largest black market there. The transaction involves an amount exceeding 100 million ryo. Furthermore, the agent discovered traces of IWA shinobi near the black market. IWA shinobi? Hyuga gaze flickered. So, the Hokage's intention is for us to investigate this matter? Indeed, the recent activities in Awagakure have been quite frequent in the Land of Iron. Situated conveniently between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth, has witnessed an unusual surge in substantial transactions within the black market, leading the Hokage to suspect a connection to impending warfare. Hyuga's expression grew grave. This was far from favorable news for him. Should war indeed arrive, his developmental period would be drastically curtailed. With his current level of strength, he feared he might not be adequately prepared to confront the looming threat of conflict. Yet, he recalled that the Third Great Ninja War had been initiated by Sunagakure, so why was Awagakure now so active? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. It was no wonder the clan leader had shared the training methods for the reversal technique with him a few days prior. The Hokage must have requested personnel from him. The Hokage seeking a branch family genin was, in essence, a subtle hint. However, upon further reflection, this mission was indeed well suited for him. The significance of the Byakugan in reconnaissance tasks was undeniable, and since the Umbu lacked any members from the Hyuga clan, his unique magnetic release bloodline would provide him with enhanced long-range offensive capabilities, thus increasing his functionality. As for Yamanaka Shimi, renowned as an all-round ninja, his abilities were nearly limitless. Their pairing was indeed the optimal solution. With this realization, Hyuga let out a long breath. It seemed that Sarutobi Hiruzen held him in considerable regard. The burden of expectation from his clan weighed heavily on him. Yet leveraging the Hokage's influence to balance against his clan was a rather astute choice. After several days of travel, the duo finally arrived in the Land of Iron. Before entering the bustling city, Yamanaka Shimi handed Hyuga a pair of circular thin discs. Your Byakugan is too conspicuous. It poses a risk to our stealth in this mission. Were these? Hyuga accepted them, examining them with curiosity, his mouth agape. Are these cosmetic contact lenses? I can't believe the ninja world has those now. Yamanaka Shimi scratched his head awkwardly. These are tools used within the Umbu to obscure the color of one's pupils. Don't worry. While they may not be the most aesthetically pleasing, they are quite comfortable to wear. After putting them on, Hyuga blinked, noticing no change in his vision. After adjusting, he felt no discomfort. Looking into a mirror, he saw his pupils had transformed into the most common brown hue found in the ninja world, rendering him indistinguishable from others. What a peculiar state the technological advancements in the ninja world have reached, he mused. Once adequately prepared, the two entered the capital of the Land of Iron. The Land of Iron is a quintessential samurai nation, its architectural style reminiscent of the Warring States period, with numerous armored samurai adorned with long swords visible along the streets. Although samurai do not wield ninjutsu, Their biological magnetic fields are astonishingly potent, even surpassing those of conventional ninjas. Observing the samurai, Hyuga Satoru couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. The strength of their biological magnetic fields was closely tied to their physical prowess. None of the samurai he saw had a field weaker than that of a chunin, and some were even comparable to jounin or chunin specialized in taijutsu. It was no wonder the samurai could establish a nation amidst the onslaught of ninjas. Their sheer physical strength surpassed that of many taijutsu specialists wielding swords. Yet it seemed they would be no match for him. Hyuga Satoru shrugged. Clad in full metal armor and wielding metallic ninja swords, such samurai would pose no challenge to him. Chapter 25. The Battle for the Yellow Sparrow. The capital of the Land of Iron, aside from samurai, also hosted numerous civilians and travelers from other nations. Disguised, Hyuga Satoru and Yamanaka Shimi blended into the crowd. After gathering some information, they arrived at an inn. The innkeeper was a young woman, who, upon Yamanaka Shimi providing the secret code, discreetly led them to a hidden chamber. Once inside, the innkeeper's demeanor shifted, and she bowed gravely to Yamanaka Shimi. Umbu codename, Red Dove. I have the honor of meeting you, sir. Umbu codename, Bug, Yamanaka Shimi replied nonchalantly. The innkeeper then turned her gaze toward Hyuga Satoru, displaying a look of confusion. Hyuga Satoru felt awkward, thinking to himself, Umbu codename? I'm not even a member of the Umbu. He is not an Umbu member, Yamanaka Shimi clarified. Not an Umbu? The innkeeper was taken aback. It was astonishing that the Hokage would assign someone so young and outside the Umbu to undertake such a crucial task. Hyuga Satoru glanced at Yamanaka Shimi, realizing his teacher must hold a significant position within the Umbu, capable of leading with the authority of a jounin, marking him as a special presence within the organization. Please provide me with the latest intelligence, Yamanaka Shimi stated succinctly. The innkeeper inhaled deeply, her gaze flickering. A few days ago, while we were investigating that transaction in the black market, we made a new discovery. The buyer has been confirmed to be Iwagakure, and the transaction involves supplies. Scheduled for 2 days hence. Iwagakure? Supplies? What kind of materials could be worth over 100 million ryo? Hyuga Satoru felt a weight in his heart. He recalled that his previous mission involved discovering IWA ninjas searching for supplies in the Land of Grass. He hadn't anticipated their reach extending to the Land of Iron. Such a significant stockpile must surely be preparations for war. Yamanaka Shimi furrowed his brow, realizing the same, and sighed. It seems the Hokage's concerns are indeed valid. The Iwagakure is making considerable moves in preparation for war. After a moment of contemplation, Hyuga Satoru proposed, since the transaction is set for 2 days from now. Is there a way to disrupt it during this time frame? No. Red Dove interjected, shaking her head. Transactions in the black market are protected by its forces. Should anyone attempt to sabotage it before completion, they would face the wrath of all black market ninjas. I see, Hyuga Satoru mused, not speaking idly. With the advantages of his Byakugan and magnetic release long-range capabilities, he was quite adept at causing disruption. A tense atmosphere enveloped the hidden chamber. Provide me with the location of the black market and relevant intelligence. We must investigate the site, Yamanaka Shimi commanded, to which the innkeeper complied. As they walked side by side down the street, Hyuga Satoru inquired, Shimi-sensei, who do you think is responsible for selling such a large quantity of goods through the black market? After a moment's thought, Yamanaka Shimi replied, in the ninja world, certain large merchant associations conduct money laundering transactions via the black market. Additionally, many feudal lords from various nations have their channels within the black market. But transactions of this magnitude are quite rare. Hyuga Satoru nodded, feeling an underlying strangeness. Why would such a significant amount of goods be sold in the black market when the Land of Iron is not a ninja nation? The two engaged in quiet conversation as they soon arrived at the location of the black market indicated in their intelligence. Finding a suitable spot in a nearby izakaya, they began their reconnaissance. Currently, their identities were those of travelers visiting the Land of Iron. Direct entry into the black market would not be prudent, and remaining hidden outside was their best option. Satoru, can your Byakugan discern the situation inside? Yamanaka Shimi asked. Hyuga Satoru estimated the distance and replied, at this range, it should pose no problem. With that, he quietly activated his Byakugan. Through his enhanced vision, the seemingly ordinary izakaya across the street revealed itself as a vast space teeming with activity. Notably, many of the patrons were samurai. No wonder the Land of Iron boasts such a large-scale black market. It appears many samurai are mingling within, Hyuga Satoru reflected. The Byakugan's abilities were maximized in the unique environment of the Land of Iron. Due to the overwhelming number of samurai, the chakra signatures of ninjas stood out like beacons. After filtering out some scattered ninjas, he identified a group of formidable ninjas approximately 500 meters from the black market. In the direction of 3 o'clock, approximately 500 meters away, there lay an inn where 7 ninjas had gathered. Based on their chakra levels, it was estimated that there were about 5 chunin and 2 jonin among them. One jonin in particular exhibited an exceptionally large chakra reserve, indicating that he was likely an elite jonin. Yanushi Shirwei nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "It appears that this is indeed the group of IWA ninjas mentioned in the intelligence report. We shall observe their movements for now." Hyuga Gaku let out a sigh of relief, concluding that this batch of IWA ninjas did not possess particularly formidable strength. Thus, the danger level of the current mission seemed rather low. Just as he intended to deactivate his Byakugan, an unexpected discovery occurred. "Wait, Sensei Shirwei, something is amiss," Gaku exclaimed. Yanushi Shirwei's heart tightened as she hurriedly inquired, "What is it?" Approximately 600 meters from the inn, there is a hidden jonin, Gaku reported. "Is he also an IWA ninja?" Shirwei asked, her brow furrowing. Gaku shook his head gravely. "No, he is definitely not affiliated with the IWA ninjas. His behavior suggests that he is monitoring us." "Monitoring us?" Shirwei inhaled sharply, her eyes narrowing. "This is not good news. It indicates the presence of a third-party ninja force in the capital besides ourselves." The trajectory of their mission had suddenly become obscured. Gaku felt a weight in his heart. The earlier joy of discovering the IWA ninja team dissipated. If he had not been cautious and conducted a thorough search, they might not have identified this hidden presence, which demonstrated remarkable stealth skills. "Can you ascertain which faction this ninja belongs to?" Shirwei inquired tentatively. "I cannot," Gaku replied, shaking his head. "His counter-surveillance awareness is too strong. The Byakugan can only perceive the flow of his chakra, but it cannot determine his identity." "I see," Shirwei nodded. "Let us remain here and observe, adapting as necessary." "Agreed." Gaku took a deep breath, suddenly recalling an old adage. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. They now seemed to be competing against the power of that mysterious jonin for the identity of the oriole. As evening approached, the enigmatic jonin made his move. "Sensei Shirwei. He is heading towards the outskirts of the city," Gaku exclaimed. "Let us follow him." The two stealthily trailed the mysterious jonin, maintaining a considerable distance due to his strong counter-surveillance instincts. They ventured deep into the forest outside the city, where Gaku's eyes sharpened. Through the Byakugan, he discerned the location where the jonin had halted. It appeared he was heading towards a stronghold, as a multitude of powerful chakra signatures were detected nearby. Shirwei narrowed her eyes. As suspected, this mission is not as simple as it appears on the surface. Just as they advanced towards the stronghold, Shirwei suddenly raised her hand to stop Gaku. "Wait, Gaku, there is something unusual." Gaku looked up to see several black parasitic insects flying from the forest and landing on Shirwei's shoulder. While tracking, Shirwei also released her own parasitic insects for reconnaissance. The title of all-purpose ninja was not given lightly. After absorbing the information relayed back by the parasitic insects, Shirwei's expression turned grim. "The parasitic insects have detected a sensory barrier ahead. If we recklessly proceed, we will be discovered." Gaku immediately scanned the area with his Byakugan, confirming that several ninjas were seated nearby, seemingly maintaining the barrier. "Are we to retreat, then?" Gaku's heart sank. Chapter 26. Geomagnetic Orientation, the Insect's Contribution. What should we do? Gaku felt anxious, realizing that they had been discovered, yet could not gather intel. His Byakugan could indeed see the general situation at the stronghold, but the distance was too great to ascertain specific arrangements or chakra flows. What discussions transpired after that mysterious jonin returned? What faction were they, and what were their intentions? All remained a mystery. After a moment of contemplation, Gaku could not hold back any longer. "Sensei Shirwei, my Byakugan can roughly visualize the situation at the stronghold. The number of ninjas there far exceeds that of the IWA ninja team in the capital. If we do not uncover their objectives, this mission could very well end in failure." "I understand," Shirwei replied with a bitter smile. "But given the current circumstances, if we approach recklessly, we might be surrounded by their ninjas." Gaku's gaze flickered. Based on his Byakugan, the range of the sensory barrier extended 3 kilometers. Entering this zone would alert the enemy. "Sensei, can you send your parasitic insects in to gather information?" "That won't work," Shirwei shook her head. "I already attempted that. The distance is too far. My control range for the parasitic insects is 2 kilometers. Beyond that, they lose direction due to the inability to receive commands." "I see." Gaku frowned. The parasitic insects had a control range of only 2 kilometers. Could they truly lose direction in the final kilometer? Wait. If there were a way to replace the command for the last kilometer, Would it not allow us to control the parasitic insects for reconnaissance? After pondering for a moment, Gaku's eyes brightened. Sensei Shirwei, without considering the return journey, can you embed the command to search for information 3 kilometers away into the consciousness of the parasitic insects? Shirwei reflected for a moment before responding. If it's merely a matter of implanting a command, that can be done. However, once the distance exceeds 2 kilometers, I will lose control of the parasitic insects, leaving their fate to chance. Gaku took a deep breath. Then hurry and select a few robust parasitic insects. I have a plan. What plan? Shirwei asked, astonishment evident in her gaze. Explaining it is quite complex. Just choose the insects first, Gaku urged. Shirwei nodded, extending her left hand as several black insects crawled from her sleeve to her fingertips. Gaku took 2 kunai and struck them together to create a few metal particles, which he carefully placed on the backs of the parasitic insects. His positioning was meticulous, ensuring that the particles would stabilize on their bodies without hindering their flight. Once finished, Gaku turned to Shirwei. Now, Sensei, implant the command to gather intelligence into the consciousness of the parasitic insects. Very well, Shirwei replied reluctantly, though uncertain of Gaku's intentions. She had no choice but to trust him. The instructed parasitic insects fluttered unsteadily and then disappeared into the depths of the forest. After a while, Shirwei sighed. I have lost control of the parasitic insects. Gaku remained silent, his gaze fixed forward. Time passed slowly, the atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive, the air thickening as their breaths became labored. Shirwei's eyes transitioned from hope to worry and finally to disappointment. So much time had elapsed that the parasitic insects, having lost their commands, were likely adrift, incapable of returning with any information. The decision to remain rather than retreat was also to avoid dampening Gaku's spirits. Seeing her student so confident made it difficult for her to voice her doubts. Ultimately, no one understood the parasitic insects better than the Yanushi clan, and the 2-kilometer control limit was an immutable constraint. As these thoughts weighed heavily on her heart, Shirwei suddenly sensed something and lifted her head. Moments later, she spotted several black insects wobbling as they approached. Had they actually succeeded? Shirwei's mouth fell agape in shock. Beside her, Gaku's lips curled into a slight smile. The metal shavings previously placed on the parasitic insects were intended for geomagnetic positioning. In his past life, he often heard of birds and insects migrating before an earthquake, attributed to their sensitivity to changes in geomagnetism. Some insects even utilized magnetic materials in their bodies for geomagnetic orientation during migration. Though Hinata Soke was unable to alter the geomagnetic field, he possessed the remarkable ability to simulate certain fluctuations in geomagnetism from his own position, subsequently directing magnetic substances affixed to the parasitic insects. This instinct, ingrained in the DNA of insects over millions of years of natural evolution, was a biological imperative. Meanwhile, Oil Woman Shimi absorbed the intelligence relayed by the parasitic insects, her eyes sparkling with revelation. Who would have imagined it would turn out this way? 2 days later, outside the black market, a disguised Iwa ninja wrapped a scroll within his garments, surveying his surroundings before approaching the inn. Lord Yamato, the supplies have been secured. Excellent. The jonin named Yamato responded with approval. With such a substantial allocation of resources, Lord Suchikage will undoubtedly reward us handsomely upon our return. Let us prepare to depart. Lingering in this forsaken land of the Iron Country has begun to rust my very bones. The 7-man team advanced towards the capital. In the forest, spirits ran high among the group. Which seller would dare to offload such a vast quantity of supplies, allowing us to reap the benefits? Indeed, I never expected that our initial intent to procure some iron tools in the Iron Country would lead to such a momentous find. Ha ha. One Iwa ninja chuckled, lamenting only that the identities of the parties involved in the black market transactions remained confidential. Otherwise, they would have had ample reason to express their gratitude. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a sharp sound sliced through the air, and the Iwa ninja's expression froze, mouth agape, as if his throat had been cleaved by a sharp instrument, blood splattering forth. The Iwa ninja's throat convulsed, crimson foam spilling from his mouth, before he fell lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing the horrific demise of his comrade, Yamato's eyes widened in fury, and he bellowed with all his might, "Ambush!" At the very moment he cried out, several figures swiftly surrounded the Iwa ninja team, the leader speaking coldly, "No need for thanks. If you truly wish to express gratitude, simply forfeit your lives." "Who are you?" Yamato's eyes were bloodshot as he forced the words through clenched teeth. Dead men need not concern themselves with such matters. The red-haired leader waved his hand, and a torrent of golden sand surged forth, sweeping over them. Yamato's pupils dilated. Magnet release? You are from Sunagakure. After utilizing Doton to shield himself from the oncoming wave of sand, Yamato cursed angrily. Does Sunagakure desire war with the Wagakure? How dare you ambush us on the road? Have you considered the consequences should Lord Tsuchikage learn of this? Consequences? If you all perish here, what consequences remain? Scorch release. Overheating vaporize. The speaker was not Rasha, but rather a coolly dressed female ninja positioned behind him. With a sweeping gesture, an orange fireball surged towards an IWA ninja resisting the sand ninja. And amidst his anguished screams, the moisture in his body evaporated, leaving him in a state akin to a mummy. Yamato's heart sank. With Rasha employing magnet release and Yekuro wielding scorch release, Sunagakure had dispatched 2 bloodline users, and it seemed their chances were growing grim. Meanwhile, 1 kilometer away from the battlefield, 2 figures concealed among the treetops observed quietly. As anticipated, the sand ninja had indeed come to ambush the IWA ninja. Oil woman Shimi mused thoughtfully. Indeed, who could have foreseen that the so-called large-scale resource transaction was nothing more than a ploy orchestrated by Sunagakure? Hinata Soke raised an eyebrow, responding with a hint of resignation. Upon utilizing his methods to glean intelligence, the outcome left everyone astounded. The mysterious seller in the black market, who had been offloading vast quantities of resources, was, in fact, from Sunagakure, one of the 5 great shinobi villages. This transaction resembled bait on a fishing line, enticing unsuspecting fish to bite, only to reveal themselves in due course, reaping both wealth and lives. Hinata Soke could not help but inwardly criticize. Such schemes could only be executed at noon. Trouble was bound to arise sooner or later. Sunagakure, despite being the weakest among the 5 great villages, exhibited such audacity that it truly astonished Hinata Soke. However, upon further reflection, it seemed unsurprising, as in the original narrative. The Third Shinobi World War had erupted due to the disappearance of Sunagakure's 3rd Kazekage, leading them to recklessly challenge Konohagakure, resulting in their utter defeat and pleas for mercy. Hinata, Sunagakure has dispatched Yekura and Rasha. If we rashly intervene, our chances of success may be slim. Oil woman Shimi's expression turned grave. If there were only 1 bloodline user, he was confident he could counter, but with 2, the outcome was uncertain. Fear not, teacher Shimi. Hinata Soke smiled reassuringly. We need not engage them directly. We merely need to disrupt their plans. Oil woman Shimi seemed to have an epiphany, suddenly chuckling and ruffling her hair. I almost forgot you possessed that. In the forest, the battle raged on. Yet, the IWA ninja's defeat became inevitable. Under the joint assault of the 2 bloodline users, the remaining IWA ninjas were unable to withstand the onslaught, falling one after another in a gruesome manner. Witnessing his comrades perish before him, Yamato's eyes were bloodshot, filled with rage. Damn it, even in death, I will make you pay. He quickly formed hand seals, slamming his palms onto the ground, chakra surging violently from his body into the earth. Doton, Yamato no jutsu. The ground beneath him erupted, splitting apart into 2 massive hemispherical walls that began to converge, an overwhelming pressure as if it sought to crush all the sand ninjas into oblivion. Futile, Rasha remarked coldly, slowly raising his hands, as countless grains of sand surged from beneath him, instantly filling the chasm in the ground. Golden tendrils extending from the wave of sand to brace against the closing walls. Amidst the thunderous rumbling, the 2 engaged in a desperate struggle. Debris cascaded from the colossal walls, cracks spiderwebbing across the points where the sand tendrils held firm. Yamato still possessed a fair amount of chakra, allowing him to hold his ground against Rasha, but this was not a battle he could fight alone. He glanced back, only to see that within mere moments, his IWA ninja comrades had dwindled to a mere handful under the relentless combined assault of Yekura and the sand ninjas. As the last of his comrades fell at his side, their bloodied hand grasping desperately at his pant leg, their trembling eyes met his, a silent plea for escape. Lord Yamato, flee. Damn it. It felt as if some unseen force shattered within him, an immense power surging forth as Yamato howled to the heavens. Tears of blood streaming from the corners of his eyes. The massive wall he had struggled against with Rasha began to tremble violently, drawing inward with relentless force. Damn it. Are you still struggling in your death throes? Realizing he could no longer withstand Yamato's desperate counterattack, Rasha spat in frustration and leapt backward, seeking to escape the range of Yamato's assault. Back away. This technique possesses tremendous power. Do not resist. With Rasha's support faltering, the sand tendrils quivered momentarily before shattering entirely, the enormous circular wall crashing shut, engulfing the sand ninjas who had failed to escape in time, akin to a vast tomb. The earth trembled, dust swirling in the air. Rasha narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on Yamato's position. After employing that technique, Yamato would have completely lost his ability to resist. Cautious, Rasha considered his options, ultimately deciding against personally intervening. As the dust began to settle, he turned to one of the sand ninjas in their ranks. Song, go and finish him off. Yes. The ninja named Song retrieved a kunai from his pouch, cautiously advancing towards Yamato. As he drew closer, he beheld Yamato, half kneeling before the colossal hemispherical tomb, panting weakly, clearly bereft of any capacity for defense. Die! A flicker of malice crossed his eyes as he suddenly thrust the kunai towards the back of Yamato's head. An unexpected turn of events unfolded. Before the kunai could descend, a wave of goosebumps erupted across Sang's body, a chilling sensation surging from his tailbone, racing up his spine to his skull. He had no time to react. A blue flash streaked past, and his head erupted, brain matter splattering everywhere. This gruesome scene left everyone in shock. The sand shinobi stood frozen in place, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. After a brief moment of confusion, Yamato's eyes narrowed as he quickly formed hand seals, channeling a flicker of chakra he had just regained into the ground. This is bad. We mustn't let him escape. A jolt of alarm coursed through Raza. The sand shinobi immediately sprang into action, rushing towards Yamato's position. However, the second arrow struck. This arrow bore an even more terrifying force, piercing directly into the unsuspecting ranks of the sand shinobi. Accompanied by the shattering of flesh and piercing screams, the arrow first penetrated a sand shinobi's chest, then sliced through another's abdomen. Finally, it pierced the thigh of a third sand shinobi, pinning him firmly to the ground. A triple strike. Who could it be? Raza's pupils constricted as he let out a frenzied roar. At the very moment he unleashed his shout, every hair on his body stood on end as a terrifying chill crept up behind him. An overwhelming instinct for survival compelled him to halt his advance, channeling all his energy into a sand gold defense. The blue light swept past him, shattering the lower limbs of a sand shinobi beside him, intestines spilling onto the ground. An eerie silence enveloped the air, broken only by the anguished cries of the sand shinobi who had not succumbed immediately. No one dared to move. The sound of gulping and swallowing echoed in the stillness. The oppressive chill loomed over them, instilling fear that the next moment, the harbinger of death embodied in blue light would descend upon them, leaving them helplessly watching as Yamato slipped away before their very eyes. After what felt like an eternity, with no sign of blue light returning, they finally exhaled in relief. Perhaps he has departed. One of the sand shinobi swallowed hard, stuttering to speak. I don't know. Another sand shinobi, eyes wide with terror, cautiously wiped the sweat from his brow. Raza dispersed his sand gold defense and coldly commanded, go investigate the situation. They must have already left. Yes. Seeing Raza abandon his defense, the remaining sand shinobi steeled themselves and approached to scout the area. It's an arrow. One of the sand shinobi lifted the discovered object, revealing a slender metal arrow, its shaft flat and distinct from conventional arrows. An arrow? Raza squinted, pondering what kind of ninjutsu could endow an arrow with such devastating power, all while they observed their surroundings. Noting the absence of any ninja within at least a kilometer's radius. Could the attack have originated from a kilometer away? How is that even possible? Raza, I believe you need to contemplate how to report to Lord Wind Shadow. This mission has been a complete failure. Beside him, Yakura regarded him coldly. Their relationship had always been strained, and had it not been for the Wind Shadow's orders appointing Raza as the leader, she would never have followed his command. Raza's expression darkened significantly. With Yamato's escape, it meant that such a kid would inevitably learn of their actions today, and Sand Village would likely suffer considerable consequences. Who could it possibly be? He ground his teeth in frustration. A kilometer away, perched atop a large tree, Hyuga lowered the metallic bow he had been wielding, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 28. The Selection of the Forbidden Sealing Techniques. In the forest, Oil Woman Shimi swallowed nervously, staring in astonishment at Hyuga, who stood with his bow drawn. Widow, that was ruthless. From a kilometer away, firing 3 arrows in succession to annihilate several sand shinobi. Even he was left in awe, especially the second arrow, which pierced through the ranks of sand shinobi, achieving a 3-for-1 shot. Hyuga feigned exhaustion, his complexion pale as he stowed the large metal bow into a storage scroll, shaking his head. Teacher Shimi, this isn't the time for discussion. My chakra is nearly depleted, we should leave at once. Indeed. Oil Woman Shimi nodded, hastily tidying up the surrounding traces before she and Hyuga departed the area. At the inn, the proprietress, Red Dove, paced anxiously, her eyes lighting up as she spotted the two return. What happened? It's over, Hyuga replied. Over? Red Dove's eyes widened. What does that mean? Was the mission completed? Did the rock shinobi retrieve the supplies? What exactly transpired? She was filled with questions. The mission has been resolved, Red Dove. Once we return, I will report your contributions to the Hokage, Oil Woman Shimi reassured her. A much lighter mood after the successful mission. Is that all? Red Dove exclaimed, her mouth agape, still brimming with questions. Wasn't it stated that Sand Village was involved behind the scenes? How can it simply end like this? Neither of them bore a speck of dust, as though they had not engaged in battle at all. Could it be they merely made a round at the scene, and the mission was deemed complete? Oil Woman Shimi discerned Red Dove's skepticism and smiled, saying, this mission truly relied heavily on Wudo, otherwise it would have been troublesome. However, due to the confidentiality of the task, I cannot divulge further details. Wudo? Red Dove looked at the young ninja beside her in confusion. He hardly seemed like a chunin. Yet he had played such a significant role. After bidding farewell to Red Dove, the two set off on their journey back to Konoha Village. On the road, Oil Woman Shimi spoke solemnly. Wudo, this mission involves 2 major countries, and once we report back to the Hokage, it will surely be elevated to an S rank. S rank. Hyuga Wudo's eyes sparkled. S rank missions offer a minimum reward of 1 million ryo. That is a fortune. By the way, Oil Woman Shimi paused before continuing. Upon our return, I will discuss with the Hokage the opportunity for you to select a forbidden sealing technique from the scrolls. You might want to consider which technique to choose. Sealing techniques? Hyuga Wudo licked his lips. Those scrolls contained powerful forbidden techniques, and among them was a particularly famous jutsu he had long coveted. After several days of travel, the two finally arrived at Konoha Village. Without delay, Oil Woman Shimi took Hyuga Wudo directly to the Hokage's office to report on their mission. Upon hearing Oil Woman Shimi's report, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes gradually brightened, repeatedly exclaiming good news. If Oil Woman Shimi's report holds true, then after this mission, the Rock Village and Sand Village would be sworn enemies. With 7 elite ninjas and supplies worth over 100 million ryo. Given his understanding of Inoki, that stubborn old man, this grudge would not go unanswered. In that case, Konoha would temporarily find itself in a position of safety. Even if the ninja world descends into chaos and war breaks out anew, the first conflict will likely be between Sand Village and Rock Village, allowing Konoha to observe from the sidelines. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his beard, increasingly admiring the young Hyuga Wudo. The once complex situation had transformed into one that was most advantageous for Konoha under his influence. Hyuga Wudo chuckled awkwardly. In truth, his motives were not solely for Konoha Village. The reason he wished for Yamato to return alive was that he understood the Third Shinobi World War would be ignited by Sand Village's reckless attack on Konoha, exacerbating the conflict between Sand and Rock. This would significantly delay the outbreak of the war, at least for now. The beleaguered Sand Village would be too preoccupied to trouble their elder brother. Thus, he could secure more time for his own growth. Time was the one thing he desperately needed. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully and spoke in a low voice. I have a general understanding of the mission's course. The mission level has been elevated to S rank. Furthermore, he glanced at Hyuga Wudo, pausing momentarily before continuing. Due to your outstanding performance in this mission, you are rewarded with the opportunity to select a technique from the Sealing Technique scroll. I hope you do not squander this chance. Hyuga Wudo's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was finally happening. Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved a scroll from his drawer and handed it to Hyuga Wudo. This is the catalog of the sealing techniques. Choose one that appeals to you, and I will take you to the location where the sealing techniques are truly stored. Hyuga Wudo quickly scanned the catalog and soon pointed to a technique that caught his fancy. This one. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Why did you choose this technique? This opportunity is exceedingly significant, and wasting it would be regrettable. Yamanaka Shitomi, witnessing Hyuga Wudo's selection, became anxious and hastily advised, Wudo, this technique demands a high level of skill from its practitioner. Are you certain you wish to choose it? It would be a shame to squander this opportunity. Hyuga Wudo fixed his determined gaze on Sarutobi Hiruzen and declared, I am certain, Hokage-sama. I choose this technique. Very well, since you have made your decision, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. But I must remind you that mastering this technique requires a substantial amount of chakra reserves. Do not attempt to use it forcefully until you have fully grasped it, or you may find yourself in grave danger. I understand, Hokage-sama. Hyuga Wudo nodded solemnly. The technique he pointed to in the catalog would later become his signature ability, the multi-shadow clone technique. Shortly after leaving the Hokage's office, they encountered Uchiha Rin and Akamichi Azuki, who had been waiting for their return. You finally completed your mission. I've been waiting so long that I feel like I'm rusting away, Uchiha Rin said impatiently, stretching her shoulders. Hyuga Satoru chuckled and scratched his head, explaining. There were some unforeseen changes during the mission, and the level was raised to S rank, which caused delays. Once the bounty is redeemed, I'll treat everyone to a meal. S rank. Uchiha Rin gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape in disbelief. You and Shitomi-sensei completed an S-rank mission? Indeed, Yamanaka Shitomi affirmed with a nod, her tone serious. Moreover, Satoru played a leading role in this mission. Uchiha Rin stared at Hyuga Satoru in shock, even with her confidence. She understood that her own abilities could hardly contribute to an S-rank mission. Akamichi Azuki, equally astonished, gasped and then seemed to recall something, her expression turning worried. Was the mission so dangerous? Did everyone come back unscathed? Yamanaka Shitomi shook her head, casting a helpless glance at Hyuga Satoru. She simply could not fathom why he would waste such a crucial opportunity on the multi-shadow clone technique, which, while not particularly formidable among the forbidden techniques in the sealing technique scroll, had quite stringent requirements for use. However, Hyuga Satoru was already brimming with eagerness. After bidding farewell to the others, he sprinted to the forest where he usually trained, eager to experiment with a rather impressive maneuver. Chapter 29, The Bug of the Golden Finger? The training for the multi-shadow clone technique was not particularly arduous. It was only slightly more challenging than the ordinary shadow clone technique. In the original story, the prince, who wasn't even a genin, managed to master the multi-shadow clone technique after wandering in the forest with the sealing technique scroll for an entire night, subsequently defeating Mizuki with ease. One can only imagine how low the difficulty of mastering it truly was. The reason it was classified as a forbidden technique was due to the tremendous chakra drain caused by simultaneously creating numerous shadow clones, which could lead to a ninja being utterly depleted of chakra and rendered lifeless. Each shadow clone consumed half of the creator's chakra, meaning if 2 clones were made, the original would be left with only a quarter of its chakra. The terrifying consumption of chakra by the multi-shadow clone technique is evident. Chakra is derived from both physical and mental energy, and only those with unique abilities, like Naruto's Uzumaki lineage and the Nine Tails, could continuously unleash grand techniques. Should he encounter Kakashi, he would quickly find himself utterly drained. Alas, I too am somewhat of a prodigy, Hyuga Satoru mused with a smile. While he lacked the Uzumaki lineage, he possessed the life magnetic field. Thanks to the life magnetic field, his body would instinctively adjust to its optimal state. Should he overexert himself, the life magnetic field would work tirelessly to compensate for any losses. Furthermore, due to the abundant feedback from the life magnetic field, his chakra reserves consistently surpassed those of his peers, approaching the level of a jonin. With this buff in mind, it could be said that the multi-shadow clone technique would have a long way to go before it could truly deplete him. With a deep breath, Hyuga Satoru began his training in the multi-shadow clone technique. The flow of chakra was similar to that of the shadow clone technique. However, it involved several intricate steps during release, exponentially increasing the pathways and significantly enhancing the number of shadow clones. The second Hokage truly was a genius. I wonder how he conceived such a clever method of chakra flow, Hyuga Satoru marveled. As the chakra reached its peak, he formed hand seals and shouted the classic incantation. Multi-shadow clone technique. Boom, boom, boom. With a flurry of white mist, a multitude of identical Hyuga Satorus appeared beside him, all staring at each other in bewilderment. It felt as though his body had been hollowed out, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of emptiness in his abdomen. Before he could act, a cacophony erupted around him. Hey, why did I open my eyes to see so many ugly faces? You little rascal, who are you calling ugly? Take a good look at yourself. Your eyes are the size of marbles. X10. You think you can take me on? X10. Come at me. I'm not afraid of you. X20. Listening to the chorus of insults from his numerous clones, Hyuga Satoru's head started to ache. He had not anticipated that the multi-shadow clone technique would come with such a drawback. Upon reflection, it seemed the prince often found himself arguing with his clones, particularly during training with the Railgun, where a group of shadow clones would engage in competitive mockery of the slower clones, nearly leading to a clash among themselves. Hyuga Satoru had nearly laughed himself silly while watching this unfold on television, and now, the same scene was playing out before him. Enough already. I summoned you here. I am the original, and you all must listen to me. In exasperation, Hyuga Satoru shouted, finally quieting the surrounding chaos. The original? Fine, if you're the original. Settle this for us. Who's uglier? Nonsense. Clearly, he's the uglier one. His nose is practically in the clouds. As the argument among the clones escalated, Hyuga Satoru tossed a scroll into the air. As the white mist dispersed, countless shurikens, kunai, and other metallic ninja tools rained down from above, resembling a shower of metal. all landing squarely in front of the clones. This spectacle stunned the clones into silence. Impressive. Hyuga Satoru exhaled deeply and instructed. Try to communicate with the metal ninja tools using your consciousness and see if you can control them. Is that how it works? A few clever clones attempted this, gradually discovering the method. Amidst a sea of envious expressions, the shurikens began to wobble and lift into the air. Hyuga Satoru let out a sigh of relief. As he had anticipated, the multi-shadow clone technique could also harness the ability of electromagnetic force. He had previously trained with shadow clones to manipulate electromagnetic force, so it was reasonable to assume that the same applied here. Seeing that some clones had successfully learned this, the others were equally unwilling to be outdone, and soon began to compete among themselves. I won't fall behind. It's time for you to witness true skill. Move, move, move. As the shadow clones autonomously engaged in their own endeavors, Hyuga Satoru wore an expression of delight, constructing a chair from metallic ninja tools and reclining with his legs crossed. Experience points increased by 56. Experience points increased by 59. Experience points increased by 61. Observing the steady rise in experience points, Hyuga Satoru felt a sense of invigorating exhilaration. Just as he had envisioned, the multiple shadow clone technique allowed the shared training experience to be transferred to the original body. Furthermore, due to the enhancement of his unique ability, this experience could be acquired without the clones needing to dissipate. The upgrade to LV2 electromagnetic force required 6,000 experience points, and he currently possessed 5,021 points, leaving him just shy of 1,000 points from leveling up. If all went as planned, the time leading up to the next mission should suffice for him to reach LV3. He recalled how, in the original narrative, the prince summoned thousands of subordinates while training with the spiraling shuriken, benefiting from the experience-sharing buff that propelled his progress at an astonishing rate. It was this realization that led Hyuga Satoru to opt for the multiple shadow clone technique. Suddenly, a peculiar thought crossed his mind, and he displayed a strange expression. Is this considered exploiting a bug in my unique ability? But what of it? Hyuga Satoru felt a wave of relief wash over him as he comfortably reclined in his chair. If there were bugs, let them be. His mind was unfettered. Surrounding him, dozens of clones resembled a vibrant patch of chives, radiating energy as he drained their vitality. One clone, in a moment of clumsiness, misfired a shuriken, inadvertently striking another clone with whom he had just been bickering. Damn it, are you playing tricks on me? The offending clone shouted, only to be met with a puff of smoke as it vanished. After all, they were merely shadow clones. Their explosive nature remained unchanged. Hyuga Satoru furrowed his brow, suppressing the rush of returning memories, and formed hand seals, channeling the chakra he had just restored. As the white mist dissipated, another wave of vibrant chives emerged. Chapter 30, Electromagnetic Force LV3, Electromagnetic Furnace. After utilizing the multiple shadow clone technique to exploit the bug for an extended period, Hyuga Satoru finally heard a crisp sound emanate from within his body, as if something had shattered. Electromagnetic LV3. Experience points required for the next upgrade, 20,000. At long last, he had leveled up. Hyuga Satoru took a deep, satisfying breath, a smile gracing his lips. With the upgrade came the immediate sensation of physical refinement. Impurities within his body were incessantly broken down and reorganized, transforming into exceptionally pure life energy that nourished his flesh. Unlike previous experiences, this refinement felt more thorough, even affecting his internal organs. Activating his Byakugan, his vision expanded from 3 kilometers to 4 kilometers, and the images transmitted back were significantly clearer. Has the rate of experience acquisition slowed? It appeared that reaching LV3 in electromagnetic force made it increasingly difficult to exploit bugs for upgrades. Aware of the deceleration in the accumulation of experience points within his mind, Hyuga Satoru could only manage a resigned grimace. Based on his prior experiences, as the level of electromagnetic force increased, the experience gained from previously utilized abilities diminished. To expedite future upgrades, he would need to employ newly developed abilities. Sensing the expansion of his authority over electromagnetic force, Hyuga Satoru inhaled deeply and gradually raised his hands. The surrounding chive clones froze in shock as they suddenly lost control over the metallic ninja tools before them. Their wills to manipulate the tools were rendered futile against the overwhelming force he exerted. Shurikens, kunai, and other ninja tools ascended in unison, gathering above Hyuga Satoru, who, in the astonished gaze of the chive clones, watched as the surfaces of the metallic tools gradually turned red, while the air around them began to heat up. What is happening? Why do I suddenly feel so hot? The clones exchanged bewildered glances, their exclamations of shock echoing in the air. The surfaces of the metallic tools had become incandescent, the searing heat causing the plants on the ground to wither. The solid state transformed into liquid, emitting hissing sounds as pools of molten iron coalesced into a massive sphere, writhing incessantly. Hinata Satoru took a deep breath, channeling the remaining chakra to manipulate the shape of the molten iron. The glowing liquid elongated, forming a slender blade with a slight curve, followed by the details of the hilt and blade edge. Ultimately, the molten iron from nearly 100 ninja tools transformed into an elongated ninja sword, its slender blade radiating a chilling brilliance. Gazing upon his creation, a faint smile graced Hinata Satoru's pale visage. I shall name this sword Long Fong. Nearby, the clones stood dumbfounded. Hinata Satoru turned to them and snapped his fingers. Thank you for your hard work this time. I look forward to our next collaboration. With a series of explosive sounds, all the clones simultaneously transformed into white mist and dissipated. As the clones vanished, Hinata Satoru clenched his teeth tightly. The memories and fatigue of all the clones surged back, overwhelming him with a sensation akin to being crushed, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Damn it, I didn't expect the impact of the retrieval to be so profound. It seems that exploiting the bug isn't as easy as it appears, but I could recover them in batches to mitigate the shock. Taking several deep breaths, Hinata Satoru resigned himself to the fact that with LV3 electromagnetic force, the rate of experience acquisition had slowed, and to exploit bugs as he previously had, he would need the clones to employ more advanced abilities. The fatigue that accompanied the return would undoubtedly leave him exhausted, immobilized for several days. However, with sufficient rest, he could periodically send out a wave of clones to reap rewards. This way, his training time to reach LV4 would be significantly shortened. Grasping the now-cooled Long Fong sword, Hinata Satoru attempted a few slashes and was pleased by the remarkable feel of the blade. This sword was crafted from the amalgamation of hundreds of ninja tools, meticulously compressed at the molecular level. Its quality was exceptional, and being a product of his own creation, its design resonated deeply with him. Electromagnetic Furnace. This was the name Hinata Satoru bestowed upon the new ability he had developed at LV3 Electromagnetic Force. The so-called electromagnetic furnace utilized magnetic fields to accelerate the motion of molecular structures, drastically elevating their temperatures. The principle was not complex. Hinata Satoru recalled that the electromagnetic stoves and microwaves from his previous life operated on this very principle. Middle school physics taught that temperature enhances molecular movement, and conversely, increased molecular motion results in rapid temperature elevation. This principle applied not only to metals. If a ninja were to step into the electromagnetic furnace constructed by Hinata Satoru, the uncontrolled and rapid collisions of their bodily molecules could lead to their complete liquefaction. Exhaling slowly, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Hinata Satoru's eyes. Having developed the electromagnetic furnace, he was surely not far from mastering the ability of material reorganization. Material reorganization was the ability within the electromagnetic force system that Hinata Satoru yearned for most, controlling atoms at a microscopic level to rearrange and create entirely new substances. In his vision, if he could master this ability, he could fundamentally invade the caged bird on his forehead and obliterate it once and for all. The electromagnetic furnace, capable of accelerating molecular motion, had essentially touched upon the microscopic realm, at least from this moment onward. The microscopic capabilities of the electromagnetic force system had opened their doors to him. Following the attainment of LV3 electromagnetic force, Hinata Satoru roughly assessed his current strength. In close combat, due to the peculiarities of his abilities, even ordinary jonin would likely prove no match for him. In ranged combat, the magnetic cannon's long-range sniping would wreak havoc upon standard ninjas, albeit at a considerable cost. The following day, according to the agreement with Uchiha Madara, Hinata Satoru arrived at the mission management office, intending to accept a team task with his squad. Satoru, you're late. Standing before the entrance of the mission management office, Uchiha Madara gazed at the approaching Hinata Satoru, and a rare flicker of emotion crossed his typically expressionless face, concealed behind sunglasses. I apologize. I was held up by a few matters. Hinata Satoru sheepishly raked his fingers through his hair, having stayed up late the previous night testing a new ability. As Hinata Satoru stepped inside, Uchiha Madara suddenly gasped softly, surprise evident in his eyes. Beside him, Akane and Uchiha Rin leaned closer to Hinata Satoru, their expressions filled with skepticism as they scrutinized him from head to toe. What's wrong? Hinata Satoru instinctively took a step back, stammering, as he felt like a pitiful little rabbit being eyed by two predatory wolves. Satoru, it seems you've become even paler. Akane gritted her teeth, her face reflecting a mixture of envy and jealousy. Yes, It's that kind of pale, yet rosy. Uchiha Rin's eyes narrowed, an icy aura emanating from her. Could it be that you possess some hidden beauty-enhancing secret? Change pale? Rosy? Hinata Satoru felt like crying without tears. Who knew that the physical refinement through electromagnetic force had such an effect? Given the current situation, if he did not produce this so-called beauty secret, it seemed unlikely that the two girls would let him off easily. I say it's a talent. Do you believe me? Hinata Satoru swallowed hard. I believe you not. Uchiha Rin seized Hinata Satoru by the collar. Akane also rolled up her sleeves, advancing aggressively. You, Satoru, I suspected something was off when your skin suddenly turned pale, attributing it to magnetic release, but now you have no excuses left. Hand over that beauty secret. To his astonishment, even the usually aloof Uchiha Rin showed no resistance to the allure of a fair complexion. Hinata Satoru could only cast a pleading glance towards Yunuji Wei, who, to his surprise, showed no inclination to intervene, merely shrugging while scanning the task list on the bulletin board. Chapter 31. Are you teaching me how to work? After a brief selection, Yunuji Wei's gaze settled on a particular task, escorting a merchant convoy to the Land of Grass Trade Association, classified as B rank, with a bounty of 400,000 Rio. Typically, B rank tasks do not offer such high rewards, but this task appeared to be somewhat exceptional. The scale of the merchant convoy was considerable, and the task was designated for multiple teams to undertake. Thus, the remuneration was notably generous. After contemplating for a moment, Yunuji Wei decided to accept the task. This was the highest-paying task available for their squad, and even after accounting for portions that would be claimed by other teams, the earnings would still be quite substantial. While he himself was not in need of money, it was certainly a good plan to ensure that Hinata Satoru and the others received a fair share of the reward. Hello, please accept this task for me. Yunuji Wei stated expressionlessly, pointing at the task on the list, addressing the ninja at the management office. Ah, it's Lord Ji Wei. I'll take care of it immediately, the ninja at the management office replied, swiftly recording the information. Yunuji Wei pondered for a moment before inquiring. Has this task been accepted by any other teams? The person in charge considered for a moment. There should be another team, but I can't recall which one. Is that so? Yunuji Wei nodded, turning to look back at Akane and the others. There stood Hinata Satoru, disheveled in the center, while Uchiha Rin and Akane, having failed to find any beauty secrets, seemed to be whispering among themselves. Sensing Hinata Satoru's forlorn gaze, Yunuji Wei suddenly felt a chill run through him. The task is accepted. We should hurry along, he said with a shiver. At the entrance of the Hidden Leaf Village, Hinata Satoru gazed ahead and spotted a sizable convoy parked there. As they drew nearer, a commotion reached their ears. The group frowned and quickened their pace, only to be met with a surprising scene. A tall ninja clad in a green bodysuit was repeatedly bowing to one individual, uttering various apologies and pleas, while another ninja dressed similarly was tugging at him. Father, why are we apologizing to this person? We can simply refuse this task. Kai, you don't understand. Without the bounty from this task, we won't be able to get by. After reprimanding the ninja who was pulling him, the tall ninja bowed once more to the leading jonin, burying his head deep into his chest. Please forgive us. I assure you, we won't make similar mistakes again. Upon recognizing the man's face, Hinata Satoru was momentarily stunned. Might Guy? Satoru, do you know that ninja? Uchiha Rin asked, her gaze filled with surprise. Beside them, Akane's expression revealed a hint of concern as she explained to Uchiha Rin. Rin, he is Might Guy, the father of our classmate, Might Guy. Oh, Uchiha Rin responded, not having much impression of Might Guy, merely finding him somewhat familiar, as she typically did not pay much attention to weaker classmates. At that moment, the jonin standing before Might Guy displayed an impatient demeanor, waving his hand dismissively at him. Enough? What bad luck to have you two in my team. Wasn't he just a cargo crate that got overturned? We've already cleaned it up. Why the hostility? Finally unable to hold back, Might Guy clenched his fists and glared at the jonin. Kai. Might Guy grabbed him urgently, saying, it's not easy for them to let us join the team. It was my clumsiness that caused this. You need to apologize to Captain Ryokai. Kai, looking aggrieved, nearly burst into tears, but we've already cleaned it up. Having gathered the gist of the situation, Akane's eyes flared with anger. How outrageous. Hinata Satoru furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before striding over swiftly. Hey, have you all come to a decision? Our convoy is about to depart. Any further delay will hinder our schedule. Hearing the impatient voice of the convoy leader, the jonin named Tanai Ryokai offered an apologetic smile, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor. I'm terribly sorry. We'll handle this right away. Shifting his gaze to Might Guy and his son, his expression transformed into one of disdain and contempt. Did you hear? The convoy is about to leave. You should hurry up and go. Don't hold up the convoy. Just then, a voice rang out from behind. Wait. Tanai Ryokai turned to see, his brows knitting together. Byakugan? A member of the Hyuga clan? What brings you here? Hinata Satoru smiled gently at the bewildered Might Guy and his son. Kai, have you graduated? You're Hinata Satoru? Upon recognizing him, Kai scratched his head, somewhat sheepishly. I just graduated and haven't been assigned a leading jonin yet. So I came out with my father to take on a mission to help with household expenses. What brings you here? I'm also here to complete a mission. Hinata Satoru replied with a smile. Kai, this is Hinata Satoru, my classmate from the same period. Father, you must have heard of him. He is the prodigy from the Hyuga clan who awakened the second bloodline. Kai excitedly introduced Hinata Satoru to Might Guy. Though they had not interacted much during their school years, the impressive dual bloodline prodigy was bound to leave a lasting impression on everyone. Ah, it's him. Might Guy exclaimed, his right fist slapping into his left palm, relief washing over him. Listening to their conversation, Tanai Ryokai narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Hinata Satoru. Though he hadn't heard of the dual bloodline phenomenon, the mention of them being classmates indicated that this fellow was merely a freshly graduated kid. Hey, you just said you're also here to complete a mission? Ryokai squinted, fixing his gaze on Hinata Satoru. This task is a multi-team mission that we have also undertaken. Is there any issue? Hinata Satoru fixed his gaze upon him. He then turned to Might Dai and his companion, smiling as he said, Dai-senpai, Kai. Since this team is unwilling to keep you, why not join my squad instead? Satoru, how can this be? Dai and Kai were at a loss. Tanao Ryosuke's eyes glinted with a hint of coldness. You brat, do you have any proof that you accepted this mission? This is an A-rank task. And if I were your supervising jonin, I would never allow you to come here and cause trouble. Before he could finish his words, a chilling voice suddenly interjected. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Tanao Ryosuke froze momentarily, turning towards the source of the voice, where he saw a ninja clad in a voluminous robe and dark sunglasses, holding up a mission authorization document. This is our mission authorization, which serves as proof. Moreover, I consent to their joining my team. Do you have any objections? Upon clearly seeing the appearance of the newcomer, Tanao Ryosuke's body trembled uncontrollably, fear flashing in his eyes as he stammered. I see it is Lord Shirwei. You should have said so earlier. How could I dare to oppose you? What a joke. Who would dare to oppose Yamanaka Shirwei? His reputation among the jonin in Konoha is formidable. He is a truly ruthless individual. To ordinary jonin, he is akin to a mere side dish, and those who have clashed with him have met with utterly tragic fates, reduced to nothing but remnants consumed by insects. Tanao Ryosuke, on the verge of tears, looked at Hinata Satoru, lamenting, if you had mentioned that your teacher is Yamanaka Shirwei, I would never have dared to offend such a fearsome person. What now? Should I consider relocating to another village? Chapter 32, Social Anxiety and Social Mastery. Upon seeing Yamanaka Shirwei approach, Hinata Satoru breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at Might Dai and Kai, saying, Dai-senpai, since my teacher has already agreed, then you shall join my team. Might Dai hesitated, glancing at Tanao Ryosuke, who appeared on the brink of tears, wishing he could hide his head in shame. Why are you looking at me? If they want you to go, then go. What if Yamanaka Shirwei decides to take note of me and finds an opportunity to eliminate me on the way? Noticing that Tanao Ryosuke had not opposed the suggestion, Might Dai suddenly felt a lump in his throat, tears welling in his eyes as he stepped forward and embraced Hinata Satoru. Thank you so much. My youthful spirit is ignited once again. Hinata Satoru instinctively recoiled to avoid getting Dai's tears on his clothes. This scene was witnessed by Akadu and Uchiha Rin, who were approaching from behind. When did Satoru become so compassionate? Uchiha Rin remarked with a complex expression, it seems I have underestimated this guy. Aside from his enormous appetite and laziness, he also possesses a certain sunny disposition, being forcibly embraced by Might Dai's large hand. Hinata Satoru felt as though he could hardly breathe. Dai-senpai, could you ease up a bit? Ah, my sincerest apologies, Satoru. Might Dai hurriedly released him. Stepping back with a look of contrition, Hinata Satoru sighed with relief, preparing to speak when he suddenly saw Dai and Kai embrace each other, kneeling on the ground and crying out, Kai, did you hear that? Someone has actively invited us to join their squad. Yes, father, I am so moved. This is youth. Kai, let the everlasting fire of our youth blaze anew. Indeed, father. The atmosphere grew awkward, as Uchiha Rin helplessly covered his face with his palm, sighing. I take back what I just said, Satoru allowing these two oddballs to join the team. Will it really be alright? It should be fine, Akadu replied with an awkward smile. Although Kai's character is a bit peculiar, he is quite reliable in critical moments. Just then, The merchant caravan leader, Inyamataro, stammered, can we set off now? In fact, he had been quite impatient earlier, but upon witnessing Tanao Ryosuke's demeanor towards the newly arrived Yamanaka Shirwei, he was suddenly taken aback. This ninja, known as Yamanaka Shirwei, commanded such respect from Ryosuke that he seemed to harbor a hint of fear, suggesting that his strength and status were undoubtedly formidable. We must never offend him. Thus, he endured the entire melodramatic display from Dai and Kai. Seeing everyone around him looking his way, Yamanaka Shirwei nodded. In the forest of the Land of Fire, a large merchant caravan traversed the path carved through the woods. Within this caravan, two starkly different atmospheres emerged. Here, Lord Shirwei. These are watermelons produced in the Land of Grass. They are exceptionally sweet. Please, have a taste. Lord Shirwei, this is the specialty beef jerky from the Land of Iron. It is truly delectable. Lord Shirwei, this is. A group of merchants surrounded Yamanaka Shirwei, fawning over him with various delicacies, while on the other side, Ryosuke's team was experiencing the complete opposite. Biting into a piece of dry rations, Kinji watched enviously as the merchants lavished attention on Yamanaka Shirwei. These scoundrels. When that little team wasn't here, they were all trying to curry favor with us, but now they've all run over there. Kinji, keep your voice down. Ryosuke shivered and quickly hissed, if Yamanaka Shirwei hears you, we're finished. Kinji shrank back. Lord Ryosuke, is Yamanaka Shirwei really that terrifying? You're a jonin, yet you seem so fearful of him. It's not fear. Ryosuke glanced around and whispered, it's respect. Respect for a strong individual. You, as a chunin, do not understand. Yamanaka Shirwei has a formidable reputation among the jonin. It is said that during his time in the Umbu, he undertook life-threatening missions, earning the title of an all-round ninja. He has always acted solo, and no one has ever survived an encounter with him intact. I truly never anticipated he would come out to lead a team. Otherwise, I would have never dared to offend him. Drawing his attention would surely be the most terrifying memory of my life. Hearing Ryosuke's description of Yamanaka Shirwei, Kinji shivered and swallowed hard. Meanwhile, Yamanaka Shirwei frowned in annoyance, ignoring the flattery of the surrounding merchants. I see why even Lord Ryosuke respects him so much. It seems such trivialities hold no interest for Lord Shirwei. Indeed, Lord Shirwei is so aloof. Is this a trait common among the strong? The caravan members became sycophantic, showering Yamanaka Shirwei with compliments, nearly making Hyuga Satoru retch. Have you ever considered the possibility that Lord Shirwei ignores you because he suffers from social anxiety? Hyuga Satoru understood all too well that the seemingly invincible Yamanaka Shirwei was, in fact, afflicted with severe social anxiety and became paralyzed in crowds. He was acutely aware that right now, the inner monologue of Yamanaka Shirwei was undoubtedly, why are you all surrounding me? Is there something on my face? Don't look at me. I hate it. Just hurry and leave. Taking a deep breath, Hyuga Satoru's eyes sparkled with determination, resolving to rescue his teacher from this predicament. If I do not venture into hell, who will? Instantly transforming into a social butterfly, he dashed forward and seized the watermelon offered by a merchant. Wow! Is this the legendary watermelon from the Land of Grass? It truly is so juicy. Oh, this beef jerky from the Land of Iron has such a rich aroma. Is it too much to ask for a taste? And this, give it to me. The merchants were left speechless. By the time they comprehended the situation, they could only watch in dismay as Hyuga Satoru devoured the watermelon, their expressions turning slightly indignant. However, since Yamanaka Shirwei said nothing, they too refrained from speaking. Hey Rin, Akadu, and Dai Senpai, you should come try this too. Sharing watermelon is a delightful experience. Hyuga Satoru called out, his mouth smeared with watermelon pulp. Uchiha Rin and Akamichi were momentarily taken aback, their mouths agape. Indeed, Hyuga was quite unexpectedly astonishing. One could only hope that the members of the merchant caravan would not become incensed. Their mission had only just commenced, and any trouble would surely complicate matters. Uchiha Rin helplessly rubbed her forehead. In stark contrast to the restraint exhibited by Rin and Akamichi, Might Guy and Lee showed no such decorum. Swiftly darting to Hinata's side, eagerly devouring slices of watermelon. It's absolutely delicious. I'm so moved that Hyuga would share such a precious delicacy with us. The flame of youth within me is ignited once more. After discarding the remnants of their watermelon rinds, Guy and Lee embraced each other, weeping in joyous abandon. The members of the Ryosuke team looked on, their eyelids twitching, as the rations in their hands suddenly lost their appeal. Chapter 33, The 8 Gates Unlocked. This can't be right. This is meant for Lord Shiwi. How could this be happening? It was simply outrageous. Indeed. Witnessing Hinata's blatant disregard for the food they had provided, the caravan members gritted their teeth in frustration. The leader, Ayamataro, exchanged glances with his companions and spoke softly. Since they are students of Lord Shiwi, allowing them to partake in our provisions is of little consequence. As long as we leave a favorable impression in Lord Shiwi's heart, our safety will be assured during the remainder of our journey. Upon hearing this, the caravan members nodded, a hint of satisfaction gracing their faces. Regardless of the circumstances, their objective had been met. Surely, after presenting such a bounty of food and lavishing praise, Lord Shiwi's fondness for them would have reached its zenith. They believed that should danger arise, Lord Shiwi would not stand idly by. With this thought, the members returned to their posts, their hearts content. Nearby, Oil Woman Shiwi released a tremor of frustration from within his voluminous sleeves, exhaling a long sigh. It was a near miss. He had been on the verge of erupting, almost wishing to feed this entire group to the worms. It was utterly baffling. Despite his clear refusal, why did they persist in clinging to him? Interacting with people was such a hassle. In comparison, killing was far simpler. Oil Woman Shiwi shook his head in resignation. After regaining his composure, he turned his gaze toward Hinata, who was walking alongside Might Guy, relishing the food in hand with great enthusiasm. A spark of curiosity flickered in his eyes as he pondered. Hinata must have his own reasons for including those two in the team. What could they possibly be? Having finished his slice of watermelon, Hinata tossed the rind behind him, wiping his mouth in satisfaction. Guy-senpai, Lee, are you both full? Absolutely, they replied, contentedly patting their bellies. Guy looked at Hinata with a sheepish expression. Hinata, I can't thank you enough for this. Not only have you allowed us to join the team, but you've also treated us to such exquisite food. I'm at a loss for how to repay you. Oh, don't mention it, Guy-senpai. Lee is my classmate, so it's only natural that I assist you, Hinata replied, flashing a somewhat sunny smile. After a brief pause, he added, however, I do have a training-related question I would like to ask you, senpai. Training? But I'm merely a genin. I doubt I can offer you much guidance. Might Guy hesitated. That's all right. As long as you're willing to help, that's all I need. All right. As long as I can be of assistance. Feel free to ask anything, Guy replied with a hearty grin. Hinata felt a smile creep onto his lips. It was indeed just as easy as he had imagined. While others viewed Might Guy as an unremarkable genin, Hinata understood the true extent of his formidable strength. The most powerful individual in the caravan was not Oil Woman Shiwi, but the Might Guy who could unlock the 8 gates. In the original narrative, he had single-handedly dispatched the 7 ninja swordsmen, leaving the 3 who survived too terrified to ever set foot in the land of fire again. One could only imagine how terrifying Might Guy became when unleashing the 8 gates. Earlier, when Hinata observed Guy bowing repeatedly in apology to the leading ninja, he sensed something distinctly amiss. From the perspective of his electromagnetic senses, Guy's repeated humble apologies created a biological magnetic field as intense as the sun itself. He was undoubtedly the most magnetically vibrant ninja Hinata had ever encountered. Not even the Hokage could compare. In stark contrast, the arrogant Jonin paled in comparison. The vitality of the biological magnetic field was closely tied to physical strength, and it was clear that after mastering the 8 gates, Might Guy's physical prowess had reached unfathomable heights. After a moment's contemplation, Hinata asked, Guy-senpai, I've been training in taijutsu, and when my stamina is nearly depleted, I often sense certain limits. Almost as if he paused, looking intently at Guy. There are shackles restraining my physical strength. Shackles? Lee interjected, his brow furrowing in confusion. Is there such a thing? I've never encountered anything like that during my training. Well, you must not be training hard enough, Lee. Guy retorted, rolling his eyes before directing his gaze back to Hinata, a look of surprise crossing his face. Hinata, I never expected your talent in taijutsu to be so exceptional. You've already brushed against the limits of the 8 gates. The 8 gates? Hinata feigned ignorance, glancing at Guy. Without any pretense, Guy explained with a broad smile. When one's physical training reaches a certain level, they can sense the presence of these shackles within them. These shackles are referred to as the 8 gates. Once they are broken, one can unleash extraordinary power. Lee, hearing Guy's words, looked at him with astonishment. He had never heard of such things. Even the ninja instructors at school had not taught him about this. Does my dad really utilize this technique? Of course, Guy exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. This is the unique skill I developed over 20 years of rigorous training, and I plan to teach it to you once you've matured a bit more. A surge of joy welled up within Hinata, though he maintained an air of calm. He looked at Guy with slight hesitation, asking, while I can sense the shackles, forcing them open could cause some damage, right? Indeed, Guy nodded, his expression growing serious. To be honest, I wouldn't recommend attempting to unlock the 8 gates at your age. However, since you can perceive their existence, It indicates that you have reached a threshold for training in the 8 gates. Guy had never considered keeping secrets, and to him, the 8 gates were not a particularly precious secret technique. Given his nature, he felt indebted to Hinata for his assistance and believed in repaying that debt. At this moment, when Hinata sought his guidance, Guy eagerly divulged the key points of mastering the 8 gates, leaving Hinata enlightened. Thank you for your guidance, Guy-senpai, Hinata expressed gratefully, offering a slight bow. No. I'm just a genin. It brings me great joy to assist you. Moreover, since you allowed us to join the team, it is I who should be thanking you, Guy stammered, flustered. Lee Hinata then turned seriously to Guy and Lee. I feel that the 8 gates Guy-senpai is teaching me is far more profound than it appears on the surface. You must study it diligently. Is that so? But my dad is just a genin. Lee hesitated, tugging at his hair. At this point, he had yet to train in the 8 gates and was skeptical about the technique. However, since Hinata placed such importance on it, he secretly resolved to pay closer attention. Taking a deep breath, Hinata, having grasped the training method for the 8 gates, felt an inexplicable premonition that upon completing his training, his power would undergo a tremendous transformation. Though he could not pinpoint the source of this feeling, it stemmed from pure instinct. It seemed that once this mission was completed, he must find an opportunity to train in the 8 gates, he resolved inwardly. Upon acquiring the method for mastering the 8 gates, Hyuga Satoru returned to the center of the group, where Uchiha Rin curiously approached him. Satoru, were you just consulting with my guy? But he is merely a genin. Due to the distance, she had only glimpsed the end of the convoy, observing Satoru seemingly inquiring about something from Guy. Yet she could not discern the specifics of their conversation. Do not underestimate the genin of Konoha, Satoru replied with a penetrating gaze. Uchiha Rin, perplexed, questioned, what makes Konoha's genin so formidable? Just as she was about to probe further, the oil user Shimi halted, furrowing his brow as he gazed intently at a distant grove of trees. Teacher, what is it? Satoru inquired. Insects have detected an ambush, Shimi replied in a grave tone. Upon hearing this, Satoru furrowed his brow and activated his Byakugan. In the next moment, his expression turned serious. Chapter 34, The Terrifying Shimi. The Forest of the Land of Fire. Noticing that Shimi's team had come to a standstill, the members of the merchant convoy paused, bewildered. What's wrong? Satoru shrugged and replied, there is an ambush 100 meters ahead. If you find it troublesome, you may charge through. The word ambush triggered a wave of panic that spread rapidly through the convoy, causing the entire group to halt in their tracks, blocking the road. The leader of the merchant convoy swallowed hard and cautiously turned to Shimi. Shimi-sama, should we go around? It matters not, Shimi stated impassively. It matters not. The merchant leader was taken aback, perplexed by the indifference. What do you mean it matters not? We have offered you precious delicacies to gain your favor. You cannot just turn a blind eye. Suddenly, a horde of ninjas burst forth from the trees ahead, brandishing kunai, their faces fierce and scarred, encircling the convoy with malevolent grins. It seems we've been discovered. No matter, you want to escape. They jeered. A merchant convoy of such magnitude is indeed a plump target. Most of the convoy members were mere civilians, unaccustomed to such scenes, and they trembled in fear, nearly collapsing under the pressure. Are they rogue ninjas? How could there be so many of them? We're doomed. Satoru narrowed his eyes. Rogue ninjas were typically defectors or those without allegiance, and they were often far more ruthless than ordinary ninjas, relying on plunder for survival, an existence most feared by merchant convoys. In the original story, the first mission of the prince encountered Zabuza and Haku, who were a pair of rogue ninjas. Judging by the scale of this group of rogue ninjas, they were likely the largest band in the vicinity. While Shimi's team had yet to act, the Ryuka team was unable to contain their impatience. The flattery from the merchant convoy members throughout their journey had nearly filled their anger meter to the brim. Damn it, they are just a bunch of rogue ninjas. Let's take them down. Team leader Tannen Ryuka charged headlong into the rogue ninjas, seemingly intent on venting all the pent-up frustration from the journey. Seeing their captain rush forward, the other members followed suit, shouting as they surged forward. I didn't expect Ryuka, a jonin, to be so valiant. Yes, with the Ryuka team, we can feel at ease. These rogue ninjas are no threat. The members of the merchant convoy breathed a sigh of relief, praising Ryuka while casting sidelong glances at Shimi's team, which had yet to make a move. Observing the valiant Ryuka team, Satoru couldn't help but click his tongue. It seems that Ryuka is in for a rough time. Through the perspective of his Byakugan, he could distinctly see that among the rogue ninjas lurked a jonin, whose chakra levels indicated formidable strength. Ryuka underestimated the rogue ninjas, as the ninja world commonly regarded them as inferior in quality to village ninjas, thus treating them as mere punching bags. Little did he know that among them hid a skilled adversary. After all, their team lacked their own Byakugan and the sensory abilities that Shimi possessed. Satoru, should we intervene? Uchiha Rin inquired, glancing at him. Let them have their moment to shine. Satoru shrugged nonchalantly. Just then, the tide of battle shifted. Ryuka, who had been dominating the rogue ninjas, suddenly felt a chill creep up his spine. Reacting instinctively, he sidestepped, but a sharp blade sliced through the air, inflicting a deep gash across his abdomen. Damn it! Gritting his teeth, Ryuka stumbled backward. In that brief exchange, he realized that the attacking ninja was of equal caliber to himself. Damn it! Do my subordinates find it enjoyable to kill? The rogue ninja flicked the blood off his kunai, his face marred by a grotesque scar that ran from his forehead to his chin, sending a shiver down Ryuka's spine. What the hell? I thought they were all easy prey. Why must I encounter a tough opponent? Before he could react, the rogue ninja struck again. His massive kunai crashing down relentlessly against Ryuka's defensive kunai, the force reverberating through his arm, leaving him no choice but to retreat. Evading the rogue ninja's blade, Ryuka cast a desperate glance towards his teammates, only to find that without his control, the other members, merely Chunin and Jinin, were being utterly suppressed by the rogue ninjas. Why did I have to take this foolish risk? At that moment, despair washed over him, and he felt a longing for death. Satoru, we should intervene to assist them. Shimi's team, including Might Guy, hesitated. Despite previously being insulted by Ryuka, the inherently kind-hearted guy couldn't bear to see his fellow village ninjas perish. The merchant members, stunned by the sudden turn of events, had lost their earlier bravado, with many discreetly packing their belongings, contemplating an early escape. Satoru turned to Shimi, who simply regarded him with an expressionless gaze. Do not delay for too long. Seeing Shimi speak up, Satoru shouted and charged towards the battlefield. At the same moment, Might Guy and his team followed suit, and under their overwhelming pressure, the once dominating rogue ninjas began to falter. Satoru retrieved a scroll, and as the mist dissipated, he found himself wielding a long kunai, the blade gleaming. It was the long blade Fong, forged during the upgrade of his electromagnetic prowess. With a swift downward slash, accompanied by the sharp sound of metal clashing, the rogue ninja's kunai shattered in his grasp, a gruesome gash extending from his forehead down to his chest. Satoru inhaled deeply. Aside from the jonin restrained by Ryuka, the overall strength of the rogue ninjas was not particularly high, making this an opportune moment for him to hone his swordsmanship. Might Guy, enveloped in a powerful aura, had veins bulging on his forehead as he kicked a charging Chunin away with a single blow. Incredible! Is this really my father's strength? Kai watched in admiration as Guy was engulfed in a whirlwind of energy. Kai, this is just the opening of the fourth gate. Might Guy said, giving a thumbs up, his teeth shining brightly. Witnessing this spectacle, Ryuka was left in shock. He had never imagined that Shimi's team would not even need to intervene, as a mere group of genin had completely subdued the rogue ninjas. This moment of distraction allowed the rogue ninja he faced to seize the opportunity, and in the midst of Ryuka's hasty defense, he was struck with tremendous force, sending him flying and blood spilling from his lips. The battle's tide had once again turned, leaving the merchant members' emotions soaring and plummeting like a roller coaster. Truly impressive. I never expected Shimi-sama's team members to be so strong. That watermelon-headed one underestimated them. Their strength is astonishing. With them joining the fray, we should be safe. In the caravan, the oil woman Shimi gazed at Hyuga Satoru, who was slicing through the water with his ninja blade, her brow furrowing slightly as she shook her head. This Satoru, he ought to hasten his pace and finish his training with the ninja blade. He is far too slow. Taking a deep breath, she slowly raised her palm, and a swarm of dark insects erupted from her sleeves, resembling a mass of black fog. What sound was that? The caravan members turned in confusion, their scalps prickling with dread as they beheld the overwhelming tide of black insects buzzing ominously, swiftly darting towards the battling rogue ninja. In an instant, horrific screams pierced the air. Almost all the rogue ninja were engulfed by the dark swarm of insects, writhing in agony on the ground, emitting chilling cries. The teacher has made his move. There's no way to practice blade techniques now. Witnessing the enemy before him consumed by the parasitic insects, Hyuga Satoru, with a resigned click of his tongue, sheathed his ninja blade. Ryuji Tanai struggled to fend off the descending ninja blade, his body forced back by the powerful impact, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. In a moment of crisis, a buzzing sound filled the air as the dark parasitic insects swiftly enveloped the jounin, forming a massive black sphere from which continuous screams emanated. Secret technique. Insect sphere. Oil woman Shimi formed a hand seal, and the black sphere abruptly contracted, silencing the screams. The battlefield fell eerily silent, save for the buzzing of the insects swirling above. The caravan members swallowed hard, staring in shock at the rogue ninja, reduced to mere skeletons by the ravenous insects. Is this truly the end? Chapter 35. Training in the 8 Gates of Duinjia. Cheers. The ceramic wine cups clinked in midair, producing a crisp, melodious sound. Hinata Satoru downed the contents of his cup in one go, his cheeks slightly flushed, and pointed at the table laden with grilled meat. Come. Come. This time, it's my treat. Everyone, feel free to eat. Then I shan't hold back, Satoru, Akane replied, eagerly picking up a large piece of grilled meat with her chopsticks and stuffing it into her mouth. Nearby, oil woman Shimi smiled wryly. Unable to withstand the persistent cajoling of Hinata Satoru and his companions, and resigned himself to join the gathering. After delivering the caravan to its destination, Ryuji's team, for reasons unknown, took only a small portion of the reward, leaving the bulk to him. Hinata Satoru intended to honor his promise made during the completion of the S-rank mission and decided to treat his team members to a meal. Dai and Kai politely declined, leading the four to once again find themselves in this barbecue restaurant. Observing the familiar layout of the establishment, oil woman Shimi felt a headache coming on, recalling the mishap he had during the early days of Team 3 at this very restaurant. Perhaps it was just his imagination, but he felt as though the plump owner was watching him with a sly grin, as if he had discovered a fool. Satoru said he was treating. Surely there was no mistake there. A shiver ran down oil woman Shimi's spine. That day, he recalled the terror of being dominated by Hinata Satoru's voracious appetite, and the humiliation of being unable to pay at the barbecue restaurant. Hinata Satoru, oblivious to Shimi's thoughts, stuffed his mouth full of grilled meat, and even if he were aware, he would only chuckle heartily. Last time, oil woman Shimi had only taken a small portion of the reward from the S-rank mission. The remainder was enough to last him for quite some time, making it unnecessary to mooch off another meal. Moreover, this gathering served not only to strengthen team bonds, but also for other ulterior motives. 8 Gates of Duinjia. After acquiring the method from Might Guy, Hinata Satoru could hardly contain his eagerness to begin training. A large intake of food would allow his body to store sufficient energy to meet the demands of high-intensity training. After the gathering concluded, bidding farewell to Akane and the others, Hinata Satoru ventured into a ninja tool shop, spending half the day customizing the necessary items. The training method for the 8 Gates of Duinjia was not overly complex, rather than being a martial art. It was more a technique for breaking through the limits of the human body, with the key lying in possessing sufficiently robust physical attributes. Therefore, Hinata Satoru resolved to commence specialized training for his physique. Arriving at the mountainside where he usually trained, he began with a simple setup. First, he laid down sheets of metal, which, while referred to as iron sheets, resembled a sturdy floor that had cost him a considerable sum, causing a twinge of regret within him. Once secured, the area resembled a flat metallic surface. Subsequently, he donned a custom-made metal suit tailored to his physique, transforming him into a warrior clad in armor, albeit not a particularly ornate one, as the seams of the metal were clearly visible. Prepared, he began to generate a magnetic field using electromagnetic force. Suddenly, the metallic floor emitted an immense pull, causing Hinata Satoru to stagger, nearly losing his balance. The pressure from the metal armor creaked against his bones, prompting him to grit his teeth instinctively. The magnetic field seemed excessively strong. Quickly, Hinata Satoru reduced the magnetic intensity, and the pressure on him eased immediately. After several adjustments, he finally discovered the optimal force, one that effectively trained his body without imposing excessive strain. He estimated it to be approximately 4 times the force of gravity. However, since the pressure originated from the contact between the metal armor and his body, this method was significantly coarser compared to directly increasing gravity and was less effective in honing his internal organs. Similarly, the source of the pressure being the attraction between metals allowed for various training adaptations. For instance, by altering the direction of magnetic attraction or suddenly switching to repulsion, he could simulate the physical refinement experienced in extreme environments. The powerful magnetism of the metallic floor drew in lightweight materials like fallen leaves, resulting in a layer of leaves accumulating on the metal surface, somewhat detracting from its aesthetics. Hinata Satoru paused, leaning down to place his palm on the metallic surface, reversing the magnetic poles and overlaying the fallen leaves with like-charged microelectricity. Accompanied by a dull thud, the leaves at the point of contact with his palm suddenly shot up, rapidly spreading across the entire metal floor, creating the appearance of a rain of leaves. Under the influence of repulsion, the metallic surface gleamed like a mirror, reflecting no trace of any minute debris. Restoring the magnetic poles, Hinata Satoru resumed his physical training. For some time thereafter, utilizing this self-created method of physical training. His bodily strength steadily increased until it reached a certain threshold. Indeed, when harnessed effectively, electromagnetic force significantly augmented physical capabilities. After shedding the inexpensive armor, Hyuga Satoru regained his stamina, and with a flicker of determination in his eyes, he solemnly declared, "It's time. I can attempt to unlock the 8 gates of Uchiha." Taking a deep breath, he began to gradually break through the limitations of his body, starting with the opening of the first gate located in his brain. First gate, open. With a firm shout, a faint aura enveloped Hyuga Satoru. Was it merely an illusion? He frowned, as in the moment the first gate opened. He faintly sensed the purple star in his mind vibrating slightly. Typically, the star would only shift when his electromagnetic level increased, leaving Hyuga Satoru uncertain whether it was merely a figment of his imagination. Regardless, this state was far from his limit. Drawing another breath, he continued to focus on the flow of chakra within his body. Second gate, rest gate, open. Was this the state of the rest gate? The fatigue in his body significantly diminished, as if an inexhaustible source of strength was revitalizing him. Yet this was still not his limit. Third gate, life gate, open. A gentle green aura enveloped him, and the veins on his forehead bulged prominently. Hyuga Satoru tentatively clenched his fists, unable to suppress a gasp of awe. Just at the third gate, he could already feel a substantial increase in his physical strength. No wonder the 8 gates of Uchiha could empower a mere mortal to contend against the likes of the 6 paths immediately. A peculiar thought crossed his mind. When the 8 gates are opened, veins would bulge on his face, and upon activating the Byakugan, similar veins would appear around his eyes. What a spectacle it would be to combine the Byakugan with the state of the 8 gates. Would it frighten the little ones? Shaking his head, Hyuga Satoru dispelled his distractions, sensing that his current state was not his ultimate limit. According to Senior Dai, entering the 4th gate of the 8 gates is when one enters a perilous zone, the true essence of the 8 gates. He was curious about what transformations would occur upon activation. After a period of physical training, Hyuga Satoru realized that he had not yet reached his limit with the 3rd gate. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the remaining chakra to open the injury gate located in his lungs. The 4th gate of the 8 gates, the injury gate, opens. In that instant, as the 4th gate swung open, Hyuga Satoru's pupils constricted sharply, and his life magnetic field ignited with a fervor akin to dry wood doused in oil. Simultaneously, his body underwent a transformation. His hair stood on end, arcs of lightning danced between the strands, and he found himself floating uncontrollably in midair, his robes billowing violently beneath the immense pressure of the air currents. What is this? This is certainly not the 8 gates. Hyuga Satoru's heart raced in astonishment. Chapter 36, Tyrant Mode. In midair, Hyuga Satoru gasped for breath, attempting to alleviate the shock to his mind and the relentless drain on his body. In this moment, he felt entirely different from his memories of activating the 8 gates. The 8 gates had never granted the ability to fly, even with the death gate open. One could only hover with extraordinary speed. Yet now, he was genuinely soaring through the air, filled with a force of explosive energy that was distinctly unlike the 8 gates. The power of the 8 gates embodies ultimate speed and offense, whereas his current state resembled an overwhelming dominance, brimming with a savage desire to control life and death. Regardless of the situation, he sensed that this state would not last long. He must test his abilities while he could. Taking a deep breath, Hyuga Satoru extended his right palm towards the thick metal plate beneath him, and with a slight mental shift, the metal flooring he had painstakingly constructed was forcefully uprooted. A cacophony of heavy metal plates grinding against one another produced an excruciatingly sharp sound, and as he clenched his palm, the contorting metal instantly twisted into a thick, twisted shape. Such terrifying power. A flicker of astonishment remained in Hyuga Satoru's eyes. The absolute control over metal at this level was something he had never been capable of before. Could it be that in this state, my enhancement lies not in my physical form, but in my dominion over electromagnetic forces? Hyuga Satoru felt he was beginning to grasp something profound. His life magnetic field now radiated with the vigor of the sun, burning fiercely like a raging inferno. Finding his direction, he inhaled deeply and slowly raised both hands in midair. The ground trembled slightly, leaves and branches on the forest floor shook rapidly, and the creatures within the surrounding woods sensed something amiss, fleeing in panic. With a thunderous roar, the earth quaked, causing a multitude of metal structures to rise from the ground like bamboo shoots after the rain, intertwining and piercing through sturdy trees, dust swirling around them. When the tumult subsided, a formidable metallic jungle emerged. In the air, Hyuga Satoru panted heavily, sweat cascading down his forehead as he gazed at his creation. a faint smile breaking across his pale face. Indeed, my mastery over electromagnetic forces has greatly increased, manipulating the metal particles beneath the surface of the earth, causing them to rise and intertwine to form a metallic forest, was something he could never have achieved before. The third Kazakage's magnetic release could achieve a similar effect using sand and iron. But what Hinata Wataru accomplished was forcibly extracting every piece of metal from nearly 1,000 meters beneath the ground. The difficulty was not even comparable. Clenching his fist, he transformed his body into a bolt of lightning, crashing down toward the earth. Several massive trees were shattered under the ferocity of his strike, splintering into its shavings. And the surrounding metallic jungle was violently uprooted as well. Twisting his waist, he executed a spinning kick that obliterated a tree requiring 3 people to encircle. The point of impact exploding into dust as the enormous trunk crashed to the ground with a resounding boom. Each physical technique, seemingly unadorned, contained immense power, embodying a form of violent beauty. Unlike the 8 gates lotus of the exterior and the lotus of the interior, this was a terrifying ability augmented by electromagnetic forces. Hinata Wataru's body crackled with dancing arcs of lightning, every inch of his skin and every cell within him brimming with explosive energy. As he stepped forward, the towering metallic jungle parted as if it had come to life, creating a pathway for him to pass through. Now I understand the true sensation of Magneto, Hinata Wataru mused, smiling with satisfaction at his current state. The surge in his electromagnetic dominion allowed him to vaguely savor a taste of Magneto's power. Approaching the location where he had laid the metal flooring, he raised his hand, and the twisted mass of metal was forcefully flattened back into a sheet, restoring it to its original position. The metallic jungle behind him appeared to respond to an unseen call, slowly sinking back into the ground, leaving a ravaged forest in its wake. Once the last remnants of the metallic jungle vanished into the earth, the arcs of lightning surrounding Hinata Wataru dissipated, and his hair returned to its normal state. After completing all of this, Hinata Wataru's face turned slightly pale, and he gasped heavily. It was time. They should be arriving soon. He gazed into the distance. Approximately 10 seconds later, several Umbu wearing animal masks appeared nearby, their eyes widening in shock as they surveyed the devastated forest. What has happened? How could the surroundings be reduced to this? Is it an enemy attack? A hint of amusement flickered across Hinata Wataru's pale face as he replied, "My apologies, I was merely practicing a ninjutsu, and it got a bit out of hand." "Oh, it's Hinata Wataru." One of the Umbu recognized him. Currently, Hinata Wataru was a favored individual beside the Hokage, having completed a significant Umbu mission in the Land of Iron. His mentor, Aburame Shibi, was once an Umbu member, making him somewhat familiar to these Umbu. Practicing ninjutsu and creating such a commotion? The Umbu were still somewhat incredulous. Given the evidence surrounding them, it was likely that even a Jonin would struggle to achieve such destruction. If they had witnessed the metallic jungle he had just conjured, who knows how shocked they would be. Hinata Wataru feigned a few coughs, adopting an appearance of extreme weakness, and with a wry smile, he said, "I developed a powerful ninjutsu but lost control, resulting in this mess." "I see." The Umbu nodded slightly. Hinata Wataru's feeble demeanor seemed genuine. His chakra appeared completely depleted, and no signs of other ninjas were present, suggesting that the situation was indeed as he described. "In that case, we shall not intrude further." With a series of swift sounds, the Umbu vanished from sight. Sensing that the Umbu had departed, Hinata Wataru exhaled in relief, his gaze flickering. While it was true he had lost control during his training, the cause was not merely the development of ninjutsu. Rather, it was the emergence of a new mode, Tyrant Mode. This was the name he had given to the state he had just experienced. He had not anticipated that opening the 4th gate of the 8 gates would lead to such a sudden surge in his life magnetic field, significantly enhancing his mastery over electromagnetic forces. Taking a deep breath, he still felt a remnant of the astonishment from moments ago. The ability he had wielded was at least comparable to electromagnetic force level LV4. In that state, he would dare to confront an opponent of Aburame Shibi's caliber, forcibly transcending electromagnetic force levels to access capabilities far beyond his current state. That was Tyrant Mode. It was precisely this dramatic enhancement of his electromagnetic dominion that had expanded his range of electromagnetic perception, allowing him to detect the approaching Umbu even without activating the Byakugan. Upon reflection, such a transformation seems entirely rational. Prior to mastering the 8 gates of suffering, he had already discerned that a vigorous biological magnetic field could indeed reciprocate electromagnetic authority. With each activation of the 8 gates, the biological magnetic field would surge. And it is hardly surprising that the purple star in his mind would resonate at the 4th gate, a pivotal juncture. The power generated far exceeds the conventional 8 gates. Yet the after-effects appear to be considerably severe. Hinata Wudo managed a wry smile. In a mere few minutes, his chakra had been completely depleted, and even the slightest movement of his muscles elicited a sharp, tearing pain. However, this newfound ability has become my most formidable trump card, providing a glimmer of hope against adversaries whose strength vastly surpasses my own. Chapter 37. The Challenge from Kakashi after a night of restless slumber. When Hinata Wudo finally emerged from his bed in the morning, he was still beset by an overwhelming sense of bodily fatigue. He had not anticipated the lingering aftereffects of the tyrant mode to be so persistent. Although his chakra had replenished significantly, the damage to his muscles would require a period of rest to mend. With a slight grimace, he propped himself against the headboard, one hand massaging his aching side. If anyone were to witness his current state, they would undoubtedly suspect he had endured an intense battle the previous night, leaving him in a state of severe depletion. After a simple breakfast, Hinata Wudo felt a modicum of recovery and sighed. I suppose I should take a brief respite from my training regimen for the next few days. Once my body has recuperated, I can resume without delay. With a few days remaining until his next mission with Yamanaka Shikami, Hinata Wudo found himself wandering the streets. At this moment, the village thrived with vitality, children frolicking and chasing each other on the streets. Hinata Wudo gazed wistfully at the sky beyond the village, pondering how long such tranquil days could last. The Third Great War loomed ominously, perhaps not for long. In the past, Hinata Wudo would have never allowed himself a moment's respite. War hung over him like the sword of Damocles, a constant pressure. Yet the tyrant mode he had inadvertently unlocked yesterday had instilled within him a newfound confidence in the face of an uncertain future. It has been far too long since I last indulged in Ichiraku ramen, he mused with a smile, relishing the small pleasure amidst the chaos. Just then, he noticed Akane sprinting toward him, breathless. Wudo, it's bad news. Rin and Kakashi are fighting. The smile on Hinata Wudo's face instantly vanished. That white-haired boy must be the son of White Fang, he thought, recalling the rumors of his reputation as the village's most exceptional prodigy. It seemed that the Uchiha boy was no pushover, having held his ground for this long. How riveting it was. The clash between the Uchiha boy and the son of White Fang. In front of the mission management office, a circle of ninjas had gathered, engrossed in animated discussion. The glint of a short blade arced through the air in a white crescent, clashing with kunai at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Sparks flying from the metallic contact. The crimson Sharingan spun rapidly as Uchiha Rin, after parrying a fierce strike, wore an expression of deepening gravity. Kakashi's swordsmanship was exceptionally fierce, each slash targeting her vulnerabilities with precision. Without the aid of her Sharingan, she might have been defeated already. This guy has improved at an astonishing rate, Rin thought, gritting her teeth. During their time in the Ninja Academy, she had always competed with Kakashi, yet she had not anticipated that the gap would widen so significantly after graduation. Why had Kakashi changed so drastically? Even if she mentioned his father, it should not warrant such a fierce response. Kai, watching with concern, felt helpless as his two classmates clashed unexpectedly. I think I remember your name, Uchiha Rin, right? You shouldn't mention that man's name. He is nothing but a waste who cannot even complete a mission. Kakashi's remarks irritated Rin greatly. While she held great respect for Lord White Fang's abilities, she had not expected his son to resort to mere taunts. How dare you? I told you not to mention that man's name, Rin exclaimed, her anger igniting Kakashi's fury. He leaped back, swiftly creating hand seals. A cacophony of piercing bird-like cries filled the air as he grasped his wrist with one hand, while the other crackled with lightning. A lightning release ninjutsu? I wonder how it compares to my fire release, Rin mused, narrowing her eyes and forming her own seals. Phoenix Fire Technique. An A-rank fire release ninjutsu. It was her most powerful technique at present. Is he insane? That technique is still immature. Does he intend to kill her? Ninjas in the crowd recognized Kakashi's technique, their hearts tightening with apprehension. With a deafening crack of thunder, Kakashi surged forward in a straight line, hurtling toward Uchiha Rin. She completed her final hand seal, her expression devoid of fear, brimming instead with determination as chakra surged within her throat, ready to unleash a searing inferno. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed as the lightning-imbued hand halted just a meter from Rin's face, her lips parting, the fire release nearly escaping her grasp. That was close. Hinata Wudo breathed a sigh of relief, though the sharp pain in his still recovering muscles made him wince slightly. At that moment, he held Kakashi's wrist firmly with his right hand, his shoulder bracing against Kakashi's chest, effectively nullifying his attack. Wudo, what are you doing here? Uchiha Rin exclaimed, astonished. Then, as if recalling something, Her expression shifted to one of annoyance. Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? My fire release was mere seconds from being unleashed. Suppressing the pain in his muscles, Hinata Wudo gritted his teeth and replied, if I hadn't come, it would have been a real problem. His gaze discreetly flicked to Kakashi's right hand, which still bore the remnants of shock. Chidori, an A-rank lightning technique. I didn't realize Kakashi had developed that technique already. But he still cannot fully control it. If I hadn't intervened, Uchiha Rin would have truly been in peril. Meanwhile, Kakashi's attention shifted to the suddenly appearing Hinata Wudo. You've discovered the weakness of my Chidori, using your body to skillfully block my attack. Byakugan, I see. No wonder you were able to achieve such a feat. Upon seeing Hinata Wudo's eyes, Kakashi's expression shifted to one of contemplation. What on earth happened? Why did you two suddenly start fighting? Uchiha Rin shot a glance at Kakashi. I was merely checking the mission management office for suitable tasks when I happened to encounter this guy. I intended to greet him, but inadvertently mentioned his father. And that was when it escalated into a brawl. Even now, she was struggling to comprehend how the confrontation with Kakashi had unfolded. Is that so? Hinata Wudo nodded thoughtfully. He had initially assumed that Uchiha Rin, with her temperament, would be the one to instigate the provocation, but it seemed Kakashi had struck first. I have warned you before. Do not mention that man in my presence. He is nothing but a waste who cannot even fulfill a mission. Kakashi's voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. Take a look at this. Uchiha Rin shrugged helplessly. Hinata Wudo sighed. It appeared that during this period, Kakashi had yet to emerge from the shadows of his past trauma. Indeed, he had often heard whispers in the village of Kakashi's discord with his teammates, even resulting in physical confrontations, until he gradually emerged from that darkness alongside Obito. Kakashi suddenly fixed his icy gaze upon Hinata Wudo. You are the first dual bloodline user in the history of the Hyuga clan, are you not? It seems we have yet to measure our strengths against one another. Instantly, the previously relaxed atmosphere grew tense once more, all eyes converging upon Hinata Wudo. Wudo, Akane whispered anxiously, her fists clenched tightly. That bastard Kakashi, does he even care about his comrades? Kai spat, unable to suppress his indignation. Had he not recognized his own limitations against Kakashi, he might have charged in to confront him. Hinata Gaku displayed a visage of exasperation, clearly entrapped in a predicament from which he could not extricate himself. The physical pain had yet to dissipate, leaving him with but a fraction of his strength. However, should he refuse, it was evident that Kakashi would not relent easily. Moreover, he sensed an insidious gaze, lurking just beyond perception, firmly fixated upon this very spot. Given these circumstances, Hinata Gaku turned to face Kakashi, donning a serious expression. Since you insist, let us commence. Chapter 38. You are unworthy of that blade. Behold, the ninjas of the Hinata clan are poised to engage in battle with Kakashi. Is this yet another spectacle? First the Uchiha, and now the Hinata. Does Kakashi intend to challenge all the prominent clans today? The clash between Kakashi and Uchiha Rin captivated numerous ninjas, and the mission control center was rapidly becoming a congregation of eager onlookers, animatedly discussing the unfolding drama. Unlike the others, the surrounding members of the Hinata clan were consumed with concern. Could Hinata Gaku truly contend with Kakashi? After all, he was the first in the family to wield the dual bloodline, so surely he would manage, wouldn't he? The whispered doubts were nearly inaudible amidst the clamor of discussion. Kakashi's reputation loomed large, a genin at 5, a chunin at 6, the youngest in Konoha's history. The son of White Fang. Any of these titles alone could easily overshadow Hinata Gaku. The only aspect in which Gaku could possibly compete was his dual bloodline. Should he succumb to Kakashi in a direct confrontation, it would undoubtedly tarnish the Hinata clan's honor. Is Gaku truly a match for Kakashi? Guy pondered with a hint of worry. Kakashi had always been the rival he aspired to surpass, yet the drastic changes over the past 2 years rendered him nearly unrecognizable. He can, Haruno said with fervent conviction. What makes you so certain? Guy inquired, for while Kakashi may appear unassuming, his prowess undoubtedly placed him among the elite of the new generation. He can, and Gaku will not lose, even against Kakashi, Haruno declared loudly, drawing curious glances from those nearby. In his current state, Hinata Gaku recognized the limitations of his physical capabilities, opting to avoid taijutsu combat. He swiftly assessed his condition and devised a tentative strategy. Kakashi, gripping the White Fang's short blade, infused it with chakra, causing the blade to emanate a faint white glow. I strongly advise against utilizing that blade, Hinata Gaku remarked, raising an eyebrow. On what grounds? Kakashi retorted, his brow furrowing in displeasure. You will soon find out. With a powerful push against the ground, Kakashi propelled himself forward, akin to an arrow released from a bow, hurtling towards Gaku with remarkable speed. the short blade transforming into a white streak aimed directly at him. Gaku made no attempt to evade, remaining utterly still. The blade seemed to be deftly maneuvered by an unseen hand, its trajectory inexplicably altered as it sliced through the air around him. Kakashi furrowed his brow, undeterred, and swung again. Gaku merely shook his head, subtly shifting his body, causing Kakashi's strike to miss once more. A flurry of strikes ensued. Miss, swing, miss. Kakashi appeared as if he had transformed into a master of outlining, wildly attacking the air surrounding Gaku, the scene unfolding in a rather comical fashion. Am I to understand you wish to suffocate me with the very air around? Hinata, Gaku shrugged, a look of resignation etched upon his face. Uchiha Rin stifled a laugh. This Gaku was truly mischievous with his sharp tongue. Kakashi inhaled deeply, the gravity of the moment weighing heavily upon him. Magnet release? I did not anticipate it would impact my swordsmanship to this extent. He understood that Hinata Gaku's magnet release could disrupt shuriken. But manipulating a ninja blade was considerably more challenging than mere shuriken. It appeared he had underestimated Gaku's abilities. Silently, Kakashi sheathed the white fang short blade and charged at Hinata Gaku with a clenched fist. Gaku raised his arm to block the incoming attack, but Kakashi swiftly pivoted. Executing a spinning kick, Gaku sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the blow. A faint sting coursed through his arm, prompting him to wince. His body had yet to fully recover, and engaging in hand-to-hand combat exacerbated the pain. His electromagnetic perception was pushed to its limits, allowing him to evade Kakashi's strikes before they could land. Only when absolutely necessary would he resort to defensive maneuvers, yet these forced actions appeared to the surrounding ninjas as something altogether different. Remarkable. Kakashi's strikes seemed to completely miss him. Observers noted with astonishment. Gaku's composed evasion, devoid of any counterattacks, led many to speculate whether the Hinata ninja was deliberately provoking Kakashi. The discourse shifted from skepticism regarding Hinata Gaku to sheer admiration for his prowess. Kakashi's relentless barrage of taijutsu left Gaku under immense pressure. Seizing an opening, he stepped aside, transforming a punch into a palm strike that landed squarely on Kakashi's chest. With a resounding thud, the impact reverberated through the air, unleashing arcs of lightning from the point of contact. Kakashi was sent sprawling backward, crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. Was that the gentle fist? The Hinata clan members exchanged anxious glances. The stance resembled that of the gentle fist, yet the attack was entirely different. I heard from Irika that it's called magnetic burst fist. The principle seems quite intricate. It was evident that Hinata Gaku had never diligently studied the clan's secret techniques. Struggling to rise from the ground, Kakashi felt the pulsing lightning coursing through his chest, causing involuntary spasms. I cannot afford a direct confrontation, he silently resolved. Formulating a new strategy. Reaching for his ninja tool pouch, he retrieved 2 small spheres and hurled them to the ground, enveloping himself and the battling Hinata Gaku in a thick cloud of smoke. Within the obscuring mist, Hinata Gaku shook his head, futile. Hokage's office. The crystal ball displayed the moment Hinata Gaku sent Kakashi flying with his magnetic burst palm. Is that a technique combining magnet release and the gentle fist? Sarutobi Hiruzen mused, nodding in approval. This young man's mastery over the interplay between his dual bloodlines is remarkably refined. The mission control center served as a vital hub for Konoha. From the onset of the battle between Uchiha Rin and Kakashi, the Umbu had relayed information to him. The arrival of Hinata Gaku only heightened his interest. The crystal ball's imagery continued to shift, showcasing Kakashi's deployment of the smoke balls, which engulfed both combatants. Who would emerge victorious in this clash of the strongest among the new generation? Sarutobi's gaze was keen and focused. Amidst the fog, Hinata Gaku remained vigilant, acutely aware of his surroundings. Suddenly, a tremor behind him compelled Gaku to pivot, striking the approaching figure with an open palm. Thud! The figure dissipated into white mist. Shadow clone. It seems you can no longer contain yourself. At the moment Gaku dispelled the shadow clone, the ground behind him erupted, and a figure soared into view, their palm crackling with lightning, unleashing a sharp sound. Chidori. At such close quarters, failure was not an option. Kakashi's heart surged with excitement. Just as he was about to strike, Hinata Gaku seemed to anticipate the attack, miraculously twisting his body to evade the Chidori's lethal grasp. Seizing Kakashi's wrist, Gaku applied a forward thrust, sending Kakashi tumbling to the ground like a dog, while the Chidori pierced the earth, creating a substantial crater. As the smoke dissipated, the scene of the battle lay bare before the onlookers. What just transpired? Has it concluded? Kakashi lay sprawled on the ground. An expression of shock etched upon his face as he grappled with the reality of his unexpected defeat, his right hand deeply embedded in the earth. Behind him, Hinata Gaku stood impassively. Do you grasp the meaning behind my earlier warning not to wield that blade? It belongs to White Fang, and you are unworthy to wield it. Chapter 39, The Weeping Kakashi. That blade is the property of White Fang. You are unworthy to wield it. Hinata Gaku's words struck Kakashi like a harsh, discordant note, akin to a bomb detonating within his mind, rendering him unable to suppress the flush of indignation that crept across his face as he roared. What do you understand? What could an outsider like you possibly comprehend? He is nothing but a coward. What does it matter if he abandons his mission? What does it matter if he is ridiculed by his comrades? Why resort to suicide? Why, oh why, must he choose such a fate? Perhaps it is the weight of unbearable burdens he has endured over the past 2 years. Or perhaps it is the humiliation of being publicly defeated by Hinata Hizashi that drives Kakashi to collapse on the ground, weeping before everyone. Surely, he need not succumb to death. What does it matter if the villagers hurl insults at him? Does he not still have me? Why then? Must he choose to end his life? At some point, the crowd fell silent, and Kakashi's cries pierced the stillness like a discordant note. Is this what you truly care about? Hinata Hizashi sighed, realizing that Kakashi's father's suicide had left a deep scar within him. For the past 2 years, he had been brainwashing himself into believing that a man who could not even complete a mission was simply a coward. But now, after being defeated by Hinata Hizashi, his inner defenses had been utterly shattered. The surrounding ninjas lowered their heads in silence. Many among them had participated in the grievous wounding of Hatake Tsukumo, and the malicious rumors had flared up, only to settle down again upon discovering that the man was no longer present. Thus, a tacit understanding emerged, and the topic was never broached again. Kakashi felt his fists clench involuntarily. He had never witnessed such a side of Kakashi, vulnerable, sorrowful, and powerless. Hinata Hizashi wore a complex expression as he spoke. I have never personally seen Lord White Fang, but I have heard tales of his deeds. I believe his final choice was a testament to his own will. A testament to his will? Kakashi's eyes brightened as he lifted his gaze to Hinata Hizashi. To die for one's convictions, I think that was his intent, not out of cowardice or fear, but to silently express his will through his own demise. In that final moment, perhaps he even bore a smile, who knows? Is that so? Kakashi ceased his tears, plunging into deep contemplation. The notion of expressing one's will conjured the image of that man who always wore a smile. Father, was that your thought in your last moments? He had always assumed that his father had chosen suicide out of fragility, yet Hinata Hizashi's words slightly shifted his perspective. Though this change was subtle, it was akin to a seed planted within his heart. In the Hokage's office, Hinata Hizashi's voice resonated through the crystal ball atop the table, reaching the ears of the silent Sarutobi Hiruzen without omission. After a long pause, he sorrowfully gazed out the window, the image of that gentle, white-haired man filling his mind. Tsukumo. Hinata Hizashi's words tugged at the strings of his heart. Do not blame me. You cannot become Hokage. He sighed softly. Outside the mission management office, Hinata Hizashi shook his head discreetly. In truth, as a time traveler, he was acutely aware that the reality behind this matter was far more brutal. Entangled in the power struggles among Konoha's elite, and concerning the candidates for the 4th Hokage. Thus, he could only strive to elevate Hatake Tsukumo's legacy. For his words were not merely directed at Kakashi. From the moment he had arrived, he had sensed a pair of watchful eyes lurking nearby. A mere moment's reflection revealed that Sarutobi Hiruzen must certainly be observing from the shadows. What thoughts would the Hokage, indirectly responsible for White Fang's demise, entertain after hearing his remarks? Bringing his thoughts back to the present, Hinata Hizashi redirected his gaze to Kakashi, his tone somewhat cold as he spoke. I understand that today's defeat is difficult for you to accept. Whenever you feel you can overcome me, do not hesitate to challenge me again. I will be waiting for you. With that, he left behind a bewildered Kakashi and a silent crowd, turning to depart. Hey Hizashi, wait for me. Akane suddenly came to her senses and shouted after Hinata Hizashi. Uchiha Rin watched the figure of Hinata Hizashi leave with a raised eyebrow. This guy Hizashi is pretty cool. Kakashi gazed at Hinata Hizashi's retreating back, his mind replaying the words spoken earlier, lost in thought. Once he reached a secluded area, Hinata Hizashi leaned against the wall, suddenly grimacing in pain. Damn, that hurts. His body felt as if pierced by thousands of needles. Even the slightest movement was unbearable. Being impressive for a moment can lead to a funeral later. His body had not yet fully recovered, and to avoid revealing more of his abilities, he had only employed the magnetic fist during his battle with Kakashi, which had placed an even greater strain on him. Just then, Akane rushed over. Concern etched on her face. Hizashi, are you okay? Hinata Hizashi turned, grasping her wrist and pulling her close, gritting his teeth as he whispered, Quick, give me that. That. The unique scent of his male body wafted into Akane's nose, causing her cheeks to flush crimson, resembling a ripe red apple. But, Hizashi here? What if someone sees us? Where else would you like to go? You want to change locations? Akane's face reddened further, shyly burying her face in her hair. What if Rin finds out? She'll be furious. What does that have to do with her? He dismissed her concerns. Enough with the chit-chat. Just give me a healing technique. Huh. In the Hokage's office. After processing his emotions, Sarutobi Hiruzen reflected on Hinata Hizashi's decisive victory over Kakashi and couldn't help but smile. It seemed that the strongest among the new generation was undoubtedly Hinata Hizashi. Moreover, he was well aware that Hinata Hizashi possessed a terrifying archery ninjutsu, if unleashed. Kakashi would likely suffer an even swifter defeat. What a pity that he belongs to the branch family. He sighed. Were it not for that, he would wholeheartedly cultivate Hinata Hizashi for the Hokage line. His perfect talent, coupled with Kakashi's words, embodied the will of fire. Such a promising prospect had made him contemplate taking on a disciple. However, being from the branch family necessitated greater caution in any decisions regarding Hinata Hizashi. Then, he thought of Kakashi and sighed lightly. This boy cannot be delayed any longer. Let Minato take him under his wing. He needs to find a few teammates, restricting his options to those familiar from the same generation. Uchiha Obito's character would be quite suitable, perhaps able to temper Kakashi's gloominess. As for the last member, Noira Rin, as a medical ninja from a civilian background, would perfectly fit the team dynamic. After pondering for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. Now, I shall notify Minato to come. Chapter 40. Division and Clan, Brothers and Siblings, Divergent Choices. The following day, an explosive piece of news spread throughout Konoha, like a stone cast into a lake, creating ripples of commotion. Hey, did you hear? White Fang's son, Hatake Kakashi, got beaten up. That's impossible, right? The super genius Hatake Kakashi, actually getting beaten? It's true. Many people witnessed it. Kakashi even cried in the end. Hey, did you hear? Kakashi was beaten to tears. Yes. I heard he even rolled on the ground at the end. What? So, instead of fighting back, Kakashi just laid down and begged Hinata Hizashi not to hit him? Early in the morning, as Hinata Hizashi stepped outside, he was immediately met with the rampant rumors filling the streets, his expression darkening. How had things escalated to this? What do they mean by Kakashi being beaten to tears by me? He was the one who cried. What does that have to do with me? And begging for mercy? What nonsense is this? The most concerning aspect was that the majority of those spreading the rumors were members of the Hyuga clan. As he walked through the clan's territory, he spotted many relatives huddled in groups, excitedly discussing how the new generation's top genius had brought Kakashi to tears, even claiming that Uchiha had submitted to him. Hinata Hizashi kept his head down, treading cautiously, hoping to avoid drawing attention to himself. Suddenly, he heard a commotion behind him. Look, it's the genius who made Kakashi cry. In an instant, all the clan members' gazes converged upon him. I did not. Stop spreading falsehoods. Hinata Wado's countenance darkened as he hastily made his escape, leaving a trail of bewildered relatives in his wake. In stark contrast to the clamor outside the branch family, the main hall was enveloped in an eerie silence. The atmosphere palpably oppressive, and the expressions of the clan elders were largely grim. Hinata Mizuki's gaze swept across the faces of the surrounding elders, and he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. The Hinata clan, having endured for over a millennium in the ninja world, owed its longevity to its steadfast adherence to rules and regulations. Yet now, one of their own had repeatedly transgressed these established norms. Hinata Wado, the first dual bloodline wielder in the clan's history, seemed to have never been at peace since his emergence. Have these branch members forgotten the rules? One elder from the main family exclaimed, his face ashen as he slammed his hand on the table in indignation. Since yesterday, he had witnessed a multitude of branch members congregating, disregarding decorum and vociferously expressing their excitement, even outside the family confines. The clan's dignity had been thoroughly tarnished by this unruly assembly. Another elder shook his head in dismay. Beside Hinata Mizuki, Hinata sighed quietly, aware that the branch family had long been suppressed, and, following Hinata Wado's stunning victory over Kakashi, that pent-up frustration had morphed into fervor and exhilaration. However, the Hinata clan was not akin to the Uchiha. Within the Hinata, adherence to rules was paramount. Very well, Hinata Mizuki sighed, feeling a wave of exasperation wash over him. Although the incident's origin lay with Hinata Wado, to penalize him for it would be quite unreasonable, given that he had triumphed over Kakashi and thus brought honor to the clan. Yet, to ignore the matter entirely might provoke the branch family to insurrection. Furthermore, The Hokage's stance on Hinata Wado was undeniably thought-provoking, adding another layer of complexity to the situation, leaving him in a quandary. Just then, Hinata spoke up beside him. "Clan leader, allow me to handle this matter." "Oh, what do you propose?" Hinata Mizuki inquired, suddenly intrigued. As Hinata was nearly his designated successor. Hinata smiled slightly. The complexity of this situation arises from the fact that Hinata Wado is merely an ordinary branch member. Neither reward nor punishment seems appropriate. Therefore, let us bestow upon him another identity. He then elaborated on his thoughts, and Hinata Mizuki's eyes gradually sparkled with interest. "Very well. I entrust this matter to you." Having just slipped back from the street, Hinata Wado's heart raced with exhilaration. Throughout his journey, he had overheard various discussions about himself. The troubling aspect was that few of these conversations bore any semblance of truth. Even some of the elder women in the clan had set their sights on him, clamoring to introduce their granddaughters, which sent him fleeing in terror, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. "This is too frightening. Perhaps I should refrain from venturing out for the next few days," Hinata Wado thought, still trembling. Just as he was about to take a breather, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Instantly alert, he stealthily approached the door, carefully positioning his eye to peer through the crack. A code? A code? The person outside was momentarily taken aback, pondering why a visit required a code. Just then, the door swung open, allowing him to exhale in relief. The visitor was none other than the well-known brothers of the clan, who bore an uncanny resemblance to one another, differing only in attire. With one forever adorned with a forehead protector. "Lord Hinata, what brings you here?" Hinata Wado cautiously surveyed his surroundings, confirming that no other Hinata members were trailing behind. "Wado, may I come in to speak?" Two steaming cups of tea sat on the wooden table, the leaves indicating they were not of the finest quality. "Lord Hinata, I usually abstain from tea, so I can only offer you this subpar brew," he remarked. "No matter," Lord Hinata chuckled, lifting the tea and taking a sip. In the Hinata clan, it was customary to taste tea offered by a host as a sign of respect. After the pleasantries, Lord Hinata regarded the still youthful visage of Hinata Wado, his expression becoming somewhat complicated. "I had anticipated that you would become a variable within the clan, but I never imagined this variable would mature so swiftly. A genius surpassing Kakashi, the foremost talent of the new generation." Merely contemplating such titles ignited a fervor within Lord Hinata. Undoubtedly, Hinata Wado is the most exceptional talent the Hinata clan has produced since the founding of Konohagakure. "I imagine a genius like you would never resign yourself to being shackled," Lord Hinata observed, his gaze complex as he scrutinized Hinata Wado. Hinata Wado remained silent. The implications of that statement were far-reaching, and should the main house catch wind of it, he would undoubtedly face trouble. Seeing Hinata Wado's reticence, Lord Hinata sighed, retrieving a scroll from his robes and placing it upon the table. "What is this?" "Open it and see for yourself," he replied. As Hinata Wado unfurled the scroll and infused it with a touch of chakra, his countenance shifted to one of astonishment. The scroll contained an abundance of valuables, undoubtedly the most precious items he had ever encountered. Among them, a substantial sum of cash, he estimated at least 5 million ryo, was conspicuously displayed. Additionally, there were numerous secret techniques related to training, including some of the clan's most closely guarded secrets. While the cash was one matter, the implications of the clan's secret arts being involved could lead to dire consequences for Lord Hinata if discovered by the main family. "Why?" Hinata Wado inquired, his voice low. Lord Hinata chuckled helplessly. "Consider it an investment." He then rose and made his way toward the door. "I sincerely hope this variable you represent can stir a breeze that revitalizes this decaying ancient tree known as the Hinata clan." Hinata Wado silently watched his retreating figure, realizing that rather than an investment, it was more akin to an allegiance, a stance. Did Lord Hinata, aware that he would not willingly remain a caged bird, intend to join him in rebellion? Had he, under his influence, altered the trajectory that had led to his eventual realization of fate and suicide in the original tale? Carefully, Hinata Wado tucked the scroll away. Lord Hinata's support would greatly benefit his training. Approximately half an hour later, another series of knocks resounded at the door. Upon opening it, Hinata Wado encountered a familiar face, his instinct prompting him to exclaim, "Lord Hinata, why are you here again?" The words caught in his throat. The other party's forehead was strikingly smooth. "Ah, it's Lord Hinata. What brings you here?" Hinata Wado responded with deliberate calmness. The same wooden table held 2 cups of tea, and as Lord Hinata glanced at the offerings, he slightly furrowed his brow, opting not to partake and instead addressing Hinata Wado directly. "I have come with the intention of taking on an apprentice. Wado, would you like to be my disciple?" A slight smile graced his lips as he looked at Hinata Wado. Taking on an apprentice was a decision he had meticulously deliberated. As the next clan leader, it was common knowledge that he had already achieved Jonin status at just over 20, more than capable of mentoring Hinata Wado, who was still a genin. More importantly, once Hinata Wado bore the title of the next clan leader's disciple, all issues would be effortlessly resolved. The branch family would be more inclined to obey the main family due to Hinata Wado's new identity, and the Hokage, knowing he had taken on an apprentice, would likely refrain from interfering. "I refuse," Hinata Wado stated, causing Lord Hinata's smile to falter, his expression betraying disbelief as he seemed to question whether he had misheard. "Are you concerned about Shibi Aburame? Fear not. He is merely your instructor, which does not conflict with being my disciple. Once you become my apprentice, the clan will provide you with a monthly stipend of 100,000 Rio, and furthermore, access to certain secret techniques of the main family will be granted to you." Hinata Satoru glanced at him with a sense of helplessness. "I believe you are mistaken, Lord Hizashi. I do not wish to become your disciple. It has nothing to do with Teacher Shuwei or anyone else. Once I become your disciple, I fear I would be bound by too many constraints, which I do not desire." This response left Hizashi momentarily speechless, his prepared words caught in his throat. "How absurd. Do you not realize that becoming my disciple is the dream of countless individuals?" A flicker of anger surged within Hizashi as years of familial upbringing compelled him to maintain his composure. He took a deep breath, calming his inner turmoil. "Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall not press the matter further. Although you will not be my disciple, the monthly stipend of 100,000 Rio will still be granted to you, as it is a reward from the family." With that, he departed without a moment's hesitation. Hinata Satoru gazed intently at his retreating figure. Today, both brothers, Hizashi and Hayashi, had sought him out, yet their intentions were vastly different. By rejecting Hizashi's offer to take him as a disciple, he had, in a sense, made a statement. The future, he mused, might not be so tranquil. Chapter 41. What Lies Beyond the Sea. In the forest, several figures moved like specters, swiftly traversing the branches, leaving the towering trees behind. The deep voice of Oil Woman Shuwei resonated, reaching the ears of the three behind her. "Recently, numerous merchant caravans in the southern Fire Country have been plundered. Our mission is to eliminate that band of robbers. Do not underestimate them, for intelligence suggests that there are indeed Chunin among them. That is secondary. The primary concern is that this group of robbers is quite cunning. The intelligence marks 4 potential hideouts, and we may need to split up." "Understood." Hinata Satoru replied with a hint of resignation. Given the nature of the mission, it seemed this would again be an Umbu task. Was the Hokage treating them as Umbu substitutes? However, in terms of the mission, it was indeed suitable for them. Mountain bandits excelled in stealth, and both he and Oil Woman Shuwei possessed remarkable reconnaissance skills. The rewards, too, were significantly more enticing than those of ordinary tasks. As long as they eradicated the bandits in that area, it would constitute an A-rank mission with ample remuneration. Delightful, Hinata Satoru could not help but smirk. After 2 days of travel, they arrived at the designated location indicated by the intelligence. Hinata Satoru distinctly felt an increase in humidity in the air. As his gaze swept across the forest, he caught sight of a gray border beyond which lay a vast expanse of blue ocean. Though distant, he felt an inexplicable sense of having heard the call of the sea, having spent his previous life in the heart of the land. This was the closest he had ever been to the ocean, evoking a tinge of melancholy within him. Noticing Hinata Satoru's gaze fixed upon the sea, Oil Woman Shuwei too peered out toward the horizon, her voice laced with nostalgia. Every year, the nations across the sea deliver a plethora of goods to the Fire Country, including tools from the land of crafts and specialties from the land of the sea. Thus, merchant caravans traverse this route with great frequency. Once we have eliminated those bandits, they will feel more secure in transporting their goods. Surely, this aligns with your aspirations. Oil Woman Shuwei turned to Hinata Satoru, a sly smile gracing her lips. The foremost prodigy of the new generation, the inheritor of the will of fire, dreaming of world peace. Hinata Satoru chuckled helplessly. "Teacher Shuwei, please refrain from teasing me." Indeed, Oil Woman Shuwei had heard the rumors circulating within the village, and she recalled his casually spoken dream during their first encounter. "Satoru, do not be so modest. At the very least, you cannot shed the title of the first prodigy of the new generation." Uchiha Rin expressed a trace of envy. When she had witnessed Hinata Satoru decisively defeat Kakashi, she had been profoundly shocked, having fought against Kakashi herself and knowing how formidable he was. "Rin, even you?" Red Bean, however, remained unusually silent, her head bowed low as she pondered something unknown. "Let us commence the mission," Oil Woman Shuwei suggested, taking a deep breath. The intelligence indicated 4 locations, and given the overall strength of the opponents was not particularly strong, splitting into groups would enhance efficiency. Oil Woman Shirway glanced at Hinata Satoru. Then I shall team up with Uchiha Rin, and Satoru, you will partner with Red Bean. Is that acceptable? Absolutely, Hinata Satoru nodded. Based on the intelligence regarding the bandit strength, he could easily handle them alone. With the group divisions settled, they began their separate missions. Hinata Satoru advanced toward the designated location in the intelligence report. It was not long before he discovered the target's hideout, cleverly concealed amidst the dense foliage, with only the entrance faintly visible. Byakugan activate. With the perspective granted by the Byakugan, the interior of the cave was laid bare before him. The space within was far more expansive than it appeared from the outside. With numerous ninjas moving about in an orderly fashion, each with their designated tasks. Red Bean, there are a total of 9 bandits, 3 Chunin, 2 Genin, and the remaining 4 lack sufficient chakra to even qualify as Genin. I will handle the 3 Chunin and Genin. You take care of the others, alright? Red Bean? Not receiving a response, Hinata Satoru turned back in confusion. He found Red Bean with her head lowered, her expression listless, lost in thought. Red Bean? Hinata Satoru gently nudged her shoulder. Oh, she immediately lifted her head. Did you hear what I just said? Oh, understood. Her voice remained weak, lacking vitality. Forget it. Hinata Satoru shook his head in resignation. You stay here and rest. I will deal with these bandits. With those words, he retrieved a scroll from his pocket. As the white mist dissipated, a long ninja blade appeared in his grasp. Ninja blade, Long Fong. For dealing with such numerous foes, this elongated blade would prove exceptionally effective. Wait for me here. I shall return swiftly. After a brief admonition, Hinata Satoru charged into the cave, blade in hand. Enemy attack. What the hell? Just a kid? Are you seeking death? Let me teach you a lesson. The words trailed off abruptly. Eyes wide with terror as a crimson streak blossomed from his forehead down to his chest, his body collapsing backward, drained of strength. Nearby, Hinata Satoru rolled his eyes in annoyance. Such excessive chatter. Fools. Attack together. It's just a kid. I refuse to believe that so many of us cannot take him down. Kill him. In an instant, a flurry of shurikens and kunai surged toward Hinata Satoru. An astonishing scene unfolded as the projectiles, upon nearing him, seemed to be gently guided away by an unseen force, arcing gracefully around his form. What is happening? Does this kid possess some kind of enchantment? Hinata Satoru lunged toward the nearest bandit, Long Fong slicing through the air at an unusual angle, delivering a precise strike to the man's throat. Kid, die. Suddenly, one of the bandits tore open a scroll, releasing a torrent of metallic ninja tools aimed directly at Hinata Satoru, the explosive tags trailing behind them, hissing ominously. A glint of determination flashed in Hinata Satoru's eyes as he assumed a peculiar stance, spinning rapidly on one foot. Heavenly Return. A rapidly rotating blue hemisphere enveloped him. And as the incoming weapons made contact, they froze momentarily in midair before scattering explosively in all directions. In an instant, the chaotic cave was engulfed in a wild storm of whirling metal. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive tags ignited in succession, illuminating the tumultuous cave. The bandit who had torn open the scroll could scarcely fathom that his vengeful act would spell doom for his entire crew. Finally, when the explosion subsided, the scene revealed a gruesome aftermath. Not a single bandit remained alive. Hinata Goto shrugged helplessly. I initially intended to leave you all intact. The technique of returning heaven was a secret art he had developed based on the concept of return. By employing electromagnetic force, he constructed a repulsive magnetic field that could instantaneously repel nearby objects while simultaneously executing the technique. Conversely, the concurrently developed returning sun attracted surrounding objects, akin to the universal attraction. After navigating the perilous ninja world for so long, he had long ceased to be the fragile person who suffered from insomnia after his first kill. Being a ninja was inherently a profession intertwined with death. Storing the necessary items for mission verification in scrolls, Hinata Goto departed from the cave and approached Akamatsu, who still appeared listless. What is troubling you, Akamatsu? He couldn't help but inquire. Chapter 42. The Arrival of a Formidable Foe. Am I a failure? Akamatsu lifted her head, her hazel eyes dull and devoid of color. A failure? Hinata Goto smiled wryly. To be honest, he couldn't fathom why she would label herself with such a term. But I genuinely feel useless. You and Rin are so outstanding, and Sensei Shirwei is renowned among the Jonin, while I... Akamatsu's voice dwindled to a whisper. Why do you feel that way? Akamatsu, you are already quite remarkable. Hinata Goto sighed, striving to soften his tone. I simply want to contribute something, no matter how small. when Rin and Kakashi were fighting. I desperately wanted to assist, but I couldn't possibly match Kakashi's strength and could only seek you out. I truly loathe that feeling of helplessness. Being so close, yet so powerless. Hinata Goto fell silent. In the original story, being chosen as a disciple by Orochimaru marked Akamatsu as a prodigy, yet under his influence. Her trajectory had altered. Originally destined to be a disciple of Orochimaru, she now found herself somewhat lost among the crowd. This disparity was exacerbated when compared to Uchiha Rin, magnifying her sense of inadequacy. Akamatsu, Hinata Goto inhaled deeply, placing his hands on her shoulders, attempting to maintain a gentle tone. You are indeed exceptional. Perhaps you simply lack prominence among us. Once you discover your strengths and persevere, you will undoubtedly become an outstanding ninja. Do you understand? Akamatsu nodded, softly acknowledging. Hinata Goto exhaled slightly. Perhaps upon returning, he should consult with Sensei Shirwei about arranging special training for Akamatsu. With Hinata Goto's encouragement, Akamatsu's mood visibly improved, and the two briefly paused before setting out to locate the final stronghold mentioned in the intel. This location was remarkably concealed, and despite Hinata Goto's extensive search, he could find no trace of them. It seemed the Umbu responsible for reconnaissance had merely inferred the location of the bandits' hideout from their movements, without pinpointing the exact spot. This is troublesome, Hinata Goto muttered, glancing upwards toward the rendezvous point agreed upon with Oil Girl Shirwei, which was now quite distant. If they continued to yield no results, they would have no choice but to return and regroup before devising a strategy. Surveying the surroundings, they were alarmingly close to the coast, with an unobstructed view revealing only extensive woodlands and a cliff by the seaside. If the bandits had a stronghold nearby, it should be easily detectable. Strange. Hinata Goto furrowed his brow. Beside him, Akamatsu suddenly voiced her confusion. Goto, I don't quite understand. Why would those bandits establish a base here? It doesn't seem suitable. Why place a base here? A flash of insight struck Hinata Goto, as he felt he was on the verge of understanding something. If the bandits chose this vicinity for their hideout, it must fulfill a particular purpose for them. He quickly scanned the area, his gaze settling on the cliff by the coast. Akamatsu, stay put. I'm going to investigate. Upon reaching the base of the cliff and looking up at the sheer wall, Hinata Goto activated his Byakugan, revealing subtle signs of human activity. These bandits possess remarkable determination. Evidence of excavation was visible on the cliff, and through the Byakugan's perspective, he could clearly see the footholds carved with iron spikes and ropes. Following those marks upward, he discovered a massive pit at the top of the cliff. This was the reason for his previous fruitless searches, without reaching the base of the cliff. Neither the Byakugan nor his electromagnetic perception could extend that far. Hinata Goto chuckled. No wonder they chose this as their stronghold. From the top of the cliff, they can easily monitor any merchant ships traversing the nearby waters. With this realization, he leaped upward, stepping onto the protruding rock face, then launching himself again, steadily ascending the cliff. The bandits were not particularly strong. Engaging them from a distance with a sniper would be time-consuming. Thus, infiltrating their hideout directly was the more efficient course of action. In the forest, Akamatsu grew anxious. Goto has been gone for so long. What if he encountered danger? Their current location was far from Konohagakure and situated in one of the most chaotic regions of the Fire Country, often frequented by ninjas from other villages. This was precisely why the Hokage had dispatched them to eliminate the bandits. Akamatsu's worry deepened with Goto's prolonged absence. Just then, a familiar voice reached her ears, allowing her anxious heart to finally ease. Akamatsu, let us rendezvous with Sensei Shirwei. Hinata Goto emerged from the forest, smiling at her. Have we completed the mission? Yes. Now we just need to meet with Sensei Shirwei to conclude it. With his and Rin's capabilities, they should have resolved their part as well. Is that so? Speaking of which, I haven't been able to assist at all. Akamatsu couldn't help but sigh. Don't say that, Akamatsu. If it weren't for your reminder, I would never have discovered their hideout's location. I might still be wandering around like a headless chicken. He reassured her. Let us hurry to meet Sensei Shirwei. Akamatsu responded softly. The designated meeting point was quite a distance away. After walking for a while, Hinata Goto turned back to gaze at the overcast sky above the sea. Faint flashes of lightning visible. His brow furrowed. It seems a heavy rain is imminent. We should quicken our pace. The two hastened their steps, swiftly traversing the woods. After a while, Hinata Goto's expression suddenly grew grave as he seized Akamatsu's arm, whispering, Wait, Akamatsu. There are two ninjas from other villages ahead. Upon hearing this, Akamatsu halted, glancing nervously at Hinata Goto. Goto, are they enemies? It's not clear yet, but their strength seems formidable. Hinata Goto's demeanor was serious, just moments ago. He had sensed two exceedingly powerful biological magnetic fields intruding into his perception, certainly strong ninjas. Activating his Byakugan, he recognized the emblems on their foreheads and the ninja swords on one of their backs, instinctively gasping. Akamatsu, we need to retreat. They are from the 7 ninja swordsmen. The 7 ninja swordsmen? Hearing those 5 words, Akamatsu's heart felt as though it had been gripped tightly by a large hand. They were the most formidable human weapons from the hidden mist village, each member of the swordsmen an elite jonin, notorious for their cruelty and bloodshed. Even reaching the distant fire country, she had heard tales of their ferocity. Are both of them from the 7 ninja swordsmen? Akamatsu swallowed hard, instinctively asking. No, one of them isn't, but his strength may be even more terrifying. Hinata Soma held his breath in silence, noting that the individual without a ninja blade possessed a biological magnetic field even more potent than that of Shimi. Even if Shimi were present, they would surely hesitate to confront 2 adversaries simultaneously. Uncertain of the opponent's sensory capabilities, Hinata Soma dared not create excessive noise, fearing his presence might be detected. The air around them seemed to freeze, causing their movements to slow as they held their breath and cautiously retreated. At that moment, through the lens of his Byakugan, the 2 figures stirred. They approached with remarkable speed. Damn it, have they noticed us? Hinata Soma's expression darkened ominously. Chapter 43, Tyrant. In the midst of this life and death crisis, Hinata Soma took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing mind. Akane, you must flee and seek out Shimi. And you? I will hold them off here. Their speed far exceeds ours. If I do not remain to obstruct them, none of us shall escape. Hinata Soma inhaled deeply, determination igniting in his eyes. I am not without my chances. As the mist dissipated, the ninja blade, Long Fong, was firmly gripped in his hand. At this proximity, he had no time to utilize his bow and arrow for defense. In the next instant, a thunderous sound erupted as a massive tree before them was abruptly severed. Dust swirling in the aftermath. Maru, your nose is truly keen. There is indeed the scent of fresh blood here. As the dust settled, 2 figures emerged, one of whom bore a colossal ninja blade, its sharp fangs adorned with crimson markings akin to blood. Ha ha ha, Takuzo, I told you so, yet you refused to believe me. The laughter of the other was piercing and grating, akin to nails scraping against a chalkboard, sending shivers down the spine of Hinata Soma and his companion. His brows were marked with crimson points, dark circles framing his eyes, and coupled with a cruel grin, he appeared exceedingly frightful. The wielder of the beheading blade, Pyappa Takuzo, an elite jonin of the Kagaya clan, caused Hinata Soma to draw in a sharp breath upon recognizing him. It appears he is a ninja from Konoha. Takuzo raised his ninja blade, narrowing his eyes at a minuscule chip on the blade's edge. A chip has appeared on my beheading blade. Your blood shall serve to mend it. No sooner had he spoken than he leapt into the air, the heavy blade descending heavily towards Hinata Soma's position. Clang. The immense force transferred through Long Fong sent a jolt through Hinata Soma's arm, causing his body to tingle and involuntarily retreat a few steps. Akane instinctively swallowed hard. So, I am going to find Shimi. Understanding that remaining would only hinder Hinata Soma, Akane composed herself and without hesitation dashed towards the rear of the forest, trying to escape. A glint of menace flickered in Takuzo's eyes as he swung his right hand, bringing the beheading blade crashing down towards Akane. Clang. Long Fong's elongated blade firmly met the beheading blade, shattering Takuzo's intention. In that fleeting moment of stalemate, Akane's silhouette vanished into the thicket. You little brat. Anger flared upon Takuzo's face. Hey, Takuzo, are you even capable? You let a prey slip away. The dissatisfied voice of Kagaya Maru echoed in his ears, deepening the fury etched on his countenance. Silence. This brat is mine. You pursue the fleeing prey. Glaring at Hinata Soma, Takuzo's expression was a mixture of rage and intrigue. He realized that Hinata Soma was managing to impede him despite their disparity in power due to an inexplicable force emanating from the beheading blade, threatening to slip from his grasp at any moment. To prevent such a scenario, Takuzo had to divert a substantial portion of his focus to suppress the blade's erratic movements, allowing Hinata Soma to block his strikes repeatedly. You little brat, whatever secrets you hold shall only lead to your demise beneath my blade. The continuous resistance had elevated Takuzo's fury to its zenith, a surge of blue chakra erupting, enveloping the entirety of the beheading blade. This is bad. Sensing the amplified force emanating from the blade, Hinata Soma instinctively clenched his teeth. Sizzle. Under Takuzo's violent onslaught, accompanied by the sound of sparks flying, Long Fong's blade began to slice through the beheading blade, inch by inch. Ultimately, The entire blade was engulfed within the beheading sword. Takuzo suddenly twisted. Clang. The crisp sound of metal clashing filled the air as Long Feng's blade was ruthlessly shattered, splintering into numerous metallic fragments. The enormous beheading blade finally lost its resistance, crashing heavily against Hinata Soma, who was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. Crimson blood dripped incessantly from his wounds, and Takuzo's pupils quivered slightly, staring incredulously at his abdomen. There, several sharp metallic shards were embedded deeply in his flesh, blood gushing forth. Now I understand the source of that peculiar resistance. He abruptly raised his head, a hint of ferocity gleaming in his eyes, fixating on Hinata Soma, who was struggling to rise. Magnet release. I never anticipated you to possess the double bloodline. If he had not noticed before, the moment Long Feng shattered made it strikingly clear. The ninja blade fragments that had scattered in all directions seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, converging towards his abdomen. Kirigakure is renowned for possessing the most bloodline limits, leading him to quickly deduce the existence of a double bloodline. Magnet release, specifically one capable of controlling ninja blades. Gazing at Hinata Soma's relatively youthful visage, his murderous intent surged. This child must not be spared. A wielder of magnet release capable of controlling ninja blades, so young. Once he matures fully, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist may find themselves erased from the ninja world. Maru, do not concern yourself with that woman. I have discovered an intriguing prey. Hey, Takuzo, are you out of your mind? One moment you want me to chase, and the next you don't. Do you think I am your subordinate? Kagaya Maru protested loudly, clearly displeased. This Hinata brat possesses a double bloodline. Maru's expression froze, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Hinata Soma. You must be mistaken. I have never heard of the Hinata clan awakening a double bloodline. No mistake. It is undoubtedly magnet release. Is that so? What is the intelligence agency of the village doing? No report of a double bloodline appearing in Konoha? Kagaya Maru's interest was evidently piqued, his gaze fixated on Hinata Soma. This was his first encounter with the Hinata clan's double bloodline. Takuzo pulled out the last fragment embedded in his abdomen, his palm gliding over the wound, swiftly swiping across the beheading blade, leaving behind a streak of crimson blood. As that blood was absorbed, the beheading blade began to writhe, as if imbued with life, the gap within its blade vanishing. Pointing the blade towards Hinata Soma, Takuzo's eyes glinted with coldness. Let me repair my blade with my own blood. You are the first. Witnessing this scene, Hinata Soma couldn't help but click his tongue. The ninja world truly defied the laws of science. A gaping wound on the beheading blade could be mended with such a trivial amount of blood? Is this blood made of iron? With not a shred of fear in his heart, the flames of battle blazed fiercely in his eyes. Let me see what that technique can truly achieve. As he slowly closed his eyes, chakra surged wildly, crashing against the points of his body, simultaneously amplifying his aura. A layer of energy swirling around him. When his eyes opened once more, blue arcs of lightning completely enveloped his form. Tyrant mode. Chapter 44. I quite fancy your blade. The forest. The colossal tree lay in disarray upon the ground, the air thick with dust and the metallic scent of blood, while the crackling sound of lightning arcs reverberated distinctly in this peculiar environment. Hinata Sasuke's feet lifted from the earth, floating in midair. With bolts of lightning dancing amidst his raven locks, his garments rustling in the tempestuous winds swirling around him, reminiscent of a transformed Super Saiyan. Pipa Shizuko squinted, fixated on the figure enveloped in lightning, and in that fleeting moment, he sensed a tremendous surge of power emanating from his opponent, magnified several-fold. Was it a secret technique for a temporary enhancement of strength? Perhaps akin to the Raikage's lightning release chakra mode? He cackled. I didn't expect you possessed such an ability. A prey like you is truly intriguing. Kagaya Maru emitted a jarring laugh, as something writhed beneath his skin, 2 sharp bone spikes erupting from his palms, firmly grasped within his hands. Maru, he is my quarry. Shizuko's gaze flickered with a sinister glint, his chakra surging within him, as he lunged towards the suspended Hinata Sasuke. His decapitating blade imbued with terrifying power, crashing down upon him. With a thud that resonated through the air, Shizuko's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? Hinata Sasuke had raised a hand to block the blade's edge, and to his astonishment, the massive weapon could not advance an inch, firmly immobilized in place. What kind of secret technique is this? How has your magnetism suddenly grown so formidable? Shizuko gasped in shock. Hinata Sasuke's palm never made contact with the blade. Rather, a formidable repulsive force manifested just 1 centimeter from the edge, akin to a mountain, rendering all Shizuko's efforts futile. Yet, an even more terrifying scene unfolded. The enormous blade began to dissolve, starting from where Hinata Sasuke's hand grasped it, melting into a silvery metallic liquid that flowed gently along his arm. In mere moments, the majority of the blade had been disassembled. Shizuko's pupils trembled slightly, no longer daring to hold his ground. He released the decapitating blade and retreated in panic. Maru. This lad is peculiar. Shizuko, it was merely an attack that was thwarted. When did you become so cowardly? Kagaya Maru mocked with a derisive chuckle. But due to Shizuko's obstructing figure, he was oblivious to the horrific scene. Hinata Sasuke had entirely disintegrated the decapitating blade, the silvery metallic fluid appearing almost alive, coiling around his shoulders and arms like a silver serpent. Material disintegration. Under the terrifying enhancement of the Tyrant mode, Hinata Sasuke had finally breached the threshold of material disintegration. Although he had yet to reach the atomic level, he had dismantled the entire decapitating blade into minuscule particles measuring below 10 nanometers in diameter. This unique state of metal retained both metallic and fluid characteristics, commonly referred to as magnetorheological fluid. It could seamlessly transition between fluid and solid forms. Fixing his gaze upon Pipa Shizuko, Hinata Sasuke surged forth like a bolt of lightning, enveloped in an overwhelming sense of life and death crisis. A chill erupting from his tailbone and racing up his spine. Shizuko's heart raced in horror. Bereft of the decapitating blade, he was merely an ordinary jonin, utterly incapable of resisting this strike. Before he could even contemplate evasion, Hinata Sasuke's assault had arrived. The silvery serpent darted forth from his arm, transforming into a curved blade that swiftly sliced through Shizuko's throat. With a sickening sound, the world seemed to bleed crimson, and Shizuko felt a sudden lightness in his body, his vision swirling in disarray. In the final moments of consciousness, he thought he heard a soft chuckle beside him. I rather like your big blade. Thud. His head tumbled to the ground, still wearing a mask of terror, lifelike to the last detail. Shizuko. Kagaya Maru swallowed hard, stunned by the rapid turn of events. He had scarcely registered the change before witnessing Shizuko's terrified retreat, followed by Hinata Sasuke's counterattack that sent Shizuko's head soaring into the air. The blood that lingered upon the silver curved blade seeped into the metal, and upon absorbing this sanguine essence, the silvery serpent appeared even sharper. Hinata Sasuke felt a surge of elation. Indeed, the magnetorheological fluidized decapitating blade retained the ability to absorb blood. Curse it! Kagaya Maru gritted his teeth, a surge of furious rage erupting from within, causing blood vessels to redden in his eyes. Beneath his skin, something writhed violently, and with a sound akin to flesh being pierced, sharp bone spikes erupted from his body. His chest, elbows, and spine bristled with these jagged protrusions, resembling a grotesque creature. Hinata Sasuke's expression grew grave. His ease in dispatching Shizuko stemmed from the latter's identity as a blade-wielding ninja, entirely countered by his abilities. However, the calcium within bones existed primarily in the form of inorganic salts, making them difficult to magnetize, compounded by the Kagaya clan's almost frenzied desire for battle. Now, the true combat was about to commence. 10-finger bullets. Kagaya Maru roared, raising all 10 fingers towards Hinata Sasuke, white bone projectiles writhing forth from his fingertips. Launching at high speed, Hinata Sasuke did not evade. The silvery serpent swiftly coalesced into a metallic shield, positioned before him. Clang, clang, clang. Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, all 10 bone bullets were successfully blocked. Yet this was not the end. The moment the silver shield began to melt, the menacing figure of Kagaya Maru charged beside Hinata Sasuke, sharp bone spikes erupting from his knee as he delivered a powerful kick towards him. The silvery serpent once more coiled, intercepting Kagaya Maru's assault. The metallic fluid pressed against Maru's thigh, flowing along the pristine bone spikes toward his body. A sudden chill enveloped Kagaya Maru, prompting him to swiftly retreat, slashing through the flowing silver serpent with a palm strike. How cautious! Hinata Sasuke lamented inwardly, realizing that had the metal infiltrated Kagaya Maru's body, the outcome of this battle would have been sealed. However, he had not anticipated that even in the throes of madness, the opponent retained such meticulous caution. It seemed this individual was far from ordinary within the Kagaya clan, leaving him to ponder the connection to the future Kagaya Kamaru. Under the enhancements of Tyrant mode, he had accessed many abilities previously beyond his reach. Yet, he still had some distance to cover before achieving atomic-level control over matter. Otherwise, he could have directly manipulated the calcium ions within Kagaya Maru's body, potentially causing him to perish instantly. You've thoroughly enraged me. Having danced on the precipice of death, Kagaya Maru could no longer contain his fury, his chakra surging wildly. Fern's dance. Numerous bone spikes erupted from the ground around him, proliferating like bamboo shoots after rain, swiftly enveloping the entire battlefield. Pippa Shizuko's corpse was mercilessly pierced and reduced to fragments amidst the chaotic growth of the spikes. Hinata Sasuke's body ascended rapidly, evading the onslaught of bone spikes. Glancing down from above, he beheld a forest of pristine white bones emerging from the ground. Chapter 45. The Metallic Jungle vs. The Forest of Bones. In midair, Hinata Sasuke gazed down at the abruptly manifesting forest of white bones, his expression turning grave. The duration of his tyrant mode was dwindling. He could not afford to prolong the confrontation any further. Producing a scroll, he released a plume of white mist, revealing a multitude of shuriken and kunai that materialized. Floating behind him in the air, constructing an electromagnetic propulsion system, the shuriken and kunai began to rotate slowly, blue lightning arcs intertwining, instantly enveloping all the ninja tools. Forming a net of lightning arcs, Hinata Sasuke raised a hand and swept it downward. In an instant, the floating ninja tools transformed into an electromagnetic cannon, firing towards the ground at an astonishing speed, producing a thunderous roar. A multitude of bone spurs shattered under the onslaught of the electromagnetic cannon, sending fragments of bone intermingled with dust flying in all directions. Hinata Wataru furrowed his brow, through the perspective of his Byakugan. The anticipated image of Kagaya Maru's strike was conspicuously absent. Had he teleported away before the attack could land? Such a troublesome ability. The dance of early ferns is the ultimate technique of the corpse bone lineage, allowing the Kagaya clan to instantaneously shift to any location enveloped by bone spurs. Suddenly, a chill crept up his spine. Without turning around, Hinata Wataru summoned a flurry of silver serpents that coiled around him, swiftly morphing into a shield to protect his rear. Clang! Just as the shield materialized, a tremendous force surged through it, causing him to stagger slightly and move several steps forward. Behind him, Kagaya Maru's lower body elongated, connected to a massive bone spur that stretched over 10 meters, thrusting towards him with its spiraled form pressing against the silver shield. Truly, a lack of foresight. Suppressing the tumultuous surge of chakra within him, a glint of cold determination flickered in Wataru's eyes. The silver shield suddenly released a metallic serpent that slithered along the spiraled bone spur towards Kagaya Maru's body. His pupils constricted, without hesitation. Kagaya Maru disintegrated the bone spur from his right arm, plummeting swiftly back into the depths of the forest of white bones. Hinata Wataru tore open another scroll. An array of metallic ninja tools emerged, propelled by the terrifying force of electromagnetism, and transformed into projectiles aimed at the ground. Boom! Countless bone spurs were obliterated, revealing a devastated landscape. Yet the forest of white bones seemed to possess a life of its own, rapidly spreading and reclaiming the gaps. Was he attempting to buy time? Wataru narrowed his eyes. The duration of his tyrant mode was dwindling, and he needed to resolve this matter swiftly. He glanced toward the direction where Akane had retreated, murmuring softly, "It has been quite some time. She must have gone far." Taking a deep breath, he unleashed the full force of his chakra. With his right hand pointed at the earth, he clenched it tightly. Instantly, the ground trembled astonishingly, and with it, a multitude of metallic trees erupted from the earth, engulfing the surrounding trees and mercilessly shredding the forest of bones. Deep within the woods, Kagaya Maru's pupils trembled slightly. What kind of technique is this? The chakra surged wildly as he attempted to command the bone forest to grow again, hoping to contend with the metallic thicket, but with a mere moment's concentration. It was instantly reduced to bone fragments. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the black metallic forest decisively suppressed the white bone forest, relentlessly advancing toward the center. In midair, with his fists clenched, Hinata Wataru shook his head slightly. The metallic thicket had nearly drained the surrounding area of all metallic particles, compressing the gaps between them and significantly enhancing their density. Its hardness was far beyond that of bone. Suddenly, his complexion turned pale, and he stumbled in midair. Damn! Was the duration of tyrant mode nearing its end? In the distance, Akane, fleeing, sensed the tremors of the earth and immediately turned back. She witnessed the black metallic forest piercing through the ground, violently clashing with the central white bone forest. The battle of black versus white was palpable, even here. What is that? Akane's pupils quivered slightly as she saw a diminutive figure swaying precariously atop the rising metallic thicket, seemingly on the verge of falling. Wataru. Boom. In the air, Hinata Wataru's complexion was ashen as he gritted his teeth, squeezing out the last remnants of his chakra. Below him, the black metallic forest had already consumed a significant portion of the bone forest, relentlessly encroaching upon the center. as it became clear that the metallic thicket would be unstoppable. Kagaya Maru's expression turned frenzied, bloodshot eyes bursting with wild fury as he rasped a hoarse scream. I will die, but you shall accompany me in death. Accompany me. In a final surge, the Kagaya clan's frenzied bloodline consumed him entirely, abandoning any resistance against the metallic forest. Channeling the last of his chakra to propel the surrounding bone forest upward, charging directly towards Hinata Wataru in the air. This was his fatal strike. Without the support of chakra, the speed at which the bone forest was engulfed by the metallic thicket accelerated dramatically, and in the blink of an eye. It was at his side, countless hard black metallic spurs piercing through his body, staining the surrounding white bones with crimson. He laughed, a mad, deranged laugh. Ha ha. You shall die too. You shall die? The rapidly growing bone spurs reached him. Hinata Wataru's pallid face was marked by narrowed eyes. The immense toll on his body leaving him with little room to evade. The silver serpents swiftly coiled, shielding vital areas of his form. Splat! Several bone spurs pierced through him, blood trickling down the white bone spurs, drop by drop, onto the metallic thicket below. The flickering blue arcs of lightning faded, and Wataru was engulfed in excruciating pain. Tyrant mode had ended. The overcast sky suddenly rumbled with thunder as Hinata Wataru weakly lifted his head. A drop of icy rain striking his face, followed by another. The rain washed away the blood staining his visage, sapping the last remnants of warmth from his body. It was raining. Gazing at the trembling sky, he murmured softly, his voice barely audible. The torrential rain, long anticipated, finally descended as the battle approached its conclusion. The downpour of June always arrives with ferocity, and within mere moments, the intensity of the rain escalated, drenching the devastated battlefield. Beside the shattered bone forest, Kagaya Maru's body was perforated by the relentless metallic thicket, his corpse growing cold in the rain, a final cruel smile etched upon his face. Hinata Wataru summoned the last vestiges of his strength, inching his body free from the bone spurs, plummeting through the air. The silver serpents surrounding him coalesced into a metallic sphere the size of a fist, accompanying him as they descended into the ruins. In the downpour, Wataru's eyelids felt as heavy as lead, growing unbearably weighty. In a daze, he sensed someone lifting him, stumbling through the torrential rain, warmth emanating from the individual's body. In that final moment, his consciousness slipped into darkness. Chapter 46, The Form of Wataru. Kanehagakure Hospital. In the most elite of hospital rooms, a cacophony of anxious voices resonated. The patient has lost excessive blood. Initiate a transfusion immediately. Most of the muscles are torn, 6 penetrating wounds. My goodness, how has he endured for so long? Medical team, prepare the healing techniques. In the corridor outside the hospital room, Aburame Shimi and others awaited anxiously, the atmosphere heavy with tension. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Wataru wouldn't be in danger, Akane sobbed, curled up on the floor beside the room, hugging her knees. Aburame Shimi knelt beside her, his broad hand gently resting on her shoulder as he offered consolation. No, Akane, if you hadn't recklessly carried Wataru back, the situation would likely have been far worse. If anyone should feel guilty, it should be me. As your teacher, I should have been there at the first sign of danger. He sighed, gradually falling silent. Words failed him as he recalled the image of Akane, trembling and determined, carrying the blood-soaked Hinata Wataru through the torrential rain. Throughout his years as a ninja, never had he felt so profoundly struck in his heart. Hinata Wataru's injuries were severe. To be honest, he could scarcely believe he was still alive under such circumstances. Without any delay, after performing some basic first aid measures, he hastily made his way back to Kanehagakure with the others. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Uchiha Rin leaned against the cold wall beside the hospital room, gazing up at the ceiling, lost in her thoughts, her limbs feeling unnaturally frigid. What would I do if you didn't pull through, Wado? Such a thought incessantly circled in her mind. She felt a deep-seated anger at herself for not being there. Anger that it was not she who was teamed with Wado at that moment. What of the 7 ninja swordsmen? What of the Kagaya clan's elite shinobi? Surely, eliminating them would suffice. Just then, the door swung open. How is Wado? 3 voices erupted in unison, their anxious gazes fixed on the medical ninja who had entered. To put it frankly, his injuries are exceedingly grave, yet his body possesses a unique quality, actively mending itself. The medical ninja pondered aloud, stating, honestly, in my years as a medic, I have never encountered a ninja with such extraordinary physiology. Is that so? Does that mean Watu is out of danger? Akato questioned eagerly. I advise you not to be overly optimistic, the medical ninja replied, casting a glance at her. He seems to have utilized a forbidden technique that comes at a great cost, and considering the severity of his injuries, it remains uncertain whether he will suffer any lasting effects. Akado's heart sank once more. Uchiha Rin, however, breathed a sigh of relief. Just residual effects? That's manageable. I can care for him later. At that moment, the medical ninja sighed again, lamenting, if only Lady Tsunade were here, her medical expertise could easily resolve this. Tsunade? Yono Shizumi's eyes flickered beneath her mask. I could summon her. She would likely owe me a favor. It's futile. The medical ninja shook his head. Lady Tsunade has developed a severe blood phobia and has long ceased her treatment of patients. This tidbit is known only to a select few in the medical field. It is understandable that you are unaware. Is that so? Yono Shizumi felt the weight of the news settle heavily upon her. The trio fell into a contemplative silence, the atmosphere thickening with unspoken concerns. The medical ninja was suddenly pulled aside, whispering intently. Is that so? The Hokage has commanded that we spare no effort in treating Hinata Wado? Very well, understood. Upon overhearing their hushed discussion, the expressions of Yono Shizumi and her companions softened. Just then, an uproar erupted from within the hospital room. He has awakened. The group perked up, rushing into the room. There, upon the bed, Hinata Wado opened his eyes, his pure white pupils scanning the surroundings in bewilderment. Wado. Akado rushed forward, her voice tinged with remorse. I held you back. Hinata Wado weakly lifted his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. I told you, you simply have yet to discover your strengths. Once you do, you will undoubtedly become an exceptional ninja. By the way, I brought this back for you. Akado, recalling something, retrieved a fist-sized silver metallic sphere from her bosom and presented it to Hinata Wado. Seeing that Wada clung to this object even in his grievous state, she inferred it was of significant importance to him. How wonderful! A glimmer of joy illuminated Hinata Wada's weary face as he accepted the sphere, still warm to the touch. By the way, Wada, what is this thing? Why is it so heavy? Hinata Wada pondered briefly before replying. Well, if I must categorize it, it could be considered a formidable weapon. A weapon? Uchiha Rin too was drawn to the silver orb in Wada's hands, suspecting it to be a special chakra metal. But Wada claims it's a weapon? For bludgeoning? Hinata Wada attempted to communicate with the silver sphere using electromagnetic force, and upon receiving a response, his smile deepened. As anticipated, under the enhancement of the electromagnetic force bestowed by his tyrant mode, this metal had acquired the ability to catalyze in his current state. This meant that even without entering tyrant mode, he could switch forms at will, akin to battling Kagaya Maru. If he desired a sword, it would become a sword. If a shield, it would transform into a shield. He could even morph it into arrows to complement his magnetic artillery, albeit retrieval would be a trifle cumbersome. In simple terms, it had already assumed Wada's essence. This was no ordinary chakra metal. Among the 7 ninja swordsmen, the beheading sword was the most notorious, capable of absorbing blood for healing, but lacking any extraordinary abilities. Yet, this power erupted in Hinata Wada's grasp like a new dawn. The magneto-rheological beheading sword retained its properties. The more it killed, the more blood it absorbed, growing ever stronger. A weapon that evolves by absorbing blood. How terrifying. Wouldn't you agree? At that moment, a hoarse voice rang out from the hospital door. I heard that Wada-kun sustained severe injuries. I wonder if I could be of assistance. Hinata Wada turned to see a figure with pale skin and purple shadows under their eyes, smiling knowingly at him. It's Cold-kun. Orochimaru. Chapter 47. Cold-kun Orochimaru. What brings you here, Lord Orochimaru? The entrance of Lord Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin alongside Tsunade, left the nearby medical ninja in shock. With a slight smile, Orochimaru replied, while I may not rival Tsunade in medical ninjutsu, I possess certain skills that I believe could be of help. Akado stared curiously at Orochimaru. So, this is one of the legendary Sannin? Instinctively, upon first laying eyes on him, she felt an inexplicable sensation surge within her. What brings you here? Hinata Wada furrowed his brow, harboring a degree of wariness towards Cold-kun Orochimaru. The most pressing concern was his current precarious state. If the other intended to make a move, I have come for Wada-kun, and I believe I can be of assistance. If possible, I would like to spend some time alone with Wada-kun. May I? Orochimaru's tone was earnest, drawing the attention of Yono Shizumi and the others to Hinata Wada. After a moment of contemplation, Hinata Wada noted that at this juncture, Orochimaru had not yet defected. He was merely engrossed in the pursuit of immortality. With Yono Shizumi stationed outside, it was unlikely any trouble would arise. Most importantly, Orochimaru possessed what he needed. Very well. Bang. The door to the hospital room closed, leaving only Orochimaru and Hinata Wada in the now emptied space. Lord Orochimaru, what is it you seek on this visit? Hinata Watu inquired directly. He had no faith that Orochimaru was solely there to treat him. As expected of Watakuin, you have discerned my true intentions. A member of the 7 ninja swordsmen and an elite shinobi of the Kagaya clan, such a combination would likely compel even me to retreat. That you have survived is remarkable. TSK. Perhaps you have not merely survived? Hinata Wada regarded him with indifference. Could it be? Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with intrigue, taking a deep breath as his previously playful demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Hinata Wada contemplated that Akato had merely reported the enemies she had encountered, without any knowledge of the battle's true nature. However, upon reflection, by the time Akato arrived, the adversaries' corpses were already submerged within the metallic thicket. Yet, it was crucial to deliver some impactful blows to Orochimaru. After all, lacking sufficient leverage in dealings with such a serpent could prove perilous. Orochimaru, regaining his composure from the shock, approached Hinata Watu, his gaze scrutinizing Wada's form. The more he observed, the more the smile in his eyes deepened, unable to resist a note of admiration. Indeed, Watu is the first dual bloodline ninja in the history of the Hinata clan, a prodigy of the new generation. This remarkable physique, unparalleled vitality, and seemingly unique power appear to be mending his injuries. Your eyes are quite discerning, Lord Orochimaru, Hinata Goto remarked lightly. His body, having undergone the refinement of 3 electromagnetic upgrades, far exceeded that of an ordinary individual, and the spontaneous regulation of his life magnetic field allowed his injuries to be continuously healed. However, if this were the extent of it, it would inevitably leave some after effects. After all, it seemed that you, Goto, had employed some sort of costly forbidden technique, inflicting damage at the cellular level. Orochimaru clicked his tongue, having arrived at a conclusion more precise in mere minutes than that group of medical ninjas could achieve in hours. Hinata Goto remained silent. The tyrant mode significantly drains mental energy and chakra. When chakra is squeezed to its limits, cells risk damage. This is also the reason he needed to recuperate for an extended period after using Tyrant, as both his spirit and body were on the verge of collapse. I consider myself fortunate to have come here. This is the Cell Activation Training Manual, a secret technique I developed over 3 years. It not only repairs Goto's cellular damage, but also enhances his unique constitution. What, then, is the price? Hinata Goto asked solemnly. Orochimaru chuckled. Your fresh cellular samples, along with hair and blood samples. Hinata's only dual bloodline in history, and this exceedingly rare special constitution. I can hardly contain my eagerness to explore them. Very well. Ha. Goto truly is a straightforward person. With that, Orochimaru produced a scroll, unfurling it to reveal items like test tubes and surgical scissors. I will be very careful. I won't cause you any pain, Goto. The corner of Hinata Goto's mouth twitched slightly. This Orochimaru, even at this moment, still found ways to repulse him. The collection of samples was not complicated, and Orochimaru's movements were meticulous, at least externally appearing to change little. Hinata Goto watched cautiously, ensuring no foul play occurred. Once completed, he handed the scroll back to Hinata Goto. The method for cell activation training is not complex. With your memory, I believe you will soon commit it to memory and can then attempt to practice it while bedridden. I trust you will find it to your liking. Orochimaru turned to leave when a calm voice suddenly resonated from behind. Wait, Orochimaru. What is it? I hope we can find opportunities for collaboration in the future. Hinata Goto gazed at him with a steady demeanor. Orochimaru paused, then suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, Goto, you truly are an ambitious individual, aren't you? What purpose does Hinata Goto have that necessitates collaboration with this snake? Or rather, what binds him, forcing him to cooperate? The words Hinata branch family sprang to mind, and in an instant, Orochimaru understood. A caged bird. He was the most renowned scientific ninja in Konoha, and it seemed that only by finding him could there be a glimmer of hope for escape. For some reason, Orochimaru began to anticipate their collaboration. A completely unbound Hinata Goto would be a terrifying existence. With this thought, he chuckled and pushed open the door to the hospital room. Goto, how are you? Are you all right? The few anxious individuals waiting outside rushed into the room. I'm fine. Hinata Goto smiled and nodded at them. Since Goto no longer requires my assistance, I shall take my leave. Having obtained what he desired, Orochimaru was eager to return to his laboratory. I truly appreciate your help, Lord Orochimaru. I never expected that you would possess medical ninjutsu as well. Hinata Goto's complexion appeared significantly improved. The surrounding medical ninjas instinctively began to flatter Orochimaru. He nodded and exited the hospital room. Beside the hospital bed, Akane instinctively clenched her fists, her gaze wavering as if she were making a difficult decision. Soon, She took a deep breath, dashed into the corridor, and, bowing deeply to Orochimaru's retreating figure, buried her head against her chest as she spoke loudly. Lord Orochimaru, please accept me as your disciple. Chapter 48. Farewell at this new crossroads. Lord Orochimaru, please accept me as your disciple. Akane's voice echoed distinctly in the empty corridor, causing Orochimaru's footstep to halt midair as he turned back to gaze at her calmly. Akane did not lift her head, maintaining her bowed posture. Yet the face buried against her chest was imbued with unprecedented determination. Why do you wish to become my disciple? Orochimaru inquired with a hint of playful intrigue, surveying Akane from head to toe. In the hospital room, nearly everyone was taken aback by this sudden scene. Uchiha Rin's eyes sparkled with astonishment. That was Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. Who would have thought that Akane, the timid girl, would possess such courage? But why did she feel the need to become Orochimaru's disciple? Yamanaka Shimi sighed. He had noticed Akane's recent changes, yet he hadn't anticipated she would muster such bravery. However, he held little hope for her becoming Orochimaru's disciple. Known for his discerning eye among the Jonin, having been under his tutelage for so long, Akane's aptitude was hardly exceptional. I hope she can withstand this blow. A faint smile appeared on Hinata Goto's face. Could this be a fateful encounter? Or perhaps a self-correction in the timeline? Originally, Akane, who had not become Orochimaru's disciple due to his influence, had unexpectedly summoned the courage to request apprenticeship from him. Why do you wish to become my disciple? The echo of Orochimaru's voice lingered in the corridor, causing her to momentarily lose her focus. Why must she become Lord Orochimaru's disciple? She questioned herself internally. Suddenly, vivid images flooded her mind. Confronting insurmountable foes, she could only flee in desperation. In the pouring rain, she saw Hinata Goto, battered and bruised among the ruins. Memories surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming her in an instant. She instinctively clenched her fists, tears streaming down her face as her voice trembled. Because I despise my own helplessness, I loathe my own weakness. Lord Orochimaru, please accept me as your disciple. I yearn for power. I wish to protect my comrades. I want to. Akane bowed even deeper, her fists clenched tightly, the floor beneath her soaked with her tears. By some unknown means, the hospital room had fallen into a profound silence. Akane's sorrowful voice resonated from the corridor, striking their hearts like a hammer again and again. Yamanaka Shimi sighed. Perhaps I, as her teacher, am irresponsible, failing to unlock her true potential. He couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt. A faint smile lingered on Hinata Goto's lips as he gazed at the ceiling. In the corridor, Orochimaru suddenly laughed, his voice raspy. You wish to protect your comrades? An intriguing aspiration. I accept. What? Still bowing, Akane doubted her own ears, slowly raising her head to gaze at Orochimaru with uncertainty. Orochimaru smiled at her, reiterating, I accept. You shall be my disciple from now on. Really? Lord Orochimaru. No, Orochimaru-sensei. Orochimaru nodded with a smile. Splendid. Akane was nearly overcome with excitement, the sudden wave of happiness almost causing her to faint. In truth, she had held little hope of becoming Orochimaru's disciple, merely thinking that if there was even a sliver of opportunity, she would take the chance. To her astonishment, she had actually succeeded. She rushed into the hospital room, grasping Hinata Goto's hand tightly. Goto, did you hear? Lord Orochimaru has agreed to take me as his disciple. I heard. Hinata Goto replied with a weary smile. Could you be a bit gentler? I am still an injured person, you know. Oh, my apologies. Rin, did you hear? Yes, congratulations. Shimi-sensei. Congratulations, Hondo. Orochimaru is a renowned member of the legendary Sannin. I hope that under his tutelage, you shall not indulge in idleness. Yamanaka Shimi adjusted the sunglasses resting on his face. While he had not anticipated Orochimaru's consent, he genuinely felt elated for Hondo. Indeed, Hyuga Waka exhaled slowly, gazing at the ceiling. It seemed that the ninja world had undergone considerable changes with his arrival. He wondered if Orochimaru would once again betray Konoha. He was somewhat curious about the future transformations of the village. Congratulations, Hondo. He smiled at her, his eyes reflecting a hint of complexity. You will now be training under Orochimaru. Yes, Hondo responded softly, instinctively lowering her gaze. Becoming Orochimaru's disciple meant parting ways with Team 3. Do not worry. I will handle matters with the Hokage, Yamanaka Shimi spoke in a subdued tone. As Hondo became Orochimaru's apprentice, she would inevitably have to temporarily leave Team 3. He could manage the necessary formalities with the Hokage himself. Thank you, Shimi-sensei. Hondo's voice diminished significantly, despite her excitement about becoming Orochimaru's disciple. The thought of separating from her companions filled her heart with an unshakable sorrow. Hondo, do not dwell on it too much, Hyuga said with a smile. We are all delighted that you have become Orochimaru's disciple. Go on, he is waiting for you outside, and I eagerly anticipate the day you flourish. Yes, Hondo replied softly, her gaze lingering on the familiar faces in the room, as if she wished to engrave their appearances in her memory. After Hondo departed, an extended silence enveloped the room. Yamanaka Shimi pondered for a moment before turning to Hyuga and spoke. I had intended to inform you of this news later, but since Hondo has already left, it is of no consequence to share it sooner. The Hokage has specially promoted you to Chunin, which implies you may soon be leading a team or undertaking missions independently. Team 3 is to be disbanded. Chapter 49, A Return to Ancestry. Lying on the hospital bed, Hyuga leaned against the pillow, staring blankly at the white ceiling. Orochimaru's cell activation technique proved remarkably effective, and its training methods were not overly complicated. Even while confined to a bed, he could refine his cells through the flow of chakra. Merely 2 days had passed. Yet Waku felt an illusion that his body was on the verge of recovery, compared to the physical sensation of emerging vitality. The void within his heart was the true source of his current confusion. Yamanaka Shimi's voice seemed to echo in his mind. Considering your current capabilities, the Hokage has specially promoted you to Chunin to maximize your growth, allowing you to undertake A-rank and below missions independently. In truth, the Hokage had initially intended to elevate you to Special Jonin, but after deliberation, it was deemed that such a rapid ascension would attract undue attention from other villages, thus compromising your safety. Hence, this plan was abandoned. Rin will be returning to her clan for training, and as for me, I will likely rejoin the Umbu. Team 3 will thus be disbanded. Although he had long anticipated this day, its arrival was still somewhat abrupt. However, upon further reflection, considering his current abilities, ordinary team missions had become insufficient for his growth. Perhaps the Hokage had taken this into account when promoting him to Chunin. In a sense, it could be viewed as a fortuitous development. What he presently lacked most was experience. Undertaking missions alone would expedite the acquisition of that elusive experience, which might have been the Hokage's intention. Just then, the door creaked open. Uchiha Rin entered, placing a basket of fruit on the cabinet beside the bed. Waku, you appear to be looking much better. Is that so? Uchiha Rin sat at the edge of the bed, picking up an apple and peeling it with a knife. For some reason, the atmosphere suddenly grew quiet, save for the soft sound of the apple's skin being sliced. Waku, I may not be able to visit you tomorrow. Uchiha Rin broke the silence first, her expression complex. Is there something happening? Hyuga inquired. Yes, my clan has arranged for me to undergo special training. And since it is the clan leader who has intervened, I cannot refuse. It seems we will have to part ways for a while. The clan leader has intervened? Hyuga expressed surprise. Typically, in a prominent clan like the Uchiha, it was rare for the clan leader to personally address ordinary clan members. Indeed, Uchiha Rin nodded thoughtfully. I have awakened the double tomo. Double tomo? Hyuga inhaled sharply, realizing the rarity of Uchiha Rin awakening such a powerful ability at such a young age. Even in the history of the Uchiha clan since Konoha's founding, it was a remarkable talent. When she had only awakened the single tomo, the Uchiha clan could turn a blind eye, but to achieve the double tomo within a year was indeed exceptional, warranting the clan leader's involvement. But, Hyuga inquired curiously, Rin, when did you awaken the double tomo? To his surprise, as his question hung in the air, Uchiha Rin's cheeks flushed slightly, and she averted her gaze, responding with a hint of impatience. Why are you asking so much? It happened recently, when I encountered danger. Uchiha Rin's gaze involuntarily drifted toward the window, her memories seemingly transported back to that fateful day. Amidst the torrential rain, drenched and trembling, Hondo approached her, bearing the unconscious Hyuga leaving behind crimson trails in the water with every step. For reasons unknown, she felt as though her eyes were about to burst. When she opened them again, she had awakened the double tomo. But how could she ever confide such thoughts to Waku? After Uchiha Rin departed, Hyuga adjusted his emotions and resumed his practice of the cell activation technique. It must be said that cell activation is a remarkably extraordinary secret art, a culmination of Orochimaru's early research on human physiology. By refining body cells in multiple phases, each refinement significantly enhances the vitality of the cells, thereby greatly boosting the user's physical prowess and chakra refinement capabilities. Following his training in cell activation, his chakra had subtly approached the threshold of a jonin. As for the cellular damage caused by forcibly squeezing chakra in the tyrant mode, it had completely dissipated by the following day of training. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Hyuga opened his eyes, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. Cell activation is indeed a miraculous technique that Orochimaru developed over 3 years. Such an ingenious method of refining cells could not have been conceived without an extensive understanding of the human body. Among Orochimaru's numerous secret techniques, cell activation serves as a foundation, as techniques like the substitution technique and the reincarnation of the dirt require cell activation to enhance physical capabilities. It appears that Wakakuin has taken quite a liking to the techniques I have developed. A slightly raspy voice tinged with amusement broke through his thoughts, causing Hyuga Waka's brow to furrow slightly. Orochimaru-sama, do you not believe in knocking before entering? I would think with your perceptive abilities, you would be aware of my presence before I arrived. Hyuga Waka's brow relaxed a fraction. Coiled in the sleeve of his right arm was a silver snake, the fluidic form of a decapitating blade. With a mere thought, it could transform into a sharp weapon. Thus, he harbored no concerns regarding any tricks Orochimaru might employ. Orochimaru-sama, your unexpected visit, does it pertain to something specific? Hyuga Waku inquired calmly. Orochimaru smiled slightly. The results of the cell samples I previously acquired from you have come in, and since the findings are rather intriguing, I decided to come and share them with you. What are the results? Hyuga Waka's expression grew more serious. Orochimaru did not keep him in suspense and stated directly, your cells are quite peculiar. According to the tests, they appear to be approaching a higher level form. However, after a brief pause, Orochimaru suddenly shifted his tone, chuckling softly. It seems that your Byakugan's range is considerably greater than that of an ordinary clan member, isn't it? Indeed. Hinata Wodo nodded, recognizing that there was no need for concealment. But what does this have to do with the experimental results? How shall I put it? Your physical evolution resembles a form of atavism, thereby increasing the purity of your Byakugan throughout the process. Atavism of the bloodline? Hinata Wodo inhaled deeply. While Orochimaru might not be aware of the origins of the Hyuga clan's bloodline, he was acutely conscious of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Could it be that he would evolve into an Otsutsuki in the future? Chapter 50, Side Effects. Inside the hospital room, the atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive. Leaning against the white pillow, Hinata Wodo furrowed his brow, contemplating the astonishing news brought forth by Orochimaru. He had long recognized that each upgrade of his electromagnetic force refined his physicality. However, he was only now realizing that this refinement would lead to a return to his ancestral bloodline. Upon reflection, he acknowledged that the purity of his Byakugan had indeed increased significantly, suggesting that Orochimaru was not lying. Yet, he did not anticipate this process with enthusiasm. The Hyuga clan possessed only a minuscule fraction of the Otsutsuki bloodline, and the outcome of an ongoing atavism remained uncertain. Furthermore, there were countless uncontrollable factors involved in this process. After a moment of contemplation, Hinata Wodo suddenly identified a crucial point, and his previously furrowed brow relaxed. Almost forgetting, he recalled that once his electromagnetic force evolved to a certain level, he would be able to manipulate atomic arrangements at the microscopic level. At that point, he could dictate his size and dimensions at will. The Otsutsuki were merely a milestone in his physical evolution. Why worry about it? With this thought, Hinata Wodo exhaled, his mood gradually lightening. It seemed that Wodo had already processed this information. Noticing the change in Hinata Wodo's expression, Orochimaru chuckled softly, his voice raspy. Even if my bloodline undergoes atavism, any noticeable changes will take a considerable time to manifest. The important thing is to focus on the present, isn't it? Hinata Wodo regarded him calmly. Truly, you are wise, Wodo. Orochimaru admitted, momentarily at a loss for words. And how is Akamichi? She is well. That child is a rare genius, remarkably compatible with my abilities. When you see her again, you might be quite taken aback. That's good to hear. Hinata Wodo sighed with relief, for Akamichi was indeed Orochimaru's disciple in the original narrative, leading him to believe that Orochimaru would not wish her any harm. Then I shall not disturb you further, and I hope for your swift recovery. Orochimaru smiled, quietly exiting the hospital room. Hinata Wodo sighed, resuming his training in cellular activation, steadily enhancing his physical qualities. After several days of recuperation, he clenched his fist, the surge of vitality eliciting an exhilarating pleasure. His life force pulsating with vigor like a roaring flame. Compared to before his injury, his strength had significantly increased post-training in cellular activation, and his chakra reserves had also expanded considerably. The experience points for his electromagnetic force had spiked due to his previous utilization of the Tyrant mode, forcibly employing vast electromagnetic capabilities beyond his current level. Additionally, during each mission's interlude, he would exploit the shadow clone technique to exploit a minor loophole. It was akin to training while on autopilot. Although he felt utterly exhausted afterward, he consistently gained between 1,000 experience points. Electromagnetic Force Level LV3. Experience points needed for next upgrade, 8945-20000. With just over 10,000 experience points remaining, he would ascend to LV4. LV1 for Electromagnetic Manipulation, LV2 for Life Force, LV3 for the Electromagnetic Furnace. What new abilities would LV4 unveil? Having savored the exhilarating surge of power from the Tyrant mode, Hinata Wodo found himself fervently yearning for even more advanced electromagnetic capabilities. In the afternoon, with the assistance of Yamanaka Shika, Hinata Wodo completed his discharge procedures. As he stepped out of Konoha Hospital, the glaring sunlight compelled him to instinctively shield his eyes with his palm. Wodo, it seems you have recuperated for quite some time, and you are not quite accustomed to such intense sunlight anymore. Yamanaka Shika observed this scene with a hint of sadness. Shika-sensei, please don't say that. Rest is essential for progress. I am eager to tackle our next mission. The Hokage is awaiting us, so let us hasten. Indeed, Yamanaka Shika nodded in agreement. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the freshly discharged Hinata Wodo, his face brimming with admiration, unable to suppress a nod of approval. Excellent. You appear quite spirited. His opening remark was a rather predictable compliment for someone of his age. Hinata Wodo silently scoffed at this thought. Sarutobi Hiruzen, unaware of Wodo's inner musings, was still filled with admiration. Wodo, Shika should have informed you. With your abilities, you are no longer suited to remain a Genin. Therefore, I have taken the liberty of promoting you to Chunin. In the future, you will be permitted to undertake A-ranked and below missions independently. Should you have any requests, feel free to voice them. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, speaking in a flowing manner. In truth, he had initially contemplated assigning Hinata Wodo to the Umbu, given that his archery jutsu and unique magnetic release were particularly well suited for Umbu missions. However, after much consideration regarding Wodo's branch family status, he ultimately abandoned that notion. Promoting Hinata Wodo to Chunin and granting him privileges typically reserved for higher-ranked ninjas would not only maximize his rapid growth, but also shield him from undue scrutiny. After all, the current ninja world was far from peaceful. Suddenly, a thought seemed to cross his mind, and a look of concern crossed his face as he tentatively asked Hinata Wodo. Wodo, I have heard that you employed a forbidden technique with substantial costs. I wonder if your body has been affected? A forbidden technique with substantial costs refers to the Tyrant mode, does it not? Hinata Wodo pondered briefly before responding. That technique was inadvertently developed by me. It significantly enhances my strength for a short duration. It was precisely this ability that allowed me to survive after encountering those two mist ninjas. As for the costs, this technique temporarily overdraws my life potential and strains my physical power, thus damaging my cellular foundation and consequently shortening my lifespan to some degree. He lifted his gaze, maintaining an unflinching demeanor as he met Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. I see. That poses quite a problem. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a slight headache coming on. A shortened lifespan was indeed a steep price for such a technique. He did not doubt Hinata Wodo's words, as the reports from Konoha Hospital had indeed indicated cellular damage, and the matter of lifespan reduction was difficult to ascertain with the naked eye. Hinata Wodo remained unperturbed, as if his earlier nonsensical statement were entirely truthful. A reduction in lifespan? Indeed, it has been diminished. I can only maintain the Tyrant mode for 3 minutes. Is 3 minutes not a lifespan? Moreover, the excruciating pain I endured afterward, rendering me unable to work for several days, can also be considered a form of life reduction. Can't it? The information provided by Akamichi merely stated that he had survived the attacks of those two jonin. Hinata Wodo was unaware that the Hokage had not dispatched Umbu to investigate the battlefield, or whether he comprehended the true power of the Tyrant mode. Nonetheless, when it came to side effects, it was safe to say that there were certainly repercussions. Meanwhile, Yamanaka Shika, standing nearby, felt a deeper sense of guilt due to Hinata Wodo's outlandish claims. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, his expression complex as he regarded Hinata Wodo. Wodo, you truly embody the will of fire. In light of this, I will double the remuneration for the mission you are about to undertake, as compensation. Hinata Wataru's eyes gleamed with excitement as he perused the mission book presented by the Hokage, eagerly selecting 3 tasks with the highest rewards. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned a shade of green. However, having already made the announcement, he felt compelled to stand by his decision. Chapter 51, The Silver Mask de Jura. In the dimly lit underground space, the air was thick with dust and the metallic scent of blood, where a multitude of ninjas congregated, some with fearsome visages, others marred by scars, and many cloaked in black robes that obscured their identities. Suddenly, a hushed murmur rippled through the crowd. The Silver Mask de Jura has arrived. The once chaotic throng quieted, parting to create a path for the figure approaching, whose stature was not particularly imposing. Enshrouded in a dark cloak, he appeared somewhat frail, even diminutive by underground market standards. His face was concealed by a silvery metal mask, and the gray eyes visible beneath it radiated an icy coldness. This marked the third mission completed by the Silver Mask Dajura this month. It was said he accepted several tasks simultaneously, each notoriously challenging. The onlookers were curious to behold what lay beneath his mask. Nearby, a ninja gasped in astonishment. "Are you seeking death? Have you forgotten his uncanny abilities?" Chided. The man did not retaliate. Instead, a shiver ran through him, and he fell silent. As whispers circulated, the Silver Mask Dajura reached the designated area for task exchanges in the black market, placing a scroll upon the table, his voice icy and succinct. 3 heads, payment. The accepting ninja unfurled the scroll, and as the white mist dissipated, 3 gruesome heads materialized. Truly, the esteemed Silver Mask Dajura. These individuals commanded a high bounty in the black market, and no one has managed to claim them until now. What a remarkable feat. Spare me the pleasantries. Just pay up, he replied curtly. Understood. Despite the reprimand, the ninja remained unperturbed, retrieving a hefty stack of cash. After counting it, he sealed it in a scroll and handed it over. A total of 25,630,000 Rio. Please review, esteemed sir. As this figure was announced, a wave of palpable anticipation swept through the shadowy confines of the underground market, akin to wolves scenting a feast, their breaths growing heavier with excitement. The brow of the silver-masked figure furrowed slightly as he tucked the scroll into his cloak and made his way toward the market's exit. Behind him, a glimmer of malice flickered in the eyes of several onlookers. Outside the black market, in the forest, the silver mask suddenly morphed, liquefying and flowing beneath his collar, unveiling a youthful visage. It was none other than Hinata Wataru. Removing the contact lenses that adorned his eyes, he sighed in exasperation. The necessity of wearing such lenses during each visit to the black market was a nuisance. His Byakugan was far too conspicuous and needed to be concealed. The liquid metal served well as a mask, but using it as an ocular disguise was challenging to articulate. However, once his electromagnetic manipulation reached sufficient levels, he envisioned controlling photon arrangements to manage light's reflection and refraction, rendering his eye color undetectable, even in a women's restroom, he mused. Currently, he found himself adjacent to the largest black market in the land of grass, where the unique geographical position and governmental inaction had allowed the black market to flourish to its zenith. Hinata Wataru naturally regarded this place as a training ground. The underground black market, a brutal realm of survival of the fittest, operated devoid of rules. Here, might was the ultimate truth. While fulfilling the Hokage's tasks, Hinata Wataru concealed his identity and honed his skills within the black market, witnessing significant growth in power over the span of just over a month, earning the moniker of the Silver Mask Dajura. To his surprise, there were indeed individuals unafraid of death. Raising an eyebrow, he commented with a hint of disdain, sensing 2 figures stealthily approaching from a distance. In other locales, this might not have been alarming, but here in the black market, treachery was all too common. Having just claimed his bounty, it was painfully obvious what their intentions were. With a swift motion, his hand brushed across his face, transforming him once more into the visage of the cold-blooded Ajura, silently awaiting the arrival of his pursuers. Hey, brother, are we really going to make a move on the Silver Mask Dajura? In the woods, a short man displayed a flicker of hesitation, tentatively addressing the ninja ahead of him. What are you afraid of? The tall, gaunt ninja turned back, scolding him. Have some backbone. We are both Jonin. Together, we needn't fear him. The tall ninja bore a grotesque scar that traversed from his forehead to his chin, his eyes gleaming with greed as he swallowed hard. I just exchanged over 20 million Rio, and with that shape-shifting weapon, the bounty is 30 million Rio in the black market. Once we complete this task, we'll pocket over 50 million Rio. What's there to be concerned about? The latter half of our lives will be leisurely. Upon hearing such a staggering sum, the short ninja's expression also turned avaricious, though a trace of doubt lingered in his gaze. But brother, his weapon is far too mysterious, capable of transforming at will. We might not stand a chance. Have faith. I've prepared adequately, the tall ninja replied, lifting his shirt to reveal a gray metal armor. This is a special chakra metal armor, capable of withstanding nearly all ninja tools attacks. I procured it at great expense, and combined with my secret technique, the petrification technique, his assaults will never breach my defenses. After this declaration, he produced a similarly styled gray armor, a pained expression flickering across his face as he handed it to the shorter ninja. This one is tailored to your size. Had Hinata Wataru overheard their conversation, he would undoubtedly have marveled at their ingenuity. Utilizing metal to counter his attacks was an innovative approach indeed. Once the two were adequately prepared, they stealthily approached the figure ahead. Calculating their distance, with a flurry of hand seals, they simultaneously unleashed their ninjutsu. Earth release. Earth rock wall. As the ground trembled, a colossal rock wall erupted, enveloping both Hinata Wataru and the assailants within. Viewing the calm-faced Hinata Wataru, the tall ninja narrowed his eyes slightly. You didn't choose to flee immediately? It seems this time the silver Mastajuro will meet his end in the black market. Secret technique. Petrification technique. Gray-white rock began to spread from the tall ninja's skin, gradually engulfing his entire body, leaving only his eyes, which greedily fixated on Hinata Wataru. I know not who bestowed upon you the audacity to attempt to ambush me. Hinata Wataru merely waved his hand lightly, and to their astonishment, the two bodies lifted uncontrollably, suspended in midair. What is happening? Isn't your ability derived from that shape-shifting weapon? The tall ninja felt his body ensnared as if gripped by a colossal hand, his face reddening as he struggled in vain. You mean that? Hinata Wataru raised a finger, the silver metal coiling like a serpent around his fingertip, elongating and thickening, morphing into various peculiar forms. I believe you may have misunderstood. This is not the source of my abilities, but rather an embodiment of them. Hinata Wataru shrugged, a hint of exasperation evident. Suspended in midair, the tall ninja's pupils constricted in horror, his body trembling uncontrollably. He suddenly realized that everyone's understanding of the Silver Mastajuro was fundamentally flawed, and drastically so. Chapter 52, Wolverine Cosplay and the Human Electromagnetic Cannon. Magnetic release. Feeling the oppressive sensation from the constricting metal armor on his chest, the tall ninja suddenly pieced together a realization, his face a mask of shock as he forced out a few words through clenched teeth. I actually attempted to withstand the magnetic release ninja's attack using metal armor? The tall ninja was instantly overcome with despair. The diminutive ninja who floated behind wore a perplexed expression, entirely oblivious to the unfolding events. Magnet release? What is this magnet release? Is it truly that formidable? Hinata Wu raised his hand, and the two individuals felt an immediate surge of pressure, their bodies uncontrollably soaring to a higher altitude. Hinata Wu couldn't help but marvel. With the elevation of his electromagnetic prowess and the refinement of his abilities, he increasingly resembled Magneto. The scene before him was reminiscent of Magneto effortlessly dispatching Wolverine. The tall, lean ninja gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to raise his hands in an attempt to form seals. However, Hinata Wu clenched his palm fiercely, and with a sickening sound, the metallic armor on the two of them abruptly constricted, accompanied by their agonized screams, transforming the tableau into a gruesome spectacle. When he released his grip, what lay upon the ground were two grotesquely mangled corpses. Hinata Wu shook his head, expressing a sense of resignation. These two individuals truly possessed ingenuity. They had dared to employ metallic armor to deflect his assault. Otherwise, it would have taken considerable effort to eliminate them. In truth, Hinata Wu understood well that battles among ninjas were devoid of serendipity and luck. They were instead determined by intelligence and strength. The reason the adversary adopted such a misguided strategy was due to the advantage of his intelligence being kept secret. The persona of the silver-faced Ajuro was that of a cold-blooded assassin wielding peculiar weaponry, who refrained from revealing excessive capabilities during combat. Should the enemy have devised a strategy targeting this aspect, the consequences would likely have been dire. Exhaling a breath of discontent, Hinata Wu directed his palm toward the lifeless bodies. After a few breaths, the metallic armor on the two transformed into a molten, crimson hue. As the surrounding temperature surged dramatically, an electromagnetic furnace. By harnessing electromagnetic forces to accelerate molecular motion, he could induce a rapid rise in temperature. The principle was not intricate and was exceedingly effective for erasing evidence. In mere seconds, the bodies had vanished, leaving only pools of molten metal, coalescing into fist-sized globules. Grateful for the chakra metal provided by his old friend, Hinata Wu stored the solidified spheres within a scroll. With a gentle leap, he landed on a branch and swiftly moved away. He had other tasks to attend to. On a nearby hillside, a figure crouched low, silently observing a group of ninjas approaching along the road below. Their garments were stained with considerable blood, suggesting they had recently engaged in battle, their spirits high, their faces fleshy and exuberant. They had unexpectedly stumbled upon a lucrative haul. After robbing so many merchant caravans, this group contained several young women. The spoils were particularly delightful. Tonight, the brothers would indulge, resting before seeking more treasures tomorrow. Upon hearing their laughter, Hinata Wu's brows furrowed beneath his mask, a flicker of disdain crossing his features. These brutes. He had accepted a mission from the Hokage to eradicate the bandits plaguing the Land of Fire. Their strength was not particularly formidable, yet they were exceedingly cunning, persistently operating along the borders of the Land of Fire and the Land of Grass. During his time in the black market, Hinata Wu had been gathering intelligence on them, and today he finally identified their whereabouts. However, it seemed yet another merchant caravan had fallen victim to their vile hands. On the road, the bandits continued to chatter excitedly. Suddenly, their leader halted, squinting at a figure that had unexpectedly appeared on the path. Cloaked in a black robe, the figure donned a silver metallic mask, their eyes visible and imbued with a chilling intent. Who are you? The precarious lifestyle of bloodshed had rendered the bandit leader exceedingly cautious, preventing him from acting rashly. The figure remained silent, fists hanging at their sides, 3 silver metallic claws slowly extending from between their knuckles, reflecting a glimmer of cold light. The leader's eyes narrowed, and he shouted, seeking death? Do you truly think we fear you? In an instant, the figure moved, appearing beside the leader in the blink of an eye. Claws crossing as they sliced through, severing the leader's head, his eyes still filled with disbelief. Leader, you fool, kill him. In an instant, the bandits, their eyes ablaze with fury, charged at Hinata Wu. Without a flicker of fear, he shifted his form, delivering a punch to the nearest assailant. The sharp claws effortlessly piercing through the individual's body. Strangely, the blood did not cascade down the claws but was absorbed, akin to a desiccated sponge. At that moment, a massive axe descended with tremendous force upon his back, producing a jarring metallic clash, leaving the bandit wielding the axe momentarily paralyzed, his eyes wide with astonishment. What was that? Hinata Wu swiftly pivoted, a glint of cold light flashing as he slashed the bandit's throat with his claws. Beneath his black robe, the silver metal had transformed into armor, securely encasing his back. Enough of this, he muttered disdainfully beneath his mask. Due to the limitless malleability of the magnetorheological fluid, he had whimsically decided to emulate Wolverine. However, his unfamiliarity with claw weapons had nearly resulted in his downfall. The metallic claws around his fists began to writhe, morphing into a metallic gauntlet enveloping his entire hand. Witnessing this transformation, the surrounding bandits' pupils dilated in horror. Yet what truly instilled dread was yet to come. A sudden flash of lightning arced around Hinata Wu, causing him to vanish from sight and reappear beside one of the bandits. The unfortunate bandit barely had time to react before a terrifying force slammed into his chest, propelling him to the ground, spiderweb-like cracks radiating from the earth around him. What speed is this? The remaining bandits were aghast. Hinata Wu raised his gaze, his body moving once more. The blue lightning tracing a trajectory in the air as the ninja blocking his path was sent reeling backward like a kite severed from its string. This was the first time Hinata Wu had employed electromagnetic propulsion on himself. The enveloping magnetorheological metal allowed him to utilize electromagnetic forces to propel his body, gaining an extraordinary velocity and impact. In simple terms, he had become a human electromagnetic cannon. Who exactly are you, and why are you attacking us? The remaining bandits trembled, their bodies quaking with fear, utterly devoid of any rebellious thoughts, their voices quavering. Consider this vengeance for the merchant caravans you plundered. Hinata Wu coldly regarded him. With another flash of lightning, screams of anguish erupted in succession, until a moment arrived when the surroundings fell eerily silent, the air thick with the stench of blood. All the bandits lay sprawled upon the ground. The silver metallic mask wriggled, revealing a relatively youthful visage. Hinata Wu looked up at the distance. He suddenly felt a transformation within himself, perhaps stemming from his decision to confront those 2 missed ninjas alone. Or perhaps from the time spent honing his skills in the black market. He had become more akin to the original inhabitants of the ninja world, feeling anger at the injustices faced by ordinary people and growing ever more ruthless toward his enemies. Chapter 53. The True Magnetic Storm Sniper. Among the tasks assigned by the Hokage, in addition to eradicating the band of thieves, there was a higher-level mission, to eliminate the Leaf Village's rogue ninja, Uchiha Toru. Uchiha Toru hailed from a rather obscure family within Konoha, remaining largely unnoticed within the village, essentially blending in with the common populace. However, Uchiha Toru was a rare talent that emerged from this family, having mastered the secret technique of erasing pheromones, exhibiting exceptional stealth capabilities. With such an ability, he had been elevated to the rank of Special Jonin. Regrettably, upon ascending to the prestigious rank of Special Jonin, his thoughts became consumed with the desire to restore his family's former glory, leading him to a state of obsession wherein he developed an intense animosity toward the Hokage. He believed that had it not been for the policies of the Hokage, the Usuji clan would not have descended into such a state of decline. His desperation even drove him to attempt an assassination of the Hokage, the outcome of which was, as one might expect, dire. It was only through the use of a secret technique that erased his pheromones that he managed to survive the relentless pursuit of the Umbu. The intelligence currently possessed by Hinata Waku was derived from the Umbu's investigative efforts into him. Initially, he harbored a modicum of sympathy for Usuji Tetsu. For how many small clans had also faced a similar fate in Konoha? The Kato clan stands as a prime example. Not that Kato, but the other Kato. The clan, renowned for its rare S-rank soul technique, spirit transformation, also produced Kato Dan, who briefly captured the attention of Tsunade. Though his life was tragically short, one cannot deny that the Kato clan once basked in glory prior to the Second Great Ninja War. Alas, due to a confluence of various factors, this family now struggles to find even a single jonin within Konoha, and their ancestral secret technique, the spirit transformation, has been relegated to the Forbidden Scroll. It is indeed lamentable. However, as Hinata Waku delved deeper into the information regarding Usuji Tetsu, he found himself feeling that this individual's demise would be of little consequence. Utilizing his ability to erase pheromones, Tetsu had seemingly unleashed his true nature, committing unspeakable atrocities against countless innocents. His name even graced the bounty boards of the black market. Hinata Waku couldn't help but marvel at the potency of black market intelligence. Even an enemy who had eluded the Umbu multiple times could still be traced if one was willing to pay the price. According to the information received, Usuji Tetsu had recently been active near the capital of the Land of Grass. The journey was not far, and Hinata Waku arrived within half a day's time. What followed was a contest between predator and prey. Usuji Tetsu proved to be exceedingly cunning, as the Umbu had repeatedly returned empty-handed. And Hinata Waku understood that he must remain patient. The range of the capital was not extensive, and with the aid of his Byakugan and electromagnetic perception, he quickly identified a suspicious individual. The basis for his suspicion lay in the fact that the chakra emanating from this person appeared to be approaching the level of a jonin, while their biological magnetic field was merely on par with an ordinary person. Generally speaking, the amount of chakra correlates directly with one's biological magnetic field, unless one is a ninja practicing a specialized technique. Upon cross-referencing with the intelligence provided by the Hokage, Hinata Waku confirmed that this was indeed his target, Usuji Tetsu. True to his reputation for cunning, he had been hiding among the commoners in the capital, without the Byakugan and electromagnetic perception. Hinata Waku would have likely mistaken him for an ordinary individual had he passed by. He waited in silence, having honed himself into a remarkably patient hunter during his time in the underground black market. As evening fell, Usuji Tetsu made his move, retreating to a desolate forest outside the city. After ensuring the area was clear of observers, he entered a highly concealed cave. In the distance, Hinata Waku narrowed his eyes. It appeared that this was indeed his hiding place, and to place his base so close to the capital suggested a high degree of confidence in his concealment techniques. Unfortunately for him, he had crossed paths with me. A glimmer of determination sparked in Hinata Waku's eyes. Now was the perfect moment for the hunter to ensnare his quarry. Silvery metal flowed from his sleeves, coalescing into a sleek silver sniper rifle. Previously constrained by the limitations of ninja industrial technology, he had only been able to utilize metal bows and arrows to develop his magnetic assault weapon. However, with the advent of ferrofluid, a malleable metal of limitless potential, and drawing upon memories from a past life, he was now able to directly mold a sniper rifle. Its internal structure deviated from that of traditional firearms, incorporating an empty chamber designed for electromagnetic propulsion and a lengthy barrel that served as an acceleration track, endowing the projectile with remarkable velocity. The classification of electromagnetic cannons is rather ambiguous. Generally speaking, any device employing electromagnetic propulsion can be categorized as such. Thus, even the coin launched by the cannon sister could be considered an electromagnetic projectile. However, in strict terms, there are two common types of military electromagnetic cannons, one utilizing multiple coil windings to facilitate acceleration through alternating current, and the other being the electromagnetic railgun, which leverages electromagnetic forces between two parallel rails to propel projectiles at high speeds. The metallic sniper rifle now in Hinata Waku's possession operated on the principles of the latter, a true magnetic assault rifle. Taking a deep breath, he aimed the rifle at the distant Usuji Tetsu. Through the Byakugan's perspective, there was no escape from Hinata Waku's lock-on. Within the sniper rifle, a droplet of silvery metal solidified into a bullet, accompanied by a rising hum. as blue lightning flared from the barrel. Once the electromagnetic propulsion reached its peak capacity, Hinata Waku squeezed the trigger. In an instant, blue light erupted from the muzzle. Several kilometers away, Yusuji Tetsu suddenly felt a chilling sensation erupting from behind him, leaving him no time to react before a torrent of blood erupted from his chest. A look of disbelief and confusion lingered on his face as his body fell backward. In the distance, Hinata Waku lowered his rifle. The biological magnetic field of Yusuji Tetsu had weakened to the point of near undetectability. After instantaneous death, the body retains a modicum of cellular activity. Once this ceases, the biological magnetic field will vanish entirely. Approaching the corpse, a droplet of silvery metallic liquid drifted from his chest, making its way into Hinata Waku's sleeves. After absorbing a portion of Yusuji Tetsu's blood, its volume had noticeably increased from that of the original bullet. Regarding the peculiar nature of the beheading blade, Hinata Waku speculated it might be a form of regenerative metal. If it were merely absorbing iron ions from the blood, such a transformation would be improbable. The total iron content in human blood is only about 23 grams at most, hardly enough to forge a coin. However, if it also absorbed chakra, the phenomenon could be understood. Chakra possesses a mystical quality that is not surprising. Thus, Hinata Waku conjectured that the blade's material was a highly unique regenerative metal, capable of generating additional metal atoms through the absorption of blood and chakra. The original ferrofluid beheading blade, which had only been the size of a fist, had now swelled to nearly that of a football. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Hinata Waku severed Yusuji Tetsu's head. Yusuji Tetsu had a bounty placed on him in the black market. A head could be exchanged for a reward, while his missing mean headband and personal belongings could be traded for mission compensation at the Hokage's office. A single task yielding double the reward. Tasks undertaken in the black market are conducted with discretion. As long as he remained cautious, even the Hokage would remain oblivious to someone profiting from the black market. Hinata Waku chuckled. Following this, he began to search Yusuji Tetsu's corpse, his fingers brushing against something hard within the chest area. It was wrapped extensively, indicating it was something of significant importance to him. Ripping away the outer black cloth, Hinata Waku discovered a scroll, and upon opening it, the words "corrupted wood technique" came into view. Was this the secret technique Yusuji Tetsu used to evade the Yambu's pursuit? Hinata Waku furrowed his brow. The corrupted wood technique, as its name suggests, allows the user's body to decay like rotting wood, erasing all pheromones and rendering them undetectable by anyone. It is a remarkably powerful stealth technique. It is said that the Yusuji clan once thrived for a time thanks to this very technique. Hinata Waku contemplated, pondering that aside from the corrupted wood technique, there exists another well-known bloodline limit technique, the shifting technique. Not only does it erase pheromones, but it also allows the user to visually become invisible, representing true perfection in concealment. However, it possesses one weakness. Movement is prohibited. The moment one moves, they become visible. Hinata Goto suddenly comprehended the reason behind Tsukage's lackluster abilities. Remaining invisible when motionless and becoming visible upon movement. Such a perplexing bloodline technique was vividly evocative upon mere contemplation. Thus, it could be argued that this ninjutsu, which does not alter its effect with movement, is, in some respects, even more advantageous than the technique of intangibility. Should it be reported? Yet, the mission assigned by the Hokage seemingly did not encompass this technique, did it? After a brief moment of hesitation, Hinata Goto reached a decision. Report it? Not a chance. The Hokage likely remained unaware that Yusuji To had the training methods for this ninjutsu in his possession. Otherwise, it would surely have been noted in the mission dossier. Moreover, such an exceptionally unique technique would be a disservice to oneself not to learn. As darkness gradually enveloped the surroundings, Hinata Goto decided to kindle a fire within the cave and delve into the study of the rotting wood technique. The flow of chakra exhibited remarkable peculiarity, following its circulation. The body's life responses began to diminish, heart rate fluctuated less, breathing slowed, and the biological magnetic field became remarkably faint, akin to a creature in hibernation. Was this the reason behind Yusuji To's inconsistency between his biological magnetic field and chakra? Hinata Goto's expression transformed into one of realization. It appeared that what ultimately led to Yusuji To's demise was his own arrogance. The rotting wood technique was indeed formidable, capable of eluding even certain sensory barriers. However, in the eyes of Hinata Goto, who possessed dual sensory abilities, such a transformation was as conspicuous as a deformity. Subsequently, he commenced his training in this technique. Within the dim cave, the flickering yellow flames cast a glow upon his face, which bore closed eyelids. In the land of grass, within a certain town, the flourishing black market had attracted a multitude of unfamiliar ninjas. Strolling through the streets, one could observe numerous ninjas concealing their identities, some even cloaked entirely in black robes, leaving only their eyes visible. Among a small team, the leading figure, Raza, suddenly furrowed his brow and turned back in curiosity. "Lord Raza, what troubles you?" inquired a ninja beside him in hushed tones. "It's strange. I just experienced an unsettling sensation of being watched," Raza mused, his masked face revealing a hint of perplexity. That feeling was familiar, as though he had encountered it before, though the specifics eluded his memory. "It must be a mere illusion," Raza concluded, shaking his head as his expression darkened. Following the failure of their mission in the Land of Iron, the Tsuchikage had been enraged, and Suna had paid a heavy price to quell his fury. Coupled with the instigation from Yakura, Raza's standing in the eyes of the third Kazekage had also diminished. After waiting so long, he had finally found an opportunity to take on the task of eliminating the rogue ninja, hoping to restore his status. This mission was of paramount importance. They must locate the traitor and avoid any complications. Understood, the several ninjas murmured in response. Not far away, Hinata Goto slightly raised his head, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth beneath his silver mask. "Raza, he actually came here. How intriguing." Initially intending to return and claim the bounty for Yusuji To, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a significant target. Each individual's biological magnetic field is unique, and having encountered Raza once in the Land of Iron, he naturally remembered the characteristics of his field. Hinata Goto harbored no fondness for Raza, recalling how, during the Third Shinobi World War, Raza had initiated a war to eliminate dissenters within Sunagakure to secure his position as the fourth Kazekage. Once the war commenced, it would mean facing the specter of conflict directly, drastically shortening his developmental period. This fundamentally jeopardized his interests. "I find myself quite curious about their purpose here." Hinata Goto pondered with intrigue. The following day, a disguised Sunagakure ninja stealthily pushed open a door to report to Raza. "My lord, we have confirmed that the rogue ninja Pa has been active in this vicinity, taking on black market tasks to exchange for bounty." "Humph. A rogue ninja with a bounty on his head daring to visit the black market. Such audacity." Raza could not help but clench his teeth slightly. Pa had once been an exceptionally talented puppet master in Sunagakure, held in high regard, yet he had betrayed the village, committing atrocities in pursuit of the forbidden secrets of puppet mastery. With Sunagakure's already sparse population, his actions had caused significant bloodshed, igniting Raza's deep-seated ire. "Continue to monitor. Notify me immediately upon discovering the traitor's whereabouts." "Yes." Atop the roof of the house, a diminutive figure crouched, straining to eavesdrop. "Rogue ninja? Surveillance?" Hinata Goto frowned slightly, beginning to piece together the situation. It seemed their objective was to eliminate the rogue ninja from Sunagakure. Major ninja villages exhibited zero tolerance for rogue ninjas. The task Hinata Goto had just completed was also to eradicate rogue ninjas from Konoha, except for Kirigakure, where their rogue ninjas were too numerous to manage. Hinata Goto could not help but marvel at the rotting wood technique's power. At such a close distance, they had failed to detect him. Despite the presence of sensory ninjas among the Sunagakure forces, although the Byakugan could see the opponent's form from afar, it could not overhear their conversations. Having previously encountered Raza in the Land of Iron, he had toiled to combine the capabilities of electromagnetic force with the insects of the Aburame clan to ultimately obtain intelligence. Now, although the Aburame clan was absent, the rotting wood technique compensated for that deficiency. Hinata Goto lay like a piece of dead wood on the rooftop, emitting no discernible fluctuations, quietly lurking in the shadows. Until evening arrived. The returning Sunagakure ninja reported, "Lord Raza, Pa has appeared and is approaching. He seems unaware of our presence." "Good." Raza's eyes lit up. Once he eliminated this rogue ninja, his prestige within the village would undoubtedly soar, and his chances of ascending to the position of fourth Kazekage would significantly increase. "Let us commence the operation." After ensuring everyone was ready, they swiftly made their way to the location indicated by the intelligence. On the rooftop, Hinata Goto watched their departing figures, his eyes gradually narrowing. Chapter 55, Raza, a good man. In a forest, Raza stood upon a branch, frowning as he gazed into the distance. Swish! A Sunagakure ninja appeared beside him. "Lord Raza, everything is set. We await the traitor to fall into our trap." "Excellent. Have all surrounding areas been searched? I do not wish for any disturbances." "Rest assured, Lord Raza. We have established a sensory barrier, and no other ninjas are in the vicinity." "That's good." Raza exhaled in relief. Ever since the last failure in the Land of Iron, he had become increasingly paranoid during missions, fearing a sudden ambush. Upon returning, he had scoured countless intelligence reports but could not identify when a skilled archer had emerged in the ninja world. Despite his seething resentment, he felt as if he were grappling with air, utterly at a loss. This time, I will not misstep. Raza squinted, gritting his teeth. Hundreds of meters away, Hinata Goda crouched among the foliage of a large tree, his Byakugan activated, quietly observing Raza. With the rotting wood technique in effect, his heartbeat slowed to an almost imperceptible rhythm, emitting no noticeable fluctuations. Even sensory ninjutsu could not detect his presence. Before long, his brow furrowed slightly. Through the Byakugan's perspective, a figure was swiftly approaching from the distance, nearing the vicinity of Raza and his companions. He is coming. Prepare yourselves, Raza commanded in a low voice. The atmosphere grew tense and silent, filled with an oppressive aura, until a ninja, shrouded in black cloth, came into view. Attack! Raza shouted decisively, surrounded by several sand shinobi. A sudden series of hand seals sent tremors through the ground, causing the earth beneath him to give way, plunging him into a vast pit before he could react. This was disastrous, an ambush. Just as he steadied himself, he looked up to see Raza gazing down at him from above. Rebel Ninja Galliupa, did you ever foresee this day when you deserted the sand-hidden village? Raza, it's you. I demand to see Elder Chiyo. I am innocent. Preposterous. The evidence of your defection is irrefutable, and the harm you've inflicted upon your comrades is unforgivable. As for Elder Chiyo, she has tacitly approved of this operation. Raza retorted with a cold sneer. At this, Pa discarded his pretense, tearing away the dark cloth that shrouded him, revealing several scrolls concealed behind him. As the white mist dissipated, 3 peculiar puppets materialized before him. These are specially modified puppets utilizing white secret techniques. Is this the reason for your betrayal? Raza's expression twisted with rage upon seeing the puppets. You will never comprehend the allure a top-tier puppet holds for a puppeteer, Pa declared, manipulating the 3 puppets to encircle himself, coldly observing Raza. Drawing a deep breath, Raza gradually raised his palm. Instantly, torrents of sand and gold surged from beneath him like a roaring wave, flooding into the massive pit. The mechanisms in the puppet's arms deftly opened and closed, forming a blue chakra barrier that resisted the onslaught of sand and gold. Soon, the pit's bottom was entirely covered in the golden grains, prompting a grimace from Pa. The magnetic ninja's control over puppeteers was formidable, especially someone like Raza, who could command vast quantities of sand and gold. With a decisive grip, Raza summoned enormous hands from the surging sands, crashing down upon Pa. The puppet's mechanisms activated, launching a large blade to intercept the assault. Suddenly, Pa felt his feet slip, sinking deeper into the sand, and as he looked down, his pupils constricted in horror. The sand had transformed into quicksand, gradually consuming him. Desperately maneuvering 2 of his puppets to fend off Raza's attack, while the third clutched him, Pa barely evaded the grasp of the engulfing sand. I must escape, he gasped, realizing he could not win. Fortunately, the pit was now barely a distance from the surface due to the erosion of sand and gold. The 3 puppets formed a stairway, and Pa ascended quickly, leaping out of the pit. Futile. Magnetic release. Sand gold wave. Raza declared coldly, clenching his fist as a massive golden wave surged forth toward Pa. In a frantic moment, unable to evade, Pa and his puppets were swallowed whole by the torrent. Perched on a nearby branch, Hyuga Satoru observed the extravagant battle with a sense of intrigue. So much golden sand, each grain of fortune. Surely, it wouldn't be unreasonable to take a little. Unbeknownst to anyone, a corner of the sand shimmered as if alive, a golden serpent slithering into the forest. Hyuga Satoru scooped up a handful of the sand, kneading it thoughtfully. The texture was reminiscent of real gold, yet upon closer examination, it differed. No wonder Raza, as a major gold producer, could casually rain down tons of gold while the sand-hidden village remains one of the poorest among the 5 great shinobi countries, struggling to feed its ninjas. This sand, while containing trace elements of gold, is primarily composed of chakra, rendering it fundamentally different from true gold, which prevents it from circulating as currency in the shinobi world. However, for Hyuga Satoru, this posed no issue. With an electromagnetic furnace to melt and draw together the real gold atoms, he could refine it into actual gold. Such an abundance of sand gold must be worth a considerable sum. He retrieved a sealing scroll, filling it to the brim unnoticed, gazing at the distant red-haired figure. Hyuga Satoru found him increasingly appealing, resembling a bringer of wealth. Raza, what a splendid individual you are. At that moment, the battlefield shifted again. Pa, encircled by the surging sand and gold, had only his head visible, struggling fruitlessly. It's over. Raza clenched his fist, feeling the pressure around him intensify. A flicker of hatred flashed in Pa's eyes. You force my hand. With a series of explosive sounds, the puppets ensnared in the sand suddenly detonated. The force of the explosions scattered the sand, leaving Pa bloodied, and without a moment's pause, he fled toward the distance. Did the puppets self-destruct? The aftershock of the blasts reached Raza, forcing him to step back and raise his hand to shield against the debris. Pursue. He is gravely wounded and cannot flee far. Not far off, Hyuga Satoru observed the unfolding events with keen interest. Without hesitation, silver metal flowed to his feet, morphing into a long sword as he swiftly traversed the forest. With his Byakugan's all-seeing vision and the speed of magnetic fluid metal, he soon positioned himself ahead of Pa. Damn it. I'm too injured, that scoundrel Raza. Pa grasped at his bleeding chest, desperately fleeing. Suddenly, a glint caught his eye. A figure on a flying sword appeared before him. Before he could react, a silver flash pierced through his chest. Pa's defiance crumbled as he fell, his final vision that of a face obscured by a silver metallic mask. Did you find him? Not yet, Lord Raza. The trail ends here. Curse it, could he have flown away? Raza slammed his fist against a nearby tree in frustration. Pa had vanished, and the mission was likely doomed. Chapter 56. The threat posed by Kakuzu. 200 kilograms of unrefined sand gold, value yet to be assessed. Galliu Pa's head, valued at 30 million Rio. Several puppet scrolls, appraised at 500,000 Rio. In a secluded cave, Hyuga Satoru sat by a fire, tallying his gains from the night. Outside, night had fallen, enveloping the forest in darkness. After a rough count, a broader smile spread across his face. The spoils of the evening were immense. Raza was indeed my lucky star, providing more in one night than I had collected in the previous half-month. The sand gold was a treasure in itself, and I would refine it with electromagnetic power at the right moment. Definitely a significant fortune. Galliu Pa, a rogue from the sand-hidden village, had a bounty on the black market of 30 million Rio, now added to my account. Naturally, Hyuga Satoru would not redeem it just yet. Raza was still scouring the forest for traces of Pa, and he could afford to let them search a little longer. Suddenly, an unusual thought crossed his mind. If he could capture Raza and compel him to create sand gold, using electromagnetic power to refine it into real gold, it would be quite the advantageous arrangement. Yet, that was merely a thought. Raza possessed strength at the elite level, and with his current abilities, it was uncertain if he could succeed. This notion lingered. Perhaps one day, when his electromagnetic skills were heightened, he could pay a visit to the sand-hidden village. Morning dawned in the forest. A weary Raza, sporting dark circles under his eyes, anxiously awaited news. With a rustle, several searching sand shinobi appeared at his side. Any updates? We scoured the area. There's no sign of Pa. Damn it. Raza unleashed a fist, shaking a nearby tree and causing a few leaves to flutter down. Has he truly sprouted wings and flown away? The surrounding sand shinobi exchanged glances, hesitating before one tentatively suggested, Lord Raza, should we report back to Lord Kazekage? Absolutely not. Raza vehemently rejected. We must find him, alive or dead. As a jest. To lose oneself and return in a dejected manner would surely invite the ridicule of that vile little wretch, Yukura. The previous defeat had already diminished his standing in the eyes of the fourth Kazekage, and should he falter again, the prospect of ascending to the position of fourth Kazekage would become exceedingly precarious. Observing the resolute demeanor of Raza, the sand shinobi present felt disinclined to interject, silently exhaling a sigh. While Raza frantically scoured the world in search of the sealed Karyupa, another uninvited guest graced the underground black market. Ah, it is Lord Kakuzu. What an unexpected pleasure to see you in our humble black market. A ninja from the task management office approached, eager to curry favor. Spare me the pleasantries. Bring forth the most lucrative tasks available, commanded the figure, whose mouth was concealed by a black mask, his eyes gleaming with an eerie green light. Indeed, it was none other than the ninja world's foremost financial expert, the elusive bachelor Kakuzu. Renowned for having clashed with the first Hokage over 300 rounds from 800 miles away, the task management ninja presented Kakuzu with a stack of task listings. Smiling as he spoke, Lord Kakuzu, here are all the recent tasks. Please peruse and see which ones pique your interest. Kakuzu furrowed his brow, noticing the reduced thickness of the listings. Why has it diminished so significantly? In my previous visits, the bounty tasks were quite substantial. Oh, you are unaware, the ninja replied. A formidable newcomer has recently emerged in the black market, known as the Silver Mask de Jura. Many valuable tasks have been claimed by him. Is that so? Kakuzu's disdain for the unacquainted Silver Mask de Jura grew. The limited number of lucrative tasks in the black market meant that if he claimed them, they would be lost to Kakuzu. As he perused the now-thin task list, he casually selected several bounties with respectable prices, intending to conclude his business when he stumbled upon a particular bounty. A reward for the silver-masked Azura's shape-shifting weapon, bounty, 30 million Ryo. Accompanying it was a photograph depicting a gaunt figure shrouded in a black cloak, their face obscured by a silver metal mask, revealing only a pair of icy eyes. Is this the so-called silver-masked Azura? Indeed, Lord Kakuzu, your insight is commendable. This task has been surreptitiously taken by numerous individuals, all of whom have vanished. However, if you were to undertake it, success would surely be within your grasp. The ninja lavished praise upon Kakuzu, flattering him profusely. In my day, I battled the first Hokage for 300 rounds. Kakuzu reminisced, nostalgia flooding him as he recalled his former glories, a surge of bravado coursing through him. Ensure the bounty is prepared. He tucked the bounty for the silver-masked Azura into his chest pocket and strode confidently out of the black market. Behind him, the task management ninja could not help but click his tongue, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. The confrontation between Kakuzu and the silver-masked Azura promised to be a spectacle. Just as Hinata Wataru returned, he suddenly furrowed his brow. His electromagnetic perception detected an extraordinarily potent biological magnetic field within the black market. Amongst the ninjas he encountered, only Might Guy could rival him in strength. Who could possess such a formidable biological magnetic field? Hinata leapt nimbly to the top of a tree and discreetly activated his Byakugan. Through the hazy vision, a familiar silhouette materialized before him. Is that Kakuzu? Hinata's expression softened. Only Kakuzu could wield such an overwhelming biological magnetic field. With 5 hearts, his life force exceeded that of ordinary beings, thus amplifying his magnetic field exponentially. Upon glimpsing the bounty notice on Kakuzu's chest, Hinata's heart tightened. Although the image was monochromatic, he could clearly discern that the depicted figure was himself. Hinata was aware that a bounty of 30 million Ryo had been placed on his weapon in the black market, and many ninjas had previously attacked him for that very reason, only to vanish without a trace. The black market operated without rules, strength reigned supreme. Previously, Hinata had been unconcerned, as no ninja in the black market posed a threat to him. Any who approached merely provided experience. However, if Kakuzu were to take action, he would need to proceed with caution. Although he had thrown a shuriken from 800 miles away at Senju Hashirama, he had to concede that Kakuzu was indeed an established shadow-level powerhouse. Given his current strength, the odds of defeating him appeared slim. This had created a troublesome situation. He had not anticipated Kakuzu's arrival. Hinata clicked his tongue, feeling a headache coming on. What to do? Should he abandon the black market? It would be disheartening to relinquish the reputation and persona he had painstakingly built. Wait, an idea struck Hinata, and his eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. I almost forgot. He is here too. A plan began to form in his mind. Chapter 57. Who dares to intercept my goods? Kakuzu's spirits had recently soured as he discovered a formidable competitor had emerged in his frequented black market, claiming the tasks he had set his sights on. His heart ached. Was this individual stealing his money? Stealing his life? Kakuzu diligently noted the name of this adversary, the silver-masked Azura, the man with a 30 million Ryo bounty. While exchanging the heads of others for bounty rewards, he sought out this individual's whereabouts, a routine that had become his daily life. A rogue ninja from Mist Village. Shuru, with a bounty of 5 million Ryo, was a cheap target. Reflecting on the fallen individual before him and the bounty notice in hand, Kakuzu spoke with an unruffled demeanor. Skillfully severing the head and disposing of the body, Kakuzu felt the familiar electronic chime in his ear. Payment received, 5 million Ryo. This task was complete, and he moved on to the next bounty, the next job. The life of a worker is often plain and monotonous. In the land of grass, a noble has offered 10 million Ryo for your head. Do you have anything to say? Kakuzu, arms crossed, gazed coldly at the quaking noble. Why, you are the legendary immortal ninja of the underground black market? I would willingly pay 20 million for my own head. I, Kakuzu, am a man of my word. You think a mere 20 million Ryo can sway me? If my peers in the black market were to learn of this, how could I, Kakuzu, continue to survive? The noble gritted his teeth. 30 million Ryo. Deal. The noble, having resigned himself to death, was taken aback by Kakuzu's swift agreement, momentarily questioning his own hearing. Kakuzu scoffed. My loyalty to wealth is as evident as day and night. If I, Kakuzu, have not agreed to something, I expect you to understand. It requires more money. 30 million Ryo was far above the market price for a common noble's head. This transaction surpassed expectations. Kakuzu heard the familiar electronic chime once more. Payment received, 30 million Ryo. The bounty notices in his possession dwindled, with the next being a wandering ninja proficient in the use of ninja blades. Valued at 20 million ryo. Kakuzu showed little interest in the individual's past. He cared solely about their worth. 20 million ryo was considered a high price among his current batch of tasks. Correspondingly, the opponent was quite crafty. Kakuzu, uncharacteristically, faltered. The adversary escaped severely injured. Kakuzu pursued. No prey should escape his grasp. If they did, it merely indicated that allowing their escape could yield greater profits. This was one of Kakuzu's mottos. He soon witnessed a golden wave of sand surge forth, sweeping away the fleeing ninja. By the time he arrived, only a layer of residual sand remained on the ground. As for the bounty he sought, that ninja had vanished without a trace. How dare you steal my money? Fury surged within Kakuzu. Feeling as though his heart had been gripped by a fist, 5 at once. The shimmering gold dust on the ground caught his attention. Kakuzu crouched down, scooping up a handful and rubbing it between his fingers. Cheap synthetic gold dust, a worthless commodity. Indignantly, he cast aside the gold dust in his hand. Having been toyed with twice already, Kakuzu's fury was at its peak. How dare they steal from Kakuzu? He recalled the scene he had seen from afar, where the opponent employed a ninjutsu that conjured a wave of gold dust. Who in the ninja world possesses such power? A mere moment of contemplation led him to a singular target. Raza. He was the only one, though it seemed rather coincidental. Kakuzu could think of no one else capable of wielding gold dust ninjutsu. Moreover, to his knowledge, Raza had recently been in this black market. A glint of malice flickered in Kakuzu's emerald eyes. Raza, this grudge has now been forged between us. In a nearby town adjacent to the black market, the sand ninjas, having searched fruitlessly for several days, were losing hope. Lord Raza, given the current situation, that traitor Pa is either dead or has fled far away. Continuing this search seems futile. We have other tasks. Perhaps we should let this go for now. The surrounding sand ninjas looked quite concerned, despite their disguises. The extensive search over the past few days had already drawn the attention of many ninjas. A team of sand ninjas searching nearby was no longer a secret within the black market. Raza clenched his teeth, a flicker of determination crossing his face. Let us search for one more day. If we find no trace of Pa within that time, we can retreat then. Raza was yet unaware of the troubles this impulsive order would soon bring him. Kakuzu returned to the black market, his demeanor icy. Give me Raza's precise location. I've heard he is near the black market. Yes, replied the ninja at the mission management office, shivering slightly. He had never seen Kakuzu so cold. Did Kakuzu intend to take action against Raza? Yet Raza's bounty was not substantial. Furthermore, Raza was a disciple of the 3rd Kazekage and a candidate for the future 4th Kazekage. Should Kakuzu act against Raza, he would likely face the wrath of a major ninja village. Observing Kakuzu's murderous aura, the ninja couldn't help but marvel. He was indeed a man who had fought the 1st Hokage, showing no regard even for the entire Sunagakure. News has come in. Someone saw Raza heading towards the forest in the northeast half an hour ago. If you go now, you should encounter him. Kakuzu snorted coldly and strode out with purpose. As he departed, the ninja at the mission management office suddenly realized something, confusion evident on his face. Wait, isn't Kakuzu supposed to be confronting the silver-faced Shura? Why is he going after Raza? In the forest, Raza was filled with frustration and anger over another fruitless search. Damn it, where did I go wrong? Why can't I find him? They had confirmed there were no other ninjas in the vicinity before their ambush. And the route that Pa fled should have been clear as well. Yet suddenly, he seemed to have vanished without a trace. Had Pa perhaps mastered space-time ninjutsu? Though highly improbable, it could explain such an anomaly. Raza narrowed his eyes, pondering various possibilities. Just then, a chilling voice pierced the air behind him. Magnet release Raza. You are indeed here. Raza turned to see a face shrouded in a black cloak, its green eyes fixated upon him. You are the immortal ninja Kakuzu of the black market? Kakuzu's appearance was unmistakable. His notorious reputation as an immortal ninja was well known, even to Raza. What do you want from me? We have no dealings. Raza replied in surprise, never expecting what would follow. Kakuzu suddenly erupted with rage, gritting his teeth, still feigning ignorance. You intercepted my goods and refused to acknowledge it, don't you? Chapter 58. Remember me, Raza, a name of illustrious fame. Intercepted? What do you mean by that? Raza asked, perplexed. He had been diligently searching for the rogue ninja these past few days. How did he end up in conflict with Kakuzu? Observing Raza's bewildered expression only fueled Kakuzu's ire. He had not anticipated that the illustrious magnet release Raza would turn out to be such a coward, having stolen his goods yet pretending innocence. Kakuzu's words left Raza even more confused. Fine. Since you've chosen to maintain this charade, I shall present my evidence. Kakuzu reached into his chest, casting a handful of golden sand towards Raza. The gold dust crystallized mid-air, forming a mass that floated beside Raza. This is my gold dust. How do you possess my gold dust? Recognizing the familiar sensation of the chakra link, Raza confirmed that this was indeed the gold dust he had created, deepening his confusion. Now, do you acknowledge it? You used gold dust ninjutsu to seize my goods. How do you intend to compensate me for my loss? I stole your goods? Raza felt his mind spiraling from the convoluted accusations, but began to piece together Kakuzu's intentions. Someone had used his gold dust ninjutsu to steal his goods. And now Kakuzu had come to confront him. No, I have been tracking the rogue ninja in this vicinity. There's no way I could have stolen your goods. Then what is this gold dust? Is there anyone else besides you who can wield gold dust ninjutsu? Raza was at a loss for words. Indeed. The most bewildering aspect of the entire situation was that someone else could use gold dust ninjutsu, and the gold dust they controlled was identical to his own. Could it be a long-lost brother? The evidence is irrefutable. Raza, you are a person of some renown in the ninja world. You wouldn't dare to act without taking responsibility, would you? Kakuzu regarded him coldly. Raza gritted his teeth. I have been in this area for days. I have not left. The sand ninjas around me can attest to that. Those are your people. Naturally, they would speak on your behalf. There are intelligence agencies in the black market, and numerous ninja have witnessed me here for some time. You could have used shadow clones for disguise. Raza felt his blood pressure spike, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. It seemed Kakuzu had him cornered. No matter how he explained, it would be futile. Should he resort to violence? His magnet release was certainly formidable, and he had several sand ninjas to assist. If it came to a fight, he might not fear Kakuzu. Kakuzu saw through his thoughts and sneered. I advise you to remain calm. I fought against the first Hokage long before your father was even born. In simpler terms, it meant that Kakuzu had experienced more than Raza had in his entire life. To contend with me, you are still too green. This statement indeed struck Raza. Not only that, but the sand ninjas beside him also displayed looks of terror. A person's name, a tree's shadow. The first Hokage single-handedly quelled the chaos of the era, establishing the age of nations and villages. And Kakuzu was a ninja of the same era who had fought against him. Such a reputation, merely contemplating it made Raza abandon any thought of confrontation. Kakuzu clearly relished the reaction of the onlookers. Whenever someone dared to disrespect him, mentioning his battle with the first Hokage would instantly leave them dumbfounded. Humph. This sort of riffraff dares to confront me. They are no match compared to Senju Hashirama. Back in the day, I was. Wait. How did I even fight him? Never mind. I can't remember. What matters is that I fought him. So, have you made your decision? I value my time greatly. Kakuzu glared at Raza. Raza's expression fluctuated, but ultimately he had no choice but to relent. How much are your goods worth? I will compensate you. He no longer wished to entangle himself further with Kakuzu. If it came to blows, the odds of victory were uncertain, and Sunagakure could hardly withstand significant losses. If paying a sum of money could persuade Kakuzu to withdraw, then that outcome was not unacceptable. After all, their excursion this time was not solely aimed at besieging the rogue ninja Kaku. They were also tasked with procuring supplies, hence they were carrying a considerable amount of cash. Dismissing a portion to allow Kakuzu to retreat would not constitute a significant loss. 60 million. Kakuzu declared an astonishing figure. 60 million? Raza's eyes widened in disbelief, and he clenched his teeth in anger. This black market does not even have a bounty of 60 million. How did you come by this task? This is extortion. Nearby, Hinata Widow, who was stealthily perched on a branch, was equally taken aback by this sum. 60 million, truly exorbitant. That wandering ninja is merely worth 20 million. Tripling the amount, how outrageous. Upon witnessing Kakuzu storm back in a fury, Hinata Widow sensed that an entertaining spectacle was about to unfold, validating the meticulous setup he had orchestrated. Though not overly complex, it was sharply directed. Only Raza possessed the magnet release technique, a consensus across the ninja world, and fortuitously, Raza was located near the black market. Kakuzu was bound to confront him. The crux of the matter lay in the confidentiality and utilization of intelligence. Raza's information was glaringly obvious, each move reeking of affluence, making it nearly impossible to remain inconspicuous. In contrast, his own disguise revealed merely the possession of a uniquely transforming weapon, a detail he had deliberately misled others to believe. No one would suspect him. This was the advantage of proficient intelligence work. Even if his electromagnetic abilities were to be exposed in the future, by that time, he would presumably be powerful enough to face Kakuzu and Raza without trepidation. The more misfortune Raza faced, the more delighted Hinata Widow became. After all, it was this individual who had initiated the third Great Ninja War. The lesser his chances of becoming the fourth Kazekage, the more the outbreak of the war could be postponed, granting him ample time to prepare for the threats it would bring. On the other hand, Raza's countenance was exceedingly grim. Ever since becoming the disciple of the third Kazekage, he had never endured such humiliation. Yet, ironically, the adversary was someone he could not provoke. A ninja who had battled the first Hokage weighed heavily upon his chest, rendering him incapable of even contemplating a counterattack. 60 million was utterly impossible. No task within this black market offered such a high bounty. What of the time I've lost? Does that not count as a loss? Kakuzu prattled on. Had it not been for you, I would have likely completed several bounty tasks by now. Isn't that a loss? You. Raza felt himself nearing the brink of madness. Utterly unwilling to engage further, he retrieved a scroll from his robe and tossed it to Kakuzu. Is this sufficient? It contains exactly 60 million. To his astonishment, Kakuzu took the scroll, unrolled it, and meticulously began counting the contents, even moistening his finger to assist in the process. A total of 59,728,200 ryo. You are still short by 272,000 ryo. Kakuzu spread his hands wide. Raza's blood pressure surged instantly. Several individuals around him began to rummage through their pockets, gathering a haphazard stack of bills and tossing them over. Take it all. It's surely more than just 272,000. Kakuzu accepted the offering, departing with satisfaction. Raza, watching his retreating figure, felt fury boil within him. His form swaying unsteadily as he staggered a few steps, supported by a few sand ninja who rushed to steady him. The mission to apprehend the rogue ninja remained unaccomplished. His resources plundered, leaving his pockets emptier than his face. What has become of Raza, a name once revered? He bellowed, tilting his head skyward. Who is it? Who is conspiring against me? His voice echoed through the forest, reverberating outward and startling several birds into flight. Chapter 59, Bug in version 20. It had been over 2 months since he departed from the village. During this time, Hinata Wudo not only completed several solo missions assigned by the Hokage, but also cultivated a persona of the silver-faced Azura in the black market of the Land of Grass. Through this guise, he reaped significant benefits. Not only did he accumulate a substantial bounty, but his good friend Raza also gifted him a plethora of unrefined sand gold, followed by the head of a bounty worth 30 million ryo, and ultimately, he bravely shielded him from Kakuzu's threats. One must ask, how could one not be moved? His gains were already plentiful, and his purpose of honing his skills had been fulfilled. It was time to return to the village. Hinata Wudo had never yearned for home as he did now. According to his plans, there were several matters that required his attention upon his return. Konoha, Hokage's office. A knock echoed through the room. Enter. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head, smiling upon recognizing the visitor. Ah, Wudo, you have been away for over 2 months. How did it go? Were all your missions completed? The weary but triumphant Hinata Wudo stepped inside. Lord Hokage, I have successfully completed all 3 missions. The B-rank task of eradicating bandits, the A-rank mission of eliminating the rogue ninja Usuji To, and another A-rank intelligence mission. As he spoke, Hinata Wudo produced the items evidencing the completion of these tasks. Sarutobi Hiruzen scrutinized them, nodding in appreciation. Excellent. I knew I had not underestimated your abilities. You did not encounter any significant troubles, I hope? Aside from Usuji To being somewhat troublesome, as I had to track him down for a considerable time, which delayed my progress. Everything else went smoothly. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Usuji To was a notoriously cunning rogue ninja, whose evasion had thwarted even the Umbu multiple times. That Hinata Wudo managed to complete the mission was indeed remarkable. Noticing that Sarutobi Hiruzen did not seem inclined to ask further questions, Hinata Wudo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His statement served 2 purposes. 1. To justify the 2 months spent under a legitimate pretense, and 2. To gauge whether the Hokage would mention Usuji To's secret techniques. However, since he did not bring it up, Hinata Wudo had no intention of volunteering the discovery of the secret techniques, especially since the mission did not entail retrieving Usuji's family's secret arts. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment before saying, as for your reward, you may take the mission proof I provided to the Mission Management Office for exchange. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Hinata Wudo nodded. Previously, it had been his teacher, Shibi, who handled matters of bounty collection. Now, he would have to manage these details independently. After exchanging the rewards for the 3 missions, Hinata Wudo's savings increased once more. However, for him at this moment, money could no longer ignite his desires. I have never been interested in money. My sole focus lies in enhancing my strength. Only through the elevation of his abilities could he find true exhilaration. especially during his time in the underground black market. Hinata Wodo had gained a profound understanding of the significance of strength. The Third Great Ninja War could erupt at any moment, like the sword of Damocles hanging over his head. Once he had prepared the necessary tools, Hinata Wodo chose not to return to his clan, but instead headed to the mountains where he often trained. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the chakra within him and shouted, "Multiple Shadow Clone Technique." In an instant, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds, a multitude of shadow clones materialized before him. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Hinata Wodo's complexion paled slightly. This was the first time he had created so many shadow clones. The chakra of the original body was evenly distributed among the clones, meaning that if he produced 99 clones, only one remained in the original body, effectively exhausting 99 of his chakra in the process. Only someone of Naruto's caliber could generate thousands of clones at once, each capable of performing jutsu simultaneously. Hinata Wodo briefly imagined this and understood why Hashirama Senju deemed the multiple shadow clone technique a forbidden jutsu. The consumption was indeed terrifying. Chakra is a mysterious energy extracted from a ninja's physical and mental state. Once completely drained, it would lead to dire consequences. In the original narrative, Kakashi perished honorably after overexerting himself during a battle against Pain. Fortunately, the prince employed his eloquent verbal skills, which prompted Nagato to undergo a profound transformation, sacrificing himself to wield the rebirth of the samsara. Hinata Wukong, enduring the profound emptiness brought on by the substantial depletion of chakra, leaned against a nearby tree trunk, gazing at the multitude of shadow clones before him. In a deep voice, he began to speak. "Brothers, I have summoned you for a specific purpose, seeking your assistance in an important matter. Is it that we are to wield ninja tools once again?" One clone inquired. "Your affairs are our affairs. You are far too courteous." Hinata Wukong observed the numerous clones of himself, thumping their chests with a sense of bravado, and felt a swell of pride. It appeared that his recent efforts in training these shadow clones had yielded commendable results. Unlike ordinary shadow clones, the multiple shadow clones possessed self-awareness, and through repeated interactions, Hinata Wukong had discovered an efficient method of training them. Since acquiring the ability to create multiple shadow clones, he had not forgotten to exploit glitches. As the immense chakra consumption and subsequent fatigue necessitated a lengthy recovery period after each endeavor, this was a primary reason for their infrequent use. As for the gains, acquiring experience points for his electromagnetism at level 3 was considerably more challenging than at level 2. Each glitch yielded approximately 800 to 1,000 experience points. This figure far exceeded the pace of his regular training. Consequently, Hinata Wukong's electromagnetism experience had reached 12,000 points, leaving him approximately 8,000 points shy of the 20,000 required for advancement. Based on his typical training regimen, combined with periodic exploitation of glitches for acceleration, he anticipated achieving level 4 within 5 months. However, given the current tumultuous state of the ninja world, he lamented such a slow pace. Thus, today he resolved to take decisive action. Drawing a deep breath, he addressed the multitude of shadow clones below him. "Before you lies an array of metallic ninja tools. Your task is to form groups of 3 to melt those tools down and then solidify them into new weapons. Do you understand?" "Understood." The clones responded in unison, their voices resounding with vigor. Hinata Wukong nodded in satisfaction. The grand task of forging commenced. The clones, working in groups of 3, expertly manipulated the metallic tools, levitating them to their palms. Their hands glided over the surfaces of the tools, which began to glow a faint red. The surrounding air growing increasingly heated, a scene reminiscent of a prince summoning his entourage to forge weapons. Simultaneously, Hinata Wukong felt his experience points surging. Noticing the speed of accumulation surpassing that of previous glitches, he exhaled a sigh of relief. The clones were utilizing the level 3 electromagnetism furnace along with density compression capabilities. The former was a newly developed ability at level 3, while the latter involved compressing the atomic gaps in metals to significantly enhance their density, a formidable electromagnetic skill. As his electromagnetism level increased, the potential for simple applications to yield experience points diminished. For instance, during his time at the Ninja Academy, he would manipulate shurikens for experience. But now, even controlling dozens at once yielded no progress. The individual shadow clones had limited mastery over electromagnetism, prompting Hinata Wukong to group 3 clones together to combine their advanced abilities, thereby amplifying the experience feedback. However, this also meant that upon the clones' dissolution, the resultant fatigue and memories would be even more overwhelming. Should he surpass his limits, he risked immediate collapse. It was a high-stakes gamble. Yet with the looming threat of war imminent, Hinata Wukong had no alternative. He had to exercise utmost caution, ensuring that no errors occurred. Chapter 60, Magnetic Storm Infantry and Caged Bird Project. In the forest, the searing heat caused the surrounding leaves to curl. The sounds of the shadow clones gritting their teeth and encouraging one another echoed as a glowing mass of molten iron floated between their palms, hissing with steam. The main body requires our assistance. Let us give it our all. Absolutely. Let us get to work. Witnessing this spectacle, Hinata Wukong nodded in approval. The so-called self-awareness of the multiple shadow clones was, in essence, a deeper reflection of the main body's consciousness. Naruto often engaged in banter with his shadow clones, possibly due to a subconscious yearning to alleviate his profound solitude, thus influencing the clones to engage in arguments as a means of mitigating the loneliness of the original. By approaching it from this perspective, Hinata Wukong found it manageable to control the awareness of his shadow clones. The method was straightforward, akin to a pyramid scheme, albeit applied to himself, a form of self-brainwashing. By embedding the principles of hard work and dedication into his subconscious, the shadow clones emerged like diligent laborers, glowing with purpose. After a period, a batch of shadow clones had successfully melted their ninja tools. Compared to the original metallic tools, these newly forged weapons exhibited greater hardness and utility. Although Hinata Wukong himself might not utilize the magnetic fluid, it would prove to be an exceptionally effective weapon for the clones. The combination of multiple shadow clones with high-quality ninja tools formed a formidable magnetic storm infantry. Should they encounter a multitude of adversaries in the future, they could indeed compete on the basis of superior soldier quality. The molten iron in the clones' hands transformed into various weapons. Some became ninja blades, others arrows, and some evolved into higher quality kunai and shuriken. Thus began the classification of their armaments. At this juncture, his experience points had risen by nearly 1,000, and Hinata Wukong inhaled deeply, sensing that the time had come. After centering himself and preparing, he dismissed a portion of the shadow clones. Bang, bang, bang. As the white mist dissipated in abundance, Hinata Wukong clenched his teeth, beads of sweat continuously trickling down his forehead. The instantaneous feedback of memories and fatigue from the dissolving shadow clones crashed upon him like a tidal wave, rendering his face pale, his clothing drenched in perspiration. That was close. Hinata Wukong gasped for breath, a glimmer of relief gracing his features. Thankfully, he had calculated the staggered dismissals. Otherwise, the simultaneous influx of feedback might have led to his immediate demise. Once he had processed the first wave of feedback, he calculated the time delay and dismissed the second batch of shadow clones. Drawing from his earlier experience, the second dismissal proved to be considerably easier. His control over the quantity had become markedly more adept. The decision to dismiss in batches arose primarily from the sheer number of clones he had created, nearly reaching the maximum he had calculated based on his chakra reserves, thus subjecting him to undue strain. In the midst of battle, such complexities would be unnecessary, as he would never willingly approach the brink of self-destruction by employing multiple shadow clones with nearly exhausted chakra. As this operation unfolded, the day transitioned into evening. The sky darkened. In the forest, only the final batch of shadow clones remained. Thank you all. A faint smile graced Hinata Wukong's lips. With the sounds of the shadow clones dissolving and the metallic tools clattering to the ground, the forest returned to silence and darkness. Hinata Wukong took a deep breath, tilting his head back to absorb the final impact, an exquisite finale to his performance. In a whisper only he could hear, he murmured, "Experience points have ultimately settled at 15. 394, just 606 points remain to reach level 4. Yet now, Hinata Wukong required rest. He had nearly reached his limits, both mentally and physically. Collapsing to the ground, he panted weakly, his body drenched as if he had just emerged from water. After resting for over 2 hours, he finally regained a modicum of strength. Leaning against a tree trunk as he staggered back into the night, he could not recall how long he had slept, but upon waking, the first thing on his mind was finding water to quench his thirst. His stomach grumbled with hunger, and he nearly depleted his stored provisions before feeling a semblance of energy return. Hinata Wataru leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples with a sigh. He truly wished to never experience this feeling again. Indeed, not a single drop remained. In his current state, resembling someone suffering from severe renal depletion, it would take a considerable time for him to recover. This particular training method could only be employed under conditions of assured safety. If he were to encounter an enemy outside, he would be devoid of the capacity to retaliate. In the short term, he ought to abandon thoughts of exploiting any bugs in the system. It would be fatal. However, the gains were substantial. yielding over 3,000 experience points, an amount that would have taken him at least a month to accumulate under his previous training regimen. Regarding the remaining 4,600 experience points, if he trained at full throttle, he could achieve a level up in approximately 2 months. No, perhaps even more optimistically, in a month and a half. Of course, this time frame would need to account for mission obligations. Under normal circumstances, the Hokage would assign him tasks. He could select some simpler missions, prioritizing training above all else. Once his plans were in place, Hinata Wataru began to contemplate another matter of great importance to him, the caged bird. No one would relish the idea of bearing such a burden, particularly someone like Hinata Wataru, who had endured the education of the 21st century. Even if his electromagnetic abilities were upgraded to LV4, he would likely still find himself powerless against the caged bird, and attaining LV5 was a distant prospect. Hinata Wataru could not afford to wait that long. Orochimaru, I hope you have not forgotten our collaboration. Hinata Wataru gradually squinted his eyes. At this juncture, Orochimaru had not yet descended into madness, making him an ideal collaborator within Konoha. Orochimaru was intrigued by the mysteries of his continuously evolving physique, seeking insights into the path of immortality, while he, in turn, desired Orochimaru's technical support to lift the shackles from his forehead. Each had their own needs, leading to a mutually beneficial agreement. In his previous life, he had been a student of the sciences, accustomed to experiments. Perhaps he could persuade Orochimaru to grant him access to a laboratory to conduct research on the nature of the caged bird. Hinata Wataru murmured to himself, having formed a few hypotheses about the peculiar curse mark, but much remained to be validated through experimentation. Yet he could not approach Orochimaru just yet. His body was still in a state of severe depletion. Should Orochimaru discern his weakened condition, he might entertain unwelcome thoughts. Having just returned from a mission, the Hokage would likely not summon him in the near future. Under these circumstances, it would be prudent to rest for a couple of days, allowing himself to recover most of his strength before seeking out Orochimaru. He contemplated this cautiously and reached a decision. Chapter 61. Orochimaru's Comparative Experiment. After resting for 2 days, the emptiness in Hinata Wataru's body had returned to normal. To the casual observer, he appeared far more vibrant than before. Once he felt adequately prepared, he resolved to find Orochimaru. Hinata Wataru was unaware of Orochimaru's precise whereabouts. After all, for someone as cunning as him, he often resided in clandestine laboratories. The serpent was elusive. However, he had other channels. Anko. The reason he had maintained close contact with Anko in the past was largely to facilitate an introduction to Orochimaru. And now, he had finally achieved that goal. Knock knock. A few knocks echoed from outside the door. Anko, perplexed, wondered who could be visiting at this hour. Surely Orochimaru-sensei would not come looking for her. Upon opening the door and seeing a familiar figure, Anko's face lit up with surprise. Wataru, is that you? Have you completed your mission? Yes, Hinata Wataru nodded, smiling as he replied, I just returned a couple of days ago. Anko had changed considerably, in just a few months. Her biological magnetic field had become much more robust, and her chakra reserves had increased significantly. It seemed Orochimaru was indeed dedicating considerable effort to her training, which prompted Hinata Wataru to reflect. Anko, I've come here with a request for your assistance. Do you know where Orochimaru-sama is? I need to speak with him. Orochimaru-sensei? Anko pondered, resting her chin on her hand. He should be at the experimental base right now. After a brief moment of hesitation, she lifted her head. I'll take you there. The dank underground passage was laden with moisture. With every few steps, the sound of water droplets falling from the narrow ceiling echoed like a soft patter. Anko, are you sure you haven't made a mistake? Orochimaru is really here? Hinata Wataru wrapped his clothing tighter. The path was not only dark and damp, but also frigid, and his voice reverberated within the tunnel, bouncing back to his ears. Anko hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes, Orochimaru-sensei spends a lot of time in this laboratory, though he doesn't seem particularly fond of me visiting him there. This was the reason for her initial reluctance, but considering it was Wataru's first time seeking her help, she ultimately decided to guide him. Hinata Wataru suddenly recalled that in the original narrative, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who discovered Orochimaru conducting human experiments in a dark underground passage, strikingly similar to this one. It seemed this was indeed his secret experimental base. However, at this time, he had yet to engage in human experimentation. After walking for a while, a glimmer of light shone from the exit, and the space opened up before them. Before their eyes lay rows of wooden shelves adorned with various jars and containers, housing biological tissues that Hinata Wataru found difficult to identify. Orochimaru was intently observing through a microscope, his back turned to Hinata Wataru. Did I not mention that unless it is urgent, you should refrain from coming here? His hoarse voice resonated. Anko cast a complex glance at Hinata Wataru beside her and replied, Orochimaru-sensei, Wataru has come to see you. Orochimaru's silhouette quivered slightly as he turned around, a faint smile gracing his lips upon seeing Hinata Wataru. It seems I was too engrossed in my work to notice your arrival, Wataru-kun. Hinata Wataru smiled in return, asking, Orochimaru-sama, what experiment has captured your fascination so thoroughly? The comparative study of two extraordinary cell types, Orochimaru exclaimed with unbridled enthusiasm. I have never encountered such remarkable cells. One possesses superhuman vitality, continuing to divide rapidly even decades after leaving the body, while the other is equally astonishing, with a lifespan and cellular function far surpassing that of ordinary cells. Hinata Wataru sensed he was beginning to grasp the implications. Orochimaru turned his gaze toward Anko. Anko, you may return to rest now. Wataru-kun and I have other matters to discuss. Anko nodded and exited the laboratory. The moment Anko departed, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with fervor as they fixated upon Hinata Wataru. Hinata Wataru silently praised his prudence in waiting until his body had sufficiently recovered before coming. For had he arrived 2 days earlier in his state of decline, Orochimaru might have harbored unwelcome ideas. Feeling somewhat uneasy under Orochimaru's intense scrutiny, Hinata Wataru sought to divert the conversation. Orochimaru-sama, could you elaborate further on the comparison of those two cell types you just mentioned? Orochimaru chuckled in his raspy voice. Wataru-kun should be able to discern the first type, the cells of Senju Hashirama. His cells contain immense vitality, while the second type, naturally, pertains to your own cells. Although their vitality may not rival that of Hashirama cells, and their division rate is relatively slow, their cellular activity, energy conversion efficiency, and lifespan greatly exceed those of ordinary cells. In contrast, the abilities of Hashirama cells appear rather singular by comparison. Initially, I believed your physique to be a result of atavism. However, it seems it is not entirely so, but rather resembles a unique form of evolution. Hinata Wataru comprehended Orochimaru's meaning. The ancestral traits have re-emerged, albeit not in their entirety. At that moment, Orochimaru continued to speak, expressing his admiration. I finally comprehend why you, Gaku-kun, have become the first in Hyuga history to possess a dual bloodline. Hyuga Gaku felt a twinge of anxiety and tentatively inquired, is that so? Orochimaru paused momentarily, exhaling a sigh of reflection as he elaborated. The Hyuga clan is one of the oldest families in the ninja world, and it is entirely normal for unexpected occurrences to arise during the process of inheritance. This transformation likely began during the embryonic stage. You are exceptionally fortunate, Gaku-kun, to embody this change and to have been born successfully. Throughout your growth, you have continually adapted to this transformation. It is truly remarkable. Orochimaru rambled on, each statement punctuated by an involuntary exclamation of wonder. Hyuga Gaku found himself at a loss for words. Orochimaru's self-indulgent monologue was utterly off the mark. Circling back to the same notion, genetic mutation. However, upon reflection, it was indeed true that the ninja world had given rise to scientific prodigies like Orochimaru, as well as medical geniuses such as Tsunade. Yet it seemed it had not birthed a Faraday, who discovered electromagnetic induction. Perhaps there were others, but they remained in obscurity, not recognized within the ninja community. In any case, the understanding and application of electromagnetic force in the ninja realm were exceedingly rudimentary. Orochimaru was indeed a scientific genius. Yet it was only natural that, constrained by different levels of knowledge and frameworks, he would arrive at such an explanation. After a moment of contemplation, Hyuga Gaku refocused his thoughts and directed his gaze toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru, I have come to seek your assistance in utilizing your laboratory. A laboratory, you say? Orochimaru mused quietly, a smile spreading across his face. It seems Gaku-kun can hardly wait to break free from his constraints. What could Hyuga Gaku possibly need from his laboratory? Like a bird in a cage, he had not anticipated that Gaku would come to seek him out. Yet, this was fortuitous. Mutual needs could foster a more enduring collaboration. Orochimaru cared little for the opinions of the clan heads. Rather, as long as it served his quest for immortality, he would disregard anything, even the taboo of human experimentation. Chapter 62, The Caged Bird Experiment and Sample Acquisition. Hyuga Gaku surveyed the laboratory apparatus, which had accumulated a considerable layer of dust, a diverse assortment resembling what he had encountered in his previous life. In addition to experimental instruments, numerous medical devices were also visible, though they were shrouded in dust due to years of disuse. This was the laboratory Orochimaru had found for him. It had previously been used by Tsunade, but ever since she developed hemophobia, it had remained idle. In Konoha, Only Orochimaru possessed the fervor for scientific inquiry, so it was only natural that he would take over this space. However, it appeared he did not frequent it often. Hyuga felt a headache coming on and lamented. Orochimaru wouldn't be trying to deceive me, would he? With this dilapidated state, who knows if it is even functional? Tsunade had developed her phobia during the Second Great Ninja War, and considering the passage of time, it had been many years. Whether this equipment could still operate was uncertain. Nonetheless, there was an upside. Due to its prolonged abandonment, it would attract little attention. He constructed a magnetic field through electromagnetic force, drawing the fine dust from the instruments as if wielding a vacuum cleaner, thoroughly cleansing them inside and out. Subsequently, he began testing for any functional deficiencies. In his previous life, he was a science student and had conducted numerous experiments. Under Orochimaru's guidance, he had already compared and integrated the experimental instruments from both worlds. The differential centrifuge was fully operational. The cell culture apparatus functioned perfectly. The high-powered microscope was in excellent condition. Aside from the fact that it had not been used in a long time, the equipment showed no significant deficiencies, which alleviated Hyuga concerns. Should he consider establishing a laboratory of his own in the future? Hyuga pondered. If he had to come here for every experiment, it would be quite cumbersome. And procuring experimental instruments would require a substantial financial investment. The bounty earned under the alias of Silver-Faced Azura, combined with the generous gifts from his close friend, Rasha, meant that while he couldn't claim to be wealthy, he was certainly more affluent than before. At the very least, he could borrow some money from Rin. She would likely not refuse him. Hyuga chuckled to himself. However, the immediate priority remained to resolve the issue of the caged bird. For even if he were to acquire a laboratory, the clan would likely disapprove. Exhaling deeply, he cleared his mind of distractions and commenced his experiment. The experimental process was not overly complex. By examining his own cells and genes, he skillfully estimated the mechanism and principles of the caged bird. When one delves into the essence of anything, the problems become significantly simpler. As for the method, he had consulted Orochimaru. The latter exhibited no hesitation regarding such taboo matters, rather displaying a keen enthusiasm, perhaps eager to witness a flawless Hyuga. Orochimaru's provided methods and insights illuminated Hyuga's understanding. After all, he was a scientific prodigy. With just a few moments of contemplation, he devised several research directions concerning the mechanism of the caged bird and explained them in detail. The combination of Orochimaru's experience and insights, along with Hyuga's previous learning, led to promising results in his experiments concerning the caged bird. The caged bird appeared to be a curse seal intricately linked to yin-yang release, with the yang release component embedded in the optic nerves and surrounding the brain. While the yin release component seemed to be rooted in the soul, the precise mechanism of which remained unknown. Hyuga pondered briefly, articulating the results of his experiments alongside his conjectures. The physical curse seal was quite comprehensible, yet the aspect pertaining to the soul was rather insidious. There were far too few techniques in the ninja world that involved the soul. Should any issues arise with the soul, the consequences could be dire. Suddenly, Hyuga recalled that in the original story, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Hyuga was resurrected through impure world reincarnation, and the caged bird curse seal still resided upon his forehead. If the caged bird were merely a physical affliction, the soul summoned from the Pure Land would not bear the curse seal. This would imply a greater likelihood of a connection to yin-yang release. The sample size was too limited. With only himself as a subject, the information he could gather was exceedingly restricted, necessitating an expansion of the sample range. Hyuga furrowed his brow, contemplating the next steps in his experimental process. Suddenly, a figure emerged in his mind, Hyuga. The latter had approached him twice before, hinting at his willingness to lend support. Their goals and positions aligned perfectly. As the younger brother of the next clan leader, Hisashi held significant prestige within the branch family. If anyone could discreetly acquire numerous samples within the Hyuga clan, it would be him. In a relatively serene chamber, a copper incense burner on the wooden table emitted a gentle plume of white smoke. "I didn't expect you to come seeking me, Hyuga remarked, surprise evident in his tone. He had proactively sought out Hyuga several times, but this was the first instance of Gaku visiting him. "Hisashi-dano, I have come with an urgent request for your assistance." "Speak," Hisashi replied. Hyuga hesitated for a moment before lowering his voice. "I hope you can provide me with some organizational samples from the branch family. Blood, flesh, hair, or skin will suffice, but it must remain undiscovered by the main family." "Organizational samples?" Hisashi's expression grew grave as he contemplated the implications. Why would Gaku require samples from the branch family, while keeping it hidden from the main family? A sudden realization struck him. and he looked up at Hyuga in astonishment. Hyuga gently shook his head, signaling him to remain silent. Although he had observed the area prior to his arrival and confirmed that no surveillance was present, he still adhered to the principle that too many words could lead to misfortune. I understand. Hisashi took a deep breath, suppressing his shock. With a glimmer of excitement appearing in his eyes, has Gaku devised a plan? Could it be that we will no longer need to live this way? That our descendants will be free? Just the thought of those two words quickened his breath. In the family, there are several medical clinics frequently visited, and beginning from there would be the least likely to attract suspicion. Hinata Soda paused for a moment, gazing at Hinata Hayashi. Lord Hayashi, there is another piece of intelligence that I require you to provide. I believe that among the family, only you are most familiar with this matter. Only I am most familiar? Hinata Hayashi furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion flickering across his face. As long as I know, I will certainly not conceal it. Hinata clan grounds. Hinata Soda lifted his gaze to the imposing wall before him, his expression somewhat grave. That was the residence of Hinata Hisashi. In the Hinata family, the main house and branch houses are situated in different locations within the clan grounds. Although Hisashi and Hayashi are brothers, they do not live together, and their living conditions are starkly different. However, if there is anyone in the family who knows Hinata Hisashi best, it would undoubtedly be his younger brother. Even during the time before they were confined, the two lived together and were quite familiar with each other's daily lives. From Hayashi, Soda had learned that Hisashi had a habit of napping for an hour at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a routine that had remained unchanged for many years. The most perilous places often provide the greatest safety. Within the Hinata family, no branch would dare to show disrespect to the main house. Therefore, although there were branch guards stationed in front of Hisashi's residence, they merely performed their duties, standing guard without surveying their surroundings with suspicion. This created an opportunity for Hinata Soda. Calculating the distance to Hisashi's room, Hinata Soda raised his finger, and a droplet of silvery magnetic fluid flowed to his fingertip, transforming into a minuscule metallic mosquito, which then flitted towards the enclosing wall. Soda focused intently on its manipulation. Such intricate control over electromagnetic forces demanded a significant portion of his mental energy, and he could only maintain the range of around 200 meters. Yet, that was sufficient. With a bit of caution, he should be able to obtain a flawless control sample, blood from the main house that had not been tainted by confinement. Chapter 63, The Caged Bird of Tien. In the main courtyard of the clan, a servant was kneeling on the ground, diligently wiping the floor with a towel. After years of serving the main house, their spirits had become dulled, merely knowing to scrupulously complete their assigned tasks. A tiny silver mosquito darted past from the shadows behind him, eliciting no suspicion whatsoever. The mosquito had a clear target, navigating around various obstacles as it flew toward an elegant room at the center. The door to the room was tightly shut. The mosquito landed steadily on the door latch, its body suddenly melting away, transforming into a silvery fluid that seeped through the crack. The perspective shifted. The silver fluid penetrated to the other side, reconstituting itself into a metallic mosquito. The interior of the room was remarkably simple. Aside from a low table adorned with a teapot, there was an elegant mat, and to the right was a square bed. On the bed lay a young man, turned away from the door, his long black hair cascading across the sheets. The mosquito seemed to have located its objective, flying towards the slumbering young man. Outside the wall, Hinata Soda struggled to control his racing heartbeat. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead. There could be no mistakes. If Hinata Hisashi sensed anything amiss, the surrounding branch guards would undoubtedly become alert and begin searching with their Byakugan. At that point, he would need to carefully formulate an explanation for his presence near the main house. The mosquito had reached the edge of the bed, hovering for a moment before descending beside Hisashi's back. His long black hair provided cover, making it difficult for the young man to notice any anomaly, even if he sensed something was off. If only a small amount of magnetic fluid was utilized, he could temporarily suppress its blood-sucking properties. This way, he would be able to obtain Hisashi's blood sample. The metallic mosquito seemed to possess a will of its own as it quietly approached, inching closer to Hisashi's side. Its mouth parts suddenly elongated, transforming into slender needles. Simultaneously, the mosquito's abdomen swelled, creating a cavity to store the blood. Outside, Hinata Soda's complexion paled slightly. Such delicate manipulation of electromagnetic forces was exceedingly taxing on his mental faculties, especially over such a distance. Yet, the true challenge was just beginning. He took a deep breath, guiding the metallic mosquito to slowly puncture Hisashi's back. The movement was painstakingly gradual, little by little. The primary distinction between a magnetic fluid mosquito and a genuine biological mosquito lies in the latter's ability to secrete a copious amount of saliva to act as an anesthetic upon puncturing the skin. With the aid of this anesthetic, by the time the victim realizes something is amiss, the mosquito has often already feasted to a significant degree. However, the magnetic fluid mosquito lacked this capability. If he were to use a formal anesthetic substitute, even if successful, Hisashi would subsequently detect the anomaly, leading to an exhaustive investigation that would be detrimental to him. Thus, he could only allow the mosquito's mouthparts to become finer, the thinner they were. The lower the chance of detection would be. Correspondingly, the time required for blood absorption would also increase. Progress appeared to be going smoothly until the mouthparts reached a sufficient depth, and Hisashi showed no signs of awakening. Due to the difference in pressure, the blood within Hisashi's body, situated in a high-pressure zone, naturally flowed towards the low-pressure area of the mosquito's abdomen. Hinata Soda meticulously controlled the flow rate of the blood by manipulating the size of the cavity within the magnetic fluid, minimizing the likelihood of exposure. The abdomen of the silver mosquito began to exhibit a deep crimson hue, the red intensifying until it filled a significant portion of the cavity. Almost there. Almost there. This quantity was nearly sufficient. Beads of sweat continued to trickle down Hinata Soda's forehead as he gritted his teeth, the veins in his temples standing out, rendering him somewhat fearsome in appearance. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The slumbering Hinata Hisashi seemed to sense something, suddenly rolling over, his previously exposed back now pressing directly against the mosquito. How strange. Why did his back suddenly feel so itchy? He sat up in bed, lifting the thin blanket that had covered his abdomen, furrowing his brow as he scanned the bed's surface. Nothing was amiss. Could it be an illusion? Shaking his head, Hisashi lay back down, shifting to a different position to resume his slumber. Beneath the edge of the bed, the silver fluid seeped from between the wooden planks, now marked by a deep red stain in the center, unlike at the beginning. That was close. That was close. Outside, Hinata Soda was gasping for breath. Had he not immediately commanded the magnetic fluid to seep beneath the floorboards, he would have surely been discovered. The particles of magnetic fluid metal ranged in size from approximately 1 nanometer to 10 nanometers, simultaneously retaining their magnetic and fluid characteristics. The primary cells in blood, red blood cells, have a diameter of about 6 to 9 micrometers, while white blood cells range from 7 to 20 micrometers, and platelets are smaller, measuring 1 to 4 micrometers, coupled with plasma and numerous trace elements. Even though water molecules have a diameter of less than 1 nanometer, this mixed solution of blood is quite challenging to escape through the gaps between the magnetic particles. This explains why the metallic mosquito, as it penetrated beneath the floorboards, could still carry the blood along with it. The most difficult step had been completed. Now, all that remained was to transport the blood discreetly without drawing attention. The silver fluid transformed back into the metallic mosquito, flying towards the door. However, this time, its abdomen bore a thick coating of deep red. In the laboratory, Hinata Soda surveyed the numerous samples laid out before him. Hinata Hayashi had acted swiftly. The DNA samples from the branch house that he required were now in his possession. Among the various tissue samples, 2 test tubes containing blood samples stood out notably. One belonged to Hayashi, and the other to Hisashi. Being brothers, their DNA was inherently similar, with one marked by confinement and the other unmarked, providing a perfect control sample for Hinata Soda's research. With a sufficient range of samples, experiments on the mechanisms and operations of the caged bird can commence, yielding ample data that Hinata Soda can use to attempt a resolution. The numerous comparative experiments, particularly the data from the daily difference and daily foot trials, have equipped Hinata Soda with the insights he sought. The operation of the caged bird is not devoid of vulnerabilities. However, these flaws only manifest under extremely stringent conditions. Once a vulnerability is revealed, Hinata Soda will endeavor to exploit it. Current probabilistic estimates indicate a 53% chance of successfully extracting the physical caged bird, a 32% chance of being killed by it, and a 15% chance of unknown consequences. Furrowing his brow, Hinata Soda pondered deeply, summarizing the results of the experiments. The caged bird, as a yin-yang sealing technique, is bifurcated into the physical yang seal and the spiritual yin seal. Should the procedure progress smoothly, he should be able to successfully detach the physical yang seal, thereby neutralizing the threat posed by the caged bird. Hinata Soda contemplated. The reason the Hyuga main family can disregard the distant destructive effects of the branch family's Byakugan lies in the spiritual yin seal, which functions akin to a receiver and locator, receiving and transmitting directives issued by the main family. The physical yang seal serves the role of output, directly damaging the Byakugan and the brains of the branch family. If the output mechanism is compromised, even if the seal can still receive directives, The inability to output will not inflict any harm upon his body, thus achieving a state of confusion against the main family. However, the current success rate falls short of his expectations. What to do? Should he temporarily abandon this opportunity? In the future, if the electromagnetic force level rises, the likelihood of surgical success will be greater. Yet, Hinata So's brow remained furrowed. Given the current state of the ninja world, war could erupt at any moment. Once conflict breaks out, he would no longer have the chance to conduct such a delicate operation. The uncertainties of wartime are unpredictable, and bearing such a shackle weighs heavily on him. Drawing a deep breath, his eyes gradually steeled with resolve. He would proceed. Chapter 64. The Extraction of the Caged Bird. In the laboratory, the fluorescent lights on the ceiling emitted a ghastly white glow. In the center lay a medical bed, upon which Hinata So reclined quietly. An unsightly X-shaped seal etched upon his forehead. Unlike a conventional medical bed, the surface was covered in metal plates, meticulously assembled to resemble a single slab of iron. The metal would amplify his control over the magnetic field, thereby enhancing the probability of success for this operation. Even with the limited enhancement, Hinata So was unwilling to forfeit any opportunity. Failure could very well result in his demise at the hands of the caged bird. This laboratory was once owned by Tsunade. Thus, in addition to experimental instruments, several medical devices were present, providing considerable aid for his surgery. In this moment, Hinata So was reminded of a sci-fi film he had seen in his past life, in which the protagonist of Prometheus struggled in despair, isolated within a medical pod, extracting an alien fetus from her abdomen. The parallels to his present situation were striking. Drawing a deep breath, Hinata So cleared his mind of distractions. The surgery ahead was of utmost importance, and he could not afford any errors. Silver metallic fluid streamed from his collar, flowing down his neck to his forehead. Surrounding the X-shaped seal, the magnetic fluid rose like a silver serpent, its head splitting into 3 slender needles. The needle tips slowly approached his forehead, piercing into 3 distinct points beside the seal, gradually embedding themselves into his skin. Hinata So clenched his teeth silently, suppressing any movements that could cause deviations during the procedure. The delicate needle tips pierced through the skin, gradually penetrating the cranial cavity, as the silver magnetic fluid flowed into his skull, as if injected. If only a small quantity of magnetic fluid were involved, Hinata So could control its temporary closure of blood-sucking properties, just as he had done when storing blood from his daily foot. Upon entering his body, the magnetic fluid particles seemed to come alive, instantly organizing themselves and moving to various parts. The diameter of these magnetic fluid particles ranged from 1 nanometer to 10 nanometers, while conventional cells typically measure in micrometers, significantly larger than 1 nanometer. Thus, the operation of these magnetic fluids flowed seamlessly, akin to tiny nanobots navigating through Hinata So's bloodstream. Hinata So concentrated all his mental faculties on this endeavor. This precise manipulation of electromagnetic force marked his first attempt since awakening his abilities. Fortunately, the area of control was quite limited, confined to his forehead, which alleviated the strain. The first step was complete, the second step awaited. Taking a deep breath, Hinata So slowly closed his eyes. The eyes would be of no use now. The battlefield lay within his body. The electromagnetic force disrupted the electrical signals within his skull, obstructing the transmission of visual nerve signals. His eyes seemed to vanish from his body, becoming imperceptible. The world dissolved into utter darkness, devoid of any light. Hinata So maintained a tranquil demeanor, deftly maneuvering the situation. Nerve electrical signals are generated by the flow of ions, and electromagnetic forces are intertwined. Hinata So's electromagnetic abilities could similarly influence these signals. Although his current level was insufficient for intricate operations, he could still achieve the temporary disconnection of the visual nerve transmission, effectively detaching his eyes from the body's neural system. As anticipated, the moment the transmission of the Byakugan's nerve was interrupted, the seal upon his forehead began to radiate intense heat. A torrent of violent chakra emanated from the seal, surging toward the Byakugan. The caged bird was activated. The caged bird can be triggered in 2 ways. One is an active initiation by the main family, choosing to punish or directly destroy the Byakugan. The other is a passive activation, triggered when the Byakugan is detected as being extracted from the body, resulting in the destruction of both the Byakugan and the branch family's brain. Hinata So's objective was to mislead the caged bird seal into mistakenly believing the Byakugan had been removed by obstructing the transmission of visual nerve signals, thus triggering the caged bird passively. The second step was complete. Now came the third step, the most crucial of all. Hinata So proceeded with utmost caution. This step absolutely could not afford any mistakes. The 32 mortality probability he calculated was predominantly contingent upon this stage. The raging chakra of the caged bird surged beneath his forehead, akin to a newly awakened primal beast intent on obliterating everything in its vicinity. Hinata so was well prepared. The previously injected nanobots transformed into loyal guardians, dividing into two waves. One portion enveloped the visual nerve and the Byakugan, while the other flowed toward the cerebral cortex. Like a silver armor, they integrated with Hinata So's chakra, creating a barrier against the ferocious onslaught of the caged bird. What a close call. Noticing that the caged bird had failed to breach the magnetic fluid barrier, Hinata So could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. This method of blocking the caged bird was the culmination of multiple experiments and calculations, yet theoretical constructs do not guarantee efficacy. He held no absolute certainty in his heart. The diameter of human visual nerves is approximately 100 nanometers, while brain cells are even larger. Hence the nanoscale magnetic fluid protection did not pose an overwhelming difficulty for Hinata So. The caged bird had been activated, yet it could not assault the eyeball or the brain, resulting in a peculiar state. Like a beast that has lost sight of its prey, it could only impotently vent its rage, wasting its strength in vain. This was the purpose of the third step. Through the operational mechanism of the caged bird, a malfunction emerges, transforming it into a peculiar state of system failure. In this condition, the caged bird, unable to locate its target yet still activated, is compelled to continuously deplete its chakra. The reason Hinata Wataru could devise such a strategy lies in his thorough understanding of the underlying logic of the caged bird, acquired through relentless experimentation, allowing him to make slight modifications that induce a functional bug. Once a bug occurs, no matter how impervious the cursed seal may seem, the possibility of destruction becomes tangible. The fourth step, and indeed the final step, is quite straightforward. Once the chakra of the caged bird is sufficiently exhausted, the detachment procedure commences. Perhaps the ancestors of the Hyuga clan never anticipated that someone would exploit a bug to maintain the cursed seal in a state of perpetual activation devoid of a target. Thus, the operational chakra contained within the seal is rather limited. Before long, the rampant chakra wanes, transforming from a fearsome primordial beast into a listless kitten. Hinata Wataru, filled with joy, realizes that the moment has arrived. The magnetic fluid particles lingering in his blood once again morph into devoted nanobots, tasked with removing the cursed seal affixed to his optic nerves and brain. At this moment, the caged bird has become a spent force, devoid of any resistance, left at the mercy of Hinata Wataru's whims. Soon, the 3 silver syringes embedded in his forehead begin to extract, visibly drawing forth a dark fluid that flows through the needle's aperture. Time seems to blur. When Hinata Wataru finally opens his eyes, he is met with the sight of pure, immaculate white eyes, shimmering with delight. Success! I have successfully detached the caged bird from my physical form. Chapter 65. The Hokage's Concerns. Never has it been so effortless, both physically and spiritually. The air of freedom is remarkably sweet. Hinata Wataru takes a deep, satisfying breath, a smile gracing his face. Attempting to activate his Byakugan, free from the oppressive weight of the cursed seal, its range extends from 4 kilometers to 5 kilometers, eliminating the previous 1-degree blind spot. The traces of the cursed seal on his forehead remain, yet they have become mere shells, devoid of function. Even should the main family stand before him and attempt to use the caged bird, Hinata Wataru could easily retaliate, making them aware of the beauty of the flowers. Once he removes the caged bird from his soul, the markings on his forehead will vanish entirely. However, Hinata Wataru is yet unaware whether the main family will detect any anomalies after the removal of the soul's caged bird. After all, the yang release seal on the physical body serves as the operational command, while the yin release seal on the soul is responsible for receiving commands. Hinata Wataru recalls that during the 4th Great Ninja War, Hyuga Hayashi was reincarnated through impure world reincarnation, and his soul returned to the ninja world while the caged bird seal still existed on his forehead. This indicates that the seal on the soul may be more tenacious, remaining even after the physical body perishes. Nonetheless, Hinata Wataru has devised 3 potential solutions. The first involves obtaining a method of soul division from Orochimaru. The reason Orochimaru seems virtually immortal is that he has divided his soul into numerous fragments, hidden within countless cursed seals. Should the main body perish, the dispersed soul within the seals will resurrect as the primary entity. If Hinata Wataru could acquire this method of soul division, he could directly sever the fragment of the soul that harbors the caged bird. It is a simple yet effective solution, albeit with considerable aftereffects. The loss of soul may impact his mental prowess, along with numerous unknown negative consequences. A last resort indeed. Orochimaru later struggled against the Sharingan, as Itachi's mere gaze left him stunned for an extended period, largely due to having divided his soul excessively, resulting in a drastic decline in his mental resistance. The second method is akin to the first, but is far more intricate. The Kato clan's spirit manifestation technique allows a ninja's soul to exist in a spiritual form. Mastering this secret art would enable one to study the cursed seal from the perspective of the soul, employing clever techniques to extricate the seal. Much like removing the physical seal, the theory is not difficult. However, practical application involving the soul is likely to be significantly more challenging than that of the physical yang seal. The third method is the simplest, waiting. The now hollow caged bird poses no threat to him. Once his electromagnetic power reaches a sufficiently high level, eliminating the caged bird from his soul will merely be a matter of thought. Hinata Wataru exhales gently, gazing through the window at the sky outside the laboratory. A faint smile gracing his lips as he begins to contemplate the future. He has no intention of betraying Konoha. He harbors other plans for the Hyuga clan. In the future, he could indeed remove all the caged birds from the branch families and instigate a coup within the Hyuga. Hinata Wataru muses with a smile. This is not a mere fantasy, but a future within reach, perhaps not requiring a lengthy time to manifest. What would a Hyuga free from the constraints of the caged bird be like? A Hyuga liberated under his guidance, embarking on the path of Marxism. He wonders curiously. Having addressed the pressing concern of the caged bird, a great weight seems to lift from Hinata Wataru's heart, leaving him feeling significantly more at ease. In the ensuing 2 days, he immerses himself entirely in training, drawing ever closer to breaking through to electromagnetic level 4. Until, at last, a message arrives from the Umbu, summoning him to the Hokage's office. Upon entering the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen's frown dissipates at the sight of Hinata Wataru, his wrinkled visage breaking into a smile as bright as a chrysanthemum. "Excellent. You appear quite spirited," he exclaims, employing his classic opening line. It seems that Wataru has been resting well these past few days, radiating vitality. Hinata Wataru silently scoffs. "Of course, I've been well rested. These past 2 days have been the most peaceful since I traversed into the ninja world, with the sword of Damocles finally lifted from above me." Naturally, he cannot let the Hokage know this. "Lord Hokage, have you summoned me for a specific mission?" he inquires. "Yes," Sarutobi Hiruzen replies, the earlier joviality replaced by a grave demeanor. "My scouts have discovered a small contingent of hidden rock ninjas near the border of the fire and grass countries. Based on their behavior, they seem to be playing the role of scouts themselves. I suspect that Awakens is likely to make a significant move soon. Otherwise, they wouldn't deploy so many scouts. Their counter-surveillance capabilities are formidable, and they possess the ability to move beneath the earth, placing us at a disadvantage in this skirmish of scouts." Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen raises his gaze, regarding Hinata Wataru with seriousness. Hinata Wataru inhales deeply and nods. "I understand. Lord Hokage, you wish for me to investigate their intelligence." "Indeed," Sarutobi Hiruzen affirms, taking a deep breath. "You possess the Byakugan, which speaks for itself in terms of reconnaissance capabilities, and with your long-range ninjutsu, escaping unexpected encounters should not pose a challenge. You are the ideal candidate." He then gazes intently at Hinata Wataru, imparting a solemn warning. "Should you encounter any peril, remember to prioritize your own safety. Your existence is the greatest contribution to the village." "Understood, Lord Hokage," Hinata Wataru replies, swallowing nervously, suddenly feeling a chill in his lower body. It seems the Hokage is implying something more, as if he intends to treat him like a breeding stallion. After departing from the Hokage's office, Hinata Wataru hastens toward the border of the grass country. If the Hokage's intelligence proves accurate, Iwagakure is bound to make a significant move soon. Otherwise, they would not dispatch such a large number of scouts. Given the current tense atmosphere in the ninja world, a spark could ignite a wildfire at any moment. Once war erupts, the initial advantage in intelligence will expand, enabling the hidden villages to seize the initiative in the early stages of conflict. This is precisely why the Hokage places such immense importance on this information warfare, even going so far as to dispatch his own operatives. Hyuga Satoru is keenly aware of this, thus he approaches this mission with utmost diligence. For Konoha to find itself in a passive position during the war would serve no benefit to him. Soon, he arrives at the location indicated in the intelligence. Silently, he discovers a concealed spot, quietly activating his Byakugan to scan his surroundings. After a thorough search, a grim expression emerges on Hyuga Satoru's face. The intelligence provided by the Hokage suggested the presence of 4 Iwnin scouts, yet within the mere 5-kilometer radius of his Byakugan, he has already identified 10 hidden Iwnin scouts. Among the foliage, in the grass, and even underground, the Iwnin scouts are stealthily monitoring and communicating with one another. The situation appears to be far more dire than the Hokage had anticipated. Chapter 66. The Unconventional Hyuga. Longshore, what is the situation? Behind a massive rock, a black-haired Iwnin, armed with a shinobi blade, crouches down, glancing back at his approaching comrade, speaking in hushed tones. We haven't detected any Konoha scouts in the vicinity. Our position is quite concealed. It seems the enemy has yet to discover us. Upon hearing this, a hint of pride flickers across the face of the black-haired Iwnin. Of course, I am a renowned dark ninja of Iwa, and in terms of stealth capabilities, those Konoha trash cannot possibly compare to me. Typically, scouts like them, whose primary purpose is to gather intelligence, would not directly engage in combat. Should a battle ensue, it would signify a failure of their mission. Thus, the competition between scouts from both nations generally falls into one of 3 scenarios. 1. I am watching you, and you are unaware that I am watching you. 2. I know you are watching me, hence I am also watching you. 3. I am unaware that you are watching me, but my companion is observing you watching me. The Iwnin, Iwa Tai, naturally considers himself to be in the first scenario, which fills him with delight. Lord Tsuchikage has finally resolved to initiate battle. After waiting so long, my body is almost rusting. This time, I must take down several Konoha ninjas. Longshore casts a glance at him, murmuring, Konoha's strength is formidable. We cannot afford to be complacent. What are you afraid of? Iwa Tai rolls his eyes. The vanguard led by Lord Doton is stationed in Windmill Town, and the main force will arrive shortly. Indeed, Longshore nods, understanding that the Tsuchikage has been plotting for a long time. Aiming to seize the initiative in the early stages of war, the main force must have already entered the land of grass. Engaging hastily would leave Konoha in a passive position. So the vanguard of Awakens has indeed settled in the land of grass. Thank you for the intelligence. Suddenly, a cold voice from behind startled the two, causing them to turn around in alarm. A Konoha ninja, adorned with a forehead protector and possessing pure white eyes, stands several dozen meters away, observing them intently. Damn it, when did you? A surge of shame and anger erupted within Iwa Tai, reddening his face instinctively. He suddenly realizes that he indeed belongs to the first scenario, but he has misidentified the subject. Kid, you should have fled with the intelligence. How dare you stay here to confront us? I am the legendary Dark Ninja of Awakens. The Iwnin named Iwa Tai unsheathes his shinobi blade. Hyuga Satoru merely scoffs. He recalls the identity of this individual. In the original work, Jiraiya, while seeking inspiration with the prince, encountered 2 Iwagakure Chunin, one of whom boasted about teaching Jiraiya a lesson, claiming to be the legendary Dark Ninja of Iwa, only to be sent flying 18 meters by a simple ball. This seems to be that very fool. Understanding the identity of his adversary allows Hyuga Satoru to comprehend his reckless behavior, which appears decidedly unwise. Iwa Tai, oblivious to Hyuga Satoru's thoughts, delivers his bravado before melding into the ground. When he reemerges, it is behind Hyuga Satoru, his blade glinting ominously as he lunges towards Satoru's neck. Die! Beside him, Longshore exclaims in excitement. Is his signature move about to be unveiled? Then, to his shock, he witnesses Iwa Tai's blade plunge into his own neck, an expression of disbelief etched across his face. Kid, you! Blood foams from his mouth as he utters a few incoherent words, stunned. Hyuga Satoru, however, has no intention of wasting time. With a flick of his wrist, he controls the shinobi blade with electromagnetic force, and Iwa Tai meets his demise in an instant. Beside him, the dazed Longshore finally reacts, immediately turning to flee. Hyuga Satoru raises his right hand, a droplet of magnetic fluid coalescing into a bullet above his thumb, which he then flicks. A bolt of blue lightning erupts, and a silver metallic bullet, imbued with terrifying power, streaks forth. Bang! Longshore's forehead erupts with a small hole, brain matter and blood splattering across the ground as his body collapses backward. Hyuga Satoru approaches, reclaiming the magnetic fluid from the corpses. His current position is precarious. He must resolve the combat swiftly, lest other Iwnin scouts discover him, leading to a dire predicament. The electromagnetic furnace initiates. In an instant, the 2 bodies evaporate in the searing heat, leaving little trace behind. Since developing the electromagnetic furnace ability, Hyuga Satoru has found that the primary application of this power has been to obliterate evidence. He then contemplates his next course of action. With other IWNine scouts still in the vicinity, he possesses a distinct advantage in capability. With the Byakugan's penetrating vision, expansive magnetic field sensing, and the concealment of the corrupted wood technique, it would be remiss not to stir up some trouble. Crouching behind the large rock, Hyuga Satoru adjusts his stance. Silver magnetic material flows from his sleeves, coalescing into a silver metal sniper rifle, the barrel forming into a silencer. Extending his left hand to aim at the grass beneath him, he draws forth metallic particles from the ground, compressing them under electromagnetic control to enhance their strength, fashioning them into bullets. After repeating this process, a layer of bullets covers the corner of the rock where Hyuga Satoru lies. The electromagnetic-powered sniper rifle far surpasses conventional gunpowder-driven rifles in terms of noise reduction and stealth. The primary noise generated is from the sonic boom of the bullets. Yet due to the specialized mechanical structure of the bullets Hyuga Satoru has crafted, the sound of the sonic boom is minimal, complemented by the silencer on the barrel. A perfect sniper's tool. With electromagnetic control, he loads a bullet into the sniper rifle. The bullet is now chambered. Scanning with electromagnetic perception, he identifies a target. The Byakugan's perspective locks on. Target acquired. A smirk graces Hyuga Satoru's lips. Damn it. Let this group of sneaky IWA scouts witness the terror of the 6th. The barrel glows with blue lightning. Hyuga Satoru pulls the trigger. With a whoosh, a blue bolt flashes past, and a distant IWA scout, lying in the grass 2 kilometers away, suddenly has his head explode, blood splattering the surrounding greenery in a deep crimson. The second bullet is loaded. Target locked. This time, it is an IWNine crouched among the bushes, who has no time to react as a gaping hole the size of a bowl appears in his chest. Disbelief etched across his features as he topples backward. The third bullet finds its mark in an IWNine concealed underground, now reduced to mere fertilizer. With no concern for recovering the magnetic fluid, Hyuga Satoru feels no remorse for the bullets. However, despite his efforts to compress the molecular gaps in the bullets made from underground metallic particles to enhance their strength, their maximum effective range is still limited to 3 kilometers. Exceeding this range, the high temperatures generated by air friction would gradually incinerate it, diminishing its intended power. However, Hyuga Satoru was quite satisfied. Even in his previous life, an effective range of 3 kilometers surpassed the limitations of conventional sniper rifles. The targets Hyuga Satoru selected for his sniping were meticulously chosen, either solitary operatives or those positioned at particular angles, allowing for a single shot to pierce 2 foes, all while minimizing sound and movement to maximize the efficacy of his assassination of scouts. On that day, the scouts of Awakens recalled the terror instilled by the 6th, coupled with the humiliation of being unable to see their adversary. Chapter 67. The Incident at Windmill Town. Have the scouts not returned yet? No. It has already been 3 hours. By rights, scouts should report back every 2 hours, yet there has been no sign of them. Inside the tent, a gaunt IWA ninja furrowed his brow. Beside him sat a burly IWA ninja, his cheeks marked with a ruddy hue typical of high-altitude dwellers, who shook his head and remarked, they must have encountered something, which delayed their return. The slender IWA ninja hesitated for a moment before tentatively asking, Lord Datsu, could it be that they have met with misfortune, preventing them from relaying information? As soon as he finished speaking, the robust IWA ninja slammed his hand on the table. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How many scouts did we send out? Not a single one has returned. If something had happened, could it be that all of them met with disaster? Datsu found such speculation ludicrous. A dozen scouts, all highly skilled in stealth. If they all encountered misfortune, how formidable must the enemy be? Capable of pinpointing our positions and preventing even a whisper of information from escaping, making them vanish without a trace. Not even he, nor the Tsuchikage, could accomplish such a feat. When has Konoha produced such exceptional shinobi? Let us wait a while longer. Datsu spoke impatiently. After a moment of thought, he added, if, after another hour, there is still no sign of the scouts, we shall dispatch another team to investigate what has transpired. Understood, Lord Datsu. The lean IWA ninja nodded in agreement. Approximately 500 meters away, Hyuga Satoru crouched upon the branches of a great tree, quietly observing the small town. His body resembled a decaying log, emitting no detectable fluctuations. Windmill Town, a quaint settlement nestled in the heart of the land of grass, named for the several windmills that stood tall around it. Yet now, the tranquility of yesteryears had dissipated. Chaos reigned as IW and ninjas looted supplies, and the ground bore witness to the bodies of grass ninjas, left unburied. Hyuga Satoru furrowed his brow, murmuring, approximately 200 in number. According to intel from IWA, this contingent is the vanguard from Awakens. Given the current state of turmoil in Windmill Town, They must have arrived less than a day ago. Hinata Satoru could not help but reflect. This is the nature of war. The land of grass, weak in power and caught between great nations, would inevitably become a battleground. Subject to the whims of powerful shinobi. The grass village had a notorious reputation for its opportunism, bowing to the strongest. In times of war, they would retreat into their shells. As for the courageous grass ninjas, the unburied corpses served as a grim testament to their fate. Suddenly, Hinata Satoru recalled the chaotic global situation from his previous life, having heard of conflicts between major powers and the ensuing sanctions and aid. After such a long time, he wondered how things had unfolded there. Just as he fell into contemplation, the IWA ninja camp had descended into disarray. It is already evening, and still no scouts have returned? Lord Datsu, there has been no word from any scouts, but we have dispatched new ones as per your instructions. Datsu's expression darkened. As a vanguard unit, they had a scant number of scouts, and now that they had all been sent out without receiving any desired intelligence, he felt a growing sense of unease. What on earth has transpired? Though he had been relatively calm, the passage of time gnawed at his composure. At that moment, the tent flap was abruptly pushed open, and a frantic IWA ninja rushed inside. Lord Datsu, we have a situation. What have you discovered? Is it from the sensing unit? The Jonin Shido? As the IWA ninja recounted his findings, Datsu's eyes narrowed gradually. High atop the tree, Hinata Satoru continued his silent observation. Through the lens of his Byakugan, he could see that within the largest tent, several IWA ninjas appeared to be in a state of frantic discussion. Gradually, they calmed and began issuing commands. Subsequently, several IWA ninjas were dispatched, scattering in various directions. Hinata Satoru's brow furrowed slightly. Clearly, they had discerned something and were formulating a response. A sense of foreboding settled in his heart as dusk began to envelop the surroundings. He resolved to cease his reconnaissance. Silently, he began to retreat. However, his expression soon darkened. The previously scattered IWA ninjas had circled back, stealthily surrounding him from behind. It was evident they had surmised his considerable sensory abilities, employing various misdirection tactics to make him believe they had been dispatched on a mission, thus looping around to encircle him. By the time he realized the encirclement, it was already in place. Am I exposed? Hinata Satoru couldn't help but mutter in frustration. Within this vanguard unit, there must be a remarkably skilled sensory ninja, otherwise, they would not have detected him employing the decaying wood technique. Concealed amid the foliage, Hinata Satoru quietly began to retreat. The enemy had employed numerous misdirection tactics to prevent him from noticing, which resulted in a less dense encirclement. If they had not locked onto him and merely anticipated his location, it might be possible to slip through an opening in their formation. Hinata Satoru had no intention of engaging in combat. With over 200 members in the vanguard, including several jonin, fighting here would be perilous. Although he could currently fly at low altitudes, doing so posed the risk of being shot down, complicating matters further. He focused on a gap in the encirclement, convinced that, with caution, he could escape through it. However, as he began to maneuver, he noticed that the movements of the encircling IWA ninjas shifted in tandem with his own. No matter how he moved, he remained at the center of their encirclement. Damn it, Hinata Satoru couldn't help but mutter under his breath. They had not merely anticipated his hiding spot, they had fully locked onto him. Each time he shifted, they received information about his movements. Inside the tent, an IWA ninja sat cross-legged with his eyes tightly shut, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. At 3 o'clock, the target has moved 12 meters. The target has altered position and is now moving towards 6 o'clock. One piece of information after another was relayed through his sensory ninjutsu to those IWA ninjas closing in. Well done, Jonin Shido, Datsu praised. Rest assured, Lord Datsu, he will not escape. Shido opened his eyes, a pallid smile gracing his features. For connecting with so many IWA ninjas at once was a considerable drain on his energy. A cold glint flickered across Datsu's face. He had not anticipated that a Konoha scout had infiltrated their ranks. Capturing him was imperative. Chapter 68. I must flee. Are you prepared to pursue? The air seemed to congeal like water, weighing down Hinata Satoru's breath. What should he do? The surrounding rock ninjas gradually closed in, and with their positions already locked down, escape was no longer a feasible option. In light of this, Hinata Wukong took a deep breath, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. With a swift motion of his right hand, a kunai materialized in his palm, and under the immense acceleration of electromagnetic propulsion, it transformed into a formidable projectile. A streak of blue light cut through the air, piercing the chest of one of the encroaching rock ninjas, leaving a gaping hole the size of a bowl. The ninja fell backward in disbelief. In the camp, Shirta suddenly opened his eyes wide, exclaiming in horror, "This is bad. Lord Dongtu. They have discovered our intentions and launched an attack. Humph. I had intended to capture him alive, but since he seeks his demise," Dongtu scoffed dismissively. There was only one of him, while he had dispatched 6 chunin and 1 jonin. Even if he wished to take them down with him, success was implausible. However, just as he finished speaking, he heard Shirtu's voice filled with panic. "No, their strength is formidable. They have already killed 1 chunin, and now a second. A third. He has slain 3 chunin. How could this be?" Not only had they anticipated their plans, but their strength was also terrifying. Dongtu's pupils contracted as a dreadful thought surged to the forefront of his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, a powerful chakra surged from him, and with a thunderous roar, he forcefully broke through the camp's entrance, charging towards Hinata Wukong's position. What is happening? Is that Lord Dongtu? What on earth is going on? Why is he rushing over there? The surrounding rock ninjas looked on, momentarily taken aback. In the chaos, Shirta steadied himself against the door that Dongtu had burst open. Coughing amidst the rising dust, cough, cough. Lord Dongtu has discovered the Konoha scout and is pursuing him. What? A Konoha scout? How audacious to be so close to our camp. A shuriken, imbued with blue lightning, zipped by at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, instantly piercing the throat of a rock ninja. That marked the 4th victim. Hinata Wukong's gaze was icy. In the brief span of mere moments, he had eliminated 4 of the encroaching rock ninjas, each strike executed with lethal precision. Just then, he suddenly turned his head towards the direction of Keisuke's town. A powerful chakra was rapidly approaching. He understood that he could no longer delay. Otherwise, he would soon face an onslaught from the entire camp of rock ninjas. Earth release. Cracking earth palm. An unseen rock jonin bellowed, slamming his palms onto the ground. With a rumble, the earth shook violently. Hinata Wukong stumbled slightly. At that moment, a furious roar erupted from behind him as a colossal rock ninja leapt into the air, his fist encased in thick rock, crashing down upon him. Hinata Wukong nimbly jumped backward, evading the attack. Boom. Under the weight of that terrifying blow, spiderweb-like cracks erupted around the rocky fist, sending debris flying. Dongtu's towering figure rose from the fissured ground, his gaze chillingly fixed on Hinata Wukong. "I initially thought those scouts had failed to report back, due to some discovery. But realizing you had infiltrated near the camp and could easily slay chunin, it seems the missing scouts have fallen victim to your lethal hands." His eyes narrowed, locking onto the pure white orbs of Hinata Wukong. Byakugan, indeed. Who are you? Hinata Wukong contemplated for a moment before replying. Namikaze Minato. Dongtu, who had been seething with rage, was suddenly taken aback, a look of disbelief crossing his features. Namikaze Minato? That cannot be. While he is a genius jonin of Konoha according to intelligence reports, you clearly have blonde hair and do not belong to the Hyuga clan. And your age does not match either. After a moment of stunned silence, Dongtu realized he had been toyed with, igniting his anger. "You little brat. How dare you mock me?" Transforming his fist into a palm, he struck the ground forcefully. Earth release. Earth flow slash. The earth split open beneath the point of impact. A massive chasm resembling a beast's maw aimed to devour Hinata Wukong. Performing a deft backflip to evade the attack, silver magnetic fluid spilled from his sleeves, forming a sleek silver sniper rifle. Hinata Wukong's eyes glinted with cold determination. The barrel shimmered with blue light, and a burst of lightning erupted from the muzzle. The target was not Dongtu, but rather the camp in the distance. Shirtu was in the midst of briefing the remaining rock ninjas about Hinata Wukong when he suddenly felt a chill erupt from behind him. His pupils constricted in terror, and before he could evade, a gaping hole the size of a baby's fist exploded from his forehead. With disbelief lingering in his eyes, he slowly fell backward. What happened? What's going on? Lord Shirtu. The gruesome scene sent the remaining rock ninjas into a frenzy as they gathered around the fallen Shirtu. Elsewhere, Dongtu gazed at the trajectory of the blue light that had just streaked by, his pupils trembling slightly. Was that the very technique that eliminated the scouts from their village? A murderous intent flickered across Hinata Wukong's face. The rock ninjas were closing in rapidly. He could not allow the perceptive ninja who could discern his movements to escape. To achieve this, he was even willing to expose his sniping abilities. As night descended, the camp was shrouded in darkness. A multitude of rock ninjas charging forward with great fervor. Hinata Wukong understood he could not remain much longer. With a teasing smile directed at Dongtu, he taunted. "I'm off now. Are you ready to chase me?" As soon as the words left his lips, his body was enveloped in faint arcs of lightning. The electromagnetic propulsion activated, and he sped away into the distance. Dongtu, watching his retreating figure, finally regained his composure from the shock, gritting his teeth. That ability from such a distance was unprecedented. This boy must not be allowed to live. He appeared no older than 13 or 14, yet he was already so formidable. Even the Sannin would likely pale in comparison at this age. The thought of what he could become if left to fully mature was unimaginable. In an instant, Dongtu resolved himself, his murderous intent surging. Just then, the rock ninjas, alerted by the commotion in the camp, also rushed over. Dongtu inhaled deeply, shouting angrily as he pursued Hinata Wukong. We must catch up to him. We cannot allow that Hyuga ninja to return alive. Yes, the rock ninjas echoed, their voices booming with determination. The night had fully enveloped them. A formidable array of rock ninjas surged forward, pursuing the figure ahead, creating a striking scene against the dark backdrop. Chapter 69, Second Lieutenant, where is your electromagnetic cannon? Night. The darkness was profound. A multitude of rock ninjas pursued forward with great intensity. You, and you. Each of you take a squad of ninjas and flank around to block his escape route. While in pursuit, Dongtu pointed at several rock ninjas and issued commands. Yes. The moment he finished speaking, the night seemed to be illuminated in an instant as blue lightning streaked through their ranks, revealing a host of terrified faces. One of the sensing rock ninjas in the group suddenly had his head explode. Damn it, not this technique again. Dongtu gritted his teeth. As they pursued, Hinata Wukong continued to retaliate, selectively targeting scouts and sensory ninjas. Is he trying to blind us? Dongtu thought grimly. It was night, and if all the sensing ninjas perished, they would truly be rendered blind, losing the ability to pinpoint their adversary's location. Had the intelligence been reported to Lord Suchikage? The liaison squad has been entirely slain by that bizarre ninjutsu, a pale-faced IWA ninja exclaimed in terror. Despite their side possessing an overwhelming advantage in both numbers and strength, the relentless pursuit has been met with continuous sniping from Hyuga Wataru. They have not even managed to graze the hem of his garments. Damn it! Dodo seethed with frustration. First, it was the sensory ninjas, and now the liaison ninjas. Hyuga Wataru intends to sever their connections to the outside world completely, rendering them blind and vulnerable to his attacks. What a farce. They are over 200 strong. Dodo's heart was consumed by a raging inferno. This terrifying ability, it would not be an exaggeration to say, could almost alter the course of a war. He must not be allowed to escape. Kill him. Kill him. Such thoughts inundated his mind. His Byakugan was activated to its utmost, keenly observing the movements of the IWA forces. The moment he detected any sensory or communication ninjas, he would unleash a decisive shot. Hyuga Wataru understood that in a direct confrontation, he could not hope to match this advance party. However, under the cover of night, he lurked in the shadows while the enemy remained oblivious. If he could completely dismantle their sensory and communication capabilities, he could remain hidden in darkness. Electromagnetic Experience 128. Electromagnetic Experience 131. Perhaps it was the life and death crisis that significantly awakened Hyuga Wataru's latent potential. The rate at which his experience points were rising far surpassed that of ordinary training. He was merely 2,000 experience points away from reaching LV4. With this in mind, there was no need to rush his escape. He could use them as a sharpening stone to ascend to LV4 in one fell swoop. Hyuga Wataru's eyes narrowed slightly. Once he leveled up to LV4, these IWA ninjas would pose no threat to him. Considering the scale of this advance party, even a ninja of Orochimaru's caliber would face dire consequences in a direct confrontation. Yet Hyuga Wataru was confident that as long as he could endure until his electromagnetic abilities reached LV4, he could decimate even an IWA advance party. It seemed he had yet to employ this particular technique in battle. A smirk crept across Hyuga Wataru's lips. However, the current situation was just right. He swiftly formed hand seals and murmured softly, multiple shadow clone technique. With a series of explosive sounds, a multitude of shadow clones materialized around him in the darkness. Hyuga Wataru retrieved a storage scroll from his robes, and as the white mist dissipated, a plethora of metallic ninja tools emerged, floating around the shadow clones. Bows, crossbows, an abundance of shuriken and kunai, and even several massive black cannons, all ranged ninja tools. Taking a deep breath, Hyuga Wataru bellowed. Do you see those IWA ninjas chasing from behind? Grab these weapons and give them hell. Hell yes. The shadow clones roared in unison, their spirits soaring. Meanwhile, the formation of the pursuing IWA ninjas had shifted. The remaining two sensory ninjas were shoved into the very center of their ranks, layered with protection. Should Hyuga Wataru continue his sniping, the first to fall would undoubtedly be the outermost IWA ninjas. This was essentially sacrificing the lives of ordinary IWA ninjas to protect the sensory ninjas. Dodo's gaze hardened. Even at such a cost, he was determined to eliminate Hyuga Satoru. Should he be allowed to grow unchecked, the consequences would be dire. With this resolve, he continued to issue commands, relentlessly pursuing Hyuga Satoru's position. Suddenly, one of the sensory ninjas in the middle of the formation exclaimed in horror, "Something's amiss. Lord Dodo, an overwhelming presence has appeared ahead. It must be some sort of special clone technique." A special clone technique? Numerous in number? Is it the multiple shadow clone technique? Dodo, a veteran of the Second Great Ninja War, recognized that Senju Tobarama had developed a forbidden technique called the multiple shadow clone technique, capable of producing a vast number of shadow clones at once. Yet, the side effects of such a technique seemed quite severe, draining vast amounts of chakra, and the feedback from destroyed shadow clones would inflict excruciating pain upon the user. It appeared they were at their wits' end. Attempting to use shadow clones to confuse our vision and escape? Ridiculous. A hint of disdain curled Dodo's lips. If Hyuga Satoru continued to utilize that terrifying sniping ninjutsu, he would surely be in agony. However, he never anticipated that the opponent would resort to employing the multiple shadow clone technique, a rather lackluster ninjutsu. It seemed the outcome was already sealed. Yet, almost in the next moment, the smile on his face froze. In the darkness, the ground ahead suddenly illuminated. Flashes of blue lightning flickering, revealing numerous silhouettes of Hyuga Satoru, alongside massive black cannons crackling with electric arcs in their hands. A leading shadow clone bellowed, "Second squad leader. Where the hell is the electromagnetic cannon? Get it up here." "Yes," replied the standing shadow clone crisply. They stood beside several enormous black cannons, their mouths emanating faint electric arcs. The leading shadow clone's hand came crashing down, issuing sharp commands, "Fire! Fire!" As the commands rang out, Dodo's scalp prickled, a chill surging up his spine. Enormous black iron spheres, crackling with electric arcs, streaked through the night, plummeting heavily towards their position. Boom! Boom! The terrifying force erupted, instantly pulverizing several IWA ninjas caught in the center, sending shockwaves that toppled surrounding IWA forces. This technique. Dodo's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't it just a sniper rifle? How had it transformed into a cannon in the blink of an eye? In the distance, upon hearing the commotion, Hyuga Satoru couldn't help but smile faintly. The first real battle of the Electromagnetic Legion had proven to be quite satisfactory. Electromagnetic Experience 145. Electromagnetic Experience 243. As the shadow clones fired wildly, the experience points in his mind surged rapidly. Chapter 70. Electromagnetic Legion. I took out at least 3 IWA ninjas with this shot. I took down 5 with mine. Why the hell are you still rolling around? The leading shadow clone slammed his palm down on the heads of the few clones rolling about, scolding them loudly. The threat to the main body had yet to subside. The immediate priority was to deal with those IWA ninjas. Do you understand? Understood, Captain. The shadow clones sheepishly rubbed their heads and resumed loading ammunition into the electromagnetic cannon. Hyuga Satoru had implemented a militarized training regimen to maximize the combat effectiveness of the Electromagnetic Legion. It seemed to be yielding significant results. Although his current capabilities allowed for only a dozen or so in a squad, in the future, once his strength dramatically increased, he would be able to truly form a battalion. The Electromagnetic Legion would descend upon the ninja world, and at that point, even a major ninja village would surely feel the pressure. Hyuga Satoru did not personally engage in this battle. Seizing the opportunity while Dodo's forces were occupied by his shadow clones, he began meticulously setting traps along his path. Having decided to use this IWA ninja squad as his sharpening stone, he was determined to prepare several gifts. A faint smile tugged at Hyuga Satoru's lips. Dodo, momentarily dazed by the relentless bombardment, finally regained his composure. Turning around, he saw that the formation of the IWA forces had already disintegrated. The ground was riddled with massive craters, littered with the severed limbs of IWA ninjas. Damn it! Gritting his teeth, Dodo immediately formed hand seals and slammed his hands onto the ground. Earth release. Earth flow wall technique. With a resounding roar, several rows of rock walls erupted from the earth, blocking the trajectory of the electromagnetic cannon's onslaught. Boom! Debris flew as the earth flow wall was blown apart in layers. But it momentarily stalled the enemy's advance. In this moment of respite, the remaining rock ninjas immediately regained their composure, swiftly employing earth-style ninjutsu to defend against the onslaught of the electromagnetic cannon. After all, these were the vanguard of the rock ninjas, a cadre of elite warriors selected from a Wagakure, possessing commendable combat skills and psychological resilience. In the brief chaos, They promptly transitioned into a state of battle readiness. A faction of them utilized earth techniques for defense, while another group unleashed ranged attack ninjutsu against the shadow clones, knowing that a successful hit would render them vanishing. Frosty Earth struggled to maintain his calm, issuing orders in a low voice. Suddenly, an absurd and ludicrous feeling surged within him. Am I truly strategizing against a horde of shadow clones? What a jest! Shadow clones are meant for reckless assaults. For employing a strategy of attrition through sheer numbers to exhaust the enemy's stamina, or to obscure their vision, thereby concealing their own positions. Do multiple shadow clones serve such a purpose? Is this truly a shadow clone? This is a ninja battalion. Just as his thoughts spiraled into disarray, the surrounding rock ninjas hurriedly approached to report. Lord Frosty Earth, this is dire. Those shadow clones appear to be clad in special metallic armor. Our attacks cannot breach their defenses. His blood pressure surged as Frosty Earth felt his heart nearly explode. He leaned out to observe, only to witness the rock ninjas' ranged attacks clashing against the shadow clones, producing a sound of metal on metal as they were deflected. Clad in armor? What is this, a beaver? His teeth nearly ground to dust. Frosty Earth realized time was of the essence. Previously, he had refrained from exerting full force, wishing to conserve chakra for a confrontation with Hinata Wataru's true form. But now, faced with this scientifically improbable array of shadow clones, if he did not act decisively, he might never even reach Hinata Wataru's silhouette. Taking a deep breath, his chakra surged violently within him. Frosty Earth swiftly formed hand seals and then slammed his palm onto the ground. Earth style? Mountain Earth technique. With a thunderous roar, the ground beneath the shadow clones fractured, resembling a beast's gaping maw, devouring the surrounding clones along with their metallic tools. Damn it, playing dirty, are we? A multitude of shadow clones fell into the pit. Cursing furiously, the massive hemispherical rock formations on either side began to close in, emitting a deafening sound as they crushed toward them. Under such terrifying force, even the shadow clones, despite their special metallic armor, could not withstand the onslaught, continuously producing thuds before dissipating into white mist. Captain, what should we do? The few remaining shadow clones looked toward their leader. The leading clone suddenly turned to gaze in the direction where Hinata Wataru had fled. A faint smile creeping across his lips as he murmured, "Mission accomplished, my true self." With a resounding crash, the rocky walls sealed shut, completely engulfing him. Meanwhile, Hinata Wataru, who was setting traps, suddenly received a torrent of feedback, instinctively leaning against a nearby tree, gasping for breath. To have dragged this out for so long exceeds my expectations. You have all performed admirably. After processing the feedback, a slight smile graced Hinata Wataru's lips as he sped away into the distance. Frosty Earth, I have prepared your second gift. I hope you are not disappointed. Take stock of our numbers. Report the losses. After concluding the Mountain Earth technique, Frosty Earth panted heavily, issuing commands with a grave tone. Report. We currently have 139 remaining, with 87 losses. That beast. Frosty Earth clenched his teeth tightly. Just a group of shadow clones had caused them to suffer over 80 casualties? The humiliation intertwined with horror intensified his murderous intent. The pursuit had been ongoing for quite some time. If they failed to eliminate Hinata Wataru soon, they would be nearing the borders of the Land of Fire. The main force was still far away, and entering the territory of Konohagakure would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Moreover, Frosty Earth was increasingly concerned that the Hokage had likely stationed numerous scouts within the Land of Grass. Although it was night, such a commotion would surely have caught their attention. It was possible that the Hokage had already prepared reinforcements en route. Frosty Earth's gaze hardened. At this juncture, there was no turning back. The threat posed by Hinata Wataru was too great, not only due to his terrifying talent, but also in light of the upcoming Third Great Ninja War that Tsuchikage had meticulously planned for this conflict. And Hinata Wataru's peculiar abilities, if wielded effectively, could potentially sway the tide of battle. Even if he abandoned the mission now, the losses incurred would yield nothing, and that Tsuchikage would undoubtedly impose severe penalties upon him. As the leader of the vanguard, he had sworn an oath of military service. If that were the case, Frosty Earth's eyes gleamed coldly. He would take the plunge. He must eliminate the looming threat of Hinata Wataru. Can we still track his location? The remaining sensory ninja's face bore traces of lingering terror as he hesitantly replied. He seems to have exhausted himself. His speed after using shadow clones is not swift. If we pursue, we should still be able to catch up. Excellent, full speed ahead. We must kill him this time. On Frosty Earth's face, murderous intent twisted into something tangible. Chapter 71, Electromagnetic Force LV4, Super. Electromagnetic Cannon. The night was already deep. The night sky was dotted with stars, tranquil, and serene. Yet, on the prairie, the scene was entirely contrasting. A group of ragged rock ninjas was frantically pursuing in the darkness. An aura of palpable killing intent rising from them, as if it could solidify. Suddenly, a rock ninja let out a blood-curdling scream. What happened? Frosty Earth felt a jolt of alarm and hurriedly cast his gaze, his expression turning grim. He saw that the unfortunate ninja had fallen into a pit, impaled by the metallic spikes lining the bottom. Be careful. It seems that Hinata brat has set traps along the way, as long as we remain vigilant. We should be fine. Frosty Earth barked, his face darkening. Under normal circumstances, they would not have paid heed to such traps, but the night was too dark. Visibility was virtually non-existent, and the relentless pursuit had drained their stamina, leaving them weary. A moment's inattention could lead to disaster. The rock ninjas cautiously navigated around the trap-laden area. A second anguished scream echoed, anticipating their evasion of the previous trap. Hinata Wataru had cunningly devised a new one just where they would reroute. Frosty Earth ground his teeth in frustration. The darkness was too profound. They could hardly notice such subtle changes. You five, go ahead and scout the path. Report back with any intel. He pointed decisively at several individuals. They could not afford to linger here too long. Otherwise, Hinata Wataru would escape. The unfortunate souls steeled themselves as they moved to the front. Initially, everything seemed fine until one of them inadvertently stepped into thin air, plunging into a concealed pit. This time, the bottom was not lined with metallic spikes, but with molten metal. Special coverings had been placed above to mask the heat emitted. The unfortunate few screamed and struggled as they slowly melted away. A chill swept through the rock ninjas. The haunting cries of their comrades echoed in their ears, and a palpable fear began to spread among them. Having journeyed this far, they had yet to lay a finger on Hinata Wataru, and already they had sustained such heavy losses. Frosty Earth clearly sensed the rising panic among the remaining rock ninjas. Inhaling deeply before addressing the last surviving sensory ninja with a fierce tone. How far are we from that Hinata brat? The sensory ninja's face contorted in a peculiar manner as he stammered. His position appears to be stationary. It's as if he is waiting for us. Frosty Earth gritted his teeth. Is he mocking us? Setting a trap and not fleeing. That scoundrel. A sudden absurd thought surged in the mind of the last remaining perceptive ninja. Could it be that he has survived this long because Hinata Gaku deliberately left him behind to lure the IWA ninja forces forward? Unlikely. After all, our side is merely an advance party. How could he single-handedly contend against us? Yet the grim state of the surrounding IWA ninjas continually reinforced this notion. Dontu took a deep breath, his gaze sharp as it swept across the remaining IWA ninjas, and spoke in a solemn tone. I know many of you have begun to feel fear, but the enemy is merely a young Hinata ninja. Just look at the losses we have sustained. Do you comprehend what this signifies? If he grows stronger, Iwagakure will never know peace. Your friends, your families are there. Do you wish to let your momentary cowardice bring them to ruin? From the initial sniping techniques to the shadow clones, and now to traps, it was evident that that scoundrel was nearing his limit. If we can just hold on a little longer, we will surely slay him. At that time, I shall personally report my achievements to Lord Tsuchikage. Dontu's impassioned rhetoric proved effective, as the previously despondent IWA ninjas now brimmed with fighting spirit. Excellent, they are spirited. Then let us continue our march. After suffering the loss of several more IWA ninjas, Dontu and his team finally exited the trap set by Hinata Gaku. The sky was gradually lightening. Dawn was approaching. The IWA ninjas, having pursued throughout the night, were utterly fatigued. One last push. That Hinata scoundrel must also be at his limit. If we can just hold out a little longer, we can certainly kill him. Dontu shouted to the IWA ninjas behind him. He did not wish to pursue alone. However, the elusive abilities of Hinata Gaku instilled a great sense of pressure upon him. Engaging in solitary combat, he could not guarantee his success. At that moment, a flash of lightning streaked past, narrowly grazing his shoulder as it shot towards the IWA ninjas behind him. Dontu's eyes narrowed, since not long ago, the frequency of Hinata Gaku's sniping had significantly decreased, indicating that his chakra was likely depleted. If they encircled him, the outcome was already determined. In the distance, Hinata Gaku was gasping for breath, stuffing several soldier pills into his mouth while occasionally taking a shot with his silver sniper rifle behind him. As Dontu had surmised, he was indeed nearing his limit. Yet he was not devoid of sniping capability. The reason for his diminished attacks was that he had dedicated the remaining chakra to constructing an electromagnetic furnace. This was not to lay traps, but rather the means by which he could gain the most experience points given his current state. Electromagnetic experience points: 1, 983, 220, 000. Just a little more, just a bit more, and he would level up to LV4. Gritting his teeth, Hinata Gaku desperately squeezed the last vestige of strength from within. The distant sky began to glow with the faintest light of dawn. Suddenly, Dontu noticed that Hinata Gaku had ceased moving. Standing at the edge of a cliff with his back turned to him. Ha. He has no way to escape. Did he choose the wrong route? Ha. Even with Byakugan, you can make such a basic mistake? Dontu felt a surge of elation. The cliff before him sealed Hinata Gaku's fate. The surrounding IWA ninjas seemed to share his encouragement. Their eyes alight with delight as they squeezed the last remnants of their strength, stumbling towards Hinata Gaku, until they were within 100 meters of him. Dontu leaned against a nearby tree, gasping for breath as if he had just emerged from water, his clothes drenched in sweat. He turned around. The original force of over 200 IWA ninjas had dwindled to fewer than 100, all wounded and in disarray. You little beast, why aren't you running? Ha. I've finally caught you. Dontu mocked as he slowly approached Hinata Gaku. But soon, he froze in place. He saw that Hinata Gaku's face bore no trace of the fear he had anticipated. Instead, he gazed calmly at the distant sky. What are you doing? Don't you find the sunrise beautiful? Beautiful? Ridiculous. You still have the composure to admire the sunrise. Indeed, this will be your last. Dontu sneered as he continued to close the distance to the oblivious Hinata Gaku. Suddenly, cries of anguish erupted from behind him. He paused, turning around, his smile instantly frozen. Before him, a multitude of inky black tendrils emerged from the ground, as though demons from hell were reaching out, voraciously consuming the surrounding IWA ninjas. Some IWA ninjas screamed as they attempted to flee, only to be impaled and shredded by the dark tendrils. The horrifying images assaulted Dontu's senses, rendering him paralyzed, as if all strength had been drained from his body. Who on earth are you? He whispered, trembling. Did I not mention? I am Namikaze Minato. Hinata Gaku chuckled softly. By the way, I owe you my gratitude. If it weren't for the pressure you exerted, I might not have broken through so swiftly. Breakthrough? Dontu turned back. He saw a silver coin had somehow appeared in Hinata Gaku's palm, soaring high into the air. The coin spun continuously, as if everything had transformed into slow motion. In that moment, Dontu seemed to grasp something. His pupils constricted as he struggled to retreat. But by then, the coin had already begun its descent. And Hinata Gaku's fingertip crackled with electric sparks as he flicked it gently. Super electromagnetic cannon. Boom. In an instant, the coin, infused with terrifying power, erupted into a brilliant white light. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Dontu vanished, along with the screams of the IWA ninjas. Only a deep chasm remained, extending from Hinata Gaku's feet to the horizon. The sun peeked shyly over the edge of dawn, casting its golden rays upon the cliffside, illuminating Hinata Gaku's silhouette, as well as the seemingly endless chasm before him. Chapter 72, Research and Examination of the Super Electromagnetic Cannon. Konoha, Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen paced back and forth, his expression fraught with anxiety. Soon, the door to the Hokage's office swung open, admitting a young figure. Hokage-sama, you summoned me? Minato, you have finally arrived. A smile of relief spread across Sarutobi Hiruzen's face as he quickly approached. Not long ago, scouts from the Land of Grass reported large-scale movements of ninjas from Awakens. Are they preparing for war? Namikaze Minato's expression turned grave. Yes, I have convened a high-level meeting regarding the war. The reason I called you here is to assign you another task. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened. Just yesterday, I sent Hinata Gaku to investigate the Land of Grass. And today we discover large-scale movements of IWA ninjas. I have yet to receive any news from him, and I am concerned. I understand, Hokage-sama. Namikaze Minato took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. I will set off immediately for the Land of Grass. Indeed, Hinata Gaku is Konoha's only double bloodline, and a precious first-generation bloodline user. He must not come to harm. Minato, you are Konoha's fastest ninja. With you on the case, I can rest assured. Understood. In the Land of Grass, Hinata Gaku basked in the light of the rising sun, eyes closed, taking a deep breath. His electromagnetic ability had finally leveled up to LV4. He opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. Had it not been for the pressure from this IWA ninja force, it would have taken him much longer to break through. The third great ninja war had already ignited, and now, he felt utterly unafraid. After a rough estimation, it is evident that the level 4 version of myself has undeniably ascended into the ranks of shadow-level powerhouses. Material disassembly. This is a brand new ability bestowed upon me by the enhancement of my electromagnetic force. However, this disassembly requires an additional suffix, nanoscale. Now, I can effortlessly dismantle any metal into diminutive particles at the nanoscale, which, under the control of my electromagnetic force, coalesce into a magnetic fluid. The ability I employed to attack the nearly 100 rock ninjas pursuing me involved splitting the metallic particles buried deep underground into magnetic entities, erupting from the ground like a symbiotic venom, mercilessly strangling those rock ninjas. The terror of magnetic fluid has long been experienced by Hinata Wataru. Previously, I could only utilize the magnetic fluid derived from the decapitation sword in tyrant mode, but now, I can freely produce vast quantities of magnetic fluid. Forming a towering construct is not out of the question. Common metallic atoms have diameters smaller than 1 nanometer. Copper atoms measure approximately 0.25 nanometers, while iron atoms are about 0.125 nanometers. Nanoscale magnetic fluid is already exceedingly close to atomic scale, with a single magnetic fluid particle containing dozens or even hundreds of metallic atoms. However, if I continue to disassemble further, I would encounter a formidable resistance. The source of this resistance, at its core, still stems from the inadequacy of my electromagnetic authority. I vaguely speculate that once my electromagnetic force can engage in atomic-scale micromanipulation, a monumental qualitative change will occur. Many of the terrifying abilities I have conceived require the application of atomic-scale electromagnetic force. For instance, creating a nuclear bomb by hand. In addition, the elevation of my level has also enabled me to develop a highly renowned ability, the electromagnetic cannon, the signature move of the cannon sister. And I am the cannon brother. In truth, if it were merely a matter of imitation, I could have accomplished this long ago, albeit with far less potency than I possess now. Common types of electromagnetic cannons are generally classified into electromagnetic coil guns and electromagnetic railguns, along with two less common forms, the electrothermal gun and the heavy connection gun. The electrothermal gun utilizes evaporated high-pressure plasma to accelerate projectiles, a relatively complex principle. Meanwhile, the heavy connection gun represents the latest form of electromagnetic cannon, into which a substantial amount of resources has been invested for research. Hailed as the future of space-based hypervelocity electromagnetic cannon structures, so-called space-based weapons involve the deployment of high-density tungsten rods from satellites in Earth's orbit, captured by the planet's gravity to accelerate continuously, a terrifying purely kinetic weapon. Its effect is akin to a meteorite striking the Earth, dubbed the Staff of God. In an era where nuclear weapons have devolved into mere deterrents, this space-based kinetic weapon is lauded as the best alternative to nuclear arms. Devoid of concerns regarding nuclear retaliation and humanitarian issues, representing a form of nuclear weapon without nuclear contamination. Yet, this remains an idealized concept, as practical circumstances present numerous complications, and the power may not be as formidable as envisioned. The space-based electromagnetic cannon thus merges the principles of electromagnetic cannons with space-based kinetic weaponry. Utilizing both electromagnetic acceleration and gravitational capture from Earth, it is the 2.0 version of the Staff of God. I suspect that the electromagnetic cannon wielded by Misaka Mikoto is also a variant of the heavy connection gun. When a coin is tossed, a virtual magnetic field is constructed along the coin's descending trajectory, and as the coin continuously flips and falls, the magnetic field accumulated on it gradually intensifies. At last, with a gentle flick of the finger, the electromagnetic cannon is unleashed. Hence, every time Misaka Mikoto prepares to unleash her ultimate move, she tosses the coin high into the air and recites a plethora of lines. It may not merely be for show, but rather a means of secretly gathering power. Lastly, there is the issue of range. In Academy City, the electromagnetic cannon utilizes standard coins, which would be incinerated by high temperatures beyond 50 meters. Yet, I employ high-strength coins composed of magnetic fluid, significantly enhancing their heat resistance. The seemingly endless chasm before me is proof of this. Exhaling deeply, I feel an unparalleled lightness in my body. With level 4 electromagnetic force, as long as I do not encounter those few perverse beings in the ninja world, I can traverse with ease. In fact, I find myself eagerly anticipating the upcoming third battle. How splendidly will these formidable abilities manifest in war? Thanks to the physical tempering from the upgrade of my electromagnetic force, despite having played throughout the night, I do not feel fatigued at this moment. Rather, I am invigorated. And the chakra I had exhausted has completely replenished. Without delay, I intend to return to Konoha. According to the intelligence I have gathered, the majority of the Rock Village's forces have already arrived in the Land of Grass, steadily advancing toward Konoha. Regardless of whether Sarutobi Hiruzen has received this news, I must return to relay the information. My form leaps rapidly across the grasslands, continuously progressing toward the direction of Konoha. Suddenly, my brow furrows slightly. A powerful biological magnetic field emerges ahead, moving with remarkable speed, seemingly approaching me. Is it a mere coincidence? Activating my Byakugan, upon seeing the figure, my expression turns peculiar. No wonder it moves so swiftly. It is none other than the famed speedster of the ninja world, Namikaze Minato. I had just invoked his name to deceive the frozen earth. He probably remains oblivious to that fact, right? As I ponder, Namikaze Minato has already arrived. Excellent. It seems I have not arrived late. I am truly relieved to see you, Wataru. Upon noticing the strange expression on my face, Minato pauses momentarily, then brushes his hair with his right hand, displaying an awkward yet polite smile. Oh, right. I almost forgot. You probably do not recognize me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the guiding jonin of Kakashi, Namikaze Minato. Chapter 73. Has the sixth opened infinite flash? Minato's expression carries a hint of awkwardness. He believes that his smile cannot be considered handsome, but at least it is decent looking. Every time that fiery-haired little pepper gets angry and sees his handsome smile, she can hardly bring herself to strike him. Why do I always feel that Wataru's expression is somewhat peculiar? I hesitate momentarily, returning a polite yet awkward smile. So, you are the guiding jonin of Kakashi. It is my first time hearing your name. Thus, we have acquainted ourselves. Well, war has broken out, and the Hokage is concerned for your safety in the land of grass, so he sent me to escort you. Minato's countenance grows serious. The Hokage is currently convening a meeting to address the war. Having just returned from the land of grass, your first-hand intelligence could prove invaluable if you return now. By the way, I almost forgot to inform you. I possess a forbidden technique called Flying Thunder God, which allows me to instantly return to Konoha. It is merely that there is no mark of mine here in the land of grass that necessitated my journey. With that, he grips my forearm and advises. Take a deep breath and prepare yourself. All right. With a whoosh, the two of us vanish from the grassland, leaving only a gentle breeze that rustles the grass lightly. It feels akin to plummeting from a great height, as I suddenly land on the ground, stumbling forward a step and finding myself inside a room. Is this the sensation of traversing through the Flying Thunder God technique? It feels somewhat similar to bungee jumping. It is fortunate that my stomach is empty, or I would have been embarrassed to vomit. With a hint of curiosity, I savor the sensation I just experienced. Wataru, are you alright? Yes, I am well. Upon seeing that I appear as usual, Minato cannot help but express a slight surprise. Such a long-distance spatial transition is not something an ordinary person can endure. He recalls that during his first use of the Flying Thunder God technique, he had spent a considerable time retching. Soon, his face flushes, having grown accustomed to spatial transitions. I instinctively return to my bedroom, where scattered photographs of Kushina are laid across the bed, and I find myself staring intently at them. Ah, how utterly embarrassing. Minato rushes over, quickly lifting the blanket to cover those photographs on the bed. I cannot help but click my tongue in amusement. Ryukong, do you require a moment's respite? The Hokage is eagerly awaiting your presence, remarked Minato Namikaze, his cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. No, let us hasten to the Hokage's office. The war takes precedence over all else. Inside the Hokage tower, the conference room was dominated by an enormous long table, around which the higher-ups of Konoha sat, their expressions grave. At the head of the table, Sarutobi Hiruzen rested his chin on crossed hands, solemnly recounting the intelligence received from scouts. According to the reports, a significant contingent from Awagakure has already arrived in the land of grass. It appears that war is inevitable. Humph. Awagakure has grown quite audacious. Have they forgotten the lessons of the Second Great Ninja War? Spoke a figure whose arm was heavily bandaged, revealing only one eye, which glinted with a menacing edge. It was none other than Danzo Shimura, the shadowy leader of the Root organization. If it were merely Awagakure, we would not have to worry excessively. Sarutobi inhaled deeply before continuing. However, according to the latest intelligence, the third Kazekage of Sunagakure has been missing for some time, and the newly appointed fourth Kazekage, Raza, has declared war against Konoha as well. Thus, we are faced with threats from two major ninja villages simultaneously. Upon hearing this news, a hush fell over the majority of those present in the conference room. Facing two formidable villages at once placed immense pressure upon Konoha. Just then, the door to the conference room swung open. Minato Namikaze sheepishly rubbed the back of his head as he entered alongside Hinata Ryukong. My apologies for the tardiness. Ah, Minato, you have finally arrived. Sarutobi's expression softened into a smile. And Ryukong has returned safely as well? Splendid. Please, find a seat. Minato guided Hinata Ryukong to a position towards the back. Ryukong curiously surveyed the assembled ninjas at the long table. Tsunade Senju, Jiraiya, the clan heads of various ninja clans, and more. Upon noticing Ryukong's gaze, Orochimaru offered a faint smile. Suddenly, Ryukong felt an icy gaze upon him. He turned to find Danzo observing him intently. Indeed, this marked Ryukong's first encounter with the infamous Hokage. The scrutiny in Danzo's eyes was far from friendly, filled with appraisal and judgment. Previously, he had refrained from approaching Ryukong, likely due to his branch family status. Now, Ryukong pondered what thoughts were swirling in his mind. He returned the gaze with a cool indifference. In the past, he might have felt intimidated by Danzo's presence. However, under the current circumstances, with his electromagnetic powers at level 4, he would not hesitate to construct a metaphorical Golden Gate bridge should Danzo overstep his bounds. After all, blowing up bridges was Danzo's forte. Sarutobi continued with his sober narration, his expression increasingly somber. Minato recounted his own experiences within the Land of Lightning. Prior to this, he had clashed multiple times with the AB brothers from Kumogakure, and it was the looming threat of the IWA army that compelled the Hokage to recall him. Considering the circumstances, it seemed that apart from the distant Kirigakure, which was still inactive, the other 3 villages had already entered the fray. Ryukong wore a peculiar expression. He had not anticipated that his good friend Raza would ascend to the position of Kazekage, especially after he had unwittingly aided him during his escapades in the black market, where the 3rd Kazekage had met his end at the hands of the Scorpion. One could only wonder if Raza's fortune was ultimately good or ill. Having analyzed the situation, Sarutobi began to assign roles. On the battlefield against IWA, Danzo and Jiraiya will lead a contingent of 4,000 ninjas. Orochimaru, you will take charge of the battlefield against Suna with a force of 3,000 ninjas, while Tsunade will serve as the head of the medical team for support. As he concluded, the ninjas whose names had been called responded with steady affirmations, save for Tsunade, who looked rather dispirited and fatigued. Sarutobi let out a quiet sigh. Tsunade had developed hemophobia during the Second Great Ninja War, and even if she joined the battlefield, she would only be able to manage support. The absence of such a top-tier combatant was a significant loss, compounded by the fact that fewer ninjas had been dispatched to the Suna front. Sarutobi inhaled deeply, shifting his gaze to Minato and Ryukong. Minato, you will accompany Ryukong to the Suna battlefield for the time being. I shall dispatch others to Kumogakure. Understood. Although Minato was uncertain of the Hokage's intentions, he replied in a measured tone. Ryukong's eyes brightened slightly. Sarutobi had purposefully assigned both him and Minato to the Suna battlefield, undoubtedly intending for them to collaborate. A combination of flying thunder god and magnetic storm sniping? Had the old man unlocked infinite teleportation? The corners of Ryukong's mouth subtly curled upwards. It seemed the moment had come to seize an opportunity to master the flying thunder god technique. Chapter 74, Nagato. You strike me, do you? Once the strategy meeting concluded, the assembly promptly vacated the Hokage Tower to commence their urgent preparations. Orochimaru approached Ryukong, offering a raspy smile. Congratulations, Ryukong. Congratulations? For what? Ryukong shot him an incredulous glance. I can ascertain that your physique has undergone further evolution. Your vitality appears more robust than before. Orochimaru's keen eyes were indeed sharp. Ryukong inwardly grumbled, realizing that his recent elevation to level 4 had been noted by Orochimaru almost immediately. However, he now felt fearless, with his electromagnetic powers at level 4. Few in Konoha could rival his strength. Orochimaru, as you prepare to head to the Suna battlefield as the overall commander, I hope you will exercise discretion. Ryukong offered a casual compliment. Indeed, I am also curious to see whose magnetic prowess triumphs, yours or the newly appointed 4th Kazekage. Raza, Orochimaru replied with a sly grin. Ryukong's expression turned peculiar. His good friend Raza was likely still searching for him far and wide. Would he erupt in rage upon discovering that the one who had deceived him was within Konoha's ranks? Without further ado, Ryukong decided not to linger and departed the conference room after exchanging brief farewells. Orochimaru gazed intently at his retreating figure. Ryukong has changed, he murmured in a voice only he could hear. Previously, while Ryukong had never shown fear towards him, he had always approached their interactions with a hint of wariness, though it had been well concealed. Now, however, that caution seemed to have vanished, replaced by an air of nonchalance and disregard. This was what made him truly formidable. Orochimaru found himself intrigued. Had a mere physical evolution granted Ryukong such confidence? Upon returning home, Ryukong engaged in some brief preparations for the impending battle. The atmosphere in Konoha was overwhelmingly serious due to the impending conflict. The streets were nearly deserted, and within the Hyuga compound, he spotted some clan members hurriedly stocking up on supplies for the war. After some contemplation, Ryukong decided to take a short nap. It was not that he lacked the desire to prepare, but rather that he found little in the way of preparations to undertake. His abilities had escalated to a nanoscopic level. With a clap of his hands, whatever he called upon would materialize. What was there to prepare for? In contrast, it seemed more prudent to rest adequately. Having spent the previous night exhausting himself with the Frozen Earth unit, he felt invigorated due to the physical refinement of reaching level 4. However, one sleepless night warranted a chance to recuperate, to replenish his energy and spirit, which was of utmost importance. After a brief rest, a knock echoed from outside his door. Upon opening it, he found a messenger ninja sent by Minato. The main forces have assembled and are ready to depart. As Wukong approached the entrance of Konoha, he beheld a formidable assembly of ninja troops. Though the total number was only in the thousands, they exuded an aura akin to that of tens of thousands. At this juncture, Konoha boasted a registered ninja population of just over 10,000, the majority of whom were genin. Do not underestimate this number. It was still the highest among the 5 great ninja villages. Despite the long tenure of the elder brother, Konoha's foundation remained solid. As Hinata Satoshi stepped into the ranks of the troops, he soon spotted a familiar figure amidst the crowd, waving at him. Satoshi, over here. It was Akato, who appeared to have undergone quite a transformation. Satoshi smiled. After all, the commander of this unit was Orochimaru, so it was only natural for Akato to be present. Beside him, Uchiha Rin stood with her arms crossed, sporting a proud expression. Satoshi, you still have a penchant for tardiness. My apologies, I overslept a bit. Hinata Satoshi sheepishly scratched his head, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding ninjas widened their eyes in disbelief, questioning whether they had misheard him. Overslept? Are you kidding? Do you think we're going on a picnic? This is war. How could you sleep at a time like this? At your age, how can you afford to sleep in? Perhaps accustomed to Satoshi's antics. Uchiha Rin lowered her head slightly, exhaling a resigned sigh. Speaking of which, this is our 3rd squad's first reunion, isn't it? Satoshi's expression turned somewhat melancholic. Since their last division, it had been a long time since they had all gathered together. Indeed, it's a pity that Teacher Shimizu is still in the Umbu. Otherwise, our 3rd squad would be completely assembled. Akato nodded, replying with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries, the large contingent began their march, advancing towards the battlefield in a mighty formation. Due to the considerable number of troops, they had been divided into several squads. Hinata Satoshi and his comrades were part of the 1st squad, led by Orochimaru, with the 2nd squad following closely behind, along with Tsunade's medical support unit. Sunagakure was quite cunning. Aware that wind release would be countered by the fire release of Konoha in a group battle, they deliberately chose the battleground near the land of rain. Although the Hokage refrained from using fire release, it remained the technique most frequently employed by the ninjas of Konoha. The land of rain, perpetually shrouded in heavy rainfall, possessed high humidity, which would somewhat diminish the efficacy of fire release. Consequently, the advantage of fire overcoming wind would likely become less pronounced. Konoha's side was certainly aware of Sunagakure's stratagem. Yet they had no choice but to steel themselves for the confrontation as the enemy initiated their assault in the land of rain. As the grand army advanced steadily, they gradually departed from the land of fire. In the distance, a darkened land came into view, perpetually enveloped in rain and devoid of sunlight. From afar, it appeared as though the very essence of the landscape had shifted, bleak, heavy, and shadowy. The land of rain, a nation that eternally weeps. Due to its unique geographical position, it had been unable to escape the ravages of war, and during the Second Great Ninja War, a remarkable scene had unfolded with 3 major ninja villages clashing within its borders. This exceptional environment also gave rise to the legendary name of Hanzo, the Salamander, a man who conferred the title of the legendary 3 ninjas. Orochimaru slowed his pace, gazing longingly at the weeping nation. His thoughts drifted back to many years prior when he had just become a jonin, confronting that man alongside Jiraiya and Tsunade. They had been no match for him. Rather than delivering a lethal blow, he had bestowed upon them the title of the legendary 3 ninjas. As they continued to grow, the name of the 3 ninjas echoed throughout the ninja world. Even now, whenever the 3 ninjas were mentioned, one could not help but recall the man behind them, the demigod Hanzo who had granted them that title. Hinata Satoshi gazed at the eternally rain-soaked land, suddenly feeling contemplative. With such abundant rainfall, it must be ideal for cultivating rice. His offhand comment instantly drew the attention of those around him. Cultivating rice? What on earth? Satoshi sighed. Too bad the service is too good. They insist on delivering it personally. The others nearby clearly failed to grasp his meaning. Uchiha Rin's lips twitched slightly. She had always believed she could keep up with Hinata Satoshi's thought process, Yet now she found herself utterly perplexed. Cultivating rice? Delivering it personally? Have the ninjas not satiated your desires, and now you wish to venture into commerce? Satoshi Rin Rice Planting Company? Should I consider providing you with some startup capital? Unbeknownst to Satoshi, she was lost in her musings. He furrowed his brow, deep in thought. The Third Great Ninja War represented a turning point in the inception of Obito's elaborate schemes, after which Nagato would incessantly strive for rice. Satoshi pondered whether he should harvest his rice ahead of time. Chapter 75. Satoshi, should we move a bit closer? In the command tent, Orochimaru stood at the entrance. A hint of worry etched on his face as he gazed at the opposing Sunagakure front. They had already been on the battlefield for 3 days. Although there had been no large-scale combat during this time, both sides had effectively gauged each other's strengths. The number of ninjas dispatched by Sunagakure considerably exceeded their own. After all, Konoha was simultaneously facing both Sunagakure and Awagakure, while Sunagakure only needed to focus its full assault on Konoha. As for Sunagakure's defensive strategy, the unique sandy environment of the Land of Wind diminished the strength of ninjas from other villages, making it a stronghold that was easier to defend than to attack. Additionally, due to its geographical location, only Awagakure, which was situated nearby, could directly reach its heartland. However, it was evident that Awagakure and Sunagakure had forged some form of alliance, which enabled them to simultaneously launch an offensive against Konoha. Orochimaru could not help but feel anxious. Tsunade was unable to engage in battle, and in terms of raw power, they were still inferior to the Sunagakure forces. Suddenly, an idea seemed to strike him. His eyes brightened as he rasped with a smile, "I almost forgot. Before we set off, the old man advised me to make good use of Namikaze Minato and Hinata Satoshi. Perhaps they will yield remarkable results." Although he was uncertain of the duo's potential impact, he could only place his hopes in them now. Inside the tent, Hinata Satoshi noticed that Namikaze Minato had also been summoned by Orochimaru, leading him to harbor a vague suspicion. Could it be that the Flash is about to descend upon the ninja world? Orochimaru inhaled deeply and spoke in a serious tone. "Minato, Satoshi, I heard from the old man that the special ninjutsu you possess, when combined, will play a crucial role in this war." Special ninjutsu? Minato contemplated for a moment, likely referring to his flying thunder god technique. But what could Satoshi's be? His curiosity piqued as he glanced over. Hinata Satoshi pondered for a moment before responding. "I have developed a unique archery ninjutsu with a range of approximately 3 kilometers. Gasp. As soon as he finished speaking, the others present collectively inhaled sharply. A ninjutsu range of 3 kilometers? This nearly surpassed the limits of conventional ninjutsu. Even someone as knowledgeable and seasoned in forbidden techniques as Orochimaru had never heard of an archery ninjutsu with such an extensive range. Typically, conventional archery could manage a few hundred meters at most. Could it be? He cast a glance at Namikaze Minato, suddenly wearing a look of enlightenment. As long as the flying thunder god technique was pre-marked, it could facilitate nearly limitless spatial movement. If paired with this unique archery ninjutsu, the two of them could likely wreak havoc on the Sunagakure forces. Minato, upon hearing Satoshi mention his 3-kilometer range archery ninjutsu, also displayed a look of astonishment. Amidst his shock, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. He had a general understanding of the Hokage's intentions. However, would such a long attack range result in diminished power? After all, most ninjutsu are balanced in their development. Lengthening one aspect would inevitably shorten another. Shooting from such a distance? The impact might not be sufficient. Nevertheless, the 3-kilometer maximum range still scored significant points. Even if it fell short, he could always use Flying Thunder God to escape afterward. Hinata Satoshi, on the other hand, appeared nonchalant. With his electromagnetic force at LV4, his magnetic storm sniper could already reach beyond 5 kilometers. He merely chose to understate his capabilities, not wanting to overly disrupt the understanding of these ninja world novices. As for the power, come, let me show you what lies within. In the largest tent of the Sand Shinobi forces, a tense conference is about to commence. It appears that the number of ninjas dispatched by Konoha is inferior to ours. Should a full-scale war break out, we would undoubtedly hold the advantage. The deep voice of Raza resonated, his eyes narrowing as he discreetly observed the shifting expressions of the surrounding sand ninjas. Though he had successfully ascended to the position of the 4th Kazekage, his seat was far from secure. Many in the upper echelons of the sand were eyeing him with palpable hostility. Fortunately, he had inherited a considerable political legacy from the 3rd Kazekage, which he, as a disciple, was able to claim without question. Otherwise, securing the position of 4th Kazekage would have been a formidable challenge. Utilizing the war to purge the opposing factions within Sunagakure while fostering his loyal confidants was a necessary course of action for him. Contemplating this, he could not help but grit his teeth in frustration. Who, indeed, has been scheming against me? Raza, from the shadows. I, the master of magnet release, who has always been wise, have found myself stumbling time and again. If I ever catch that scoundrel, I shall deal with him most severely. Lord Kazekage, what is your confidence level in this impending conflict with Konoha? The voice belonged to Chiyo, the advisor from Sunagakure, her tone low as she fixed her gaze on Raza. To be candid, she harbored little hope for this war. Sunagakure was weakened, and even with some of Konoha's forces diverted by Iwagakure, vanquishing them would undoubtedly exact a hefty toll. Yet, Raza's adamant demand for war, seeking vengeance for the third Kazekage, had garnered the support of the majority of Sand Ninjas, leaving her no choice but to acquiesce. The circumstances surrounding the third Kazekage's disappearance were still shrouded in considerable doubt. It was absurd that one of the leading nations of the shinobi world had lost its leader on home turf. It was akin to Trump relieving himself near the White House, flanked by hundreds of bodyguards, only to be ambushed. Who could possibly achieve such a feat? Only Konoha, the foremost among the 5 great shinobi villages, could pull off such an audacious act. Konoha was teeming with talent, and should they truly wish to target the third Kazekage, it would not be far-fetched. Raza had adeptly used this logic to persuade the historically rival ninja villages to engage in war. Confidence? I cannot say for certain. Raza met Chiyo's gaze, surveying all the Sand Ninjas present before speaking solemnly. However, I believe if all the people of Sunagakure can unite as one, fearless and resolute, even if our adversary is Konoha, we shall surely prevail. His rhetoric was undeniably stirring. Do not inquire about my odds of victory. Instead, ask yourself whether you are willing to face death. If you are, then our certainty is absolute. Indeed, many Sand Ninjas were invigorated by his words, their spirits lifted. Lord Kazekage speaks the truth. As long as we are united, what can Konoha do? Indeed, it is time for Sunagakure to rise. Victory in this war is assured. Raza's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smirk. A herd of mere chives. Meanwhile, approximately 3 kilometers away from the Sand Ninja encampment. Yukong. Do we really have to do it here? Where else should we do it? Should we get a little closer? Closer? I feel we are already quite near. Any closer, and we might as well be inside. Oh, Minato Namikaze rubbed his blonde hair in exasperation. Is Yukong really that confident in the archery ninjutsu he developed? Shooting from a maximum range of 3 kilometers, is he truly going to attempt it from 3 kilometers? At such a distance, what if he misses? What if the arrow lacks sufficient force? After all, he possesses the Flying Thunder God technique. He could simply change positions post-shot and continue firing. It would be the same. Sigh. Why is Yukong so insistent? I do not understand. Chapter 76. That day, Raza recalled the terror imparted by the 6th. Just as Minato's thoughts were in disarray, Hinata Yukong had stealthily drawn a bow and arrow. Although termed a bow, its peculiar appearance was striking. It was entirely constructed of glossy black metal, resembling a crossbow more than a traditional bow, with a long rail at its center. Yukong, is this the bow you intend to use? Minato inquired hesitantly. Yes. While its exterior is somewhat unusual, it is indeed a bow. Hinata Yukong pondered, recognizing that the ninja world had never seen a sniper rifle. If he brought out a true electromagnetic sniper, Minato would undoubtedly have questions. Explaining it would be overly complicated. It was far simpler to create a crossbow form, which, compared to traditional metal bows, would offer superior electromagnetic propulsion efficiency without the need for exhaustive explanation. With his current abilities, crafting a bow in the shape of a crossbow using magnetic fluid was effortless. With his Byakugan activated, the Sand Ninja camp lay clearly within his sight. With an electromagnetic power level of LV4, his Byakugan's range had reached an astonishing 7 kilometers. 3 kilometers was merely a trifle. He placed a metal arrow on the rail of the crossbow and began to silently select his target. The patrolling Sand Ninjas would likely only venture within a kilometer radius. Even the scouts he had dispatched were evaded by the Byakugan's foresight. As long as he swiftly relocated after each shot, no one would be able to catch him. It seemed a high-level meeting had just concluded, as he observed numerous Sand Ninjas exiting the largest tent through his Byakugan. Perfect. This saves me the trouble of searching for targets one by one. A slight smile crept onto Hinata Yukong's face. Thank you, my good brother Raza, for marking me a red dot. Soon, Hinata Yukong locked onto a particular jonin who appeared to hold significant status within Sunagakure. Just as the unfortunate Sand Ninja settled into his chair to rest, Yukong released his shot. Whoosh, accompanied by a sonic boom. A blue light crackling with lightning erupted from his fingertips, vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, Minato, who had previously harbored doubts, now stood with his mouth agape, his eyes wide with astonishment. The ill-fated sand ninja, having barely sat down, felt a sudden chill surging up his spine. Before he could react, his head exploded in an instant, along with the wooden table before him, which shattered into countless fragments. At that moment, a sand ninja entering with food bore witness to this gruesome scene. Crash! The tray fell to the ground, and he exclaimed in shock, "Heavens! The Lord's head has exploded." In the distance, Hinata Wukong knocked another metal arrow onto the crossbow. He had already selected his second target, who seemed to be preparing for a bath. Just as he had removed half his trousers, Wukong unleashed another deadly shot. Beside him, Minato swallowed hard. Although he could not see the dire situation within the tent, he could estimate the power of the arrow based on its speed and force. Thankfully, he possessed the Flying Thunder God technique. If the target were him, he should be able to evade it in advance, right? However, during an actual battle, it would surely be quite a headache. One could only imagine the sense of helplessness conventional ninjas felt once targeted by Hinata Wukong. The astonishment in their gazes directed at him only intensified. After the second arrow was fired, Hinata Wukong declared, "I'm done for now. Let us change positions and fire again." Given that they faced a sand ninja force numbering in the thousands, many of whom were sensory ninjas and speed specialists, the wisest course of action was to shoot and quickly relocate. Minato nodded, taking a deep breath. Grasping Hinata Wukong's arm, he transported them to a prearranged position. With a whoosh, their figures reappeared beside a massive rock, upon which the words "Sword of Shinobi Love" were inscribed in black. Having experienced spatial teleportation for the second time, Hinata Wukong felt no unusual sensations. He was pondering whether to acquire the Flying Thunder God technique when suddenly, Minato spoke up, tentatively inquiring, "Wu, does your bow and arrow ninjutsu have a name?" "A name? Does electromagnetic cannon count?" Hinata Wu suddenly recalled something, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Beside him, Minato Namikaze rested his chin on his hand, lost in contemplation, and after a moment of deliberation, remarked, "Since it lacks a name, allow me to bestow one upon you. How about Magnet Release, Cyclone Thunderbolt Arrow Zero?" With blue lightning swirling around, it flashed past like a fierce gale. Upon finishing, he eagerly turned to Hinata Wu, as if to gauge his approval of the name. Hinata Wu, however, preferred silence. "Magnet Release? What on earth is that? I can't remember. I could have easily decapitated someone with the electromagnetic cannon, but by the time I shouted the name, they had already fled 800 miles away. He looks decent enough, but his intellect leaves much to be desired." Taking a deep breath, Hinata Wu suppressed his urge to retort, activating his Byakugan to silently search for the next target. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze noticed Hinata Wu's lack of response and awkwardly scratched his blonde hair. With the Byakugan's perspective scanning the surroundings, the target was promptly locked in. Fire! Another electromagnetic cannon was unleashed. The unfortunate sand ninja 3 kilometers away had been merely heading to bathe when he unwittingly became a spectator. By sheer coincidence, Hinata Wu had set his sights on him. 2 headless corpses fell together. "Ah! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Prepare for battle! Prepare for battle!" The surrounding sand ninjas were thrown into disarray. Raza hurriedly emerged from his tent, bewildered. Hadn't they just concluded the assassination conference? How could chaos ensue in the blink of an eye? How many enemies are there? Where are the sensing ninjas? Quickly report the enemy intelligence. The nearby sensing ninjas. Their faces flushed, stammered. "I can't sense them. They must be very far away, beyond my detection range." Then how did he manage to kill so many? Raza squinted. Suspicion brewing. Is this it? A sand ninja, trembling, handed Raza a black arrow. Raza's pupils dilated in an instant, as painful memories surged forth like a tidal wave, drowning him in despair. Over and over again. Damn it! His teeth ground together, producing a grating sound. Raza's eyes were bloodshot. Despite having become the 4th Kazekage, the humiliation of that mysterious bow and arrow attack remained vivid in his mind. Damn it! Everyone mobilize. No matter what, we must find that beast. For the first time in his life, Raza realized how close he was to the very beast that had haunted him, close enough to sense its breath. The sand ninja camp descended into utter chaos. Numerous reconnaissance sensing ninjas went into a frenzy, practically turning the area upside down. Yet, that mysterious bow and arrow continued to descend upon them unexpectedly. The death toll kept rising, with the location struck becoming increasingly bizarre. It was as if that enigmatic figure was delighting in their plight. Each time the sensing ninjas locked onto the enemy's chakra, just as the main force began to advance, the presence would vanish in an instant. They couldn't even catch a hair of the opponent. Raza felt as if he could see the sinister smile of the adversary, mocking his helplessness. Overwhelmed with rage, he spat blood, trembling as he leaned against a nearby tent, barely managing to keep his balance. Who are you? Who are you really? On that day, the fourth Kazekage Raza recalled the fear imposed by that despicable figure, along with the humiliation of being unable to touch the enemy. Chapter 77. No way. No way. Woo. Are you really not considering my suggested name? On their way back, Minato Namikaze's expression was earnest, as he repeatedly voiced the same sentiment. It wasn't due to a lack of shame. He predicted that this technique would undoubtedly become renowned in the ninja world, and failing to use the name he proposed would be a lifelong regret. Not a chance. Hinata Wu's voice was resolute. Are you joking? If I were to use that name, I would never be able to show my face again. That magnet release light, Minato Namikaze began. Its magnet release, Cyclone Thunderbolt Arrow 0. Doesn't it sound appealing? Hinata Wu's expression stiffened momentarily, and with a hint of resignation, he replied, only you could remember that. However, he shifted his tone, a smile creeping onto his face as he looked at Minato. If you agree to one condition, I might consider using that name. What condition? Teach me Flying Thunder God. Huh. Minato Namikaze was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of conflict. It's not that I don't want to teach you. I've noticed how terrifying your ninjutsu could be when paired with Flying Thunder God. However, he hesitated slightly, his voice lowering. Flying Thunder God is an S-rank forbidden technique, recorded in the Book of Seals. I cannot impart it to you unilaterally. If you truly wish to learn, you can first exchange for the training methods from the Book of Seals, and then I will guide you through the corresponding techniques. Hinata Wu nodded in agreement. Indeed, the great ninja villages maintained stringent control over ninjutsu, especially forbidden techniques documented in the sealing arts, with severe consequences for unauthorized transmission. However, Minato hesitated before adding, Woo. The Hokage should be aware of your compatibility with Flying Thunder God. Your achievements in the war should be sufficient to warrant a chance to view the sealing scroll. So, there's no need to worry. It might just be delayed, but you will still obtain the training methods. Although he spoke confidently, Minato Namikaze held little hope in his heart. Acquiring the training methods was one thing, mastering them was another. It could be said that aside from the creator, the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, no one in the ninja world was more familiar with this technique than he. The principles of Flying Thunder God were not particularly complex, even rather straightforward, resembling a complex version of reverse summoning. Yet, the requirements for cultivation aptitude were exceedingly rigorous. Since its inception, only he and Tobirama Senju had mastered it. As for whether Hinata Wu possessed that aptitude, Minato still harbored doubts. Hinata Wu, however, remained unconcerned. After all, mastering Flying Thunder God had already made it onto his must-do list. In the Konoha camp, several female ninjas were quietly gathering, seemingly engaged in hushed conversation. Hey, have you noticed? Lord Minato has been sneaking out with Hinata Wu every afternoon these past few days. Yes, I noticed too. Lord Minato is a well-known heartthrob in Konoha, handsome and sunny. Hinata Wu seems to be the top genius of the new generation. They're sneaking out, could it be? One of the female ninjas hesitated, whispering, to do something unspeakable? The mission to assassinate the Sand Ninjas undertaken by Hinata Wu and Minato Namikaze was, in fact, a closely guarded secret within Konoha, known only to Orochimaru and a select few high-ranking officials. Although Minato was committed, his looks alone garnered significant popularity among the female ninjas of Konoha. Upon hearing this, one female ninja suddenly wore a despondent expression, sighing dramatically. No way. A handsome man like Lord Minato is actually... Just as she finished her sentence, another female ninja suddenly smiled slyly. Now you've got me even more excited. The other female ninjas looked at her in shock. Wu, do you want to explain? Explain? Explain what? Hinata Wu looked perplexed at the Uchiha Rin blocking the entrance of the tent, arms crossed, and looking down at him. You really don't want to give me an explanation? Uchiha Rin coldly reiterated. Sister, I truly don't know what explanation you seek. Would a roll of tape suffice? Hinata Wu felt like crying, exasperated. Uchiha Rin's face flushed with anger, and then, as if recalling something, her cheeks turned slightly pink, and she turned her head away in a haughty manner. Every afternoon, you sneak out, supposedly to meet with Minato Namikaze. Is that true? Uchiha Rin's voice dwindled, almost fading into silence as she lowered her head slightly. Hinata Wataru was utterly astonished. Truly, the ninja world is rife with gossip. For the past few days, he had been tirelessly engaging in battle alongside Minato against the Sand Shinobi, achieving significant results that threw their ranks into disarray, with numerous high-ranking officials falling victim to his prowess. The previously formidable might that overshadowed Konoha had been nearly obliterated. To think that while he toiled on the front lines, they were merely indulging in idle chatter behind his back. What sort of absurdity is this? He then gazed at the proud and aloof Uchiha Rin before him, feeling a headache coming on. How should he explain this to Rin? Suddenly, a realization struck him. Why should he even feel compelled to justify himself to Uchiha Rin? Yet, upon hearing this news, his instinctive reaction was concern that Rin might misunderstand, prompting him to clarify. It seemed Rin had also come seeking an explanation. Hinata Wataru's lips curled into a faint smile, warmth blossoming in his heart as he scratched his head, stammering. Well, Rin, you know me. I'm not that kind of person. Although Minato is indeed quite handsome, cheerful, and tall, if I were a girl, perhaps I would. Initially, as Uchiha Rin listened to Hinata Wataru's words, her expression began to soften, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush. However, the more she listened, the more she sensed something amiss. So, are you two really involved? She shot a sharp glare at Hinata Wataru. No, Rin, you know me better than that. How should I put this? I'm working with Minato on a special mission. It's highly confidential and not something we can disclose openly. It's truly not what you think. Hinata Wataru blurted out, his words tumbling over one another. Uchiha Rin's expression calmed, and she turned her head slightly, murmuring, I see. Chapter 78. Comrades. The time for counterattack has arrived. Under the relentless efforts of Hinata Wataru and Minato Namikaze, a vast number of high-ranking sand shinobi had been eliminated, leading to chaos within their ranks. In the Konoha encampment, Orochimaru gazed at Hinata Wataru and Minato with a satisfied smile. Well done. I did not anticipate that your collaboration would yield such substantial results. The sand shinobi have become utterly disorganized. It seems the time has come for us to take the initiative. Minato, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head. It's all Wataru's merit. I haven't contributed much. He deflected the praise to Hinata Wataru, not only because of his humble nature, but also in hopes of helping Wataru accumulate more military achievements to exchange for the Flying Thunder God technique. Orochimaru scrutinized Hinata Wataru as if examining a rare treasure. The more he observed, the deeper the amusement in his eyes became. I did not expect the bow and arrow techniques developed by Wataru to be this effective. Clearly, my understanding of him has been rather limited. Lord Orochimaru. The focus now should be on the offensive against the sand shinobi. Hinata Wataru interjected, pursing his lips. After all, with Minato beside him and Orochimaru as the nominal highest commander, he truly wished to engage in a deeper conversation with Orochimaru, though not in the manner one might presume. Orochimaru inhaled deeply, recognizing the urgency of the moment. His demeanor shifted to seriousness as he declared, I will summon the high-ranking officials immediately. It is time to launch our offensive. In the Konoha command tent, gazing at the sand table adorned with various flags, Orochimaru slammed a hand on its edge, lifting his gaze to the many jonin present. Ladies and gentlemen, the time for counterattack has arrived. Until now, we have passively endured the assaults of the sand shinobi. But now we must take the offensive. Jonin Kakashi, you will lead the 2nd and 3rd divisions to flank the sand shinobi encampment from the left. Understood? Yes, replied a scarred ninja with a spiky hairstyle, his voice steady. Minato, you will command the 4th and 5th divisions to launch an assault from the right and cut off their retreat route. Understood, Minato replied solemnly. Tsunade, you will lead the support team and be prepared to tend to the wounded at a moment's notice. Orochimaru cast a deep gaze at her. The support work is entrusted to you. Yes, Tsunade replied wearily, nodding with a lack of energy. Orochimaru frowned slightly, unlike Jiraiya, who would have jovially proclaimed, leave everything to me. You just rest. He understood that Tsunade's hemophobia was severe. However, he could not afford to overlook any opportunity that could enhance their chances of victory in this war. Tsunade, being one of the legendary Sannin, was a significant asset. Even if she could not participate in the front line due to her phobia, leading the medical team to provide support was still within her capabilities. Exhaling deeply, his gaze landed on Hinata Wataru. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke, Wataru, you will join me in the 1st division and participate in the frontline combat. All right. Hinata Wataru nodded in agreement, feeling that the front line was indeed more suited for his abilities. As soon as Orochimaru's words fell, nearly all eyes in the tent turned toward Hinata Wataru, filled with shock and disbelief. The 1st division was the main force in the war, engaging top-tier combatants like Chiyo and Raza. Hinata Wataru, so youthful, how could he, even as the greatest talent of the new generation, be deemed worthy? Even Minato was merely involved in the flanking maneuvers. Suddenly, they recalled recent peculiar rumors and cast strange looks at Minato and Hinata Wataru. Minato's expression was one of distress. What had gone awry? Why were so many people looking at him this way lately? Orochimaru chuckled heartily. It seems these jonin have a rather shallow understanding of Wataru. After this battle concludes, I suspect their jaws will drop in astonishment. Orochimaru felt a surge of anticipation. In the sand shinobi encampment, Raza paced back and forth in the command tent, his face flushed with anger and resentment, gritting his teeth. Once again, that scoundrel had slipped through his fingers. He had been so close, as if he could hear the mocking laughter of his adversary, yet all that awaited him was the chilling sting of arrows. 36. This was the number that pushed Raza to the brink of despair. A full 36 elite sand shinobi had perished. Do not underestimate this figure. As over half were from the command echelon, the recent high-level meetings had left the long table half empty. Was that scoundrel intent on wiping out the upper echelons of the sand shinobi? The sand forces were now in utter disarray, and despite dispatching numerous scouts, they could still not uncover the enemy's whereabouts. It seemed as though the enemy was deliberately toying with him. The timing and locations of the attacks grew increasingly insidious. There was one day when no signs of sniping appeared, causing the sand shinobi to relax slightly, believing the enemy had retreated. Little did they know, that was merely the beginning of their nightmare. The following morning, 6 high-ranking officials were discovered in the encampment, their bodies stark and exposed. Apparently caught off guard in the midst of bathing or attending to their physiological needs, all while being targeted by that demon. One had not perished immediately, struggling to pull up his pants, only to breathe his last halfway through. Raza felt his teeth grinding together, his complexion alternating between shades of green and white, resembling a dish of scallion tossed with tofu, as if blended in a juicer. The audacity! That beast not only sought to eliminate the command structure of Sunagakure, but also aimed to strip the entire upper echelon of their dignity. Now, the sand shinobi within the ranks would exhibit peculiar expressions upon seeing their superiors. The intelligence currently at our disposal is exceedingly scant, and we remain oblivious as to how our adversary has evaded the keen scrutiny of our sensory units and scouts. We cannot even ascertain whether they are ninjas from Konoha. After all, the intelligence from Sunagakure regarding Konoha does not mention any such despicable individual who has honed archery ninjutsu to this extent. Thus, it is plausible that Konoha has expended substantial resources to hire a rogue ninja from the black market. In times of war, it is not uncommon for great ninja villages to enlist the aid of mercenaries. Moreover, my initial encounter with that beast occurred near the black market. Who are you? Who exactly are you? Rasha's silent roar echoed within him. He swore that if he were to find that beast, he would exact his vengeance. Just then, the tent flap was thrust open, and a panicked sand ninja scout rushed in. Report. Lord Kazekage, we have grave news. Konoha has launched a massive assault. Rasha inhaled sharply, immediately striving to regain his composure, and asked in a grave tone, is the intelligence accurate? Absolutely accurate. Such a large-scale attack could not have escaped our reconnaissance. Konoha has dispatched at least 2,000 ninjas, and they will arrive near the camp in approximately 20 minutes. Damn it. It appears that the recent spate of high-ranking assassinations has indeed been orchestrated by Konoha, seeking to strike while we are in disarray. Rasha gritted his teeth and commanded, summon the high-ranking officials immediately. We shall meet them in battle. Chapter 79. When the 6th emerges on the battlefield. In the hilly terrain adjacent to the Land of Rain, the landscape is relatively flat, and the air is humid, with the highest point scarcely differing from the lowest by more than 100 meters. Standing atop a rise, one can behold a vast multitude of ninjas surging from 2 directions, one clad in green ninja attire adorned with a red spiral pattern on their backs, while the other dons a white headscarf to shield against the wind and sand, wearing a tawny uniform, with the foremost ninja wielding a gigantic fan. It seemed as though 2 torrents of contrasting colors were rushing towards one another with tremendous force. Orochimaru stood atop a hill, surveying the entirety of the battlefield, absorbing every detail within his sight. Lord Orochimaru, the enemy is led by the 4th Kazekage, Rasha, supported by Chiyo. They have mobilized over 3,000 ninjas. Reported a sensory ninja, his eyes shut as he conveyed the information. Orochimaru's eyes shimmered with a flicker of intensity. The 4th Kazekage, Chiyo. The pinnacle of Sunagakure's combat prowess is nearly all present on the front lines. Aside from the Jinchuriki, they have nearly exhausted their elite forces. Upon realizing the threat posed by Hyuga Waka's archery ninjutsu, they have chosen not to delay any longer. A slight smile played upon Orochimaru's lips. The scale of this ninja mobilization was too vast to conceal, and he had never intended to employ stealth tactics. Taking a deep breath, he stood atop the hill and bellowed hoarsely, "Commence battle." His voice rippled through the air, swiftly resonating across the battlefield. invigorating the Konoha ninjas who let out a guttural roar. The cacophony of their battle cries converged, reminiscent of a multitude of ferocious beasts echoing across the hills. Rasha, witnessing this spectacle, inhaled deeply. The momentum must not falter. He commanded loudly, "Engage in battle." The sand ninja forces, as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline, echoed his battle cry. The two torrents of contrasting hues converged. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The foremost Konoha ninjas swiftly formed a line, hands moving rapidly through the hand seals as fire chakra surged within them. Countless red fire serpents erupted from their mouths, coalescing into a colossal wall of flames that surged towards the sand ninja forces. The sand ninjas, seemingly prepared, responded in kind. The leading sand ninja, wielding the massive fan, abruptly swung it, declaring, "Wind release." Wind blade formation. A multitude of razor-sharp wind blades swept forth from their fan blades, coalescing into a formidable gale that met the advancing wall of fire. Boom! The fierce clash between wind and fire culminated in mutual destruction. The wall of flames and the wind formation were torn asunder simultaneously, scattering countless embers across the battlefield. Observing that the wind blades had successfully intercepted Konoha's fire attack, Rasha felt a slight sense of relief. Fire is typically countered by wind. Each instance of using wind to counter fire necessitates a greater number of Konoha ninjas. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, positioning the battlefield near the land of rain, where the humidity could mitigate some of the fire's potency, thereby diminishing Konoha's advantage. As the meteor-like flames descended, the two torrents roared, colliding fiercely. Clang! A Konoha ninja, wielding a kunai, clashed fiercely with a sand ninja, the metallic sound ringing out as sparks flew. He kicked the sand ninja away, swiftly hurling a kunai that struck true at the latter's throat. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, his body jolted violently as a puppet emerged from behind, its blade piercing through his chest. Hyuga Waku navigated the battlefield with ease, as if traversing an unoccupied realm. Wherever he went, no foe dared approach him. Even kunai that were hurled his way inexplicably veered off course, striking down an unfortunate sand ninja engaged in combat nearby. In the chaos of battle, it is typically soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, and kings against kings. Yet Hyuga Waku found himself unencumbered, slaughtering the ranks of lesser foes with terrifying efficiency. With a wry smile, Hyuga Waku thought to himself, "Currently, the top-tier combatants from the sand are preoccupied. I merely need to exert my dominance over the regular ninjas. The more sand ninjas I eliminate, the greater our chances of victory for Konoha." Additionally, he discreetly glanced toward the battlefield where Uchiha Rin was fighting. Despite his prior counsel urging her to refrain from engaging in the front lines, she seemed eager to participate. Reluctantly, Waka dared not stray too far. The battlefield is merciless. Should a stray kunai carelessly find its mark among the flowers and grass, it would be most unfortunate. Thus, he found it necessary to rely on the surrounding sand ninjas, imploring them to sacrifice themselves for the flourishing of the homeland's blossoms. "Something is amiss with that boy," a sand jonin observed Hyuga Waku, a grave expression crossing his face. Although Sunagakure is renowned for its mastery of magnet release, the recent leaders have all specialized in magnetism primarily concerning sand and iron. It would be impossible for them to manipulate kunai with such agility. Thus, he surmised that Hyuga Waku was utilizing a unique forbidden technique. Hesitating briefly, he chose not to throw his kunai, instead stealthily maneuvering behind Hyuga Waku, preparing to launch a surprise attack. However, just as he closed the distance to within 10 meters of Waku, the kunai he held suddenly slipped from his grip, embedding itself in his own throat. Gurgling, blood began to bubble forth from his mouth, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. It seemed he had realized something, desperately attempting to convey a warning. It's magnetism. Yet, the kunai in his throat twisted, and his body convulsed before collapsing backward. "Did you really think you could ambush me?" Hyuga Waku scoffed disdainfully. His Byakugan was already activated, and not a single movement in his vicinity could escape his scrutiny. Whenever he wished, he could conjure dozens of flying swords from magnetic fluid, channeling the essence of a wandering hero, wreaking havoc with his swordplay. However, such an act would undoubtedly draw the attention of several powerful figures from the sand, complicating his ability to stealthily eliminate foes. Therefore, for now, he opted to utilize kunai and shuriken as low-profile substitutes for his flying swords, ensuring he remained inconspicuous. Thus, the Konoha ninjas engaged in fierce combat suddenly found it strange that, amidst the fray, the sand ninjas seemed to have inexplicably vanished. At times, in the blink of an eye, one moment engaged in fierce combat with the sand ninja, and the next, the adversary lies prostrate. their back riddled with an array of kunai and shuriken. The leaf ninja gasped in astonishment. How terrifying. What an extraordinary ability this is. Can one even fathom it? Singing merrily while savoring a military ration, only to suddenly lose one's head. Unlike the shock and bewilderment experienced by the sand ninja, the leaf shinobi were well aware of the intelligence surrounding Hyuga Satoru's bloodline, and they understood that his magnetic release could effortlessly manipulate shuriken and kunai. Yet, they had never anticipated such monstrous horror. A weapon of war. This was the only thought that echoed in their minds. In the distance, Uchiha Rin cast a glance at what appeared to be a leisurely figure, adorned with a hint of helplessness. She had long since realized that the sand ninja rushing towards her were not particularly formidable. They were just sufficient to warm her body without posing any significant threat. However, should a more powerful sand ninja approach, they would inexplicably collapse, a kunai embedded in the back of their heads. Truly meddlesome, she thought, pouting in a haughty manner. Chapter 80. I am not targeting you. I am merely stating that all present are but refuse. Thus it was, as if the Grim Reaper had descended, randomly selecting fortunate spectators. Panic spread through the ranks of the sand ninja, as they were finally astonished to discover the multitude of comrades who had inexplicably perished around them. Gradually, the manifestations of death began to grow increasingly bizarre, as if the specter of death selecting the audience was becoming impatient. What on earth has transpired? Good heavens! Is this the power of humanity? The surviving sand ninja swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Originally, their numbers far exceeded those of the leaf ninja. Yet as the battle raged on, their ranks dwindled, surrounded by the fallen bodies of their comrades. In stark contrast, the leaf side suffered nearly no losses and remained high-spirited. The continuous sniping of high-ranking officers in recent days had already planted seeds of terror in the hearts of these sand ninja, and now, under this silent oppression, the cracks of their psyche were beginning to show. Elsewhere, Orochimaru was locked in a fierce struggle with Rasha. Both were the supreme commanders of their respective forces, and should one prevail over the other, they could nearly secure victory for their side in this war. This shared thought occurred to both parties simultaneously. Rasha sneered inwardly. Although the sand ninja had suffered severe losses among their higher-ups recently, they still deployed a number of shinobi far surpassing that of the leaf. Such a disparity in power could not be bridged in a short span of time, even if he could not quickly deal with Orochimaru. The surplus of ninja could still encircle him, gaining an advantage on the battlefield. Though Orochimaru appeared calm in their confrontation, Rasha condescendingly speculated that his opponent was likely in a state of panic, eager to resolve the situation with his support troops. The more he thought that, the less likely it was that he would prevail. Orochimaru, oblivious to Rasha's musings, occasionally cast his gaze towards another battlefield. That should be where Hyuga Satoru was positioned, right? Why has there been no significant movement for so long? Given Satoru's abilities, one would expect a considerable commotion. However, Orochimaru felt no worry. Even though the sand ninja outnumbered the leaf by a significant margin, with Hyuga Satoru present, if not able to counter the enemy, at least he could mitigate the disparity. For the time being, there was no cause for concern. On the flanks, the principal battleground should be where Minato and Yakumo were engaged. Minato, with his flying thunder god technique, had little to fear from Yakumo's scorch release. However, Chiyo was currently in a state of inactivity. Previously, Chiyo's longtime rival had been Tsunade, and the two had harbored animosity since the Second Great Ninja War. They were essentially locked in a cycle of poisoning and antidote, with Chiyo ultimately losing, and Tsunade's name as the medical saint resonating throughout the ninja world. Thus, Chiyo, in a fit of humiliation, had charged at Tsunade with her puppets, intending to engage the medical ninja in close combat. She was subsequently crushed. Now, Chiyo had reached her peak, achieving a delicate balance of experience and strength. Had Tsunade been in her usual state, she would have posed no threat. Yet Orochimaru was acutely aware that Tsunade now suffered from hemophobia and could not possibly match Chiyo. Furthermore, she remained stationed with the support troops, not participating in the frontline battle. In this manner, the sand ninja still outmatched the leaf in terms of top-tier combat power. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, fixating on Rasha. He needed to swiftly eliminate him, then deal with Chiyo. Rasha also noticed Orochimaru's gaze, their eyes locking in a confrontational manner, as if mocking fate itself. Neither was aware that, had events unfolded along their natural trajectory, they would face a fateful battle a decade later. Magnet release. Sand gold grand eruption. Rasha soared high upon the waves of sand, inhaling deeply before raising his palm. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a colossal wave of sand surged forth, reflecting a faint golden light, carrying with it a terrifying force towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru felt no fear. He bit his finger slightly and forcefully slammed it onto the ground. In a raspy voice, he declared, "3 gates of the hell." No sooner had he spoken than the ground trembled violently. Clang, clang, clang. 3 massive doors, intricately carved with images of deities, rose from the earth, defiantly blocking the path of the oncoming wave of sand. Boom! The wave of sand crashed heavily against the doors, producing a resounding roar. The surrounding ninja engaged in battle were captivated by the sheer magnitude of this clash. Goodness, what terrifying power! Is this truly the existence that bears the title of Hokage? Whether it be the resounding wave of sand or the 3 monumental stone gates adorned with divine engravings, neither was within the reach of ordinary shinobi. Rasha's gaze sharpened, intensifying the outpouring of chakra. In an instant, accompanied by a dull metallic sound, the wave of sand surged past the 3 gates of the hell, rushing toward Orochimaru. However, after encountering the 3 layers of the gates, the wave's speed significantly diminished. Its momentum largely dissipated. Orochimaru's pupils constricted. The 3 gates of the hell could even withstand a tailed beast bomb. Yet against a fluid-like ninjutsu such as the wave of sand, the effect was not as pronounced. Nevertheless, he was well prepared. He crouched low to the ground, resembling a 4-legged lizard, his mouth gaping wide. Ninjutsu, the serpent's array. As his raspy voice echoed, countless venomous snakes surged forth from his mouth, flicking their crimson tongues, resembling a massive tidal wave of brown, writhing and twisting toward the wave of sand. The scene was enough to terrify anyone with a phobia of clusters. The clash between the serpent and the golden wave commenced. At this moment, Hyuga Satoru was still deep in the shadows. However, he was astonished to observe that the surrounding sand ninja were dwindling in number, with few remaining to confront him. A vacuum appeared around his position, where not a single sand ninja could be found within several hundred meters. How absurd! Are they truly so afraid of dying? Hyuga Satoru shrugged, exasperated. The significant attrition among the sand ninja had fostered a wave of panic within their ranks. Chiyo, who was searching for Tsunade, was compelled to arrive at this location. Astonished as she questioned the remaining sand ninja. What has happened? Why are the casualties on this battlefield so severe? Casting her gaze around, Chiyo gasped in astonishment. The war had only erupted half an hour prior, yet there were scarcely any sand ninja left, with the ground littered with kunai and shuriken. Some were even impaled like hedgehogs, their backs bristling with an array of kunai and shuriken. Others were even more horrifying. The shuriken had been arranged to form what resembled characters or symbols. I don't know. Suddenly, my comrades just died. The sand ninjas were engulfed in terror, weeping in fear. It was utterly horrifying. All the shurikens were under his control, leaving us utterly powerless. Chiyo inhaled deeply, her gaze shifting to the now desolate Hinata Wataru. Her voice chillingly cold. Is it you? I believe I have heard whispers of your prowess, the genius of the new generation from Konoha. Magnetism, is it? I never anticipated your mastery over shuriken manipulation to be so profound. Unlike the ordinary sand ninjas, Chiyo was a figure from the era of the second Kazekage, having witnessed 3 dynasties. When it came to understanding magnetism, aside from the Kazekage himself, few in Sunagakure could rival her knowledge. With merely a brief observation, she arrived at her conclusion. The regular sand ninjas should retreat. This is no longer a battle for you to partake in. Puppet masters, prepare for combat. The puppet masters accompanying Chiyo immediately commanded a multitude of puppets to encircle Hinata Wataru. Maintain your distance. Be wary of his shuriken manipulation, Chiyo commanded with poise, fixating her gaze on the center where Hinata Wataru stood. Given the grim state of the surrounding sand ninjas, it was evident that Hinata Wataru's control over shurikens was terrifying. Even she had to remain vigilant against potential mishaps. However, a glint of cold determination flickered in Chiyo's eyes. Puppet masters are ideally equipped to counter such abilities. First and foremost, puppet masters do not engage in close combat, inherently maintaining a safe distance from Hinata Wataru. Furthermore, a skilled puppet master can manipulate multiple puppets simultaneously. As long as one puppet remains nearby, they could guard against any magnetic ambush from Hinata Wataru. It was safe to say the outcome of the battle was already determined. Nearby, Konoha's ninjas were thrown into disarray. Should we assist Hinata Wataru? That is Chiyo, and so many puppet masters. Uchiha Rin intercepted them, aware that the puppet masters were likely to face dire consequences against Hinata Wataru. You need not intervene, otherwise, you will only complicate matters for Wataru. The Konoha ninjas exchanged uncertain glances, hesitating, but with Rin's words, they felt lost. Gazing at the encirclement of puppets, Hinata Wataru exhibited no fear. Instead, he chuckled lightly. You think you can deal with me using these worthless toys? How laughable. As soon as he uttered those words, the puppet masters were consumed with rage, itching to pounce and rend him asunder. Chiyo gritted her teeth, seething. She was Sunagakure's most formidable puppet master, having immersed herself in the art of puppetry for decades. She could not tolerate such humiliation of her craft. Hinata Wataru, with a hint of apology, smiled and quickly added, "I didn't mean to target you." Chiyo's expression softened slightly. "Humph, that is more like it. What I meant was, all of you present are worthless." Chapter 81. Heavens. The puppets are attacking the puppet masters. "I didn't mean to target you. What I meant was, all of you present are worthless." Hinata Wataru's calm words rippled through the air like a stone cast into a lake, stirring a tempest. The surrounding puppet masters, including Chiyo, were utterly enraged, gritting their teeth and glaring at Hinata Wataru, yearning to swarm him and devour him whole. "Young man, I advise you not to be overly arrogant." Chiyo took a deep breath, striving to calm her emotions. Her teeth clenched as she fixed her gaze on Hinata Wataru. Perhaps this is a ploy of his? Deliberately provoking us with words to incite chaos, then stealthily controlling shurikens to ambush. Hinata Wataru's remarkable magnetism had left a profound impression on her, and the dire fates of the surrounding sand ninjas were vivid in her mind. She could not allow his scheme to succeed. Overconfidence is not a trait of youth. Hinata Wataru rolled his eyes, playing along with Chiyo's jest. "Heh, the first genius of Konoha's new generation, is it? I've heard you defeated the son of the White Fang to earn that title." Chiyo scoffed. "In a certain sense, I must thank you. I have a deep-seated vendetta against the White Fang. Both my son and daughter-in-law fell to that scoundrel's hands." Hinata Wataru snorted. "Such petty tricks are unnecessary." Behind him, two puppets stealthily approached, suddenly contorting, their bodies trembling uncontrollably with eerie creaks. One side distracted him, while the other attempted a covert ambush with the puppets. Chiyo, for all her years as a shadow-level ninja, had been too cautious. Chiyo's pupils constricted. Since her emergence during the Great War, she had relied not only on strength, but also on composure and strategy. She had been drawing Hinata Wataru's attention precisely because she had noticed that his Byakugan had not been activated, seeking to neutralize him with minimal cost. Little did she expect that Hinata Wataru's magnetism could directly affect her puppets. Is Hinata Wataru's magnetism truly this formidable? Even the puppets. Meanwhile, the Konoha ninjas wanting to assist displayed expressions of shock and admiration. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Rin breathed a sigh of relief. Having spent considerable time with Hinata Wataru, she understood that his magnetism was not merely aimed at metallic shurikens. In truth, he could control any metal. It was precisely for this reason she had halted the advancing Konoha ninjas. Those puppets, seemingly menacing, posed a significant threat. Yet, in Hinata Wataru's eyes, they were merely animated playthings. The two humanoid puppets, after trembling for a moment, suddenly disintegrated, revealing a twisted mass of metal parts. "Don't tell me who they are, nor how many they are. As long as they are puppet masters, I'll slay them indiscriminately." Chiyo's eyes bore a mixture of shock, dazed disbelief, and an overwhelming sense of despair. She now realized how drastically she had miscalculated. It turned out that Hinata Wataru could control not only shurikens and kunai, but also the special metals within the puppets. During the crafting of puppets, it was impossible not to incorporate metal, whether for joint mobility or enhancing the puppet's strength. In other words, puppet masters posed no threat to Hinata Wataru whatsoever. A wave of profound sadness and fear surged within her. After years of encountering numerous battles, she had never felt such terror. What kind of ability was this? With a team of elite shinobi, Hinata Wataru could directly invade Sunagakure, in and out with ease. Nearly half of Sunagakure's fighting force consisted of puppet masters, and in Hinata Wataru's eyes, they were merely offerings. The remaining fighters, unable to wield shurikens, would see their prowess significantly diminished. This child must not be allowed to live. After the thick veil of fear, only a dense intent to kill remained. At such a young age, he was far from reaching his full potential, once he matured completely. Chiyo took a deep breath, striving to calm her mind, and immediately commanded, "All puppet masters retreat. Recall your puppets. Do not let him find an opportunity." Upon hearing Chiyo's command, the surrounding puppet masters hurriedly reacted, fingers twitching as they attempted to control their puppets to retreat. However, it was already too late. After being so brazen for so long, you think you can escape? Hinata Wataru scoffed. Suddenly, the multitude of puppets jerked violently, as if afflicted with a frenzy, swinging their weapons toward their own puppet masters. Heavens! The puppets are attacking the puppet masters. Someone screamed first, and chaos ensued. The puppets, still linked by blue chakra threads, frantically pursued their own puppet masters, mercilessly hacking away as if chopping through bones, accompanied by the chilling sounds of cracking. It was utterly brutal. The Konoha ninjas observing could only watch in shock, their eyelids twitching. Even after years of existence, they had never witnessed such a harrowing scene. The puppeteer was dismembered by his own puppets. To whom could one appeal for justice? The gaze directed at Hinata Goto grew increasingly filled with dread. Chiyo's teeth were nearly ground to dust. The cultivation of a puppeteer diverged significantly from that of a regular ninja, demanding vast resources. And each puppet's creation required considerable financial and human investment. Now, all lay in ruins. Bloodshot eyes seemed to burst forth with fury as Chiyo fixed her gaze on Hinata Goto, wishing nothing more than to flay him alive. The audacity of magnetic release taking precedence over that of a puppeteer? Such an unscientific application of magnetic release was utterly unheard of. It was evident that while Hinata Goto manipulated the puppets, the puppeteer was desperately attempting to regain control. Yet, the results were minimal. The most apparent effect was merely a slight reduction in the speed of the puppet's strikes or a brief moment of stasis after a slash. Not only did this fail to alleviate her predicament, but it also resulted in a more agonizing demise. Chiyo inhaled sharply, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent as she procured a scroll and hurled it high into the air. Can you control the puppets crafted by the progenitor of puppeteers? The enormous white scroll unfurled, revealing 10 enigmatic characters glowing with a cerulean luminescence, writhing and twisting. In an instant, they transformed into 10 peculiar puppets clad in white robes. The White Secret Technique. The 10 of Chikamatsu. These legendary puppets, left behind by the puppeteer progenitor, Monzaemon. Chapter 82. Chiyo's Dance of the Blissful Land. 10 oddly shaped, white-robed puppets were summoned and immediately fell under Chiyo's command, discarding their metallic weapons. Monzaemon, the first puppeteer and the progenitor of puppeteering, had employed entirely different techniques in his era. Even when utilizing metal, it was in minuscule quantities. Instead, other high-strength materials were predominantly used. Although discarding their metal armaments significantly diminished the puppet's offensive capabilities, Chiyo had no alternative at this point. The gruesome fates of the puppeteer's creations, felled by their own puppets, lingered vividly in her mind, with some still writhing in pools of blood, moaning in agony. Chiyo cautiously distanced herself, directing the White Secret Technique puppets, which creaked ominously, to encircle Hinata Goto. As anticipated, upon nearing him, the puppets encountered a formidable resistance, as if they had developed a consciousness of their own. However, under her robust chakra control, such anomalies were promptly suppressed. That was close. Chiyo wiped the cold sweat from her brow, silently exhaling with relief. After all, she was the most renowned puppeteer of her time, with abilities and skills in manipulating puppets, as well as an unparalleled depth of chakra that far surpassed that of ordinary puppeteers. Coupled with these special puppets derived from the puppeteer progenitor, she could finally suppress Hinata Goto's counter-control and evade the grim fate of being hacked to pieces by her own creations. Hinata Goto furrowed his brow slightly. He could sense the presence of a few metallic components within those puppets, yet attempting to seize control of these 10 puppets through this alone was exceedingly challenging. However, a slight smirk graced his lips. My abilities extend far beyond mere appearances. The puppets under his complete command, having dispatched their puppeteer, lunged at the approaching White Secret Technique puppets with ferocity. Yet, the disparity in quality was nearly insurmountable. In a mere clash, the White Secret Technique puppets effortlessly tore through them, scattering their parts. Should we intervene? Some Leaf Ninja displayed concern, casting hesitant glances at Uchiha Ren. No. I trust Goto's capabilities. He is certainly not as simple as he appears. Despite her words, the tension in her tightly clenched fists betrayed her unease. After all, the opponent was Chiyo, the shadow assistant of Sunagakure, renowned since the Second Shinobi World War, with a reputation that even eclipsed that of the newly appointed 4th Kazekage, Raza. The Tsutomu Sharingan was activated, keenly observing every shift on the battlefield. On Hinata Goto's side, the chaotic battle among the puppets continued. Fearing Hinata Goto's magnetic release, the 10 White Secret Technique puppets were unequipped with any metallic weapons, resorting instead to bare-handed combat against the incoming puppets. Relying on their absolute advantage in quality, they barely managed to maintain the upper hand. Amidst the tumult, the once pristine white robes became tattered, exposing the puppets' true forms. Unbeknownst to many, amidst the puppet melee, black liquid began to slither from Hinata Goto's controlled puppets, worming its way onto the White Secret Technique puppets, resembling small black insects infiltrating through the seams into their interiors. Observing her White Secret Technique puppets gaining the upper hand, Chiyo couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. It seems you're not so formidable after all. For the future of Sunagakure, I must eliminate you this time. Yet, her expression swiftly froze. The resistance in controlling the white secret technique puppets suddenly multiplied exponentially, every movement becoming exceedingly sluggish, as though their joints were filled with mercury. What has transpired? Chiyo's face blanched in terror, her voice trembling. Hinata Goto's lips curled slightly. In the X-Men film days of future past, young Magneto manipulated train tracks to penetrate the Sentinel's body, thus gaining control over the Sentinel robot. Subsequently, Magneto led his mechanical brethren down onto the football field. Hinata Goto's nanomagnetic fluid was undoubtedly far superior to mere iron tracks, as long as it entered the interiors of the white secret technique puppets. Affixed to the corresponding mechanical joints, the control he could exert would far surpass Chiyo's. This was also why Chiyo suddenly lost control over her puppets, with her abilities. Contending against nano-level magnetic entities was an insurmountable challenge. The situation shifted dramatically. The 10 white secret technique puppets, once surrounding Hinata Goto, abruptly turned their attention, encircling Chiyo instead. Stunned, Chiyo was utterly immobilized. Not only her, but the Leaf Ninja observing from a distance, along with the remnants of Sunagakure's supporters, were momentarily taken aback. What has transpired? Wasn't Hinata Goto incapable of manipulating the white secret technique puppets? How did the situation invert so suddenly? 10 disheveled puppets encircled the frail Chiyo. Uchiha Rin watched this scene unfold, her grip finally relaxing as she released her tightly clenched hands, revealing palms damp with sweat. That was close. It seems I did not underestimate Goto. He truly has a way to counter this. Soon, a curious expression illuminated her face as she fixated on the battlefield. What might transpire next? Chiyo's defeat seemed inevitable. How would Goto bring an end to her? In the next moment, upon witnessing the puppet's transformation, Rin was left speechless, her mouth agape in disbelief. The disheveled 10 puppets had formed a circle on the battlefield, taking turns to perform a dance of blissful land towards the center where Chiyo stood. Those white secret technique puppets, in an eerie display, twisted their bodies, simultaneously extending their right legs and shaking them at Chiyo in the center. Chiyo instantly crumbled. Having traversed the ninja world for decades, she had never witnessed such a spectacle. Shame, humiliation, a torrent of conflicting emotions surged within her. She felt an overwhelming urge to smash her head against the puppets and end her existence right there. Hinata Goto's lips curved into a smirk. Chiyo, don't just stand there, join in the dance. This is a grand gift I've prepared for you. As soon as he finished speaking, the dancing white secret technique puppets suddenly froze, seizing Chiyo's frail form and maneuvering her into an array of bizarre poses. Chiyo found herself reduced to a mere head, her body ensnared by the puppets that surrounded her. With humiliation, she lifted her gaze, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes as she sighed deeply. Oh, how shameful. Chapter 83, Raza, save me. Good heavens. Is that Lady Chiyo? A voice filled with rage echoed. What is that beast doing to her? How dare they humiliate our leader from Sunagakure? On the battlefield, the gritting of teeth could be heard, and the remaining sand shinobi yearned to leap forward and tear Hinata out of existence. Suddenly, one sand shinobi remarked, actually, Lady Chiyo is rather beautiful. The others stared at him in shock. Chiyo felt a desire for death, wishing she could bite her tongue and end her life to spare herself the humiliation of living on in disgrace. Yet, to her horror, she realized she could not even accomplish that. Her body was entirely beyond her control. Previously, she had been manipulated by her own puppets, reluctantly dancing to their tune. But now her body was moving autonomously, compelled to perform that grotesque dance. Oh no, this is not my intention at all. I cannot control myself. As the most formidable puppeteer of Sunagakure, she found herself publicly manipulated by her own creations. Who could she turn to for an explanation? That wretched creature. Unable to govern her own body, Chiyo could only express her fury through her eyes. It must be that little brat from the Hyuga clan who was responsible. Earlier, she had felt a sticky substance invade her puppet's body, penetrating her very being, and suddenly she could no longer control herself, willingly participating in this hideous display. Could it be a skill of an exceptional puppeteer, stronger than the chakra threads she wielded? Her social death was complete, having lost the ability to resist. Chiyo abandoned her struggles and began to ponder the origins of this bizarre power. Puppeteers manipulate their creations using chakra threads released from their fingertips, which could also control weaker ninjas. The crucial point was that Chiyo had never detected any signs of chakra intrusion within herself. This was what terrified her the most. This ability does not require chakra? This defies all logic. The astonished murmurs of her fellow sand shinobi reached her ears. She understood that Hinata had chosen not to kill her, but to force her to dance in public, intending to shatter the spirit of Sunagakure at its core. It was predictable that her tale would spread throughout the ninja world. Even in some remote corner, ninjas would excitedly discuss how Chiyo, the esteemed puppeteer of Sunagakure, had been manipulated by her own puppets. The reputation of Sunagakure would suffer a catastrophic blow. Just imagine. One of their village's pillars reduced to such a pitiful state by an enemy. How could the ninjas of Sunagakure hold their heads high after this? They would be ridiculed for eternity. What a malicious little brat. A chill surged from the depths of Chiyo's heart. She knew that, by her own strength, escape was utterly impossible. After a moment of hesitation, she resolved to act. Chakra surged within her, pooling in her abdomen. Suddenly, she raised her head and let out a heart-wrenching roar. Raza, save me. Her voice seemed to transform into sound waves, radiating outward from her as ripples across the battlefield. Raza, standing atop a sand-gold flying carpet, looked down from the air upon Orochimaru below. The clash between the waves of sand and snakes continued. In terms of numbers, the sand waves summoned by the sand gold vastly outnumbered the 1,000-snake formation. Under the relentless assault of the sand waves, countless brown poisonous snakes were entombed alive. While these snakes would be terrifying against regular ninjas, especially for those with a fear of dense clusters, the sand gold, being lifeless, showed no fear of the snakes and was unaffected by the toxins, naturally gaining the upper hand. However, each time the sand waves overwhelmed the snake horde, the buried poisonous snakes would self-destruct. With a thunderous roar, the sand waves were shattered, and as Raza regathered the sand, yet another swarm of snakes attacked. Was Orochimaru's belly a bottomless pit? Raza frowned slightly, casting a displeased glance at Orochimaru, who lay on the ground like a lizard, mouth wide open as countless snakes crawled out. Since the battle began, he had maintained this position, continuously summoning an overwhelming number of snakes. It was likely a special summoning technique connecting to a certain snake den in the dragon cave, consistently transporting snakes. Raza pondered for a moment, his brow furrowing. If that were the case, his battle with Orochimaru would only result in a stalemate. Even if he attempted a surprise attack with the sand gold, he would have to navigate through the dense throng of snakes surrounding them. However, Raza felt no urgency. He had thoroughly assessed the strength of the ninjas dispatched from Konoha. Not only did his side vastly outnumber the standard ninjas from Konoha, but in terms of elite combat power, Minato was occupied with Yakura. While he was engaged in battle with Orochimaru, and with Chiyo now free, she would undoubtedly exert terrifying pressure on the standard ninjas from Konoha. Raza felt quite confident in Chiyo. After all, she was a formidable figure renowned since the era of the second Kazekage. Her unique identity as a puppeteer would be maximally utilized on the battlefield. As the most powerful puppeteer, Chiyo could control a puppet with a mere finger. Her individual combat strength translating to that of 10 men, and the devastation she would wreak upon the Konoha ninjas would be monumental. Perhaps the ninjas from Konoha were being slaughtered by Chiyo as if they were mere vegetables. Although Orochimaru appeared entirely calm on the surface, he might well be in a state of extreme anxiety, eager to defeat Raza and confront Chiyo. Raza sneered internally. The more he appeared unfazed, the more determined Raza was not to let him succeed. He must buy time to allow Chiyo to fully unleash her power. Just then, a piercing voice echoed from afar on the battlefield, leaving Raza momentarily stunned. Raza, save me. Raza, save me. The voice seemed tinged with a hint of grievance and sorrow. The sound waves spreading across much of the battlefield, causing nearly everyone to pause in confusion. Is that Chiyo's voice? Raza exclaimed in shock. What was happening? Chiyo was asking for my help. She was the strongest puppeteer of Sunagakure. Could there be a hidden powerhouse on the side of Konoha? Tsunade? No, with Tsunade's strength. Even if Chiyo were at a disadvantage, she would not resort to calling for help. It was likely that there was more than one opponent. Could it be that Sarutobi Hiruzen had personally entered the fray? Perhaps leading an elite team hidden on the battlefield, intending to eliminate Sunagakure's most powerful puppeteer? The more Raza contemplated, the more fear gripped him. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned the battle with Orochimaru, controlling the sand gold carpet to hurriedly fly toward the source of the voice. Upon arrival, a single glance left him utterly speechless.